Chapter 395. Faced with Empress Zhongxuan's censure, Li Wangyu reacted rather quickly. His eyes spun as he hurriedly defended himself. "Aunt, you really have wronged me. It's not that I don't want to give you this perfume. It's just that you can't use it now, so how could I dare to give it to you?" "Why is that?" Empress Zhongxuan couldn't help but frown in confusion. "Auntie, you're pregnant now. It's fine to use this perfume normally, but it's not appropriate to use it when you are pregnant. I'm thinking of Uncle's third prince. How could I dare to give this perfume to you?" Li Wangyu's sincere words left Empress Zhongxuan speechless. If it wasn't appropriate for pregnant women to use it, then he naturally couldn't be blamed. In reality, Li Wangyu's words were purely to fool Empress Zhongxuan. If it was a perfume from the future, pregnant women naturally couldn't use it. Because most perfume contained musk, and musk could cause pregnant women to miscarry, it was naturally not appropriate to use it. However, the petal perfume he made was only made from alcohol and didn't contain any chemicals. If pregnant women wanted to use it, it wouldn't be much of a problem. This fellow had purely forgotten to send toilet water and perfume to the palace. Hearing that she couldn't use the perfume, Empress Zhongxuan couldn't help but feel regret. Even though she was the empress above everyone else, she was still a woman. Perfume naturally had enough allure for her. Fortunately, Li Wangyu still had a way to make up for his mistake. He hurriedly took out an item from his sleeve and presented it with both hands, asking a palace maid to present it to Empress Zhongxuan. "Aunt, this is soap that I personally made for you. It can be used for bathing and is several times better than soap soup. After bathing, your body will have a natural fragrance. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity." Li Wangyu was very shameless. Without blushing or skipping a beat, he said that the soap was specially made for Empress Zhongxuan. Now his skin was getting thicker and thicker, and this kind of nonsense came out of his mouth. Even the soap that he took out was a sample that he had on him. He had originally planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace and find a shop that specialized in making boxes. He wanted to buy some boxes to store soap so that he could use them as gifts. How could Empress Zhongxuan know about these twists and turns? She really thought that Li Wangyu was thinking about her. She hurriedly had a palace maid present the soap. The emerald green soap, together with the pattern printed by the mold, looked very pleasing. "Zio, thank you for your thoughtfulness. This consort really likes this soap." Empress Zhongxuan smelled the light and elegant fragrance of the soap and was very satisfied. Her face that was as cold as ice immediately became as warm as spring flowers blooming. The speed at which Empress Zhongxuan changed her face made Li Wangyu almost want to ask her if this was the unique skill of face changing in Sichuan opera. She was Huxian Zi when she didn't give him perfume, and Zio when she gave him soap. What happened to being the mother of the world? What happened to being gentle, kind, and virtuous? Li Wangyu secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Damn, this woman is too crazy. Even Empress Zhongxuan could change her face like this for a bottle of perfume. Her image was really collapsing. However, he also knew that Empress Zhongxuan's behavior was that she didn't treat him as an outsider, but as a nephew. Otherwise, who would have heard of Empress Zhongxuan asking for things from a subject? How could Empress Zhongxuan, who could write Principles for Women and leave behind a great reputation as an empress in history, be the kind of woman who loved vanity? Empress Zhongxuan's behavior just now was actually to tease Li Wangyu. She had the chamberlain summon Li Wangyu into the palace not just to ask for perfume, although that was also one of her goals. "Zio, you are now 16 years old, and that Taiyuan Wang clan has broken off the engagement with you. Do you have any thoughts about your marriage? Do you have a young lady that you like? Although your family's adults have all passed away, your aunt will make the decision for you." Empress Zhongxuan suddenly changed the topic and talked about Li Wangyu's marriage, which made him very surprised. Why did she talk about his marriage out of the blue? What young lady could he fancy? Of course it was his beautiful female boss. Not to mention that Su Chongqing was the goddess in his heart. Even if she wasn't, was there any other woman in the Tang dynasty who could be his soulmate? Apart from his beautiful female boss, he wouldn't consider his wife for anyone else. Of course, if his beautiful female boss didn't object, he wouldn't mind accepting Aphrodite as a concubine. "Ahem, aunt, my family's adults have only passed away a year ago, and I still need 2 more years to recover, so this matter isn't urgent. Your nephew is still young and isn't in a hurry to get engaged." Li Wangyu casually said. He was well aware that his beautiful female boss was already 24 years old, while his current body was only 16 years old. The age difference between the two was too great, not to mention that his beautiful female boss's current status was unclear. If he directly told Empress Zhang's son that he wouldn't marry anyone other than his beautiful female boss, he was afraid that it would cause a storm. Since ancient times, marriage in China had been about matching in social status. In the eyes of others, he and his beautiful female boss naturally couldn't be said to be a match. Not to mention the age gap between the two of them, even their status was a huge gap. In particular, the higher Li Wangyu's noble rank, the more difficult it would be for him to marry his beautiful female boss. This matter would probably have to be slowly planned and plotted. Empress Zhang's son smiled. No matter, you can set the engagement first. Men and women should get married when they're of age. You can get married when your recovery period is over. Zio, do you know how many dukes and noble madams in Chang'an City have asked me about you, intending to take you as their son-in-law? These words made Li Wangyu feel a little proud. Even I have such a day? Even the dukes are rushing to marry their daughters to me? Wahahaha, sure enough, the charm of a handsome guy is irresistible. How could he know that Empress Zhang's son actually brought up this matter because of his own sins, and the source was the perfume? These noble madams had many gatherings on weekdays. After Li Wangyu gave them the perfume, they naturally took it to show filial piety to their mothers. And the dukes and noble madams who received such divine objects naturally flaunted it at their gatherings, causing the other noble madams to burn with jealousy. They couldn't wait to snatch the bottles of perfume from the hands of the dukes and noble madams. And Li Wangyu, the son of Huxian, became the topic of discussion at the noble madams' gatherings. Many of the noble madams even mocked the Taiyuan Wang clan for having eyes but failing to see. They actually took the initiative to break off the engagement with such a good son-in-law. Their brains had been kicked by a donkey. After mocking the Taiyuan Wang clan, the noble madams suddenly realized that this son of Huxian was 16 years old and unmarried. This son of Huxian was a good son-in-law. He was young, rich, and talented. At the age of 16, he was conferred the title of the founding son of a country by the saint, and his future was bright. Even better, this founding son's parents were both dead. Their daughters wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by their mother-in-law if they married into his family. And if this son of Huxian became their son-in-law, would they have to worry about not having enough perfume? Filial piety couldn't be lacking from the mother-in-law, right? And so, because of a bottle of perfume, Li Wangyu inadvertently became the rich son-in-law, in the eyes of the noble madams. Chapter 396. Li Wangyu no longer had any elders in his household. He had been expelled from the Li clan by Huxian, and everyone knew that the family tree had been changed. Those noble women who wanted to marry their daughters found Empress Zhang's son and, in a roundabout way, brought up the matter of marriage with Huxian. This reminded Empress Zhang's son that her nephew was still unmarried, and there was no marriage contract on his body. Since ancient times, Huaxia had placed more importance on carrying on the family line than the heavens. As the saying went, there were 3 ways to be unfilial, and having no descendants was the worst. In the eyes of the Tangs, marriage was a matter of the highest importance. As Li Wangyu's elder, Empress Zhang's son naturally felt that she needed to arrange a good marriage for the Qilin son of the Li family for Li Wangyu's deceased parents. She had the chamberlain summon Li Wangyu into the palace to ask him about his thoughts. If Li Wangyu was interested in a young lady from a duke's residence, then she was naturally willing to propose marriage for Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu quickly shook his head and refused Empress Zhangxuan's advice. "Aunt, I am still young and do not want to consider marriage for the time being." "Why is that? You are already 16, how can you still be considered young? Your parents are not here, so your uncle and I naturally have to decide on your marriage for you." "Zio, are you too thin-skinned? Embarrassed? Rest assured, I will definitely choose a good match for you." "Aunt, I really don't want to get married. How about we talk about it 2 years later?" "No. I will discuss this matter with His Majesty." "Zio, you don't need to worry about it. I will not harm you and will naturally arrange a good marriage for you." "Aunt, I really don't want to get married right now. Before Li Wangyu could finish speaking, Empress Zhang's son interrupted him. "Enough. There is no need to talk about this matter. I have my own plans." F***ck, he didn't even have the right to speak about his own marriage. This damned feudal dynasty, was there still any law? Li Wangyu almost forgot that Empress Zhang's son was the law of the Tang dynasty. Seeing that Empress Zhang's son actually had the hobby of being a matchmaker and insisted on setting a marriage contract for him, the cold sweat on Li Wangyu's forehead was about to fall again. Back then, he had finally broken off his engagement with the Taiyuan Wang clan. He did not want to suffer like this again. That day, in order to break off the engagement, he was even expelled by the Li clan of Hu County. Although it was a good thing for him to be expelled by the Li clan, he absolutely did not want to experience this kind of thing a second time. What's more, he wouldn't marry anyone other than a beautiful woman. How could he agree? But he couldn't forcefully refuse Empress Zhang's son, which put him in a difficult position. Li Wangyu's mind spun at the speed of light. He suddenly thought of a poem that seemed to be able to fool Empress Zhang's son and dispel her thoughts of matchmaking him. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu stood up and put his hands behind his back. He looked up at the ceiling of Li Main Hall at a 45-degree angle with a solemn and stirring expression. Empress Zhang's son was bewildered by his actions. What was he trying to do with this posture? Li Wangyu put on a good pose, brewed up his mood and recited in a clear voice. Bristling with anger, leaning against the railing, the drizzling rain rests. This poem of Yufei's Rivers Run Red was naturally popular in the future. The poem was filled with lofty aspirations and great momentum. Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but be surprised that Li Wangyu suddenly began to recite a poem. Why was this guy reciting a poem when they were talking about a marriage contract? Empress Zhang's son could naturally tell that Li Wangyu's poem was a rare masterpiece. It was a good poem, but what was the meaning of this guy reciting it at this time? Empress Zhang's son couldn't help but want to interrupt him to pull the topic back and continue to talk about Li Wangyu's engagement. But without waiting for Empress Zhang's son to speak, Li Wangyu opened his mouth again and continued his performance. 16 achievements are dust and soil. 8,000 li of cloud and moon. Don't be idle, your young years are white, empty and sorrowful. Li Wangyu almost didn't recite the 30 achievements are dust and soil line in Yufei's original poem. Otherwise, it really would be hard to explain. He was only 16 years old. If he recited 30 achievements are dust and soil, how would he explain? The next line, Jingkong's shame has not been wiped away. When will the official's hatred be extinguished? Li Wangyu was quick-witted and changed it to Wei River's shame has not been wiped away. After all, the change of Jingkong was a matter of 500 years later. It was impossible not to change it. However, his change moved Empress Zhang's son. Although she was a woman, she felt the same way about the Wei River Alliance and felt the same way. Although the Wei River Alliance gave the Tang dynasty a chance to breathe, to be forced to sign the alliance at their doorstep was a disgrace, whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials in the court. When Li Wangyu was reciting the poem, he was also secretly looking at Empress Zhangxuan's reaction. Seeing her serious face, he knew that he should be able to smoothly get away and not let Empress Zhang's son continue to pester him about the engagement. Li Wangyu continued to recite, riding a long carriage, trampling the Helan Mountains, aspiring to eat barbarians' meat, laughing and drinking Xiongnu's blood, waiting to clean up the old mountains and rivers from scratch, facing the heavens. After the Rivers Run Red was recited, Li Main Hall was silent. Empress Zhang's son did not know what to say. As for the palace maids and servants, their faces were filled with emotions as they looked at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu looked at Empress Zhang's son seriously and bowed. He suddenly raised his voice. Your Highness, the Turks have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family? This was a famous line by Hua Tsubing. The Xiongnu have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family? However, Li Wangyu directly changed it to Turks, which was quite appropriate. As soon as he said, the Turks have not been exterminated, how can we establish our home? Someone outside the hall applauded. Good. What a good. The Turks have not been wiped out, so how can we have a family? Zio, if the men of our Tang dynasty were all like you, why would we worry about the Turks being treated unfairly? The one who spoke was Li Er. After he had left court, he had heard the eunuch report that Empress Zhang's son had summoned Hu Xianzi for an audience. He knew that it was his wife who had said that she was going to talk about marriage for Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi had nothing to do, so he wanted to join in the fun. He wanted to discuss with Empress Zhang's son to see which duke's wife was suitable for Li Wangyu. When he arrived at Li Main Hall, without waiting for the eunuch to announce his arrival, he heard Li Wangyu reciting poetry in the hall. Pai Lupi quickly stopped the servant from speaking while he stood outside the hall to eavesdrop. When he heard Li Wangyu say, The shame of the way river has not been washed away. Pai Lupi could not help but clench his fists and frown. After Li Wangyu finished reciting Rivers Run Red, Pai Lupi was stunned. He was so shocked by the solemn and stirring of the poem that goosebumps appeared all over his body. He was speechless for a long time. It was only when Li Wangyu said, "The Turks have not been destroyed, how to build a family," that Pai Lupi could no longer hold back and repeatedly clapped and cheered. Only then did everyone in the hall notice. Seeing that Pai Lupi had arrived, Li Wangyu quickly bowed. "Nephew greets uncle. Zio, copy down the short sentences you recited just now. I want to hang it in the legislative hall and study it every day." Pai Lupi laughed heartily and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He was very pleased. He then turned to Empress Zhang's son. "Guanyin maid, this brat has already said these words. Don't force him anymore. Let's talk about the marriage later." Since Pai Lupi had already said this, Empress Zhang's son could only nod helplessly. Chapter 397. Li Wangyu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his performance had finally used the feelings of family and country to fool Empress Zhang's son. As long as she didn't force him to get married, however, Li Wangyu began to worry in his heart again. His marriage was always a hidden danger. Even if it didn't explode now, what excuse could he use to fool Empress Zhang's son in 2 years? In history, in the 4th year of Zhengguan, the Tang dynasty had conquered the Turks, and Pai Lupi was respectfully called Heaven Khan by the chiefs of various tribes in the northwest. At that time, could he still talk nonsense about the shame of the way river has not been washed away? Moreover, he still had to give an explanation to his beautiful boss. He couldn't keep delaying it like this. Li Wangyu was also well aware that this was the reason why his beautiful boss was neither close nor distant to him. The two of them had never had an intimate relationship. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son would certainly not agree to him marrying his beautiful boss. Now, both Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were very clear about this point. It was just that Li Wangyu had been pretending not to see before, thinking that this matter was still very far away. Until today, when Empress Zhang's son mentioned marriage, he finally had a glimmer of understanding. It turned out that he had been pretending to be an ostrich, burying his head in the sand. He thought that there would always be a solution to the matter between him and his beautiful boss, and they would cross the bridge naturally. But now it seemed that he was just deceiving himself. For a moment, Li Wangyu couldn't help but ask himself, if one day Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son really forced him to marry another woman, what would he do? Would he compromise for the sake of glory and wealth, or give up everything and simply leave Chang'an City, Dingzhou village, and elope with his beautiful boss? It seemed that the only answer was, as long as Li Wangyu thought about marrying another woman and causing his beautiful boss to leave him heartbroken, he faintly felt a tearing pain in his heart. Would he be willing to let go of Su Chongqing? No. Absolutely not. Since that was the case, what else did he have to worry about? In the worst-case scenario, he would be roaming the world with his beautiful boss. Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he was really a pig. It was such a simple matter, yet he was confused by it. He was really stupid to the extreme. What *T founding county? What *T noble title? Did he care for that? Having thought this through, Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud in the Li main hall. He couldn't wait to rush back to Dingzhou village and loudly tell his beautiful boss that he loved her. *CK the founding county. If he had to make a choice, there was only one choice in his heart. Understanding this, the stone that had been pressing down on Li Wangyu's heart because of Empress Zhongxuan's words fell to the ground. He immediately felt like the clouds had been lifted and the sun had been seen. Li Wangyu grinned foolishly. After exchanging a few words with Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son, he asked to leave the palace. Outside the Taiji palace, Niu Wu was waiting for him. Seeing his Lang Jun grinning foolishly, he was also confused. Why did he suddenly become hysterical all of a sudden? How could Li Wangyu care about what Niu Wu thought at this time? Without saying much, he directly called Niu Wu back to the residence. The two galloped back to Dingzhou village. Seeing that his beautiful boss hadn't returned yet, Li Wangyu chased everyone in the residence, including Aphrodite and Perrin, out of the backyard. He made it clear that apart from his beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter the backyard without his orders. In response, Perrin pouted so hard that an oil bottle could be hung from her mouth. She looked at her Lang Jun with an aggrieved expression. But Li Wangyu didn't care about this little lass's thoughts at this time. After chasing everyone out of the backyard, he started to get busy. At sunset, his beautiful boss, who had been busy all day in Chang'an City, returned to the residence. To her surprise, she found Aphrodite and Perrin sitting in the central room in a daze. "Hey, you two, what are you doing? Where's Li Wangyu?" "Sister Chongqing, Lang Jun chased us all out. He said that you're the only one who can enter the backyard today. Even we aren't allowed to go in." "Humph. Lang Jun must be doing something shameful in the backyard. Big sister Chongqing, you should go and take care of him." Seeing her beautiful superior, Pei Lan immediately pouted and began to complain. Aphrodite only snickered at the side. She seemed to have noticed something, but didn't say anything. The beautiful boss was stunned. She didn't know what was wrong with Li Wangyu today. Why did he chase Aphrodite and Perrin out of the backyard? She curiously walked to the backyard. "I'll go see what he's doing." Entering the backyard, the beautiful boss noticed that the methane lamps in the backyard weren't lit and the yard was a little dark. Then, she noticed that there was a long table in the backyard covered with a white tablecloth and a few lit candles. "This is..." Before the beautiful boss could react, music rang out in the backyard, accompanied by Li Wangyu's singing. Sitting back to back on the carpet, listening to music and talking about wishes. "The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old slowly with you." Li Wangyu played music on his phone and sang a love song. He gazed at his beautiful boss lovingly and slowly walked in front of her from the darkness. At this moment, Su Chongqing finally understood what he was doing. She couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand as tears vaguely flickered in her eyes. After singing a love song, Li Wangyu looked at the beautiful woman in front of him very seriously and said word by word, "I'm sorry, Chongqing. I've always been a fool. I've never told the person I love the most that I love her, and I've never promised her anything. Are you willing to forgive me for being a fool?" Su Chongqing was speechless at this point. She couldn't stop the tears in her eyes from flowing down. She bit her tender red lips and kept nodding her head. "Chongqing, from now on, I'll only love you and spoil you. I won't lie to you and I'll do everything I promise you. Every word I say to you is from the bottom of my heart. I won't bully you, scold you, and believe in you. If someone bullies you, I'll be the first to help you. If you're happy, I'll be happy with you. If you're unhappy, I'll make you happy. I'll always think that you're the most beautiful. I want to see you even in my dreams because you're the only one in my heart." After Li Wangyu finished his mushy words of love, the beautiful boss who was moved to tears just now couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She kept pounding her fist on Li Wangyu's chest. "You're so annoying. If you have the ability, don't say movie lines." "I don't believe it." Before she could finish her words, her red lips couldn't make a sound. Li Wangyu directly covered her red lips with his lips. The breath full of male hormones hit her in the face, making the beautiful boss suddenly widen her eyes and her body unconsciously stiffen. However, the beautiful boss didn't push Li Wangyu away. She just slowly wrapped her arms around Li Wangyu's neck. At this moment, the moon seemed to be blushing and retreating behind the clouds. And at the backyard's courtyard door, two heads sneakily popped out. Chapter 398. Li Wangyu hugged and kissed his beautiful superior. They were deeply in love. For a moment, the two of them were kissing passionately in the backyard, while Avro and Perrin, who were peeping at them from the side, were dumbfounded. Since ancient times, there had been very few kissing in China. The word kiss referred to the lips, and just like the word lips, it was a noun and not a verb. Not to mention, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were kissing in such a French manner that Avro and Perrin couldn't help blushing, but they didn't even blink as they stared fixedly at the two in the backyard. Unable to control himself, Li Wangyu reached out to lift his beautiful boss up by the waist and returned to the room to continue the indescribable act. But who would have thought that before he could lift his beautiful boss up, he would cry out in pain and almost fall to the ground. 3 exclamations of surprise rang out in the backyard. His beautiful boss hurriedly reached out to support Li Wangyu, while Aphrodite and Perrin, who were peeping from the door of the backyard, couldn't care less about hiding their whereabouts when they saw that their Lang Jun almost fell down. Their exclamations gave their beautiful boss a fright again. Su Chongqing's face turned as red as a piece of cloth when the two of them were having an intimate moment with Li Wangyu in the backyard and were being watched by the 2 women at home. Fortunately, there were only a few candles on the candlesticks in the backyard, so Pei Lan and Aphrodite didn't notice the redness on her face. "What are you two doing sneaking around? Hurry and help Wangyu into the room. He seems to have sprained his waist." Li Wangyu, on the other hand, really couldn't even straighten his back at this moment. He sprained his waist. In his excitement, he had wanted to princess carry his beautiful boss, but he had forgotten that his current body wasn't the original one from his previous life. Not only was he 16 years old, more importantly, he had never exercised his body and was unbelievably thin and weak. As for his beautiful superior, no matter how light her body was, she was still around 100 pounds. How could his thin and weak body carry her? In the end, Li Wangyu failed to do what he wanted to do, and unfortunately, he was lying on the bed groaning. Regarding this, no matter how thick-skinned Li Wangyu was, he felt his old face burning and was too ashamed to face anyone. The beautiful boss held back her laughter and quickly sent someone to the back of the mountain to show the microscopic world and invite the old Taoist priest, Sun Simiao. Hearing that Huxianzi had sprained his waist, Sun Simiao hurriedly brought his disciple Lu Shenwei to lie hot. After a round of diagnosis, he gave Li Wangyu an acupuncture treatment. He then took out the medicine he had concocted himself and had Lu Shenwei wrap it around his waist. All right, Hu Xianzi is fine. He just needs to rest for a few days. Sun Simiao gave his beautiful superior a few more instructions before leading Lu Shenwei back to the Taoist temple. Humph. Let's see if you can still be naughty. Now you're obedient. His beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu felt even more ashamed to face anyone. He didn't say anything and turned his head to face the wall to reflect on his past. He made up his mind that once his waist was healed, he would have to start exercising. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. The original owner of this body was simply a good-for-nothing who couldn't distinguish between physical activity and food. He was despised. When the rich playboys found out that Li Wangyu had sprained his waist, they all came to visit him with all kinds of medicine. However, Li Wangyu was tight-lipped about how he had sprained his waist. He wasn't prepared to say anything even if he was beaten to death. He couldn't tell anyone about this. It was too embarrassing. If this group of bastards knew the truth, he wouldn't need to mingle in Chang'an anymore. It would be better if he just took his beautiful superior and wandered the world. Fortunately, the old Taoist priest Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb. In just a few days, Li Wangyu's waist was mostly healed and he could move freely. After breaking through the layer of window paper with his beautiful superior, they were now in love with each other. From time to time, they would receive some benefits. However, if he wanted to do something indescribable with his beautiful superior, it would always lack some atmosphere. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. After his waist was healed, Li Wangyu prepared to go to the palace. He had already finished writing The Rivers Run Red, that Li Er wanted. In the past few days, he had also planned to send the perfumes and floral water that had been produced in the manor into the palace to be presented to Li Er's imperial concubines. Little nephew greets uncle. This is The Rivers Run Red, that little nephew wrote. Uncle, please give me some pointers. Not bad. Zio. Your thin body has improved a lot. I like this word very much. Pai Lupi nodded with satisfaction and ordered the inner servant, Come, hang this word, Hu Xianzi, in the legislative hall for me. Li Wangyu learned the thin gold body from Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, and was now famous in the Tang dynasty. His calligraphy was loved by everyone. Now, in Chang'an, many people were learning this unique calligraphy. Even the professors in the Imperial College had begun to copy Li Wangyu's thin gold body for their students to practice. Ever since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he was forced to pick up the brush again because there was no computer to type. After a few months, especially after copying the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, his calligraphy was indeed much better than before. Uncle, you flatter me. Little nephew's calligraphy is far inferior to uncle's flying white. Little nephew would like to ask uncle to give little nephew a few words so that little nephew can study them day and night at home. Li Wangyu shamelessly flattered Pai Lupi, which made Pai Lupi laugh with satisfaction. Haha, Zio, if you like my calligraphy, I'll give you a few. Li Wangyu hurriedly offered the perfume and toilet water he made. Now, he was a little regretful. Why did he show off this thing for no reason? If he had known, he would not have taken them out as gifts. After the perfume became popular in Chang'an, everyone who was familiar with Li Wangyu would ask about it in a roundabout way. It was very annoying. It was not easy to make perfume, and it was not like the air conditioning window, which could be given out freely. In Chang'an, there were so many nobles and officials. It was troublesome to decide who to give the perfume to. If he did not do it well, he might offend others. That would not be good. For example, Pai Lupi had so many concubines in his harem. The few bottles of perfume in his hands were just a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Li Wangyu wisely offered all the perfume and toilet water he had to Pai Lupi. You have so many women. How should you distribute them? Go figure it out yourself. He did not want to get involved. Pai Lupi still did not know what kind of trouble these bottles of perfume would cause in his harem. He did not think much of it and had the eunuchs accept them. Seeing Pai Lupi accept the perfume, Li Wangyu also let out a sigh of relief. He chatted with Pai Lupi for a bit more and planned to leave the palace. Before he could speak, he saw an eunuch stumble in from outside the hall of government. He knelt on the ground and panted as he said, "Sir, everyone! His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly has an unbearable pain in his abdomen. Everyone, quickly go take a look." When Pai Lupi heard this, he jumped up and even knocked the brush and inkstone on the table in front of him to the ground. What did you say? What happened to Cheng Qian? Why does his abdomen hurt? Quickly call for a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I've already sent someone to the Shangyao Bureau to recruit a doctor into the palace. Her Highness the Empress has already gone to the Eastern Palace. The eunuch did not dare to raise his head as he replied with his head on the floor. Pai Lupi did not have time to pay attention to him, and prepared to go to the Eastern Palace to see his son. Hearing that Li Wangyu was sick, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncle, I will also go see Cheng Qian." Pai Lupi nodded and turned his head to hurry to the Eastern Palace. Li Wangyu hurriedly jogged after him. Chapter 399. In the Xianda Hall of the Eastern Palace, it was a complete mess. Under the command of the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, the eunuchs and palace maids were running around in a panic. When Pai Lupi led Li Wangyu and a group of eunuchs to the Xianda Hall, the pregnant Empress Zhang's son had already arrived. The group of eunuchs and palace maids hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. At this time, Pai Lupi was not in the mood to care about this. He impatiently waved his hand at the crowd and then looked at Empress Zhang's son. "Guanin's servant, how is Cheng Qian? Why does his stomach hurt all of a sudden?" Chen Xie also does not know. Just now, the eunuchs of the Eastern Palace came to report that Cheng Qian's stomach was in unbearable pain. Chen Xie hurriedly sent people to summon the imperial physician and doctors of the Shangyao Bureau. Right now, they are still treating him. Empress Zhang's son also appeared very panicked. She had been 7 or 8 months pregnant and her body was not well. Now that she suddenly heard the news of her son's illness, her face paled and she appeared very haggard. Pai Lupi felt sorry for his wife. Seeing Empress Zhang's son like this, he hurriedly called for palace maids to help Empress Zhang's son sit down. "Guanin's servant, it is very inconvenient for you to be pregnant. Why don't you return to Li Main Hall to rest? With me here, you do not need to worry." "No, Chen Xie will not leave. Cheng Qian's illness is unknown. How can Chen Xie leave?" Empress Zhang's son naturally did not want to leave. Even though she had already given birth to 2 sons and a daughter, and was pregnant herself, Li Chengqian, the eldest son, was still her favorite. Seeing Empress Zhang's son say this, Pai Lupi could only compromise. All right, Guanin's servant, do not panic. Cheng Qian will be fine. Maybe he just ate something bad. It is not a big problem." Li Wangyu also comforted her. "Aunt, do not worry. Cheng Qian is blessed by the heavens. Also, I know a bit about physiognomy. Cheng Qian does not have the physiognomy of an unlucky life. Nothing will happen." He dared to say this because in history, Li Chengqian had lived well. Although Li Wangyu didn't live for long, only 26 years old, Li Chengqian was only 9 years old now. Li Wangyu naturally didn't think that his life was in any danger. There were many reasons for a child's abdominal pain, but Li Wangyu thought that it was probably the same as Pai Lupi's guess. It was probably just a stomachache. Recalling history, it seemed that Li Chengqian would fall seriously ill in a few years. It was recorded in the old book of Tang, Cheng Qian was first afflicted with foot problems, making travel difficult. At this time, Li Chengqian's 4 limbs were healthy and there was no problem with his legs. Li Wangyu looked at the historical analysis of the later generations and guessed that Li Chengqian might have fallen sick in the 7th year of Zhengguan, causing his legs to be unable to move. In any case, Li Chengqian lived until Zhengguan's 18th year before he died of depression in Guizhou. Now that it was the 2nd year of Kai Zhengguan, Li Wangyu naturally dared to say such words. However, something that surprised Li Wangyu happened. The Shangyao Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau had a bitter expression as he walked out of the hall and knelt down in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Reporting to your Majesty, your Highness, this subject has investigated the Crown Prince's illness. It is intestinal obstruction. This subject is incompetent. This illness is incurable. This Shangyao Fengyu's name was Gung Hong, and he was in his 50s. He was the highest official in the Shangyao Bureau, a lower 5th-rank official. The Shangyao Fengyu was normally appointed by the imperial family to be in charge of the imperial family's medical treatment. Gung Hong was also a famous doctor in the Tang dynasty. Although he couldn't compare to Sun Simiao, he was still quite famous. Hearing Gung Fengyu say that her son had intestinal obstruction, Empress Zhongxuan's face instantly lost all color, becoming as white as paper. Her body swayed a few times, and just as she was about to fall, Pai Lupi hurriedly reached out to support her. At this time, Pai Lupi's eyes were also filled with anger, as if he wanted to devour someone. What did you say? Our crown prince even came to greet us today. So how did he get this intestinal abscess? We order you to quickly treat the crown prince. If there is even the slightest mistake, we will skin you alive. Your Majesty, this intestinal obstruction. This subject obeys the decree. Gung Fengyu still wanted to explain what intestinal obstruction was. However, seeing Pai Lupi's frightening appearance, he didn't dare to say anything else. He scrambled back into the hall to discuss with the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau how to treat the crown prince. Empress Zhang's son cried out in pain. She broke free from Pai Lupi's arm and stumbled back into the hall. Pai Lupi was afraid that something would happen to her body, so he hurriedly chased after her. The group of eunuchs and palace maids behind him also followed like a swarm of bees. When Li Wangyu heard the Shangyao Fengyu's words, it was as if he was struck by lightning, and he stood there dumbfounded. What the hell? What happened? How could Li Chengqian have intestinal obstruction? There was no record of it in the history books. Intestinal obstruction was appendicitis, and in ancient times, it was an incurable disease. Although there were many vague records in the ancient texts that said that intestinal obstruction could be treated, Chinese medicine did not have this ability. In the modern era, appendicitis was just a minor operation that even 4th-year medical students could easily perform. However, in an era without Western surgery, intestinal carbuncle was definitely an incurable disease. But how could Li Chengqian have appendicitis? If Li Chengqian had contracted appendicitis in history, how could he have lived until the 18th year of Zhangguan, and how could he have colluded with Hou Junji to rebel? Li Wangyu's mind was blank, and it took him a long while to come back to his senses and run into Xianda Palace. In the bedchambers of Xianda Palace, Empress Zhang's son was sobbing next to the spacious bed. Doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were kneeling next to the bed, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Li Wangyu rushed over to check on Li Chengqian's condition. The crown prince of the Tang dynasty had his eyes closed and was motionless. His forehead was covered in sweat from the pain, and he had already lost consciousness. Grabbing Gung Fengyu's collar, he asked, "Did you really diagnose that His Highness the Crown Prince has intestinal obstruction? You didn't misdiagnose, did you?" Even now, Li Wangyu still did not believe that Li Chengqian had appendicitis. This simply did not make sense in history. There can't be a mistake. His Highness the Crown Prince has abdominal pain, muscle tension, and rebound pain in his lower right leg, accompanied by nausea, fever, vomiting, bloating, red skin, yellow skin, and a flood of pulses. This is definitely intestinal obstruction. This old man has practiced medicine for 30-some years, and I can't make a mistake. Moreover, many of the doctors in the Shangyao hospital have made the same diagnosis. The doctors in the Shangyao hospital who were kneeling on the side also nodded repeatedly, indicating that Han Fengyu was right. Li Wangyu let go of Gung Fengyu's hand, and Gung Fengyu knelt before Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, we have already treated His Highness the Crown Prince with acupuncture and ordered people to boil the medicine. But there is nothing we can do about this intestinal obstruction. We can only rely on His Highness the Crown Prince's fate." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the furious Pai Lupi rush over with gritted teeth and kick him to the ground. "If anything happens to my Dalong, I want all of you to be buried with him." Pai Lupi's words were naturally spoken out of anger. With the medical standards of the Tang dynasty, if they could not cure the patient, they would be buried with him. No matter how many heads there were in the Shangyao hospital, It would not be enough to cut off. But in the face of the furious Pai Lupi, no one dared to make a sound. All the doctors, eunuchs, and palace maids were silent like cicadas in winter. Chapter 400. Li Wangyu looked at the unconscious Li Chengqian on the bed, and couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He couldn't understand what was wrong with history for such a thing to happen. Towards Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the two little fellows, Li Wangyu originally held prejudice in his heart. After all, these two fellows weren't anything good in the history books. There was no need to talk about Li Chengqian. He was licentious and even colluded with Ho Junji and the others to rebel. Li Tai wasn't a good person either. Although he pretended to be an obedient child in front of Pai Lupi, Li Chengqian had betrayed him. He actually said to Pai Lupi, "This subject has an unfilial son. In 100 years, this subject will kill him for his majesty and pass him down to King Jin." From this one could see his character. Thus, when Pai Lupi asked Li Wangyu to be the teacher of these two fellows, Li Wangyu had rejected the idea. However, it was hard to go against the imperial decree. After Li Wangyu reluctantly accepted these two fellows, he realized that they weren't bad people. That was the truth. Children of 8 or 9 years old had been in the palace for too long and had been flattered by those palace maids, so they were a little domineering and lacked education. Under Li Wangyu's guidance, both Li Chengqian and Li Tai got along very well with those brats from Dingzhou village. They didn't seem as domineering as before. And these two sons of Pai Lupi were rather smart. They were also very respectful to their teacher, Li Wangyu, so how could he not like them? 2 days ago, he had sprained his waist and was bedridden, so he didn't have the nerve to send Li Chengqian and Li Tai to Dingzhou village for lessons. He had originally planned to visit the two fellows in the Eastern Palace after speaking with Pai Lupi, but who could have imagined that such a situation would occur? Why would Li Chengqian suddenly get appendicitis? Li Wangyu couldn't figure it out. Then, he heard the conversation between Pai Lupi and Feng Yu from the Shangyao Bureau. "Gung Feng Yu, let me ask you, why did the Crown Prince suddenly get this intestinal abscess?" "Your Majesty, intestinal abscesses are usually caused by a lack of food and drink, as well as dampness and heat. This depends on what the Crown Prince has been eating recently." Gung Feng Yu hurriedly replied. "What did the Crown Prince eat today?" Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in the Eastern Palace. Replying to everyone, I didn't eat anything. It was all food sent by the Shangsha Bureau." The eunuch's words were somewhat evasive. Pai Lupi angrily shouted, "Tell me the truth. What the Crown Prince ate was recorded by the Food Bureau. Do you think you can fool me?" The eunuch repeatedly kowtowed to the ground with so much force that blood seeped out of his forehead. Replying to everyone, "The weather has been hot recently, and His Highness the Crown Prince said that he wants to eat ice cream. This servant will have the Shangsha Bureau prepare it for the Crown Prince. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths. This servant deserves 10,000 deaths." Ice cream? Li Wangyu was stunned. Eating ice cream wasn't enough to cause appendicitis. Li Chengqian and Li Tai, the two little guys, liked to eat ice cream. This was no secret. The two little ones had already asked him for the ice cream recipe, and gave it to the Shangsha Bureau. It was said that even Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son liked it very much. He suddenly thought of something and interrupted to ask, "How much ice cream did the Crown Prince eat today?" Eight bowls. The eunuch in the Eastern Palace replied in a low voice. His words angered Pai Lupi so much that he kicked the Eastern Palace eunuch a few times. The eunuch fell to the ground and didn't even dare to scream. Although Pai Lupi didn't know much about medicine, he knew that overeating was not a good thing. Moreover, Gung Feng Yu had already said that the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was caused by a lack of food. "Someone come, drag this dog away. Flog him to death." Pai Lupi's voice was cold and made people tremble. The Eastern Palace eunuch didn't even dare to cry for mercy. He was so scared that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Immediately, eunuchs came forward and dragged the Eastern Palace eunuch away. The outcome was self-evident. Li Wangyu was stunned speechless. Eating 8 bowls of ice cream in a row, it would be strange if he didn't get sick. This group of damned Eastern Palace eunuchs clearly flattered Li Chengqian. They actually allowed a 9-year-old child to eat so many cold drinks. Being beaten to death was not an injustice at all. He had a trace of understanding in his heart. Li Chengqian's sudden illness was different from history and seemed to have something to do with him. The ice cream he made was like the wings of a butterfly. With a light flap, It changed the original trajectory of history. There was no such delicious cold drink in history, so Li Chengqian naturally wouldn't overeat. Naturally, there was no sudden appendicitis. With all these twists and turns of karma, it seemed that the responsibility for Li Chengqian's appendicitis was on Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu understood this point, his expression became rather ugly. Empress Zhang's son looked at the unconscious Li Chengqian beside the bed and cried bitterly. This made Pai Lupi even more anxious. Empress Zhang's son was currently pregnant. If something happened to her due to excessive grief, that would be even more unfortunate. Guanyin maid, return to Li Main Hall first. I can stay here with Chengqian. No, I won't leave. How could Empress Zhang's son listen to Pai Lupi at this time? Pai Lupi didn't dare let her stay in Xianda Hall any longer. If it was as Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau had said, there was no cure for this intestinal blockage. If he let Empress Zhang's son watch Li Chengqian die prematurely, who knew what would happen? Come, escort the Empress back to Li Main Hall. Serve her carefully, but if there are any mistakes, we will skin you alive. Gung Feng Yu, have some doctors from the Shangyao Bureau go to Li Main Hall to examine the Empress' body. Yes. Empress Zhang's son was helpless. She was carefully supported by a group of palace maids and eunuchs back to Li Main Hall in tears. At this time, Li Wangyu was extremely conflicted. Looking at Li Chengqian's current situation, it was clear that Feng Yu and the doctor's diagnosis was correct. It should be because he suddenly ate too many cold drinks that caused acute appendicitis. He vaguely remembered that he had once seen a report saying that a certain hospital had treated more than 20 patients with acute appendicitis in a short 2 months. Most of them were youths between 5 and 15 years old. The reason was because they ate too many cold drinks during the summer, so the public was reminded not to give children too many cold drinks during the summer. In the modern world, acute appendicitis required surgery. But this was the Tang dynasty. Who could operate on Li Chengqian? Li Wangyu admitted that he didn't have this ability. He had seen some time-traveling TV dramas where the main character didn't care about the consequences and would cut open someone's stomach and use a knife. He felt that it was incomparably absurd. If it was so easy to save someone, would there be a need to study clinical medicine for 5 years? If Li Wangyu was given a scalpel and had him go to the operating table, then it would be better to directly inform the patient's family and arrange a funeral. However, if he didn't do the surgery, Li Chengqian's chances of survival were extremely slim. If he didn't do anything and just watched Li Chengqian die, Li Wangyu was afraid that his conscience wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. This was neither right nor left. Li Wangyu was so aggrieved that he almost wanted to bang his head against a pillar. Just as he was feeling conflicted, his hand suddenly inadvertently touched the dagger at his waist. The item inside reminded him. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up. Chapter 401. Li Wangyu felt that there were a few pieces of crystals in the box. The medicine king, Sun Simiao, had entrusted these crystals to him to help make microscopes. Today, Li Wangyu had brought them with him to Chang'an. He planned to go to the eastern and western cities after leaving the palace to see if there were any shops that specialized in grinding crystals. When he felt the crystals, he thought of Sun Simiao. Although Sun Simiao didn't know how to perform appendicitis surgery, he knew that Sun Simiao had some surgical skills based on the fact that he had removed the rotten flesh from Niu Yong's wound and stitched it up. Since Sun Simiao knew how to debridement, suture, and bandage a broken intestine, he could try to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Chengqian. At least it was better than watching Li Chengqian die in pain in front of him. However, the risk of doing so was extremely high. If Sun Simiao's surgery failed, Pai Lupi would blame him. He couldn't afford to take the blame. Furthermore, cutting open someone's stomach to perform surgery was unheard of. Would Pai Lupi be willing? Would Sun Simiao agree? Li Wangyu hesitated and opened his mouth for a long time, but he didn't know how to tell Pai Lupi his thoughts. Just as he was hesitating, he heard Feng Yu from the medicine bureau whisper to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, we have already performed acupuncture on His Highness and given him medicine. However, His Highness's pulse is getting weaker and weaker. I'm afraid it will be difficult to save him. We are willing to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, please be prepared." Hearing this, Pai Lupi's body couldn't help but shake. A line of tears rolled down his face. When he heard Feng Yu and the doctor say that his eldest son had an intestinal abscess, he had already guessed the result. Pai Lupi sadly sat beside Li Chengqian's bed and reached out to hold Li Chengqian's burning hand. After a long time, he ordered in a hoarse voice, "If His Highness dies, don't tell the Empress for now. The Empress is pregnant and shouldn't be agitated. Do you understand?" "Yes." Inside the Shenda hall, the eunuchs and maids all knelt on the ground. From time to time, the sound of weeping could be heard. The hall was filled with a mournful atmosphere, as if Li Chengqian had already died. At this point, Li Wangyu did not have time to think too much. He suddenly said, "Uncle, Chengqian can still be saved." His words shocked Pai Lupi so much that he raised his head abruptly. He stared at him and asked word by word, "Zio, what did you say?" "I said Chengqian can still be saved." "Zio, you know medicine? How to treat it?" Pai Lupi grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder and said anxiously. Li Wangyu shook his head. "I don't know anything about medicine, but the old immortal son Simiao does." "Uncle, have you forgotten that old immortal son is currently in Dingzhou village?" Pai Lupi was stunned when he heard this, and then he was overjoyed. "Zio, why didn't you remind me earlier? Come, quickly go to Dingzhou village in Hu County and summon son Simiao into the palace to save the crown prince." "Uncle, I'm afraid others are not familiar with the way and will waste time. My troops are outside the palace. Let him go." Pai Lupi nodded. "I will have the palace guards and eunuchs go with him. They have to be quick. Let the horses from the palace gallop along Vermilion Bird Avenue." Li Wangyu nodded. "I still have some things that I need my troops to bring to save Chengqian." After he finished speaking, he pulled over an eunuch and asked for a brush and paper. He quickly wrote down some things he needed on the paper and handed it to the eunuch. Following Pai Lupi's order, the palace guards and eunuchs immediately rushed out of the palace gates. After meeting up with Niu Wu, a few strong horses galloped directly onto the wide imperial road in the middle of Vermilion Bird Avenue and galloped south. "Uncle, don't worry. Old immortal son will definitely be able to save Chengqian," Li Wangyu comforted. "I hope so, Sai." Pai Lupi sighed deeply. Even though Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he had no choice but to place his hopes on son Simiao. Inside Shenda Palace, Geng Fingyu's expression became a bit ugly after Li Wangyu mentioned son Simiao's name. As the highest-ranking official of the Shangyao Bureau and a lower fifth-rank official of the Tang dynasty, he did not have a good impression of son Simiao. On one hand, they were rivals in the same field, and son Simiao's reputation among the people was much higher than his. On the other hand, son Simiao had once threatened his position. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had once invited son Simiao into Chang'an. He wanted to give son Simiao the title of nobility and give son Simiao the responsibility of the Shangyao Bureau, but son Simiao refused. Since then, son Simiao had become the name that Geng Fingyu did not want to hear the most. Now that the crown prince was critically ill and the Shangyao Bureau was helpless, Hu Xinzi had actually recommended son Simiao to Pai Lupi at this time. Geng Fingyu could not help but feel even more stifled. He could not help but say, "Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking so boldly, but even son Simiao might not be able to save His Highness the Crown Prince. This intestinal blockage is an incurable disease. Apart from the legendary Hua Tuo, who can cure intestinal blockages, no one has ever heard of anyone being able to save someone with intestinal blockages. The medical books have recorded Hua Tuo's divine prescription for intestinal blockages. We have already made medicine according to this prescription and fed it to His Highness the Crown Prince, but there was no effect. I'm afraid." Before he finished speaking, Li Wangyu could not help but interrupt. "Shut up. It's fine if you're useless, but what do you mean by saying that His Highness the Crown Prince is incurable?" Geng Fengyu had always been like a crow, saying that Li Chengqian was incurable. He had even told Pai Lupi to prepare for the funeral in advance. Li Wangyu had long since been annoyed by his words. Now that he had sent someone to invite son Simiao, he was blabbering on and on about how son Simiao could not cure Li Chengqian. It really made people want to beat him up. When Pai Lupi kicked Geng Fengyu, Li Wangyu felt that the old man did not have it easy. Now, he felt that Pai Lupi's kick was too light. How can you humiliate this old man like this? Hu Xinzi, this old man is also a fifth-rank official. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have saved countless people. How can I be incompetent? Geng Fengyu immediately exploded when he heard Li Wangyu's words. He then knelt before Pai Lupi and spoke in an aggrieved and tearful voice. "Your Majesty, please see clearly. Ever since this subject took over the Shangyao Bureau, I have not dared to slack off in the slightest. This subject naturally hopes that His Highness the Crown Prince will be healthy. However, this intestinal abscess is difficult to cure with medicine. This subject is not incompetent. Please see clearly, Your Majesty. Pai Lupi's mood was irritable. Even though he knew that intestinal abscess was incurable, as Li Chengqian's father, how could he not have a glimmer of hope in his heart? He naturally hoped that Li Wangyou's words would be true and that Sun Simiao could save his eldest son. All right, what's the point of saying all this now? Continue to treat the Crown Prince. Everything can be discussed after Sun Simiao arrives. Pai Lupi's words left Geng Fengyu speechless. He could only shut his mouth. However, his gaze towards Li Wangyu carried a bit of resentment. Li Wangyu naturally could not be bothered to pay attention to Geng Fengyu. He walked to the side and beckoned for an internal eunuch to come over. His words caused the internal eunuch's expression to become somewhat hesitant. However, when he saw the restless Pai Lupi, he did not dare to report. He could only comply and turn around to leave the hall. Chapter 402. While Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu waited anxiously, Sun Simiao finally arrived at Taiji Palace 3 hours later. Even though the old Taoist's body was quite good, he was still an old man in his 90s. By the time he reached Taiji Palace, Sun Simiao was so tired that he almost fainted. With Pai Lupi's orders, Taiji Palace's imperial guards didn't dare stop Sun Simiao's group. They directly rushed to the Eastern Palace's Xianda Hall. Hearing that Sun Simiao had arrived, Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu immediately came out to welcome him. Thank you for your trouble, Minister Sunday. The Crown Prince is critically ill. Please treat him quickly. Sun Simiao didn't bother with pleasantries. He casually cupped his hands toward Pai Lupi and quickly walked into the hall. Lu Xinwei followed closely behind with his medicine chest. At Sun Simiao's age, even in front of Pai Lupi, he could do as he pleased without any misgivings. Niu Wu also jumped off his horse and took off a backpack from his back. He handed it to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, everything you wanted is inside. Good. Thank you for your trouble. You can return to the residence first. Tell Chongqing that I will be staying in the palace for a few days. Li Wangyu checked the things Niu Wu brought. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he patted Niu Wu's shoulder. Yes. Li Wangyu didn't delay and turned to walk into the hall. The trouble hadn't started yet. The key was how to convince Sun Simiao and Pai Lupi to agree to operate on Li Chengqian. Inside the hall, Geng Hong saw Sun Simiao enter and couldn't help but snort coldly. He called for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau to retreat to the side and watch coldly. The Crown Prince's illness was confirmed. He didn't believe that Sun Simiao could treat his intestinal abscess. Sun Simiao examined Li Chengqian's body and shook his head. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess is difficult to cure. Before he could finish, Geng Fengyu interrupted him. Your Majesty, I'm not speaking nonsense, am I? Sun Simiao was also at his wits' end. Shut up! Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu shouted at the same time, scaring Geng Fengyu into taking a few steps back. Minister Sun, please continue. Pai Lupi glared at Geng Hong before looking at Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao stroked his beard and said, This intestinal abscess is indeed difficult to cure. I can only delay it for a while, but it is unknown whether the Crown Prince can recover completely. When Pai Lupi heard Sun Simiao say the same thing, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. This is all Chengqian's fate. Then I ask Minister Sun to treat him. If there's really no way to save him, we won't blame Minister Sunday, nodding his head. Sun Simiao beckoned his disciple, Lu Xinwei, over. He took out the golden needles from his medicine box and began to treat Li Chengqian. Take the Yongming meridian of the hands and feet as the main point. Use the catharsis method when inserting the filiform needles. Leave the needles for 15 minutes. Sun Simiao whispered to Lu Xinwei as he applied the needles. Your disciple understands. After he finished with the golden needles, Li Wangyu invited Sun Simiao to a place where there was no one else around. Old immortal Sun, are you really unable to save the Crown Prince? I can only do my best. However, intestinal abscesses are indeed difficult to cure. How confident are you? How can I be confident? The Crown Prince is almost certain to die. Sun Simiao shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu's eyes flashed. Old immortal son, if I have a way to save the crown prince, would you be willing to help? What? Hu Xianzi, are you serious? What method can cure intestinal abscesses? Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Sun Simiao immediately became spirited. May I ask, old immortal son, what is intestinal abscesses? Ulcerative abscesses in the intestines. Ulcerative abscesses were acute suppurative diseases. They were a type of poisonous sore. That's right. Since medicine is ineffective, then the only way is to cut open the abdomen and remove the ulcerative abscesses. Wouldn't that cure him? How can that be done? If this person's abdomen is cut open, how can he survive? Even though Sun Simiao would be revered as the medicine king in the future, when he heard Li Wangyou's words, he couldn't help but jump in fright and shake his head. Why can't he survive? Old immortal son, didn't you once tell me that people with severed intestines can be stitched up and bandaged and survive? Why can't the person live after removing the ulcerative abscesses? Li Wangyou's words stunned Sun Simiao. He had never thought of such a thing. How can that be the same? People with severed intestines often have their abdomens cut open on the battlefield by lethal weapons. Sun Simiao was halfway through his words, but he couldn't continue. On the battlefield, there were many people who had their abdomens cut open and their intestines cut open. Many of the soldiers could survive if they received timely treatment. He had experienced the chaos of the world and saved countless wounded and disabled soldiers. If the soldiers who had their abdomens cut open could survive, then if he cut open the crown prince's abdomen and removed the ulcerative abscesses, he might be able to survive. Sun Simiao was silent for a moment before carefully saying, "This method may work, but I have never tried it before. It may not be able to save the crown prince's life. Furthermore, the saint may not agree. This is cutting open the crown prince's abdomen. As long as old immortal son is willing to help, I will explain it to the saint." Sun Simiao calculated the gains and losses in his heart for a long time before finally nodding gently. As long as the saint agrees, I am willing to try. Seeing that he had convinced Sun Simiao, Li Wangyou didn't dare to delay. He walked in front of Pai Lupi and carefully asked, "Uncle, I do have an idea that may be able to save Cheng Qian, but..." Hearing him say this, Pai Lupi was like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. He immediately asked, "But what?" "Zio, if you have an idea, just tell me. I will not blame you." "Uncle, do you know what the pathology of intestinal abscess is?" Hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. He only knew that intestinal abscess was an incurable disease, but he didn't know the pathology. Pai Lupi raised his eyes to look at Gung Hong, the Minister of Medicine at the side. Gung Hong immediately answered, "Your Majesty, intestinal abscess is a carbuncle in the intestines." Li Wangyou glanced at Gung Hong and continued, "So, uncle, the intestines are spoiled, and the medicinal stone can't do anything about it. There is only one way to cure the disease." Seeing Li Wangyou suddenly stop talking halfway, Pai Lupi couldn't help but panic. He quickly asked, "What is it?" "Zio, don't stutter. Tell me in detail." "Yes, uncle. The intestines are spoiled, so there is only by cutting it out, the person will be fine." "Cut it out." Pai Lupi was surprised to hear this. He muttered to himself, "The intestines are in the abdomen. How do you cut it out?" "Naturally, you cut open the abdomen first." "Nonsense." Hearing this, Pai Lupi jumped to his feet in fright. If you cut open the abdomen, wouldn't Cheng Qian die even more? Hearing Li Wangyou's words, Gung Fengyu couldn't help but sneer, "Your Majesty, Hu Xianzi is simply spreading lies to confuse people. If you cut open the abdomen, how could he still be alive? Does he want to save the crown prince or harm the crown prince? Your Majesty, please punish Hu Xianzi for speaking nonsense." "You shut up. If you dare to speak any more nonsense, do you believe that I won't slap you to death?" Li Wangyou was also angry. He directly scolded Gung Hong right to his nose. Although Gung Hong was a lower fifth-rank official, he didn't dare to speak in front of the furious Li Wangyou. He awkwardly took a few steps back. Chapter 403. After ordering Gung Fengyu to retreat, Li Wangyou looked at Pai Lupi with a serious expression. "Uncle, it was recorded in the book of the later Han that the divine physician Hua Tuo made an anesthetic powder and caused the patient to lose consciousness. He then cut open the abdominal cavity, remove the ulcers, wash away the rot, suture them with mulberry thread, and apply divine ointment. After 4 or 5 days, the patient will recover in a month. Why doesn't Uncle believe that this can cure Chengqian's intestinal abscess? But the divine physician Hua Tuo's secret technique has long been lost. We have never heard of anyone who could perform the technique like Hua Tuo. I roughly know how to perform the surgery, and old immortal son is also willing to give it a try. I am willing to assist him in saving Chengqian. Li Wangyou's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Cutting open the stomach and cutting out the festering intestines, this was really too inconceivable. Li Er looked at the unconscious Li Chengqian on the bed and really couldn't make up his mind. Your Majesty, you must not do this. If His Highness the Crown Prince were to be cut open, what kind of scandal would that be? Wouldn't that be skinning the Crown Prince alive? County Magistrate Huxian is simply crazy. I have been a doctor for more than 30 years and have never heard of anyone saving people like this. The matter of Hua Tuo is only a legend. How could it be true? Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, Gung Hong jumped out and knelt in front of Pai Lupi. He looked like a loyal and devoted servant as he complained tearfully. Before he could finish, he felt a huge pain in his back. Li Wangyu could not hold back any longer and kicked him. After Li Wangyu kicked him to the ground, he did not give up and kicked him a few more times, causing Gung Hong to wail, "Your Majesty, save me, save me! County Magistrate Huxian has gone crazy. Save me!" All right, Zio, stop making a fuss. After Pai Lupi spoke, Li Wangyu kicked Gung Hong again to stop beating this County Magistrate Huxian. However, his actions frightened the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau quite a bit. They didn't dare to look at this young county magistrate who had founded the country, for fear that they would also be beaten up. Their own superior, a lower 5th-rank official of the Medicine Bureau, had been humiliated by Huxian Zi, but His Majesty had only reprimanded him. This allowed them to clearly see Huxian Zi's position in the saint's heart. "Uncle, please forgive your nephew for being rude. It's just that this dog official is too infuriating. Chengqian is my disciple. Why would I harm him?" As matters stood, this was the only way to save Chengqian. Could it be that Uncle has the heart to watch Chengqian pass away like this? His words moved Pai Lupi. He turned to look at Li Chengqian on the bed. "How confident are you?" 50%. Li Wangyu was very determined. "If something happens to Chengqian, Uncle, you only need to remove my title of nobility and demote me to a commoner." In reality, he didn't have much confidence. He didn't even have a 10% chance. He didn't even know where the appendix was or what it looked like. He didn't know how to operate or how to close the wound. All of this depended on Sun Simiao. However, if he didn't say this, why would Pai Lupi agree to operate on Li Chengqian? Li Wangyou's only weapons were alcohol and cephalosporin. Alcohol could disinfect, and cephalosporin could reduce inflammation. With these two things, his survival rate would increase by a lot. Otherwise, if he rashly operated on him, he really didn't know whether he was saving or hurting people. This was also what he had Niu Wu bring back from Dingzhou village. Li Wangyou's words made Pai Lupi silent for a long time. His heart was in a mess. Originally, the Medicine Bureau and Sun Simiao's diagnosis had both sentenced Li Chengqian to death. This had already made Pai Lupi heartbroken. When Li Wangyu said that he had a way to cure the Crown Prince, Pai Lupi was like a ray of light in the darkness. However, he didn't think that Li Wangyou's method would be to cut open his own son's stomach. How could he believe such a thing? Although Li Wangyu said that the history books recorded the matter of Hua Tuo, that was only a legend. Who had actually seen it? Pai Lupi hesitated for a long time before shaking his head. He slowly said, "Ziyu, I can't take this risk. If the Crown Prince dies, that's his fate. I can't let Chengqian be buried with a broken body." Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu about to go crazy. This was the only way to save Li Chengqian, and Pai Lupi actually rejected it? "Uncle, you..." Li Wangyu still wanted to continue persuading him. However, Pai Lupi waved his hand and interrupted him. "Ziyu, don't mention this again. Your Majesty is wise." On the side, Gung Hong heard Pai Lupi's words and actually came over. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to hit him again. Seeing that Pai Lupi didn't allow him to carry out the operation, Li Wangyu was so angry that he turned and left. This bastard was too stubborn. Hiding a disease for fear of treatment. This was the classic case of hiding a disease for fear of treatment. Li Wangyu somewhat understood why the divine Dr. Hua Tuo had lost his life when he wanted to treat Cao Cao's head disease. Sad, it was too sad. Walking out of the Xianda Palace, Li Wangyu felt suffocated when he thought of the little brat who usually called him teacher, and was about to be separated by life and death. Ah! Li Wangyu clenched his fists and let out a heart-wrenching scream. It startled the guards and eunuchs near the Xianda Palace. After venting, Li Wangyu slowly calmed down. In the eyes of the Tangs, disemboweling someone was indeed incomprehensible. It was no different from murder. Now that Pai Lupi didn't agree to carry out the operation, Li Chengqian would definitely die. This feeling of powerlessness when there was a chance to save someone was really terrible. Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't just let it go like this. He had to find a way to save Li Chengqian. Even if the chances were low, he had to try. Li Wangyu wanted to find Empress Zhang's son. If she agreed, perhaps the operation could be carried out. But now Empress Zhang's son was pregnant. According to the history books he knew, she would give birth in more than a month. At this time, he didn't dare to tell Empress Zhang's son that he could save her son, but he needed to disembowel him and cut something out. If something happened to Empress Zhang's son, he would really be finished. In a fit of rage, Pai Lupi would probably push him to Shi City and behead him. After thinking for a while, Li Wangyu made up his mind and thought of a method that wasn't really a method. Li Wangyu returned to the Xianda Palace again and found Sun Simiao. Old immortal son. Tell me the truth. How much longer can the crown prince last? Sun Simiao hesitated, then replied, I've performed acupuncture on the crown prince, but there was no improvement. The crown prince's pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't make it through tonight. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There should still be time to carry out his plan. He nodded and thanked Sun Simiao. Then he found Pai Lupi, who was sitting beside the bed. Uncle, I have something to do and need to return to Hu County. Please allow me to ride a horse on Vermilion Bird Avenue so that I can get back to the palace before the curfew. I'm Chengqian's master and disciple, and I want to see him off. Pai Lupi nodded and didn't object. He waved his hand to summon a palace guard and had him hand over a token to Li Wangyu, allowing him to ride a horse in Chang'an. After receiving the token, Li Wangyu immediately left the palace, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Chapter 404. Li Wangyu galloped the entire way and returned to Dingzhou village in less than 2 hours. Lang Jun, why are you back? Didn't Niu Wu say that you were going to stay in the palace for a few days? Li Heng asked in surprise when he saw Li Wangyu return. Li Heng, don't say such nonsense. Hurry up and pack the valuables in the house. Bring more gold and don't bring any copper coins. Get everything ready, we're leaving soon. Li Wangyu didn't bother to explain. His words stunned the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Lang Jun, why is that? Where are we going? Don't ask so many questions. Hurry up and pack. Where's Chongqing? Lady Su is in the backyard. Before Li Heng could finish, Li Wangyu had already run to the backyard. Li Heng was confused by Li Wangyu's actions, but he could only listen to him and hurry back to the residence to pack. In the backyard, Su Chongqing was in her room listening to music on her phone when the door was suddenly burst open, giving her a fright. When she saw that it was Li Wangyu, she couldn't help but rebuke. Wangyu, why are you so careless? You scared me to death, I thought. Li Wangyu didn't wait for her to finish and hastily interrupted. Chongqing, let's not talk about this for now and hurry up and pack. In a while, you take Li Heng, Perrin, Aphrodite, and the others with Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains for a while. Also, give me the jade pendant that Empress Zhang's son gave you. What? Why are we going to the Qinling Mountains? What are we hiding from? Weren't you in Taiji Palace today? Niu Wu came back and said that Li Chengqian was sick and asked me for the cephalosporin. What exactly happened? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu still wanted to talk about other things, but after hemming and hawing for a long time, he only said that he had nothing to do and asked them to stay in the Qinling Mountains for a while. How could his words deceive his beautiful boss? Su Chongqing's pretty face stiffened. Wangyu, speak clearly. What happened? If you don't make it clear, I'm not going anywhere. Li Wangyu said anxiously, if we don't leave, are we going to wait for death? What if? What if what? Seeing his beautiful superior being so stubborn, Li Wangyu knew that if he did not explain things clearly, she would definitely not leave. Thus, He could only helplessly tell her what had happened in the Taiji Palace today. When she heard that Li Chengqian had contracted acute appendicitis due to overeating and eating too many cold drinks, and that his life was in danger and he could die at any moment, the beautiful superior couldn't help but be shocked. Heavens, how could something like this happen? Shouldn't Li Chengqian be alive and well? How could he die prematurely? He was only 9 years old. Wouldn't an appendicitis surgery do the trick? Why didn't he do the surgery immediately? Li Wangyu smiled bitterly. Miss, this is the Tang dynasty. How could there be surgery? Appendicitis is an intestinal abscess. For the Tang people, it's an incurable disease. Hearing this, the beautiful superior was also stunned. She also liked Li Chengqian, Li Tai, and Li Lizzie very much. These 3 smart little guys. Every time Li Chengqian and the others came to the residence to learn from Li Wangyu, she would make all kinds of delicious food for them to try, play games with them, and read books and stories to them. Thinking that the little guy Li Chengqian was in imminent danger, the beautiful superior's eyes immediately turned red. Wangyu, Sun Simiao is a divine doctor. Didn't Niu Wu come back today and invite Sun Simiao to the palace? Is there nothing he can do? Li Wangyu nodded sadly. Right now, surgery is the only way. Sun Simiao also agreed to give it a try. But Pai Lupi, that damn bastard, I tried my best to persuade him, but he still wouldn't agree to do the surgery. The beautiful superior suddenly guessed something and looked at Li Wangyu in disbelief. Wangyu, then you want us to hide in the Qinling Mountains. Don't tell me you want to. Yes, right now this is the only way. I also have a certain amount of responsibility for Li Chengqian's appendicitis. I can't just watch a 9-year-old kid who called me his teacher die in front of me, especially when I clearly had the chance to save him. Li Wangyu paused and continued. So, I plan to do the surgery for Li Chengqian privately. No matter what, I have to give it a try. But it's very risky to do the surgery in the Tang dynasty. If I can't save Li Chengqian, I'm afraid that Pai Lupi will do something irrational in his rage. So, I thought of asking Niu Yong and Niu Wu to protect you and hide in the Qinling Mountains first. Before he could finish his words, his mouth was blocked by his beautiful superior's flaming red lips, and he couldn't say anything else. After a long time, the lips and teeth parted. Su Chongqing stared into his eyes and said slowly, I'm not leaving. I'll go with you to the Taiji Palace to save Li Chengqian. If there's any danger, I'll bear it with you. No, it's too dangerous. Li Wangyu didn't even think about it before rejecting. The beautiful superior shook her head firmly. Wangyu, I'm not that strong. If you're not here, I won't be able to survive in the Tang dynasty alone. Tears flowed out of her eyes, but she forced a smile and wiped her tears. I'm not like those heroines in novels who can still show off their skills in ancient times after transmigrating. If you're not here, who will take care of me? Hee, if that's the case, then let's go to the Taiji Palace together. The beautiful superior's words made Li Wangyu's heart clench. He reached out and hugged the beautiful woman in front of him. Chongqing, we're not going. We're not going to the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, that bastard, son of a bitch, I'm not going to play with him anymore. It's his own son. If he wants to die, then let him die. It's none of my business. We're not going. We're not going. We're staying in Dingzhou village. We're not going anywhere. Li Wangyu was a little out of control by the beautiful superior's words. He only wanted to let the beautiful superior and the others hide far away. If he didn't save Li Chengqian, Pai Lupi wouldn't be able to retaliate against Su Chongqing and the others. But the beautiful superior's words made him regret it. He wasn't a saint. Why should he risk his life to save Li Chengqian? If Pai Lupi didn't want to, then so be it. But if he put himself and his beautiful superior in danger to save his son, then he would be crazy. The beautiful superior held Li Wangyu's face with both hands and smiled like a flower. Wangyu, can you really bear to watch a 9-year-old child die in front of you like this? And under the circumstances that we have the ability to save him? Let's go. I'll go to Chong and with you to the Taiji Palace. We'll go save Chengqian. But, no buts. It's getting late. If we don't leave now, the city gates of Chong and will close. No matter what, we know that we're doing the right thing. That's enough, isn't it? As for the outcome, let's leave it to the heavens. I think the heavens wouldn't be so blind to throw the two of us into the Tang dynasty. The beautiful superior's words finally convinced Li Wangyu. He nodded fiercely, grabbed the beautiful superior's hand, and ran out the door. Chapter 405. Before leaving, Li Wangyu still instructed Niu Yong and Niu Wu, the two brothers, to bring his wife and everyone in the residence to temporarily move to the village to live. If he really couldn't save Li Chengqian, everyone in the mansion wouldn't be implicated by him. Li Heng and the others were confused by Li Wangyu's arrangements. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just let them do as they were told. After settling everyone in the mansion, the sky gradually darkened. Li Wangyu didn't dare to waste time. He and his beautiful superior rode Zhao Yebai and Jade Flower Kong. They whipped their horses and rushed toward Chang'an City. As the two galloped, they discussed what to do in the Taiji Palace. With his beautiful superior giving Li Wangyu advice, Li Wangyu's rough plan was quickly perfected. Hurrying, the two of them finally rushed into Taiji Palace at the same time as the drum of dusk sounded. At this time, there was already a morning atmosphere outside the Xianda Palace. In the Eastern Palace, there were palace maids taking out white silk and wrapping it around the outside of the palace. From time to time, the sound of crying could be heard. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel upset. Could it be that he was too late? Li Chengqian had died? He quickly ran into the Xianda Palace. When he saw Sun Simiao, he quickly asked, "Old immortal son, how is the crown prince now?" Sun Simiao shook his head. The crown prince's breathing is getting weaker and his pulse is weak. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on much longer. Just now, His Majesty has already arranged for everyone in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the crown prince's funeral under the advice of Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau. Hearing that Li Chengqian was still alive, Li Wangyu was slightly relieved. Then, he flew into a rage. Damn it, the crown prince wasn't dead yet and he was already in a hurry to prepare for the funeral. This Gung Feng Yu, even if he was beaten to death, it wouldn't be an injustice. Li Wangyu was so angry that the roots of his teeth itched. He was so angry that he almost rushed in and beat that damned old man again. However, saving Li Chengqian was more important now. Li Wangyu didn't have the time to find trouble with Gung Feng Yu. He stretched out his hand to summon a palace attendant and asked where Li Tai, the king of Yu, was. As Li Tai was still young, he lived in the Chongren Palace. Chongren Hall was adjacent to Lizhen Hall where Empress Zhang's son lived. Today, Crown Prince Li Chengqian was critically ill. Li Tai obediently stayed in Lizhen Hall to accompany his mother. After asking about Li Wangyu's whereabouts, Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior hurried over to Li Main Hall. Most of the imperial guards and eunuchs in the Eastern Palace knew Li Wangyu and knew that he was the Crown Prince's imperial tutor. Naturally, they wouldn't stop him. As for his beautiful superior, she often went to the Li Main Hall, so the imperial guards in the palace were even more familiar with her. The two of them had a smooth journey and arrived at Lizhen Hall to seek an audience with Empress Zhang's son. "Greetings, Auntie." "Greetings, Your Highness." At this time, Empress Zhangxuan's face was full of worry, and her eyes had lost their usual vigor. She weakly nodded towards Li Wangyu and her beautiful superior. "Ziyu, Chongqing, have you gone to see Chengqian? How is he now? Is there any improvement? I want to go see Chengqian, but Erlang won't agree no matter what." "Auntie, don't worry, nothing will happen to Chengqian." Li Wangyu could only comfort her like this. Thank you for your auspicious words. I hope the Taoist ancestor blesses Chengqian so that he can successfully survive this disaster. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior comforted Empress Zhang's son for a bit, and then used the excuse that Pai Lupi wanted to summon Li Tai to Xianda Hall. Empress Zhang's son didn't suspect anything and nodded for Li Tai to follow Li Wangyu. After leaving Lizhen Hall, Li Wangyu stopped the little fatty Li Tai. "Qing Ke, right now, your brother is critically ill. Do you want to save him?" "Teacher, of course I want to save brother. Is brother's illness very serious?" "Teacher, you can save brother, right?" The little fatty nodded and immediately asked. At this time, Li Tai and Li Chengqian naturally wouldn't turn against each other like they did when they became adults and fought for the throne. In addition to Li Wangyu's education of the two little ones, Li Chengqian and Li Tai could be said to be brothers who respected each other and were as close as real brothers. The little fatty didn't know what illness his brother had. He only knew that his mother had hugged him and cried the entire time today. The intelligent Li Tai also faintly had some bad guesses in his heart. Li Wangyu didn't immediately answer Li Tai's question. Instead, he waved his hand and had the eunuchs behind Li Tai move a bit further away. Only then did he whisper a few words into his ear. Qing Ke, are you willing to help me with this matter that teacher has asked of you? If I do this, I can save brother. The little fatty asked suspiciously. Qing Ke, you don't believe your master? When have I ever lied to you? Li Wangyu said with a stern expression. Li Tai tilted his head and thought for a while. Last time, teacher said that children who play with fire will wet the bed. Later, brother and I played with fire when we returned to the palace, but we didn't wet the bed. You lied to us. Also, you said that you would take us swimming after we memorized the incantation for mental abacus. You still haven't fulfilled that promise. Also, Li Wangyu's face darkened and he hurriedly stopped the little fatty, who was counting on his fingers and counting the number of times Li Wangyu had lied to them. Those were just jokes. Cough cough. Today's matter concerns your brother's life and death. I won't lie to you. Li Tai's face was full of suspicion as he raised his eyes to look at his beautiful superior. Only when his beautiful superior nodded, indicating that Li Wangyu wasn't wrong, did little fatty Li Tai finally nod in agreement. His reaction almost angered Li Wangyu to death. What kind of disciple was this? He actually didn't believe his words. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a hurry to save Li Chengqian, he would definitely teach this little fatty what it meant to respect one's teacher. After dealing with little fatty Li Tai, the group continued their journey to Xianda Palace. By the time they arrived at Xianda Palace, the sky had already darkened and the lights in the Eastern Palace had already been lit. Li Wangyu gave Li Tai a look that said, "Good luck, I have faith in you." Then he pulled his beautiful superior to him and stood in the darkness outside the palace. Li Tai jogged towards Xianda Palace. Father, Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well. She asks you to go to Li Zhan Palace. Pai Lupi, who was sitting next to Li Chengqian's bed with a worried expression, jumped up in fright when he heard his son's words. Qing Ke, what did you say? What's wrong with your mother? Where is she feeling unwell? Mother said that her stomach isn't feeling well and wants you to go. Little fatty blinked his eyes, lying as soon as he opened his mouth. This was what Li Wangyu had instructed him to say. His purpose was naturally to lure Pai Lupi away, using the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. The reason why he had asked Li Tai to come forward was, of course, because other than him, no one else would dare to spread false information and make fun of Pai Lupi. In any case, Li Tai would at most be beaten up by Pai Lupi. It wasn't a big deal. But if it was someone else, not to mention whether or not they would dare to make fun of Pai Lupi, even if they dared, the consequences would most likely be losing their heads. With Pai Lupi guarding Li Chengqian, Li Wangyu didn't have the ability to perform surgery on Li Chengqian, no matter how great his abilities were. The distance between Xianda Palace, where the Crown Prince lived, and Li Zhen Palace was not close. As long as Pai Lupi left, Li Wangyu would have enough time to move the Crown Prince away. Pai Lupi naturally didn't doubt Li Tai's words at all. He glanced at Li Chengqian, who was still unconscious, and ordered Geng Fengyu and Sun Simiao. Geng Fengyu, Minister Sun, take good care of the Crown Prince. We will be back soon. Yes. Pai Lupi held Li Tai's hand, left Xianda Palace, and hurried towards Li Zhan Palace. As little fatty walked, he turned his head and winked at Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the dark. Chapter 406. As soon as Pai Lupi's figure disappeared from sight, Li Wangyu pulled his beautiful superior into the Xianda Palace. Her Highness the Empress Imperial Decree has arrived. Li Wangyu shouted as soon as he entered the palace, raising the jade pendant in his hand. In his hand was the jade pendant that Empress Zhong's son had given to his beautiful superior that day. The front of the jade pendant was carved with the phoenix that symbolized the Empress, while the back was carved with the words, Ding has fire virtue, he is a phoenix. To some extent, this jade pendant represented Empress Zhong's son. Li Wangyu's words caused everyone in the Xianda Palace to immediately kneel and prepare to receive Her Highness the Empress Imperial Decree. Although it was strange that the Imperial Decree had not been delivered by an eunuch, but rather by Hu Xianzi holding the Empress Jade Pendant, no one thought too much about it. By Empress Zhongxuan's Imperial Decree, the Crown Prince Li Chengqian is suffering from intestinal obstruction and is beyond cure. Today, Hu Xianzi, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao are to immediately treat the Crown Prince without delay. However, those who obstruct will be severely punished. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, The eunuchs and palace maids in the Xianda palace naturally did not react. However, Gung Hong, who was kneeling on the side of the Shangyao bureau, immediately jumped up. This is impossible. How could Her Highness the Empress issue such an imperial decree? You are falsifying the imperial decree. Hu Xianzi, what are your intentions? Must you cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's stomach and cripple his body? Shut up. I have Her Highness the Empress Jade Pendant as proof. Do you dare to not accept the imperial decree? Li Wangyu demanded as he raised the jade pendant in his hand. I don't believe it. I will go and report to Her Highness the Empress. This official will not allow you to harm His Highness the Crown Prince. Gung Fengyu lifted his robe and turned to run out of the palace. How could Li Wangyu let him go out? If he ran out now and bumped into Pai Lupi, who had not gone far, everything would be exposed. He lifted his leg and kicked Gung Fengyu again. Gung Fengyu screamed and rolled a few times on the ground. Men, tie up this criminal official who doesn't obey Her Highness the Empress's decree. Li Wangyu shouted to the eunuchs in the hall. These eunuchs didn't care how much Gung Fengyu shouted. In any case, they recognized the Empress Jade token in Li Wangyu's hand. Since this was the case, they naturally listened to Master Huxian's orders. Moreover, Master Huxian was a relative of the saint. In the palace, he called Pai Lupi uncle, so these eunuchs were naturally willing to listen to him. After Gung Fengyu was tied up, the old man was still yelling. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense. He simply pulled a rag and stuffed it into the old man's mouth. As for the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau, no matter how unwilling they were, no one dared to say anything when they saw that their superiors had been tied up. After dealing with Gung Hong, Li Wangyu bowed to Sun Simiao. Old immortal son, thank you for your trouble. Now that Her Highness the Empress has agreed, let's hurry up and prepare to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with deep meaning, as if he had already seen through the problem. However, Sun Simiao, who had lived for more than 90 years, wouldn't say anything. Since Li Wangyu had the Empress Jade token and faked a decree, he would pretend that he didn't know. This humble Taoist naturally has no problem. I will do my best to treat His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Wangyu nodded. Time was of the essence. It was hard to say how much time little fatty Li Tai could buy. It was better to hurry up. He looked around the hall and found the eunuch he had ordered in the afternoon. He reached out and called him over. I asked you to find a clean and spacious palace room. Are you ready? County Head Huxian, this servant is ready. I have already followed your instructions and had someone sweep it clean. The eunuch quickly replied. Have you sent the bronze mirrors I asked you to collect in the Eastern Palace to that palace room? They are all ready. That's good. Lead the way and send His Highness the Crown Prince there. Li Wangyu waved his hand and called for a few strong eunuchs to carry over a palanquin. They carefully lifted Li Chengqian onto it. Li Wangyu stopped the other eunuchs and palace maids from following. He only led his beautiful superior, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei out of Xianda Palace while carrying Li Chengqian's palanquin. When Li Wangyu and the others disappeared, the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau hurried forward. They pulled out the rag stuffed in Gung Hong's mouth and untied the ropes binding him. Quick! Go to Lijian Palace and find His Majesty. Hui Xianzi wants to murder His Highness the Crown Prince. This is treason and wild ambition. Go quickly. Go find His Majesty and have His Majesty issue an edict to arrest Hui Xianzi. Gung Hong didn't wait for the ropes to be untied before he began to howl at the top of his lungs. Upon hearing his words, the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau hurriedly ran out of the Hall of Illustrious Virtue to look for Li Er. On Li Wangyu's side, the eunuchs led him through many twists and turns in the Eastern Palace until they arrived at another palace. Hui Xianzi, this palace room is usually unoccupied. This servant has already cleaned it as you ordered. Li Wangyu nodded and had the eunuchs carry Li Chengqian inside. Together with his beautiful superior, he took out the alcohol that Niuwu had delivered and sprayed it all over the room to disinfect it. Soon, the room was filled with the pungent smell of alcohol. As for the knives in Sun Simiao's medicine box, Li Wangyu had him take them out and soak them in alcohol to disinfect them. The surgery required fine cotton cloth and catgut. They had all been prepared and could start the surgery at any time. At this time, the light in the room was dim. Sun Simiao shook his head and said, Hui Xianzi, the candlelight isn't very bright. How are we going to treat His Highness the Crown Prince? Li Wangyu had naturally prepared for this. He had ordered the eunuchs to collect bronze mirrors in the Eastern Palace to prepare for the surgery. Edison used mirrors to gather light to provide light for the surgery. This was a story that everyone knew in the language books of later generations. Although the Tang dynasty didn't have glass mirrors, they could use bronze mirrors to refract light and gather light. Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior busied themselves. They lit candles around Li Chengqian and placed bronze mirrors behind him. They constantly adjusted the angles of the mirror's refraction. Soon, Li Chengqian's body was abnormally bright under the candlelight. It had the effect of shadowless lights in the operating room. After everything was ready, Li Wangyu sent the eunuchs next door. His beautiful superior turned around and prepared to leave the room. Wangyu, just do what you need to do. If His Majesty comes, I will do my best to stop him. She paused for a moment before continuing. If there are any consequences, I will bear them with you. The beautiful superior spoke very casually. In fact, her whole body was trembling. She was just trying to calm her tone. Whether or not the surgery in the Tang dynasty could succeed depended purely on the person's character. Even Li Wangyu wasn't confident. Li Wangyu didn't care about shocking the world. He stepped forward and hugged Su Chongqing tightly. Neither of them spoke. After a long time, they silently looked at each other and separated. Seeing his beautiful superior walk out of the room, Li Wangyu took a deep breath and turned to look at Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. Old immortal son, Brother Lu, let's begin. Chapter 407. On the temporary operating table, Li Chengqian's clothes were removed. Li Wangyu picked up the alcohol and disinfected Li Chengqian's body. Sun Simiao had been observing Li Wangyu's actions from the side. At this moment he couldn't help asking, Hu Xianzi, what did you pour in the room? Alcohol. What's alcohol? It's the essence of wine. What's its use? Sterilization. Sterilization? Is it like what Hu Xianzi told me, that bacteria can only be seen with a microscope? Sun Simiao asked curiously. Li Wangyu was speechless. Sir, this isn't the time to ask questions. If we don't hurry up and perform the surgery, Li Chengqian won't be able to live. If you have any questions, can you ask them later? Fortunately, Sun Simiao also reacted. Now wasn't the time to ask questions, so he no longer spoke and instructed his disciple, Lu Shenwei, to get the lancet. The lancet was similar to the scalpel in the modern world. It was used for surgery. Since Sun Simiao was too old and Lu Shenwei was in his prime, they decided to have Lu Shenwei as the chief surgeon for safety reasons. Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu would assist from the side. Although Lu Shenwei had been in the medical field for many years, he had never done such a thing before. Hence, his hand trembled as he held the lancet. Hu Xianzi, where do you start? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. You're asking me? How the hell would I know? Brother Lu, do as you see fit. How long should the incision be? Let's leave it to fate. Li Wangyu's words angered Lu Shenwei so much that he almost threw the lancet in his hand at Li Wangyu. Was this still something a human would say? What do you mean by let fate? Why don't you let fate take a look? Seeing Lu Shenwei glaring at him, Li Wangyu felt wronged. He wasn't a doctor, so why would he ask him? Fortunately, Sun Simiao was experienced. Although he had never performed surgery before, he still had a rough judgment. The intestinal abscess is in the lower right abdomen, so it should be there. My disciple, start from here. Don't cut it too long. Slide it 3 inches away and take a look. Lu Shenwei nodded. Taking a deep breath, he tightly gripped his lancet and lightly pressed it against Li Wangyu's lower right abdomen. Just as he was about to slice down, he suddenly heard Li Wangyu shout. Wait! Lu Shenwei's hand trembled, and he almost dropped his saber. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were galloping past him. He and Sun Simiao both looked up at Li Wangyu, wondering what he was shouting about. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was also nervous. Old immortal son, I forgot something. What is it? Anesthesia. We haven't given the crown prince any anesthetic yet. Li Wangyu's words made Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei look at each other in dismay. Sun Simiao couldn't help but let out a dry cough to hide his embarrassment. How embarrassing! Both the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. The main reason was that they were going to cut open someone's abdomen for the first time, and the patient was the crown prince of the Tang dynasty. Even the old Taoist Sun Simiao was a bit nervous. In addition, Li Chengqian had been unconscious all this time. In a moment of panic, the master and disciple had completely forgotten about this matter. Sun Simiao smiled embarrassedly. How can we decoct anesthetic now? But it's not a problem. This humble Taoist will still use the golden needles to pierce the acupoints to reduce the crown prince's pain. That day in Dingzhou village, Sun Simiao had cut off the rotten meat for Niu Yong. Li Wangyu knew how powerful Sun Simiao was, so he didn't say anything. Sun Simiao took out the golden needles and pierced them into the acupoints on Li Chengqian's abdomen. Only then did he let Lu Shenwei pick up the lancet and get ready to start the operation again. Lu Shenwei took a deep breath and gripped the lancet tightly. The muscles on his arm bulged. The incomparably sharp lancet instantly cut open Li Chengqian's skin on his abdomen. Blood immediately seeped out. At the side, Li Wangyu's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this. After the incision was about 3 inches long, Lu Shenwei's forehead was already sweating. "Teacher, what should we do now?" Sun Simiao looked at Li Wangyu with an inquiring gaze. "County head Huxian, what do you think?" "What do I think? I'll have king use my own eyes to see." Li Wangyu was also about to faint. How would he know what to do next? He didn't even know what the inside of the abdominal cavity looked like, let alone what the appendix looked like. "Old immortal son, can you see if there's any lesion? If there's any ulcerated intestines, it should be enough to just cut it out." Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei were like bad students going to an examination hall. At this moment, they could only rely on their intuition to perform the operation on the crown prince of the Tang dynasty, Li Chengqian. At this time, before Pai Lupi and Li Tai arrived at Li Main Hall, someone hurried over from behind. The person was stopped by the palace guards and hurriedly shouted, "I'm a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. I have something important to report to His Majesty. Let me pass." Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown when he heard the commotion behind him. He was in an extremely bad mood today. At this time, there were still people who didn't open their eyes and were making noise in the palace. This made him even more irritated. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? Replying to everyone, "It's a doctor from the Shangyao Bureau. He said that he has something important to report," the eunuch quickly replied. "Let him come over." Pai Lupi's heart thumped. He was afraid that the news of the crown prince's death had come. The doctor from the Shangyao Bureau was brought to Pai Lupi and hurriedly knelt down. "Your Majesty, just now, County head Huxian went to the Xianda Palace with Her Majesty the Empress's jade pendant. He said that Her Majesty the Empress ordered him and Sun Simiao to immediately treat His Majesty the Crown Prince. We feel that this matter is strange and have come to ask Your Majesty, is this true?" "What? Say that again." Li Wangyu said that he was following the Empress's imperial decree? Pai Lupi asked in disbelief. "Yes, Gung Fengyu wanted to stop him, but he was beaten by County head Huxian. We were incompetent and couldn't stop County head Huxian from acting recklessly." Pai Lupi suddenly turned his head and looked at the uneasy Li Tai. "Qing Ke, does this matter have anything to do with you? Tell us honestly, did your mother really tell you to go to the Xianda Palace to find us?" Only now did he come to his senses. If Empress Zhang's son was truly unwell, she would have sent an eunuch to inform her. How could she have let a brat like Li Tai go to the Xianda Palace? Li Tai was frightened by his father's glare. He hurriedly knelt down and honestly replied, "Father, it was my teacher who told me to say this. My teacher said that this was the only way to save elder brother." The little fatty was very happy to sell out his teacher. When Pai Lupi heard Li Tai's words, he naturally understood everything and couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Li Wangyu, what does he want to do? How daring of him! He actually dares to pass down a false imperial decree. Men, immediately go to the Xianda Palace and arrest that county head Huxian. Do not let him harm the crown prince." "Yes, father." At Pai Lupi's order, the group of palace guards following Pai Lupi immediately turned and rushed to the Xianda Palace. Pai Lupi also hurriedly followed. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai. Li Tai saw his father hurriedly leave and couldn't help but stick out his tongue. He turned and ran to Li Main Hall. If his father wanted to beat him, he would have to ask his mother for protection. However, When the guards arrived at the Xianda Palace, Li Wangyu was nowhere to be seen. Even Crown Prince Li Chengqian had disappeared. Chapter 408. As soon as Gung Hong saw Pai Lupi arrive, he immediately went forward to complain. Your Majesty, that county's son is truly unscrupulous. I wanted to stop him from harming the Crown Prince, but he beat me up in public and tied me up. Pai Lupi's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Gung Hong. Where is the Crown Prince now? I don't know. After Li Wangyu tied me up, he found a few eunuchs to carry the Crown Prince away on a palanquin. He must be looking for a place to cut open the Crown Prince's stomach. Before Gung Hong could finish his sobbing words, another wave of pain came from his body. He was kicked to the ground by the furious Pai Lupi. If anything happens to the Crown Prince, I will have someone cut open your stomach. You bastard, what did I tell you before I left? Is this how you take care of the Crown Prince? Your Majesty, I am innocent. That Li Wangyu has the Empress Jade tablet, so I can't do anything to him. Gung Hong repeatedly kowtowed. Pai Lupi ignored him and angrily said, Scram! Men, search the area immediately. You must find the Crown Prince. Don't let that Li Wangyu hurt the Crown Prince. Following Pai Lupi's orders, the Eastern Palace was like a hornet's nest being poked. There were imperial guards and eunuchs carrying lanterns everywhere, searching for traces of Li Wangyu and the Crown Prince. There were only so many rooms in the Eastern Palace, and the room Li Wangyu was in wasn't a hidden place, so it was quickly discovered by the imperial guards. However, when the imperial guards wanted to rush into the room to rescue the kidnapped Crown Prince, they were stopped outside by their beautiful superior holding the Empress Jade tablet. Stop! The Empress Jade tablet is here. Whoever dares to take a step forward is disgraceful. The Crown Prince is currently being treated inside, so no one is allowed to enter. Do you want to kill the Crown Prince? His beautiful superior was like a mother hen protecting her chicks. She spread out her arms and blocked the entrance of the palace. This put the imperial guards in a difficult position, and they did not dare to act rashly. They simply surrounded the palace and hurriedly sent someone to inform Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi, who had received the news, was escorted by many palace guards and eunuchs to the outside of the palace where the surgery was taking place. Lady Su, get out of the way. You can't stop these guards. I don't want to hurt you. As long as my Crown Prince is not harmed, I can let bygones be bygones. Don't make a mistake. Pai Lupi's mood was unusually irritable, but he still showed some mercy to Su Chongqing, who was standing outside the hall with his bare hands. The beautiful boss bit her lower lip and shook her head with unusual firmness. Your Majesty, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but the only ones who can save the Crown Prince are Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. Your Majesty, you must believe in Wangyu. He is Chengqian's teacher. Why would he harm him? He really does want to save Chengqian. The corner of Pai Lupi's mouth twitched. He had also thought that Li Wangyu would not harm his son. However, he did not believe Li Wangyu's words. Could cutting open someone's stomach save a life? Could it cure an intestinal abscess? Lady Su, get out of the way. No matter what Li Wangyu wants to do, let me go take a look at Chengqian first. No, Your Majesty. Right now, the Crown Prince is being treated inside. If you charge in, the Crown Prince will die without a doubt. The beautiful boss's words made Pai Lupi hesitate. Naturally, he was not willing to risk his son's life. Seeing Pai Lupi hesitate, the beautiful boss continued. Your Majesty, as far as I know, the doctor at the Shangyao Bureau said that the Crown Prince will not make it through tonight. An intestinal abscess is an incurable disease that cannot be cured. If Li Wangyu is not trying to save the Crown Prince, why would he do such a thing? What good would it do him to do such a thing? Your Majesty, do you really not want to save the Crown Prince's life? Would you rather see the Crown Prince die? He is only 9 years old. The beautiful boss's words finally moved Pai Lupi. Can Li Wangyu really save my Crown Prince? Yes. I guarantee it with my life. In reality, Su Chongqing did not have much confidence. With the medical conditions of the Tang dynasty, whether or not Li Chengqian could survive depended on whether or not his life was strong enough. However, she could only grit her teeth and insist that she could save Li Wangyu to buy time for Li Chengqian and the others, who were still in surgery. Pai Lupi could not help but be moved when he heard this. After a while he slowly said, Since that is the case, I will give him this time. Men, surround this palace. No one is allowed to leave. At this time, the group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau, as well as Feng Yu Gung Hong, received the news and hurried over. Hearing Pai Lupi say this, Gung Hong could not help but panic. Your Majesty, you cannot. Even if a Daluo golden immortal came, it would be difficult to save this intestinal abscess. How can we allow His Highness the Crown Prince to be wantonly insulted by Li Wangyu? Your Majesty, do not listen to this woman's nonsense. You cannot. Enough. Pai Lupi suddenly roared, scaring Gung Hong, who was still incessantly trying to persuade Pai Lupi, into immediately shutting his mouth and keeping quiet out of fear. If anyone tries to stop Huxianzi from saving the Crown Prince again, they will be beaten to death. Pai Lupi coldly ordered, then glanced at Gung Hong with disgust. He had also thought things through. His son had an incurable disease and was on the verge of death. The Shangyao Bureau's Feng Yu and doctors were incompetent and could not save the Crown Prince. At this time, Li Wangyu dared to risk universal condemnation, which meant that he really wanted to save Li Chengqian. As a teacher, he could do what Li Wangyu did, even going as far as falsifying an edict to save his son. Even Lady Su in front of him dared to use her own head as a guarantee. What could Pai Lupi say? Her Highness the Empress has arrived. Another eunuch announced loudly. It was the pregnant Empress Zhang's son, who had also arrived with Li Tai. The matter in the Eastern Palace had become so big that Empress Zhang's son naturally also received the news. In addition, Li Tai was afraid of being punished by Pai Lupi, so he straightforwardly confessed everything to Empress Zhang's son. After learning that Li Wangyu had faked her imperial edict and kidnapped Li Chengqian from Xianda Hall, how could Empress Zhang's son sit still? She did not care whether Pai Lupi allowed it or not. She led a group of eunuchs and palace maids and hurried to the Eastern Palace. Erlang, how is Chengqian? How could Zio cause trouble like this? I will definitely take care of him later. Pai Lupi hurriedly and carefully supported his wife. Guanyin maid, didn't I tell you to properly rest in Lijian Hall? Chengqian's matter is with me. Why are you doing this? He then glared angrily at the group of eunuchs and palace maids behind Empress Zhang's son. I ordered you to take good care of the Empress. Why did you let the Empress come here? Erlang, don't blame them. It was I who wanted to come. Quickly tell me, how is Chengqian right now? Pai Lupi grimaced and pointed at his beautiful superior blocking the door to the palace. I also don't know. This Lady Su is fighting with her life and will not allow me to enter the palace. She said Li Wangyu, that bastard, is currently treating Chengqian. Empress Zhang's son finally noticed Su Chongqing and hurried forward. Niece Chongqing, is it possible for me to go in and take a look at Chengqian? I will go in alone and not bring anyone else. Your Highness, it is not that I do not want you to enter. It is that Li Wangyu and the others are doing their best to treat the Crown Prince and cannot be distracted. Also, you have not disinfected it. If you rashly enter, it will be easy to cause the Crown Prince's wounds to fester and endanger his life. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son did not fully understand Su Chongqing's words. But now, it was too late to say anything. Li Wangyu acted first and reported later. No matter how nervous the husband and wife were, they could only wait patiently outside the palace and hope for the blessings of the heavens. Chapter 409. Inside the palace, Li Wangyu and the others naturally heard the commotion outside. However, Li Wangyu could only choose to trust his beautiful boss and hope that she could stop Pai Lupi. He had no time to be distracted. Huxianzi, do you think we should remove this part? This section of intestine looks like it has ulcerated, so it should be the lesion. Old immortal son, do as you see fit. Li Wangyu looked at Li Chengqian's abdomen and almost vomited. He had never seen a living human organ before. He only felt that it was a mess of flesh and blood. How could he tell if there was a lesion in the intestine? Lu Shenwei's voice trembled. Teacher, should we cut it? Cut. Sun Simiao was still calm and gave his disciple an encouraging look. Lu Shenwei calmed himself down and swung the lancet in his hand. The next moment, a section of intestine stained with blood was thrown in front of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, who was already feeling nauseous, could no longer hold it in. He covered his mouth and ran to the side hole. He grabbed a decorative porcelain bottle and vomited. He had overestimated his own mental endurance, but Li Wangyu couldn't be blamed for this. Even in the future, many new medical students would vomit during their first dissection class. This was a normal physiological reaction. As for Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, although they had never performed surgery on anyone before, they had been doctors for many years and treated patients. They had seen bloody scenes before, so they were already used to it. Li Wangyu swore that he would never eat his beloved intestines again. Yes, he would not eat them for at least a week. After vomiting for a long time, Li Wangyu wiped his mouth clean and rinsed his mouth with water before returning to the operating table. Sun Simiao smiled. Huxianzi, what should we do next? Li Wangyu thought for a moment. We should suture the intestines, right? And then? Then we should suture the cut abdomen. That should be it. Li Wangyu was not sure. Why didn't his beautiful boss bring a medical manual with her when she transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? When Sun Simiao saw that Li Wangyu could not say anything more, he could only follow medical common sense and discuss with his disciple to continue the surgery. An hour later, Li Chengqian's abdomen was finally stitched up. Sun Simiao applied some ointment on the wound on his abdomen and carefully wrapped it with a cotton cloth. That's it? Li Wangyu looked at Sun Simiao, then at Lu Shenwei. Sun Simiao didn't say anything. He just gently placed his finger on Li Chengqian's wrist to feel his pulse. After a while, Sun Simiao smiled and nodded at Li Wangyu. Although the Crown Prince's pulse is weak but strong, it has already improved. There should be no danger to his life for the time being. When Li Wangyu heard Sun Simiao's words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At this time, he felt that his legs were sore and weak, and he almost sat on the floor. Old immortal son, when will the Crown Prince wake up? Anytime. Okay, then let's wait. When he thought of the furious Pai Lupi outside the door, Li Wangyu decided to wait for Li Chengqian to wake up before opening the door. Otherwise, when the Pai Lupi came in and saw his son lying on the operating table with intestines in the porcelain basin next to him, under this kind of stimulation, wouldn't the Pai Lupi have the imperial guards behead him on the spot? That would be too much of an injustice. Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei had the servants in the side hall bring in clean water to wash their hands. They also wiped away the blood that had seeped out during the surgery. The operating table finally didn't look so scary. After waiting for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Li Wangyu acutely noticed that Li Chengqian's eyelids trembled a few times before he slowly opened his eyes. Ugh! So painful. Commander, is that you? Where am I? I'm so scared. Li Chengqian blinked his small eyes and turned his neck left and right to look around. When he saw Li Wangyu, the rims of his eyes immediately turned red. Chengqian, be good. Don't be afraid. When you were sick before, I helped you with old immortal son and the others. Chengqian, listen to us and you'll get better soon. I promise to bring you and Qing Ke to swim. Li Wangyu used his hand to gently stroke Li Chengqian's small head and comforted him. Although he took such a big risk to let Sun Simiao perform surgery on Li Chengqian, he still couldn't say that Li Chengqian was safe and sound. Removing the appendix was only the first step. The more important thing was to prevent the wound from getting infected. Forget about performing surgery in the Tang dynasty. Even in the future, before penicillin was invented, most of the wounded soldiers on the battlefield died from wound infections after surgery. In the TV dramas of the anti-Japanese war, there were often such scenes. The underground workers risked their lives and fought a battle of wits and courage to obtain the medicine penicillin and send it to the rear to save the wounded. Penicillin was penicillin. Although it couldn't be taken seriously in the TV dramas, it indirectly reflected how dangerous it was for the wound to fester. Li Wangyu was already very careful. Before the surgery, he disinfected all the instruments with alcohol. Because they didn't have rubber gloves, Li Wangyu not only let Lu Shenwei and Sun Simiao wash their hands several times, but also carefully wiped them with alcohol. In addition, he still had the remaining cephalosporin capsules. If Li Chengqian's wound still got infected, then he really couldn't do anything. Now, he could only do his best and leave it to fate. He hoped that God would bless him. After Li Chengqian woke up, Li Wangyu called the anxious servants in the side hall and asked them to carefully serve Li Chengqian. Li Wangyu walked to the door of the palace and pushed it open with a creak. The scene outside the door gave Li Wangyu a fright. The palace guards, clad in armor and holding torches, tightly surrounded the palace. Li Wangyu almost cried. Wasn't it just a surgery? Was there a need to make such a big fuss? When Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son saw the door of the palace open, they hurried forward. Li Wangyu, you bastard, You still dare to come out. You really have guts. You actually dared to send a fake edict and even kidnap the crown prince. You really want to kill me. I ask you, how is Chengqian now? Pai Lupi was truly anxious. His words were incoherent. Li Wangyu secretly curled his lips. What do you mean I still dare to come out? Am I going to stay in this palace forever? Now that Li Chengqian had already woken up, Li Wangyu's courage had increased a bit. Uncle, hee, why are you so angry? Nephew greets aunt. Aunt, you also came? Humph. Stop laughing and smiling here. How is Chengqian? Can I go in and see Chengqian now? Pai Lupi still remembered what his beautiful superior had said to scare him. Something about there being germs on his body and not being disinfected. Although he was anxious, he didn't dare to rush in rashly. Li Wangyu made a gesture of invitation. The crown prince is safe and sound. Uncle, aunt, please. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son looked at each other. The couple lifted their feet and walked into the palace. Gung Hong and a group of doctors from the Shangyao Bureau also wanted to follow in, but they were stopped by Li Wangyu. Stop. His Highness the Crown Prince is recuperating inside. The Shangyao Bureau and dogs are not allowed to enter. When he said this, Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors' faces changed. Their old faces instantly flushed red. They glared angrily at Li Wangyu, so angry that their bodies trembled. Chapter 4:10. Li Wangyu doesn't care how Gung Fengyu and the other doctors of the Shangyao Bureau glares at him. He doesn't allow them to enter. As a cynical man, Li Wangyu holds a grudge. He has already written down the names of Gung Fengyu and the others who spoke ill of him in the black notebook. Pai Lupi also heard Li Wangyu's words, but he ignored them and helped his wife into the hall. The little fatty Li Tai blinked and quickly followed. Pai Lupi naturally doesn't have a good impression of Gung Fengyu from the Shangyao Bureau. If Li Wangyu really saves Li Chengqian, it undoubtedly proves the incompetence of Gung Fengyu and the group of doctors in the Shangyao Bureau. What's more, Pai Lupi now understands. After all, Li Wangyu is his nephew. He dares to take such a big risk and insists on saving Li Chengqian. Naturally, he has his reasons. So when Li Wangyu insults the people of the Shangyao Bureau, Pai Lupi just pretends not to hear. Li Wangyu pulls his beautiful boss into the hall, turns around, and closes the door with a bang. Gung Fengyu and the others are so angry that they stomp their feet outside. Father, mother. Li Chengqian, who is still lying on the operating table, immediately cries when he sees Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son. Chengqian, don't cry, don't cry. How is it? Does your stomach still hurt? Empress Zhang's son is overjoyed to see her son wake up. She gently caresses Li Chengqian's pale little face with her hand. Tears of heartache fall like pearls from a broken necklace. It hurts, it still hurts. Li Chengqian's words scared Li Wangyu to the side. His face is almost white. F***ck. Could it be that Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei cut the wrong place? But before, it was abdominal cramps. Now it doesn't hurt, but the stomach still hurts. Li Wangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This stinky boy, he speaks with a big pause. Since the abdominal cramps are no longer there, it means that the inflamed appendix has been removed. As for the stomachache, that was not strange. No matter who it was, they would feel pain when their stomach was cut open. Empress Zhang's son and Pai Lupi didn't understand the difference. Hearing Li Wangyu say that his stomach hurt, they couldn't help but turn to look at Li Wangyu. Pai Lupi was even more furious. Li Wangyu, you bastard. Didn't you say you treated Chengqian? Why was his lower abdomen still hurting? Is this intestinal abscess cured or not? Li Wangyu hurriedly picked up the porcelain basin that contained the removed appendix. Uncle, aunt, this is Chengqian's ulcerated intestine. It has already been removed by old immortal Sun and his disciples' miraculous hands. The pain that Chengqian feels now is only from the wound on his abdomen. After a few days of rest, the wound will heal completely. When Empress Zhang's son saw the bloody appendix in the porcelain basin, she couldn't help but exclaim. She covered her face with her hands and didn't dare to look again. Pai Lupi didn't have much of a reaction. He even moved closer for a closer look. He was an emperor on horseback and had been on the battlefield for a long time. He had killed countless people with his own hands. How could he be afraid of this intestine? Yes, it really is ulcerated. Was this really removed from Chengqian's body? Of course. Uncle, look, the wound is still here. Li Wangyu pointed at the bandaged wound on Chengqian's abdomen. Then has Chengqian's intestinal abscess been cured? Empress Zhang's son didn't have time to cover her eyes and asked impatiently. Li Wangyu hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly. Aunt, we still have to see if Chengqian's wound will become infected or inflamed in the next few days. As long as it isn't inflamed, when the wound heals, Chengqian will be as good as new. Empress Zhang's son didn't understand medicine and could only look at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi understood Li Wangyu's meaning, but because of this, his expression was bitter. Ziyu, do you know that less than 1 in 10 of the wounded soldiers in the army survive because their wounds become infected? Chengqian is so young. Can he really make it through? Pai Lupi had seen the section of intestine that had been removed, and no longer had any doubts about Li Wangyu's earlier words. The way he addressed Li Wangyu also returned to how it was before. However, when he thought of the fatal problem of the wound becoming infected, his heart, which had just been half at ease, couldn't help but tighten again. Uncle, this is the reason I didn't let you in earlier. Can you smell anything in this palace? Pai Lupi couldn't help but twitch his nose a few times at his reminder. It seems to be the smell of alcohol, but it's also different. Uncle is wise. This is the smell of alcohol. The alcohol is the essence that I extracted from the alcohol. It is specifically used to disinfect wounds to prevent infection. Li Wangyu simply used the words he had used to fool Sun Simiao and explained to Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son what bacteria were and what disinfecting was. He also explained that Sun Simiao was trying to make the miraculous medicine, penicillin. As for the matter of the cephalosporin capsule, he concealed it and didn't mention it. After all, the cephalosporin had been used up after saving Li Chengqian. He also couldn't explain the origin of the cephalosporin capsule to Pai Lupi, so he simply concealed it and didn't mention it. Pai Lupi listened to everything half believing and half doubting. After learning that Sun Simiao was currently experimenting with penicillin, he became excited and grabbed Li Wangyu's shoulder tightly. Does penicillin really have such miraculous effects? Can it really prevent wounds from becoming infected? If so, then wouldn't most of the wounded soldiers in the army be able to survive? Damn it. Do you know how many of my comrades in the army died because their wounds became infected after they were injured? If you dare to deceive me, I won't forgive you. Li Wangyu was startled by Pai Lupi's excited appearance. What was he doing? How could he know that Pai Lupi's heart was in turmoil when he heard about the miraculous medicine, penicillin? In the era of cold weapons, there weren't many people who were directly hacked to death by weapons on the battlefield. Most of the wounded soldiers died because of the lack of effective first aid on the battlefield, as well as the lack of effective methods to prevent wounds from becoming infected. This led to the high mortality rate. Even a miraculous doctor like Sun Simiao couldn't prevent Niu Yong's wounds from becoming infected after he was injured. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about the lack of hygiene on the battlefield. Hearing that there was a way to prevent wounds from becoming infected, Pai Lupi didn't even care about his son who was lying on the operating table. Compared to a miraculous medicine like penicillin, the Crown Prince's safety wasn't worth mentioning. Uncle, please be gentler. This nephew can't bear Uncle's domineering aura. Li Wangyu's face was bitter as he begged for mercy. His shoulder was in pain from being grabbed. This damned Pai Lupi's strength wasn't any less than Cheng Yaojin's. This bastard Pai Lupi didn't know how to control his strength. He actually dared to destroy the flower bud of his motherland. He really didn't deserve to be a son. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly answer my question. If this penicillin can really be produced, then it can be used to prevent wounds from becoming infected. However, this nephew doesn't know if old immortal son can succeed. Pai Lupi immediately looked at Sun Simiao. Minister Sun, are you confident in producing penicillin? This subject will do his best. Good. Then I'll have to trouble Minister Sunday. I'll allocate another 100,000 strings of cash for Minister Sun's expenses. Once the penicillin is produced, I'll reward you handsomely. Pai Lupi didn't hesitate to allocate a large sum of money. It could be seen how important this penicillin was to him. When Li Wangyu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He rubbed his hands and smiled. Uncle, this nephew also has a presumptuous request. Chapter 4:11. Li Wangyu rubbed his hands together and smiled awkwardly. Uncle, I also have a presumptuous request. old immortal son wants to experiment with penicillin, but he needs to make a microscope first. Heh. I wonder if Uncle can order the supervising craftsman to help me make a microscope? Pai Lupi glared at him. If you need the cooperation of the supervising craftsman, you can go find Yen Lied. Do you think that I don't know that in recent days, you had the supervising craftsman help you make that vending machine? Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. He had the supervising craftsman do private work, and Pai Lupi had found out. He rubbed his nose. Heh, Uncle, the main thing is to make a telescope. It needs a large amount of high-quality crystal. Pai Lupi replied unhappily. All right, I know. I'll have the Shangsha Bureau send you some crystal later. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, there was no imperial treasury in the palace. There were only 6 bureaus and 24 divisions responsible for managing palace affairs. The Shangsha Bureau was responsible for managing palace furnishings and tents. Most of the crystals were used as decorations, so they were naturally managed by the Shangsha Bureau. Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for crystals again. Naturally, it wasn't that Sun Simiao didn't give him enough crystals, but because of the microscope, he had thought of many other good things that could be made from crystals. Thus, he took this opportunity to ask for more. He could also use his position for personal gain and make some other novel things. After talking about penicillin, Pai Lupi turned his attention back to Li Chengqian. Ziyu, can we send Chengqian back to Xianda Palace to rest now? Li Wangyu shook his head. Uncle, it's best to let Chengqian rest in this palace. After all, I've already used alcohol to disinfect this place, so the chances of Chengqian's wound getting infected are lower. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. However, Pai Lupi paused and then looked at the people in the palace. However, no one can say a word about what happened today. I don't want the matter of the crown prince's intestines being cut out to become the talk of the town. Everyone understood what Pai Lupi meant. After all, cutting open someone's stomach and removing their intestines was simply too absurd to the Tang. If this matter were to spread to the outside world, it would damage the crown prince's reputation. Naturally, everyone bowed to receive the order and promised not to spread it out. As for the eunuchs in the Eastern Palace, they were so scared that they all knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to show that they were tight-lipped and swore that they would not reveal anything. These eunuchs had seen this kind of thing many times in the palace. In the imperial palace, the best way to make them shut up and keep secrets was to turn them into dead people. The dead would never speak of secrets. Even if Pai Lupi was an enlightened ruler, he might not be merciful to the servants in the palace. At this moment, he looked at the eunuchs with an unfriendly gaze. It was as if he was contemplating whether or not he should summon the imperial guards to drag these eunuchs out and beat them to death. Li Wangyu saw the eunuchs kowtow like they were pounding garlic and couldn't help but feel pity. Uncle, Chengqian still needs to recuperate here for a few more days and needs people to serve him. These eunuchs have worked hard today. Why don't we let them continue to serve Chengqian here? Hearing this, Pai Lupi thought for a moment and nodded slightly. If that's the case, then we'll do as you say. When he said this, the eunuchs felt that they had escaped death and didn't dare to say more. They only kowtowed heavily in Li Wangyu's direction a few more times before standing up and silently retreating to the side. Uncle, that Dr. Feng Yu and Dr. Feng Yu of the Shangyao Bureau probably know how I treated Chengqian. Can they keep it a secret? Li Wangyu didn't forget to give Gung Hong and the others a hard time. It doesn't matter. They haven't seen it with their own eyes and won't believe it. I will have the palace guards lock down this palace room. Other than you, no one is allowed to enter or leave until Chengqian fully recovers. Yes, sir. Empress Zhong's son and Li Tai chatted with Li Chengqian for a long time before they were persuaded to leave by Pai Lupi. As for Li Chengqian, he was naturally left to recuperate in this palace room. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Lu Shenwei also temporarily stayed in this palace room and were responsible for looking after Li Chengqian. After the sun rose the next day, the beautiful superior returned to Dingzhou village and comforted the old butler, Li Hang, and the others. Pai Lupi had the palace guards lock down the palace room in the Eastern Palace, and didn't mention a single word about Li Chengqian's illness. However, he didn't think that this would lead to a notice storm. In reality, there weren't any secrets to speak of in the Eastern Palace. Even in this Taiji Palace, there were leaks everywhere. As long as there was any movement, the moment Pai Lupi found out, the outside world would be in an uproar. The news that the crown prince had an intestinal abscess that was beyond cure, and was on the verge of death had already spread to the hundreds of officials in the imperial court the next day. Towards this, the officials had different reactions. Those who were worried about the crown prince's life were worried that if the crown prince died, the new crown prince would be able to inherit the throne. After Pai Lupi locked down the news of the Eastern Palace, all sorts of rumors spread. No one knew what was going on with Crown Prince Li Chengqian. There were even officials who guessed that the crown prince had already died, but Pai Lupi didn't want to announce it. As for the aristocratic families led by the 5 families and 7 hopes, they were suddenly energized and felt that they had grasped Pai Lupi's weakness. Within the Zhang family residence in Xingyang, a banquet was held as usual and a large number of guests were invited. The family heads of the aristocratic families hid in a private room and whispered to each other. "Lord Wang, is the news from the palace true? That Li Chengqian really has an intestinal abscess?" "That's right, there's no doubt about that. I've asked Feng Yu of the Medicine Bureau and a few other doctors who have diagnosed Li Chengqian, and they all confirmed that he has an intestinal abscess. Tisk, that means that Li Chengqian is definitely going to die." "That should be the case. I've asked many famous doctors, but there's no medicine that can cure intestinal abscess. Needless to say, a brat like Li Chengqian definitely won't be able to survive. I heard Gung Fengyu say that the little bastard surnamed Li wants to cut open Li Chengqian's stomach to cure his intestinal abscess. That can't be true, right?" "Haha, Lord Wang, you actually believe such ridiculous words? If cutting open someone's stomach can cure an illness, isn't Li Wang Yu a Daluo golden immortal that came down to earth?" "Haha, that's right, that's the case. However, if that's the case, once Li Chengqian dies, it'll be worth us doing something. Last time, we let that bastard Li Shimin use the so-called Dao ancestor to escape a calamity. This time, I'd like to see how he'll escape. Lord Lu, Lord Chui, Lord Wang, I won't hide it from you guys. I've already ordered people to get in touch with the retired emperor." In the private room, Zhang Yuanshou lowered his voice and whispered to the aristocratic family heads. The burning candles in the private room cast the figures of the people on the wall, making them appear especially sinister. Chapter 4:12. In recent days, the atmosphere in Chang'an had become strange. Whether it was the streets or the imperial court, it was filled with the atmosphere of a coming storm. The news that the crown prince was seriously ill and might even have passed away had inadvertently spread throughout the 108 streets of Chang'an. Regarding this, the people were all discussing it. As for the imperial court, the atmosphere was even more strange. Although the daily court sessions seemed to be no different from usual, even a general like Cheng Yaojin could sense that something was wrong. In the past, when discussing local government affairs, the officials from aristocratic families would always argue endlessly with the officials who represented the interests of the imperial court. It was not rare for them to quarrel. However, ever since the news of the crown prince Li Chengqian's illness spread, the imperial court had suddenly quieted down. It seemed that when discussing government affairs in the daily court sessions, the officials were absent-minded and hastily finished their work. Cheng Yaojin and the other high dukes naturally knew that it had something to do with the crown prince Li Chengqian's illness. Relying on his close relationship with Pai Lupi, he had also indirectly asked Pai Lupi about the crown prince's condition. However, no matter who came to inquire, Pai Lupi only pretended to be profound and smiled without saying anything. Even Cheng Yaojin and the other high dukes could not make heads or tails of this. The news that spread from the Eastern Palace was that the eunuchs and palace maids had not seen the crown prince for some time. This news was naturally known by the 100 Horsemen Department and reported to Pai Lupi. Li Er only laughed at this and did not care at all. There was no need to care about this kind of nonsense. Once his son fully recovered, he would naturally be able to slap the faces of these gossiping officials. He would visit Li Chengqian in the Eastern Palace every day. Li Chengqian's condition was getting better and better. Pai Lupi, who was originally stubborn, had no choice but to believe that disemboweling someone could really cure the illness. With Li Wangyou's alcohol disinfection and the lethal cephalosporin capsule, as well as the meticulous treatment by Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei, Li Chengqian's wounds were healed. Not only was Li Chengqian's wound not infected after the surgery, but he could also get off the bed and walk slowly. He would recover in a few days. Therefore, Pai Lupi didn't take the 100 Cavalry Department's report to heart. However, Pai Lupi had not expected that by hiding Li Chengqian's illness, he would detonate a huge bomb in the imperial court. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhenguan, it was the day of the imperial examination. The 1st and 15th of every month was the time for the imperial court assembly. All civil and military officials above the 9th rank would enter Taiji Palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. The imperial censor Wei Zhang led his subordinates to the Taiji Palace Hall, urging the hundreds of officials to go to work. In the main hall, the officials and civil servants were on the left and the generals on the right. Pai Lupi ascended to the throne, and all the officials kowtowed. After a series of complicated formalities, Pai Lupi had yet to open his mouth when an attendant in the hall suddenly announced loudly, "The retired emperor has arrived." These words caused an uproar among the officials, and Pai Lupi's expression greatly changed. The retired emperor of the Tang dynasty was naturally his father, Li Yuan. Ever since the Xuanwu Gate incident in the 9th year of Wuda, Li Yuan had been forced to abdicate and live in seclusion in Taiji Palace. Although it was called living in seclusion, it was actually more like being imprisoned. But today, Li Yuan had appeared in Taiji Palace without his knowledge. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Who was so bold? Without Pai Lupi's permission, Li Yuan had actually swaggered out of the palace to participate in the imperial court assembly. This was truly inconceivable. Pai Lupi turned his head and angrily glared at the eunuchs serving in the 100 Cavalry Department. "Go and find out who it is that dares to act so recklessly." This eunuch's name was Mi Tua. He was unknown in history, but he was close to Pai Lupi. He was responsible for conveying news from the 100 Cavalry Department and the palace, and was most trusted by Pai Lupi. Yes. Mi Tuo's face was pale with fear, and cold sweat covered his forehead. He hurriedly bowed and then slowly retreated, disappearing into the back of the hall. When Li Yuan's figure appeared in Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi had no choice but to leave his seat and respectfully kneel in front of all the officials to salute Li Yuan. Greetings to the retired emperor. Although Pai Lupi had obtained his position through the Xuanwu Gate incident, the Tang dynasty promoted filial piety, so Pai Lupi was very respectful in front of Li Yuan, and acted like a good son. "Erlang, rise. I haven't left the palace for a long time, and today I want to attend the court meeting." "Erlang, you won't object, right?" Why would the retired emperor say such a thing? "I'm very happy that the retired emperor can attend the court meeting." Pai Lupi immediately stepped forward and carefully helped his father, Li Yuan, to sit on the throne. Although Li Yuan was respectfully called the retired emperor, it was only in name. Many later generations had confused the two concepts of retired emperor and retired emperor. The retired emperor was only a title the current emperor gave to his father out of respect. It had no real political power, and was more of a symbol. As for the retired emperor, he was the emperor above the emperor. The emperor had real power, and he would call himself emperor. He would report all the important matters of the country to the emperor, and he would call himself emperor. However, as the retired emperor, Li Yuan naturally didn't have any power. Pai Lupi forced Li Yuan to abdicate during the Xuanwu Gate incident, so why would he give him any power? Pai Lupi was even more of an actor. In addition to acting as a filial son in history, after the Black Tortoise Gate, in order to obtain Li Yuan's forgiveness, Li Er actually imitated that milk baby, burrowing into Li Yuan's bosom to suck on his breast, mourning for a long time. It was really hard for people to understand. After Li Yuan sat down, the officials once again bowed and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Pai Lupi sat next to Li Yuan and lightly coughed. Just as he was about to ask the officials what they wanted to discuss, he saw an imperial censor suddenly stand up. "Your Majesty, I, Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong of the Imperial Censorate, have something to report." The Imperial Censorate of the Tang dynasty consisted of the Tai Yuan, the Imperial Censorate, and the Censorate. The Tai Yuan was responsible for censoring officials and impeaching those who violated the law. The Imperial Censorate was responsible for censoring officials and the 6 departments of the Minister of State. The Imperial Censor of the Imperial Censorate was not a very high rank, at the 7th rank or higher. Pai Lupi thought to himself, which civil official or general was it that had been caught by this imperial censor? "Wang Qing has reported. Your Majesty, this subject has heard that County Magistrate Li Wang Yu entered the Eastern Palace 10 days ago with the token Your Majesty bestowed upon him. But for some reason, County Magistrate Huxian has not left the palace. Today, County Magistrate Huxian is attending court. So why is County Magistrate Huxian not attending? This subject wishes to impeach County Magistrate Huxian for disrespecting the law and acting recklessly. This is a great disrespect." Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. What did Wang Yuanzhong mean by this? Was it really just to impeach Li Wangyu? Or did it have to do with Li Yuan's sudden appearance at the court? Pai Lupi was just about to find an excuse for Li Wangyu when Li Yuan suddenly spoke. Nonsense! That county magistrate Huxian is County Magistrate Li Wangyu? We have heard of this person. He is only 16 years old and is highly regarded by the emperor. At such a young age, he was granted a noble title. Since this is the case, he should be even more loyal to the emperor. Why is he so preposterous as to not even attend the court? Quickly summon that county magistrate Huxian to the hall. Pai Lupi couldn't help but shiver at Li Yuan's words. It seemed that something was about to happen today. Chapter 413. After all, Li Yuan was the emperor emeritus in name. Now that he had spoken, Pai Lupi could not refute him in front of all the officials. The eunuch looked inquisitively at Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi lightly nodded, indicating that someone should go to the Eastern Palace and summon Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. Within the main hall, an eunuch immediately ran to the Eastern Palace to summon Li Wangyu. Logically speaking, Li Wangyu should have attended the lunar court assembly on the 1st and 15th of each month. But this fellow was too lazy. He had no interest in getting out of bed before dawn and riding a horse for several dozen kilometers to attend some stupid court assembly. Moreover, the lunar court assembly was only for the announcement of an imperial edict. Under normal circumstances, it was not for discussion and was considered a ceremonial court assembly. Although Pai Lupi would always ask if there was anything to report, this was just part of the procedure. Li Wangyu was a noble, but he had no official position. Thus, every time the lunar court assembly was held, he would find all sorts of excuses to ask for leave. In the end, Pai Lupi just let him do as he pleased. Today was the same. Li Wangyu would rather sit in the Eastern Palace and chat with that devilish brat Li Chengqian than attend the court assembly in Taiji Palace. But it was clear that someone wanted to use today's court assembly as an opportunity to make trouble for him. Just like a few months ago, during the plague of locusts, they wanted to force Pai Lupi to issue an imperial edict. Pai Lupi was well aware that this imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong's sudden mention of Li Wangyu's disrespect for the law was probably just a pretext to make a fuss. Although he was furious, he did not show it on his face. He wanted to see what his father wanted. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu, still dressed in white, to be summoned to Taiji Palace by an eunuch. This subject, Li Wangyu, the founding son of this county, pays respects to the Emperor Emeritus and Your Majesty. Li Wangyu was also confused. Why had he been summoned to the Taiji Palace for no reason? As for Li Yuan, who was sitting on the throne, it was the first time he had seen him, so he hurriedly greeted him respectfully. However, Li Yuan was not polite at all. He opened his mouth and reprimanded, "County head Huxian, why didn't you come to Taiji Palace to pay your respects today? Who gave you the guts to be so impudent?" Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but steal a glance at Pai Lupi. What was going on? Pai Lupi rolled his eyes and couldn't help but speak up for Li Wangyu. Replying to the retired emperor, Master Huxian has been treating the crown prince's illness in the Eastern Palace. Today's court meeting was specially permitted by this emperor to not attend. Treat the crown prince? What qualifications does he have to treat my imperial grandson? Zhan heard from the chamberlain that Zhan's imperial grandson is suffering from intestinal obstruction. Erlang, is this true? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Pai Lupi as he asked. That's right. Changqian is suffering from intestinal obstruction. Li Yuan suddenly slapped the armrest of the throne. His tone was unyielding. Then how is Zhan's imperial grandson now? Why is Li Changqian nowhere to be seen in the Eastern Palace? What illness is this county head Huxian treating? Li Wangyu couldn't help but say, replying to the retired emperor, His Highness the Crown Prince is already out of danger and is currently recovering. He had yet to finish speaking when Li Yuan shouted explosively, "Shut up! You're full of nonsense. Who has ever heard of intestinal obstruction being treatable? Where is the imperial physician of the Medicine Bureau?" Among the officials, Gung Hong of the Medicine Bureau hurriedly stood up. Imperial physician of the Medicine Bureau, Gung Hong, greets the retired emperor. Zhan asks you, is there a way to treat intestinal obstruction in your medical knowledge? Replying to the retired emperor, intestinal obstruction is incurable. It is a terminal illness. I have practiced medicine for more than 30 years and have never heard of this illness being treatable. Gung Hong continued, however, I have heard that County Head Huxian is preparing to cut open His Highness the Crown Prince's abdomen and cut out the ulcerated intestines. He says that this can treat intestinal obstruction. I do not dare to speak nonsense. Perhaps it is because my medical skills are not good enough that I cannot understand County Head Huxian's thoughts. Scoundrel. Cutting open someone's abdomen? Can that person still live? Is this a treatment or a plot to kill Zhan's imperial grandson? Li Yuan's tone became increasingly agitated. He slapped the armrest of the throne loudly. Pai Lupi watched Gung Fengyu and his father echo each other in the great hall and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He gave Li Wangyu a reassuring look and then said nothing, allowing Li Yuan to do as he pleased. As soon as Li Yuan finished speaking, the imperial censor of the imperial censorate, Wang Yuanzhong, who had previously threatened to impeach him, stood up again. County Head Huxian, tell me the truth. How is His Highness the Crown Prince? Is he still deceased? Nanny? Li Wangyu was taken aback by this fellow's words. What did he mean by the Crown Prince was deceased? Li Chengqian was alive and kicking right now. If it weren't for Pai Lupi forbidding him from showing himself before he recovered, this little brat would have already run wild in the Eastern Palace. When Wang Yuanzhong saw Li Wangyu's dumbfounded expression, he thought that he had grasped Li Wangyu's weakness and left Li Wangyu speechless. He immediately put on a sorrowful expression and bowed to Li Yuan on the throne. Reporting to the retired emperor, if this subject's guess is correct, it seems that the Crown Prince has already passed away. I ask the retired emperor to restrain your grief. This subject wishes to impeach County Head Huxian, Li Wangyu, for his treachery and deliberate concealment of the Crown Prince's death. He truly harbors ill intentions. Li Wangyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this fellow. Which eye of his saw that Li Chengqian was dead? He actually dared to speak with such certainty? Was he really not afraid of losing his head? Li Yuan glanced at the stone-faced and silent Pai Lupi and asked, how can you be so sure that my imperial grandson has already passed away? This matter is of great importance. You cannot speak irresponsibly. Wang Yuanzhong quickly replied, the retired emperor can ask the Shangyao Bureau's Gung Fengyu about this matter. Gung Hong quickly replied, reporting to the retired emperor, the Crown Prince fell ill 11 days ago in the Eastern Palace's Xianda Hall. At the time, this subject and 9 doctors under the Shangyao Bureau made a joint diagnosis and confirmed that His Highness the Crown Prince was suffering from intestinal obstruction. This subject can vouch for this with my head. This subject has practiced medicine for many years and rarely has anyone with intestinal obstruction lasted more than 3 days. He then pointed at Li Wangyu. Moreover, that night, County Head Huxian falsely issued an imperial edict to Her Highness the Empress, beating this subject and kidnapping the Crown Prince. Later, he falsely claimed that he had cured the Crown Prince. However, other than His Majesty and Her Highness the Empress, no one has seen the Crown Prince's face. Even this subject has never seen the Crown Prince, much less been able to treat him. As for why there has been no news of His Highness the Crown Prince, this subject does not dare to make wild guesses. Li Yuan turned his head to look at Pai Lupi. Erlang, is this Gung Fengyu speaking the truth? Pai Lupi was expressionless as he lightly nodded. Erlang, do you mean that my imperial grandson, the Crown Prince of the Tang Dynasty, has already passed away? Pai Lupi shook his head. That is definitely not the case. County Head Huxian has already said that Chengqian is recovering. Humph. Since that is the case, why not have the County Head Huxian and the doctors of the Shangyao Bureau treat the Crown Prince? Their medical skills are lacking. My medical skills aren't good enough. Erlang, at this point, are you still going to lie to us? Li Yuan roared as he slapped the armrest of the throne. Pai Lupi naturally did not even bat an eyelid at his father's rebuke. He remained silent and pretended not to hear. Wang Yuanzhong spoke again, reporting to the retired emperor, the Crown Prince has passed away. This is a warning from the heavens. If one's virtue does not match their position, disaster is certain. If one's virtue is meager, one's position will be honored. The moment these words were spoken, the officials in the hall were in an uproar. Chapter 4:14. Wang Yuanzhong's words caused Noda's Taiji Palace to boil like a pot of boiling oil. Many civil and military officials were dumbfounded by his words. Was this imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong crazy? What was he trying to do? How could he dare to say such words? A warning from the heavens. If one's virtue is not worthy of the throne, there will be disaster. These words were like a sharp sword, stabbing Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Wang Yuanzhong's words were said by Confucius. Weak virtue and high status meant that one's morals and character were not worthy of a revered status. Without a doubt, Wang Yuanzhong's words were reprimanding Pai Lupi for his lack of virtue, which led to the crown prince's premature death. This was a warning from the heavens. Wang Yuanzhong was the first person who dared to say that Pai Lupi did not deserve to sit on the throne in this hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the reactions of the officials in Taiji Palace were divided into two factions. The dukes and bigwigs who were loyal to Pai Lupi all rebuked. Cheng Yaojin even rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. As for the ministers who came from aristocratic families, they were laughing coldly at the side, not saying a word as they looked at Li Er and Li Yuan who were on the royal stairs. Pai Lupi's face instantly became very ugly. When Wang Yuanzhong said these words, he already knew what was going on today. He never thought that this group of people would be so bold. Pai Lupi gripped the armrest with both hands so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Wang Yuanzhong raised his head and continued to speak in a loud voice. This official believes that the crown prince's death is the fault of your majesty. In the 9th year of Wuda, your majesty raised an army and killed his highness Jianqing, who was the crown prince at that time. This is the crime of regicide, which is disloyalty. You also forced the retired emperor to abdicate, which is unfilial. His Majesty did such a disloyal and unfilial thing, resulting in the crown prince's premature death today. He didn't care about Pai Lupi's gaze at all. He looked around at the officials in the hall and raised his voice. Your Majesty is not the eldest son of the retired emperor and has no right to inherit the throne. His Majesty had obtained the throne unjustly. Now, retribution had fallen upon the eldest son of His Majesty. That was why the crown prince had died at such a young age. Your Majesty, haven't you learned your lesson? I beseech your Majesty, for the sake of the common people, issue an imperial edict and return the title of retired emperor. After Wang Yuanzhong finished speaking, the Taiji palace that had been in chaos just a moment ago fell completely silent. He looked straight at Pai Lupi, who was on the royal staircase, with a proud expression on his face. At this point, Wang Yuanzhong felt that he was a moralist today. Even if Pai Lupi immediately ordered people to drag him out and beat him to death, he was not afraid at all. If he, Wang Yuanzhong, was killed by Pai Lupi because of this, he would be a martyr and would be revered by the world. He would be recorded in the history books. 100 years later, 1,000 years later, he would still be a loyal official like Bai Gan. He, Wang Yuanzhong, was not afraid of death. He even wished that right now, Pai Lupi would order him to be executed in Shi City to fulfill his reputation as a martyr. After Wang Yuanzhong finished speaking, nearly half of the officials in the hall suddenly knelt down. They didn't say anything. They just quietly knelt like this, but their gazes were fixed on Pai Lupi. The meaning was self-evident. Forcing the abdication. This was the aristocratic family's overt plot. During the court conference, they used the crown prince's death to mobilize the officials to force Pai Lupi to abdicate, welcome back the retired emperor, and support Li Yuan to ascend the throne again. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, Li Yuan returning to the throne was more beneficial to them than Pai Lupi continuing to be the emperor. Pai Lupi was too forceful. Even these 1,000-year-old aristocratic families felt great pressure when facing Pai Lupi. And Pai Lupi was constantly working to weaken the aristocratic family's power. This made the 5 clans and 7 aristocratic families feel even more threatened. Thus, these aristocratic families that wanted to suppress Pai Lupi used the crown prince's death to contact retired Emperor Li Yuan, who had been placed in the depths of the palace. They tried in vain to force Li Yuan to abdicate and return him to the throne. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, using the crown prince's death to attack Pai Lupi was truly absurd and laughable. Li Wangyu was stupefied as he listened. The civil officials of the Tang dynasty could play like this? They could even say such deceptive words? But in the eyes of the Tang, the crown prince's death was no small matter. Earthquakes, plague of locusts, floods, and other natural and man-made disasters could all be attributed to the emperor's mistakes. Attributing the crown prince's death to Pai Lupi's lack of virtue truly could obtain the approval of the masses. After all, the rulers of China had always proclaimed that they received orders from the heavens, that the emperor was the father of the heavens and the mother of the earth, and that they were the sons of the heavens. Confucius also said that the Son of Heaven received orders from the heavens. Thus, if the Son of Heaven's chosen successor died, The responsibility naturally rested with the Son of Heaven himself. It was the Son of Heaven's lack of virtue that had killed the retired emperor's eldest son, causing the heavens to punish the Son of Heaven and take away his eldest son's life. Wang Yuanzhong's words caused many of the non-aristocratic officials in Taiji Palace to fall silent. For a moment, they didn't know how to retort. The aristocratic families were simply not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even if Pai Lupi was furious, so what? Could it be that he, Li Er, could order people to kill half of the officials in this hall? If that really happened, not to mention whether or not the Confucian scholars of the world would spit on him, the aristocratic families would definitely sever ties with Pai Lupi. At that time, it would be just like the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty. The Tang dynasty would probably fall apart and collapse. Both Zhang Yuanshou and Wang Renyu were certain that Pai Lupi wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Pai Lupi's eyes were tightly shut. Li Yuan sat on the throne next to him. He didn't say anything, only smiled and looked at his son. After a long time, Pai Lupi suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Wang Qing, are you done? Wang Yuanzhong was not afraid of Pai Lupi at all. Your Majesty, this subject asks Your Majesty to execute the founder of Hu County, Li Wangyu. This person has misled the public with his lies and falsified imperial edicts. He is guilty of the most heinous crimes and should be executed as a warning to others. Your Majesty, this subject is doing this for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please execute this treacherous subject and return the title of Emperor Taishang. Return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. This subject knows that this subject's words today have offended the dignity of the imperial family. This subject must die 10,000 times. As long as Your Majesty is still the Emperor Taishang, this subject will immediately commit suicide as an apology to Your Majesty. When Li Wangyu heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. What the hell does this have to do with me? You actually want to execute me? You're really a pig or dog. Pai Lupi indifferently glanced at the kneeling officials in the hall. Then, do you all think the same? In the Taiji Palace, the kneeling officials were silent at first, then they all kowtowed. Your Majesty, this subject thinks that Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong's words are reasonable. This subject agrees. This subject agrees. Your Majesty, please put the country first. Some of the officials began to kneel and cry bitterly. Among the hundreds of officials, the heads of the aristocratic families couldn't help but smile. The matter was settled. Sitting on the throne, Li Yuan didn't say anything, but the hint of a smile on his face couldn't be concealed. Now that things had come to this, he was the victor. This was the human heart. In the Taiji Palace, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Suddenly, there was a sneer that attracted everyone's attention. The one who laughed was the treacherous subject that Wang Yuanzhong spoke of, the one who should be executed, Li Wangyu. When he saw the hundreds of officials turn their heads to look at him, he was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and smiled. That. I say, you've made such a scene, but what if His Highness the Crown Prince is still alive? How will you deal with this? Chapter 4:15. As soon as Li Wangyu finished speaking, the officials in the hall fell completely silent. Soon after, they began to clamor again. Everyone was shocked by his words. If the Crown Prince didn't die, then today's matter would become a joke. Chang Yaojin couldn't care less about etiquette. He rushed to Li Wangyu and slapped him on the shoulder. Brat, hurry up and tell me what's going on with His Highness the Crown Prince? Is he dead or alive? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Uncle Cheng, didn't I just say it? The Crown Prince has just recovered from a serious illness and is currently recovering. You can't joke about this. Is that true? Li Wangyu shrugged. Why didn't anyone believe the truth these days? Uncle Cheng, why would I lie to you? Even if you don't believe me, didn't His Majesty say it just now? You don't even believe His Majesty's words? Wahahaha, that's good. I want to see how these bastards are going to deal with this. Chang Yaojin raised his head and laughed. Wang Yuanzhong sneered. How could the Crown Prince live? Li Chengqian was suffering from intestinal abscess. This was a fact. Unless this county magistrate was a golden immortal, how could he save Li Chengqian? He ignored Li Wangyu's words and treated Li Wangyu as heir. Wang Yuanzhong was just a minor 7th-rank imperial censor. Originally, he was the most insignificant existence in the imperial court. He was like an ant. But so what? Today was the highlight of Wang Yuanzhong's life. He stood straight in the main hall with a smile on his face. So what if Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty? Their aristocratic families controlled the truth of the world. The truth of the world was in the hands of these aristocratic families. During the Black Tortoise Gate incident, Pai Lupi was able to kill the crown prince Li Jianqing and force Li Yuan to abdicate. Today, their aristocratic families could also force Pai Lupi to abdicate in the main hall. Gung Hong from the Shangyao Bureau scoffed at Li Wangyou's words. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that Li Chengqian could survive. He also didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Li Chengqian really did survive. Ever since the Wang clan of Taiyuan found him a few days ago and gave him 1,000 taels of gold and 2 beautiful singers, there was no turning back. Of course, the most important reason why Gung Hong dared to accept the gold and beauties from the Wang clan of Taiyuan was because he was certain that Li Chengqian had already passed away. Putting aside the fact that he was confident in his medical skills, if the crown prince was truly fine, why would Pai Lupi need to seal off the news in the Eastern Palace? Since the crown prince's illness had flared up 11 days ago, 10 days had passed. No one in the Eastern Palace had seen the crown prince. Even Gung Hong, the imperial concubine of the Shangyao Bureau, had not seen the crown prince, much less treated him. The meaning of this was self-evident. Besides Gung Hong's words, Wang Renyu and the others also knew that Pai Lupi had ordered people to seal off a secluded palace room in the Eastern Palace. It was surrounded by the imperial guards loyal to Pai Lupi, and not even a fly could get in. Zhang Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the other clan heads guessed that this palace was where Li Chengqian's body was being kept. The reason Pai Lupi had kept the funeral a secret was presumably because he was afraid of the unrest in the imperial court. It was precisely because they were certain that the crown prince had passed away that the aristocratic families dared to contact Grand Emperor Li Yuan and choose today's court session to force him to abdicate. How could Pai Lupi have thought of any of this? He only felt that his son's stomach had been cut open, and Li Wangyu had cut out his ulcerated intestines. He felt that this matter would affect the crown prince's reputation, so he sealed off the news and kept it a secret. He originally wanted to wait for the crown prince to recover, and then everything would be calm. No one would know that his son's intestines were missing. He did not expect that the aristocratic families and his own father would give him such a big surprise today. Pai Lupi stared at Wang Yuanzhong, Imperial Censor Wang Yuanzhong. Wang Yuanzhong was not afraid at all. He smiled and said gently, "Your subject is here." Pai Lupi sneered. "You slandered the crown prince and spoke nonsense about the emperor's father. Do you know your crime?" Wang Yuanzhong's expression did not change. He bowed. "Your subject will die 10,000 times. Your subject will die 10,000 times for the Tang dynasty and for the people of the world. Your Majesty thinks that your subject deserves to die, so your subject is naturally willing to bow my head and stretch my neck for your Majesty to punish. Your subject will die without regrets." Wang Yuanzhong no longer cared about life and death. What joy was there in life? What was there to fear about death? He, Wang Yuanzhong, had already put life and death out of his mind. There was no ripple in his heart. Being able to leave his name in history was his goal. Today, his words would definitely spread throughout the world along with the aristocratic family's mouths. Today, his blood would illuminate the history books. Wang Yuanzhong elegantly tidied up his clothes and smiled at the furious Pai Lupi. On the imperial steps, the originally angry Pai Lupi suddenly laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, Wang Qing, you must think that after today, your name will definitely go down in history? But in my eyes, you are just a jumping clown." Wang Yuanzhong also smiled elegantly. "Your subject's name will be judged by future generations." Pai Lupi sneered. "I think you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Wangyu, go to the Eastern Palace and invite the crown prince. I want to let these blind people see if my crown prince has really died." Li Wangyu immediately accepted the order. He bowed and turned to leave Taiji Palace. As soon as he left, Li Yuan, Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the others couldn't help but panic. Could it be that their information was wrong? Crown Prince Li Chengqian was really still alive? If Li Chengqian was still alive and well, then everything that had happened today would really be a farce. A haze flashed through Wang Yuanzhong's heart. He turned to look at Gung Hong and saw that Gung Hong's legs were beginning to tremble. He kept muttering, "Impossible, this is impossible. The crown prince has intestinal obstruction. There is no medicine that can cure it. Impossible, This is absolutely impossible. The aristocratic family officials who were still kneeling in the main hall were even more at a loss. Silence. In the main hall, no one was interested in talking. Everyone was silent, quietly waiting for the moment when the truth would be revealed. Noda's Taiji palace fell into a deathly silence. The air seemed to have condensed. The distance between the Eastern Palace and Taiji Palace was not close. Everyone in the main hall waited in this anxious and uneasy atmosphere for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. Finally, footsteps came from outside Taiji Palace. Everyone turned to look. When they saw who it was, many people in the main hall collapsed to the floor as if their spines had been pulled out. Wang Yuanzhong was even worse. He seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. His calm and relaxed appearance was no longer there. His knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. The person who had come was Li Wangyu. He was holding the hand of the bouncing crown prince Li Chengqian. Behind him were Sun Simiao, Lu Shenwei, and a large group of eunuchs and palace guards. Your subject Li Chengqian greets your majesty and grand emperor. Chapter 4:16. After Li Chengqian entered the palace, he respectfully knelt down and paid his respects to his father and grandfather. In formal situations, the crown prince still needed to refer to himself as a subject. Although his face was slightly pale, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Chengqian's body was fine. The so-called passing away was even more of a joke. Li Yuan's face was as dark as water, but he had to squeeze out an extremely ugly smile. Our good imperial grandson, you've recovered? In response to Grand Emperor, this subject's illness has recovered. Many thanks for Grand Emperor's concern. We heard that Chengqian had an intestinal abscess. How was it cured? Li Yuan asked again. Grand Emperor, it was this subject's teacher, Li Wangyu, the founder of Hu County, who cured this subject's illness. Li Chengqian very cleverly pointed at Li Wangyu and said with great grievance, this subject heard that some people have cursed this subject to pass away. Grand Emperor, please uphold justice for this subject and punish these bad people. Although Li Chengqian was only 9 years old, being born in a royal family, he matured much earlier than normal children. On the way to Taiji Palace, Li Wangyu had already explained to him what had happened in court today in a few words. Hearing that the aristocratic family officials had actually cursed him to be dead, Li Chengqian, this little brat, was extremely angry. Li Chengqian's words caused Li Yuan's face to redden involuntarily. He had already been embarrassed by Li Chengqian's appearance. Now that his imperial grandson had said this, he felt his old face burn with pain. Wasn't he, Li Yuan, the bad person that Li Chengqian spoke of? Li Yuan coughed lightly and stood up. We are a bit tired and will return to the inner palace to rest. We will leave the matters of court to Erlang. You can handle Chengqian's matters as you see fit. Don't let Chengqian suffer any grievances. Today's so-called abdication had already become a farce. Continuing to stay in the palace would only increase the number of jokes. Li Yuan saw that things were not going well and prepared to slip away. As for those aristocratic families, why would Li Yuan care about their lives? Moreover, Li Yuan also felt resentment towards the aristocratic families. If it weren't for these bastards swearing that Li Chengqian had already passed away, how would he have lost so much face in front of the officials today? Farewell, retired emperor. Pai Lupi smiled and bowed, but he almost laughed out loud in his heart. Hundreds of officials also knelt down one after another to respectfully send off the retired emperor. However, the expressions of those aristocratic family officials were as ugly as they could be. Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong, the two people who stood out, could no longer speak. Their faces were even paler than Li Chengqian, who had just recovered from a serious illness. There was no trace of blood in them at all, and their bodies were trembling. Li Yuan had just walked down the royal stairs and hadn't even gotten into the carriage when he saw Pai Lupi's personal attendant, Mito, hurriedly walk in from outside the hall. Li Yuan had also been on the battlefield for a long time. He immediately noticed the strong smell of blood on Mi Tuo's body. The eunuchs of the Tang dynasty wore the same clothes as the officials, according to their rank. As Pai Lupi's most trusted eunuch, Mi Tuo was pardoned from his position as a lower third-rank official and wore a purple robe. Li Yuan's eyesight was also very good. He was already 60 years old, but he could still keenly notice that there were some fresh bloodstains on Mi Tuo's purple robe. Mi Tuo respectfully bowed to Li Yuan. Reporting to retired emperor, this servant just received a notice that there were a few eunuchs in the Crane Feather Palace who were not clean and had stolen from the palace. This servant acted on my own initiative and beat those eunuchs to death. This servant, as the eunuch of the eunuch, is not strict enough. Please forgive this servant, retired emperor. The Crane Feather Palace was the palace where Li Yuan lived after he abdicated his position. As for the eunuchs that Mi Tua mentioned, if there was no accident, they must be Li Yuan's remaining trusted eunuchs. This time, the internal and external contact with the aristocratic families was also carried out through these eunuchs. Li Yuan wanted to get angry, but he couldn't say anything. He knew very well that this was a warning from his son. The eunuch of the emperor was an organization that managed the internal affairs of the palace. Mi Tua was the eunuch of the eunuch of the eunuch of the eunuch of the eunuch, a lower third-rank official. If he wanted to beat a few eunuchs with dirty hands to death, what could Li Yuan do about it? Could it be that he had to shed all pretense of cordiality with his son? After living in the palace for 3 years, Li Yuan was like a tiger without fangs. He had long lost his courage. Mi Tuo's actions were naturally ordered by Pai Lupi. As the eunuch of Pai Lupi, he was the most trusted eunuch. During the 23rd year of Taizong Zhengguan, he was the only eunuch who was given a lower third-rank official position. Pai Lupi had made a rule that the eunuch of the eunuch would not have a third-rank official. Fourth-rank eunuchs were the highest. For Mi Tuo to be given a lower third-rank official position, it could be seen how much Pai Lupi trusted him. He went to Li Yuan's palace to investigate who was colluding with the aristocratic families. Without much effort, he found a few eunuchs in Li Yuan's palace. After getting their confessions, Mi Tuo didn't care about Li Yuan's face and beat the eunuchs to death. Li Yuan could only grit his teeth and bear with Mi Tuo's impudent actions. I know. Li Yuan's face was gloomy and he didn't say anything else. He sat on the carriage and planned to return to the Crane Feather Palace. Mi Tuo stopped in front of the carriage and continued to report. Retired Emperor, I also found that in the Crane Feather Palace, there were concubines in the harem who were disorderly and promiscuous. I also beat them to death. I didn't ask for retired Emperor's permission and acted on my own. I ask for retired Emperor's forgiveness. He said it casually, but in Li Yuan's ears, his body couldn't help but shake. Li Yuan's old face instantly flushed red. His hand trembled as he pointed at Mi Tuo. You have big guts. Mi Tuo didn't say anything. He just smiled and bowed. After a long time, Li Yuan put down his arm. He didn't say anything. He waved his hand and indicated that the eunuchs who were carrying the carriage could leave. In Li Yuan's harem, there were beauties from aristocratic families who were very much favored by him. After he abdicated, there was nothing else to do in the harem. Doting on beauties became his only hobby. From abdication to death, in a few years, Li Yuan, who was 60 years old, gave birth to 17 younger brothers and 18 daughters for Pai Lupi in the harem. He could be called a stallion among stallions. Now, Mi Tuo actually told him so casually that some of his concubines were also beaten to death. This was simply a naked humiliation. But the situation was pressing. Even if Mi Tuo was so presumptuous, Li Yuan could only grit his teeth and endure. Beating his father's eunuchs and concubines to death was just a warning to Pai Lupi. After all, Li Yuan was his father. No matter how dissatisfied he was, he could only do this. He even had to pretend to be a filial son in front of the officials and the world. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only ridicule in his heart. Hypocritical, really King hypocritical. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Li Yuan, in Li Wangyu's eyes, they were both actors. The Oscars owed them a trophy. After respectfully sending off Li Yuan, Pai Lupi sat back on the throne and smiled at the officials in the hall. These damn aristocratic families. Pai Lupi did not plan to let them off so easily. Today, if he did not peel off a layer of skin, this matter would not be over. Pai Lupi was still thinking about how to deal with these aristocratic families when suddenly, from the crowd of officials, a few people rushed out. They rushed in front of Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong, grabbed their collars and fiercely slapped them, slandering the crown prince and speaking nonsense about the emperor's father. Who do you think you are? You are worse than pigs and dogs. This old man will beat you to death, you traitor. After a few slaps, Wang Yuanzhong saw stars and was stunned silly. Gung Hong was hit until his face burned with pain. He howled miserably and fell to the ground like mud. Li Wangyu and the others at this time felt like 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping in their hearts. Too damn shameless. Chapter 417. The ones who rushed out to beat up Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong were none other than Wang Ranyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and other family heads. Bah! Wang Ranyu spat on Wang Yuanzhong's face, his face full of indignation. Your Majesty, these two are heartless and unscrupulous. They slandered the Crown Prince's death and even insulted Your Majesty. They are truly wicked beyond redemption. Your Majesty, please kill these two as a warning to others and return the Tang dynasty to its former glory. That's right, Your Majesty. These two beasts are harboring evil intentions. We were careless and were deceived by these treacherous officials. It is our fault for being disrespectful to Your Majesty. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. As soon as Wang Ranyu and the others spoke, including the officials from the aristocratic families, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Shameless, truly too shameless. Obviously, in the eyes of Wang Ranyu and the others, Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong no longer had any value. They didn't mind pushing these two out for Pai Lupi to vent his anger. In the main hall, the officials from the aristocratic families didn't react any slower than their family heads. They all kowtowed. We were deceived by these treacherous officials. We deserve to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, these two beasts are deceiving the public and slandering the Emperor's father. They deserve to be killed. We should die 10,000 times for being deceived by these treacherous officials. Such an unruly and fatherless dog. His death is not worth pitying. Your Majesty, please issue an edict to kill these two beasts. In the main hall, countless officials began to shout and shout. Gung Hong was so scared that he wet his pants. A puddle of stinky yellow liquid flowed out from his crotch. He couldn't care less about this. He desperately kowtowed and banged his head so hard that his forehead was soon covered in blood. Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. I deserve to die. I was blinded by lard. That's why I said those nonsense. Your Majesty, please spare me. As for Wang Yuanzhong, he didn't beg for mercy like a kowtowing bug. He just lay on the ground and shivered. Wang Yuanzhong wasn't afraid of death. He even wanted Pai Lupi to give the order to kill him. But now, he felt a deep sense of fear. He originally thought that he could become a loyal minister like Bygone and leave his name in history. But he didn't expect that Crown Prince Li Chengqian would be completely fine. His bold and visionary words just now had become a big joke. The reprimanding voices from his colleagues in the hall made him shudder even more. Wang Ranyu, who was pointing at his nose and scolding him, was his uncle. The reason why he stood out today to take the lead in forcing Wang Ranyu to abdicate was naturally because he was following Wang Ranyu's arrangement. In the great hall, Wang Yuanzhong looked around. Many of the people who were pointing at him and cursing him were from the Taiyuan Wang clan. Most of them were related to him by blood, and his uncles were usually very close to him. Ha ha ha! Wang Yuanzhong suddenly became crazy, pointing at Wang Ranyu and laughing. Wang Yuanzhong, you disloyal and unfilial dog, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at my own stupidity. Ha 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 ha, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. I'm laughing at you all for making animals into dogs, using them for sacrifice, and abandoning them after the deed is done. Wang Yuanzhong's words came from Zhuangzi Tianyun, which meant that the straw dogs used for sacrifice were highly valued before the sacrifice. But after the sacrifice was done, they were abandoned and trampled on at will. A straw dog was a fake straw dog. Wang Yuanzhong felt that he was that straw dog, pushed to the front of the stage by the aristocratic families, and now abandoned and trampled on. His maniacal laughter caused Wang Ranyu and the other aristocratic families and ministers' expressions to change. After Wang Yuanzhong finished laughing, he only felt a sweetness in his throat. He directly spat out a mouthful of blood in the great hall, and then collapsed on the floor. In fact, Wang Yuanzhong didn't care that Wang Ranyu and the other members of the Wang clan beat him up and insulted him. Even if he was abandoned and trampled on as a straw dog, he wouldn't be surprised. The reason why he spat out blood was mainly because his illusion was shattered. Wang Yuanzhong cared more about his reputation, but now, it was all for naught. Half an hour ago, he thought that he would be able to leave his name in history. But now it seemed that he, Wang Yuanzhong, was just like Pai Lupi said, a jumping clown. His heart was dead, and there was no greater sorrow than the death of his heart. Chang Yaojin and the others previously couldn't wait to skin Wang Yuanzhong, a mere 7th-grade imperial censor. But now, Seeing him being beaten up by this group of shameless aristocratic family heads, and being despised by everyone, they even felt some sympathy for this person. Hateful. Lamentable. Pitiful. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the actions of Wang Renyu and the others. Who were they trying to trick? Did they really think that he, Pai Lupi, was blind? Couldn't see who was behind all this? However, Pai Lupi really couldn't do anything to Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic family heads. Not to mention that he couldn't do anything to Wang Renyu and the others. He could only reprimand these aristocratic family officials who were still kneeling on the floor and let them go. What else could he do? Should he let the imperial guards arrest all of these officials and send them to the imperial censor's prison? Then the empire of the Great Tang would be finished. Pai Lupi slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said indifferently, Wang Yuanzhong, now that things have come to this, do you have anything else to say? Wang Yuanzhong crouched on the floor. I only ask for death. If you want to die, I will naturally fulfill your wish. Men, drag Wang Yuanzhong and Gung Hong away and beat them to death. Beating them to death meant that in front of everyone, they would be beaten to death. Gung Hong cried until his tears and snot flowed. He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, but it was no use. He was dragged out of the Taiji Palace by the imperial guards who were like tigers and wolves. They raised the planks and began to beat him. Wang Yuanzhong didn't howl. When he was dragged out, he just stared at Wang Renyu and the others and kept muttering, Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Heaven and earth are heartless. Outside the palace, the sound of the planks hitting flesh and Gung Hong's howls made all the aristocratic family officials in the palace shudder. Gung Hong's howls became softer and softer, and soon there was no more movement. Not long after, the sound of the planks hitting disappeared and the imperial guards entered the palace to hand in the order. Imperial physician Gung Hong and imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong of the imperial censor were both beaten to death outside the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi smiled and looked at the officials in the palace. Everyone, how should I deal with you now? In the palace, the aristocratic family officials bowed again. We will die 10,000 times, Your Majesty. Please punish us. Although these words were pleasant to the ears, everyone knew that this matter was over. The bird that stuck out had been beaten to death, and the aristocratic families had lost face because of Pai Lupi. At most, Pai Lupi would reprimand them a little. Both sides would find a way out and return to their respective homes. Pai Lupi smiled and said nothing. After a while, he suddenly turned to Li Wangyu and asked, County Magistrate Huxian, how do you think we should deal with them? Li Wangyu looked at the officials and suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, since they all say that they will die 10,000 times, why don't we just kill them all? The palace was in an uproar when he said this. Li Wangyu, you're worse than a pig or a dog, but you're actually so ambitious. In their hearts, the officials had already developed a relationship beyond friendship with Li Wangyu's 18 generations of ancestors, and they were cursing him endlessly. Chapter 4:18. Li Wangyu's words not only stunned the officials in the hall, but even Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Li Wangyu had naturally said this on purpose to disgust these shameless aristocratic clans. In any case, even if he was an idiot in politics, he knew that Pai Lupi couldn't kill these officials. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also a drama queen. He actually played along with Li Wangyu's words. County Magistrate Huxian's words are reasonable. Slandering the emperor's father should be executed. Since that's the case. Before he could finish speaking, the aristocratic clan's officials were already so frightened that their faces turned pale. Li Er must have gone crazy from the shock today, right? Why wasn't he following the script? Could it be that he really dared to kill the more than 300 officials in the hall who were trying to force the emperor to abdicate? Wang Renyu, Zhang Yuanshou, and the other aristocratic clan's big shots all paled. If Pai Lupi really did go crazy and killed them all, the Tang dynasty would inevitably fall into chaos. But what was the use of that? Could it save them? Wang Renyu and the others didn't have the resolve to sacrifice themselves for righteousness and leave their names in history. Just as they were feeling awkward, Li Chengqian suddenly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this subject read from Mencius. If the Son of Heaven is heartless, he cannot protect the 4 seas. If the feudal lords are heartless, they cannot protect the country. If the ministers and doctors are heartless, they cannot protect the ancestral temple. If the scholars and commoners are heartless, they cannot protect the 4 bodies. Today, this subject made a mistake, but they have already repented. This subject believes that your majesty can forgive them. Presumably, they will be grateful for your majesty's mercy. His words immediately received the approval of the other officials. His Highness the Crown Prince is wise. Your Majesty, our Tang dynasty is fortunate to have the Crown Prince so intelligent. This is the fortune of our Tang dynasty and our people. Your Majesty, this subject knows his mistake. Today, we were deceived by others and almost made a big mistake. This subject has now completely repented. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. Because of these words, Li Chengqian gained a wave of popularity among the officials. Pai Lupi sat on the throne and looked at the officials with a smile. When no one was paying attention, he turned his head and glared at Li Wangyu. Don't think that we didn't see that you pushed Li Chengqian out just now. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and grinned at Pai Lupi, revealing 8 white teeth. Pai Lupi stood up, and the whole suddenly quieted down. Everyone, although you all have ulterior motives today, we do not intend to let you all be punished for your words. Am I such a narrow-minded person? Since the Crown Prince is pleading on your behalf, then today's matter will end here. I will not pursue this matter any further. But all of you, please remember that you should be loyal to the monarch if you want to eat his salary. Don't make a mistake. Pai Lupi's words caused the officials in the hall to fall to their knees. Your Majesty is wise. Li Wangyu couldn't help but curl his lips. Bluff. Keep bluffing. If you aren't punished for your words, then what's going on with those 2 bloody corpses outside Taiji Palace? Pai Lupi, why don't you explain this? Of course, he only dared to criticize in his heart. Just as he was letting his imagination run wild and cursing Pai Lupi, he heard Pai Lupi say in a loud voice, "Where is son of Huxian, Li Wangyu?" Li Wangyu hurriedly stepped forward. This official is here. Son of Huxian, Li Wangyu, is brimming with talent and erudite. Today, Li Wangyu saved the Crown Prince and should be rewarded for his service. He is granted the title of County Count, and the title of County Count. 700 households. He will be rewarded with 200,000 taels of gold for his service. Nanny? Another title? County Count? Li Wangyu felt his mind go blank. He had been conferred the title of Count by Pai Lupi? Being conferred the title of County Count by Pai Lupi didn't make Li Wangyu happy. On the contrary, he wanted to cry. He really couldn't live like this. He had originally thought that it would be difficult to get Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang's son to agree to him marrying a beautiful superior. Now that his title had been increased, wouldn't he be forced to elope with his beautiful superior? Pai Lupi, King did this on purpose, didn't you? Biting the hand that feeds you. Not a son. Return 200,000 taels of gold. Not fess. Do you dare to directly say 200,000 copper coins? Li Wangyu really wanted to ask Pai Lupi, why was your family's gold not gold, but copper coins? This official, Li Wangyu, accepts the decree and thanks for your kindness. Li Wangyu really wanted to refuse, but in front of all the civil and military officials, he could not give Pai Lupi face. He could only squeeze out an ugly smile and accept the decree. Inside the Taiji Palace, all the officials were speechless. It had only been a few months, and Li Wangyu had turned from a commoner to a county official who had founded the country. All the officials were secretly muttering in their hearts. In the past few months, they had already sent people to Dingzhou village to deliver congratulatory gifts twice. Now, after the court, they had to do it again. Giving gifts was also stressful, okay? This was too frequent. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were laughing so hard that their eyes almost couldn't be seen. Their teacher had been conferred the title of Count again. This was worthy of celebration. The Tang dynasty had always been very cautious when it came to conferring titles. Many old officials would only be conferred the title of Count when they passed away. But Li Wangyu's title was like it didn't cost money. In just a few months, he had been conferred the title 3 times. Even Yu Shernan, an old member of the Duke of Qin's household and a great scholar of the era, had yet to be conferred the title of Count. In history, Yu Shernan was only conferred the title of Count of Yongxing by Pai Lupi in the 7th year of Zhenguan era. From this, it could be seen that titles were definitely not cabbages in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu was the county count of the founding of the country. He was at least a 4th-rank official and was already 1 foot into the ranks of the top nobles. Of course, the title of Count of the Tang dynasty was only an honor. Other than not having to pay taxes and being able to live in a village, which allowed them to enjoy the same treatment as officials. There weren't many other benefits. It was different from the title of Count of the West. Although later generations used the title of Count of the West to translate the title of Count of the West, the rights of the two sides were completely different. The title of Count of the West was a hereditary fief, and the fief had a high degree of autonomy. The title of nobility in Huaxia was basically a symbol. If one did not enter the imperial court and hold an official position, they would not have any rights to speak of. Even so, the hundreds of officials in the hall, except for Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Cheng Yaojin, and Qin Qiong, were all envious of Li Wangyu. Congratulations, County Earl Hu. Congratulations to the Count of Huxian for being rewarded by His Majesty. Although they had just been disgusted by Li Wangyu, the officials from the aristocratic families still had to force smiles and congratulate Li Wangyu. Only the people from the Wang clan of Taiyuan, including Wang Renyu, did not come to congratulate Li Wangyu. The higher Li Wangyu's title rose, the more the Taiyuan Wang clan's face was slapped. The Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the marriage with County Earl Hu, oh no, County Earl Hu, had long become an unavoidable topic in Chang'an. It was widely used and spread widely. Perhaps only the tea eggs and pickled mustard stalks of the future could compare. After Li Er increased Li Wangyu's nobility in front of everyone, he looked at Sun Simiao and his disciple Lu Shenwei. Where is Lu Shenwei? I am here. Lu Shenwei's medical skills are superb, and he is young and promising. He helped County Earl Hu treat Crown Prince Li Chengqian and has contributed to the country. I hereby confer Lu Shenwei the title of Minister of Medicine. I accept the decree and thank you for your kindness. In truth, Pai Lupi wanted to confer Sun Simiao a title, but the old Taoist still refused. Therefore, Pai Lupi could only take a step back and confer Lu Shenwei the title of Minister of Medicine. Originally, Lu Shenwei was invited to the Imperial Hospital by Li Ji in the 4th year of Xianqing. But because of Li Wangyu's interference, Lu Shenwei entered the Minister of Medicine 31 years earlier. Moreover, he was promoted to rank 5 Minister of Medicine, which surprised Li Wangyu. No matter what, a promotion was a good thing. Chapter 419. After awarding Li Wangyu and Lu Shenwei, Pai Lupi announced the end of the court session. The curtains were drawn to the lunar court examination on the 7th month of the 2nd year of Zhenguan. The so-called attempt to force the emperor to abdicate was more like a joke. But in truth, Pai Lupi only felt joy and even fear. If Li Wangyu had not risked everything and sent a fake edict to kidnap Li Chengqian would probably have already died. At that time, if the aristocratic families used this opportunity to force the emperor to abdicate, he might really be in trouble today. At that time, no matter what Pai Lupi chose, the consequences would not be good. After all, it was only the 2nd year of Zhenguan, and Pai Lupi had only been on the throne for 3 years after the Xuanwu Gate incident. His status and reputation had not yet reached its peak. Li Yuan still had tremendous prestige in the royal court at this time. If he had used the crown prince's death and the hundreds of officials forcing the emperor to abdicate, Li Yuan might have had a chance to return to the throne. After understanding all this, Pai Lupi could only rejoice that he had such a capable nephew like Li Wangyu. He also rejoiced that he had forced Li Wangyu to take Li Chengqian as his disciple. Pai Lupi was very proud of this. What he did not know was that if Li Wangyu had not taught Li Chengqian how to make ice cream, his son would not have gotten this intestinal blockage. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. The various events of the court session were quickly spread by the hundreds of officials to all of Chang'an's 108 markets. The common people were not interested in discussing the matter of forcing the emperor to abdicate. To the common people, it made no difference who sat on the throne in Taiji Palace. But they were rather interested in the matter of the crown prince, who was rumored to have died, being brought back to life by County Count Hu's miraculous hands. Even the crown prince with intestinal blockage could be saved. This was truly inconceivable. All the doctors and medical workers in Chang'an had said in unison that there was no cure for intestinal obstruction, which made Li Wangyu even more mysterious. Li Wangyu, who was worshipped by many people as the god of wealth, was now rumored to be a Daluo golden immortal who had descended to the mortal world. He could regrow flesh and blood and had the ability to bring people back from the dead. Li Wangyu's name was so popular in Chang'an, and that he could be said to be an internet celebrity of the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, cameras had not been invented in the Tang dynasty. In Noda's Chang'an, only a few people knew Li Wangyu. Otherwise, he really didn't need to go out. Walking on the streets, He would definitely be surrounded by people like a rare animal. The rumors about County Count Li Wangyou's medical skills became more and more exaggerated, and many nobles and officials even believed them. After all, this was what Pai Lupi had said in front of everyone in Taiji Palace. Li Wangyu had even been promoted to County Count because he had saved the crown prince. Therefore, many officials and generals who were ill really went to Dingzhou village in Huxian to ask Li Wangyu for medical treatment. Li Wangyu felt extremely annoyed about this. How could he know any medical skills? He had only saved Li Chengqian by chance. Moreover, the ones who had actually operated on Li Chengqian were Sun Simiao and Lu Shenwei. He had only been talking from the side. Facing the officials who were asking for medical treatment, Li Wangyu could only patiently explain over and over again that he didn't know how to treat illnesses and didn't know any medical skills. The one who had saved Crown Prince Li Chengqian was the divine doctor Sun Simiao. Regardless of whether they believed it or not, Li Wangyu could only introduce Sun Simiao to them. Fortunately, Sun Simiao was now in the Xianwei outside Dingzhou village, so these nobles and officials who had specially come to see him wouldn't have made a wasted trip. Sun Simiao's reputation was big enough. After all, even Pai Lupi knew about him. With an old immortal like Sun Simiao treating them, these officials who had specially come to Dingzhou village weren't disappointed. Even so, many officials expressed their doubts about Li Wangyou's claim that he didn't know any medical skills. In private, they felt that County Count who was too arrogant. The fact that his master was a divine doctor naturally couldn't be hidden from the villagers of Dingzhou village. After all, the villagers of Dingzhou village had to travel to Chang'an City every day. Most of them were well-informed merchants. They were like taxi drivers in the future when it came to all kinds of news in Chang'an. They belonged to the profession that was the most well-informed. However, the villagers of Dingzhou village, from the old village chief to the naughty children in the village, had long been accustomed to Li Wangyou's shocking abilities. Even when their master was given a title and became the county count of the founding county, most of the villagers' reactions were, "Oh, Lang Jun has been given a title again. Amazing, amazing." After that there was no more after that. They each went about what they were supposed to do and were quite calm. After all, to be given a title 3 times in a few months was too frequent. It really wasn't exciting. Even the old housekeeper Li Heng's first reaction when he learned that his Lang Jun had been given a title by the saint was, the plaque that was hung on the door of the manor with the words, Founding County Count, written not long ago was a waste. A waste. The villagers of Dingzhou village mostly had the same thought. However, none of the villagers came to seek medical treatment like those nobles and officials. It wasn't that they didn't trust Li Wangyou's medical skills, but they felt that they had minor illnesses such as headache and fever. They felt embarrassed to trouble Li Wangyu, the great magic doctor. Moreover, since the Xianwei temple on the hillside outside the village was completed, the villagers of Dingzhou village immediately jumped to the top of the Tang dynasty's medical conditions. It could be said that they were full of happiness. Sun Simiao didn't come to Dingzhou village alone. He was fooled by Li Wangyou's penicillin and wanted to develop a new drug here. Of course, he had to bring his disciples along. Sun Simiao was 90 years old. Naturally, Lu Shenwei wasn't the only disciple Sun Simiao had. Now, in the Xianwei temple, there were 27 disciples and disciples of Sun Simiao, all of whom were proficient in the art of ointment. Sun Simiao's pursuit was to enter Taoism through medicine. He didn't refuse anyone who came to seek medical treatment. Regardless of their status, nobles, officials, or villagers, they were all treated equally. Therefore, whenever the villagers had headaches, fevers or bumps, they would go to the Xianwei temple to ask the Taoist priests for help. No one dared to disturb their master because of these minor illnesses. Li Wangyu was naturally happy to see this happen. He felt that it was a wise decision to trick Sun Simiao into coming to Dingzhou village. However, there were always exceptions to everything. On this day, Li Wangyu was leisurely drinking tea with his legs crossed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door of the Li family's old residence. "Lang Jun, help! Someone is going to die. Lang Jun, please save my wife." The old butler, Li Heng, hurriedly ran to open the door. A person stumbled in from outside. It was Carpenter Lu's eldest son. "Lu Dalong, why are you in such a panic?" "Don't worry, speak slowly." Li Wangyu quickly stood up and asked. Lu Dalong's forehead was covered in sweat. He said in a panicked tone, "Lang Jun, my wife is going to give birth today." Li Wangyu was baffled. "Damn, what does your wife giving birth have to do with me?" Go find the midwife. However, Lu Dalong quickly said, the midwife said that my wife's fetus is not in the right position. She's afraid that she'll have a difficult labor. I'm afraid that she won't be able to save the child. Lang Jun, please save them. As Lu Dalong spoke, he knelt down in front of Li Wangyu and kowtowed repeatedly. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. What was going on? Difficult labor? What's the use of looking for me? Chapter 420. As an ordinary person in the future, if someone suddenly came to you and told you that your wife was having a difficult labor and asked you to save her, your first reaction would be to be very confused. Li Wangyu was the same. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Lu Dalong's wife was having a difficult labor. Why was she looking for him? Lu Dalong, you idiot. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and ask old immortal son for help. Why are you looking for me? Lu Dalong said with a crying face. My father has already asked old immortal son for help. He said the same thing. He said that my wife's child is in a wrong position and the umbilical cord is wrapped around the neck. He can't do anything. Lang Jun, please save my wife and child. Li Wangyu was even more dumbfounded when he heard that Sun Simiao couldn't do anything. If even the king of medicine couldn't do anything, what could he do? While he was in a daze, he heard a commotion outside. His beautiful superior, who had come out to see what was going on, heard that Lu Dalong's wife was having a difficult labor. She subconsciously blurted out, hurry up and do a cesarean section. Why are you still in a daze? What? Cesarean section? Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful superior in a daze. Are you sure you're not talking nonsense? Who knows how to do a cesarean section? Is it you or me? Or Sun Simiao? Wang Yu, you and Sun Simiao can perform an appendectomy for Li Chengqian. You should be able to do a cesarean section, right? Li Wangyu was speechless. How could they be the same thing? Besides, if they cut open Lu Dalong's wife's stomach, how could they prevent her wound from getting infected? They didn't have any cephalosporin capsules. As for the penicillin that Sun Simiao wanted, they couldn't even find it. If they really cut open Lu Dalong's wife's stomach, whether she could survive or not would depend on her luck. Wang Yu, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up, it's more important to save people. The beautiful boss was also anxious and pushed Li Wangyu out. Li Wangyu was so anxious that he started sweating. He said incoherently, ask Niu Wu to bring the alcohol from home. Sigh, what's going on? Got it. Hurry up and go. I'll have Niu Wu send the things over later. The beautiful boss said anxiously. Li Wangyu was at his wit's end. He could only wait and see. He could only follow Lu Dalong out of the manor and jog towards Carpenter Lu's house. Lu Dalong thought that Li Wangyu was running too slowly, so he bent down and carried Li Wangyu on his back before running home. This fellow was worried about his wife, so he ran as fast as he could. However, Li Wangyu, who was lying on his back, was jolted so much that he almost vomited. When Lu Dalong ran back to his house and put Li Wangyu down, Li Wangyu's little face was pale and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. He glared at Lu Dalong angrily, but he didn't have the time to find trouble with this idiot. He hurried into the house. Since ancient times in Huaxia, giving birth to a child was akin to a woman breaking through the gates of hell. Not to mention these ordinary peasant women, even in the imperial palace, there were countless concubines who had died because of difficult childbirth. Lu Dalong's wife had a difficult birth. That was basically a step into the bridge of helplessness. Li Wangyu didn't care about the taboo between men and women. He pushed the door open and entered the house. Lu Dalong wanted to follow him in, but he was stopped by his father, Carpenter Lu. You idiot, the woman inside is giving birth. Why are you going in? Then why did Lang Jun and old immortal son go in? Lu Dalong wasn't convinced and said with a stiff neck. He was worried about his wife, so he didn't care about these things. Nonsense. Who is Lang Jun? He and old immortal son are miracle doctors. Do you understand? Are miracle doctors human? Li Wangyu, who had just stepped into the house, almost tripped when he heard Carpenter Lu's words. What is this old man talking about? How am I not human? He didn't care about the topic of whether he was human or not. He looked at Sun Simiao and asked, Old immortal son, how is Lu Dalong's wife? Is she in danger? Sun Simiao shook his head. I'm at my wit's end. The umbilical cord is wrapped around the fetus neck, and it's not in the right position. I'm afraid it's difficult to save the child. Hey, County Count Who? Do you have any ideas? Ever since Li Wangyu suggested a cesarean section to cut out Li Wangyu's ulcerated intestines and really save the crown prince, Sun Simiao had an inexplicable expectation for Li Wangyu. He felt that this young county count might have some strange ideas. As expected, Li Wangyu did not disappoint him. However, the words that came out of his mouth stunned Sun Simiao. Yes, we can only do a cesarean section now. A cesarean section? How? Cut open the stomach, take out the fetus, and then suture the wound. Li Wangyu said it very simply. It wasn't that he was a man of few words, but that he only knew so much about a cesarean section. Who the hell knew how to perform a cesarean section? Li Wangyu also felt wronged. He was a student at a second-tier university who majored in e-commerce. How did he fall to the point where he had to perform surgery to save someone's life? It was a shame for the education he had received over the years. It's that simple? Why don't we give it a try? Sun Simiao was a little tempted. It seemed to be the same when he treated Li Chengqian. Cut open the stomach, cut out the intestines, and suture the wound. This woman couldn't give birth, so it seemed like it could be done. Let's give it a try. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and sighed. He could only give it a shot. Whether Lu Dalong's wife could survive or not was up to fate. Anyway, Lu Dalong's wife would definitely die without the surgery, so he might as well take a gamble. Then quickly send this young lady to the visualization room. After I came back from Chong'an, I imitated the Eastern Palace's surgery room and set up the operating room you mentioned. It's just right for today, Sun Simiao said without hesitation. Medical fanatic Sun Simiao had tried surgery once, so he was naturally very interested in it. When he was taking care of Li Chengqian in the Eastern Palace, he asked Li Wangyu about surgery every day. What was surgery, how to set up the operating room, what surgical instruments were needed, why did they have to use alcohol to disinfect, and so on. Li Wangyu was often speechless. He could only rely on the common sense and imagination he had learned from watching television dramas to deal with the curious baby Sun Simiao. After returning from Chong'an, Sun Simiao immediately ordered someone to set up an operating room, intending to study surgery in depth. It came in handy today. Li Wangyu nodded and walked out of the room. He said to the anxious father and son of the Lu family, Lu Dalong, old immortal son and I can try to save your wife, but we might not be able to save her. The risk is great. Are you willing to give it a try? Lu Dalong and his father looked at each other and knelt down without hesitation. Yes, I'm willing. Lang Jun, please save my aunt. If anything happens, I won't complain. That's my wife's life. Lang Jun, old immortal son, please treat her. In this era, there were no such things as medical disputes in the future. Not to mention, Lu Dalong knew that his wife's life was in danger. She could die at any time. If they really couldn't save her, the father and son of the Lu family couldn't blame Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They still had to thank them for saving her. Li Wangyu didn't argue and ordered, if that's the case, immediately carry your wife to the visualization room and prepare for surgery. Lu Dalong naturally didn't understand what surgery was, nor did he dare to ask. He hurriedly removed the door planks and asked the midwife and his mother to dress his wife. Together with his father and two brothers, they carried the groaning auntie to the manifestation realm. Chapter 421. After the father and son of the Lu family carried Lu Dalong's wife to the temple, they could only wait anxiously in the temple and pray silently for the Tao ancestors' protection. In the operating theater of the Taoist temple, Li Wangyu was in a dilemma. There was no other reason. In order to perform the surgery, he had to first disinfect and take off Lu Dalong's wife's clothes. There were no such things as surgical gowns these days. Neither Li Wangyu nor Sun Simiao had thought of preparing such things. With the sanitary conditions of the Tang dynasty, the clothes on Lu Dalong's wife's body were not hygienic at all. There might be a lot of bacteria. What made Li Wangyu feel troubled was not only the problem of taking off her clothes. He seemed to remember that before performing a cesarean section, he had to prepare the pregnant woman's hair. That meant, cough, cough, cough. That was to shave off the body hair to prevent bacterial infection. At this moment, only Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were in the operating theater. After all, he was delivering a woman's child. Sun Simiao was too embarrassed to ask his disciples to help. The old Taoist priest was prepared to perform a cesarean section on Lu Dalong's wife himself. Anyway, he was a doctor and was 90 years old. He no longer had to care about these things between men and women. As for Li Wangyu, in Sun Simiao's opinion, he was just a young man. His hair was not fully grown yet, so there was no need to avoid him. Besides, Sun Simiao did not even know what a cesarean section was. Without Li Wangyu's help, the old Taoist priest was not confident. This was a living human life. If something went wrong, 2 lives would be lost. He could not be careless. Li Wangyu wanted to hide, but he was stopped by the old Taoist priest. He had no choice but to stay. Old immortal son, that, cough cough, we have to take off her clothes first. Li Wangyu's face was red as he pointed at Lu Dalong's wife who was moaning on the operating table. Lu Dalong's wife was in so much pain that her forehead was covered in sweat. However, when she heard this, she could not help but widen her eyes in fear and shake her head repeatedly. No, how can this be? I'm a woman. Lu Dalong's wife protested in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. She would rather die than be naked in front of Sun Simiao and Li Wangyu. Although the people of the Tang dynasty were civilized, unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties where people were confined by feudalism, it was still difficult for Lu Dalong's wife to bring up this matter. If Li Wangyu had accidentally transmigrated to the Ming and Qing dynasties, then there was no need to think about a cesarean section at all. The patient's family members would rather watch the patient die of pain than let them save the patient. The Ming dynasty's medical practice specifications stated, even if you are separated by curtains, you must cover your hands with gauze. Needless to say, a male doctor delivering a baby to a woman. In the book, there was a woman named Ma who would rather die than see a male doctor because of an indescribable disease. Madame Ma said, I would rather die than let a man see this illness. In the end, Madame Ma died, but she was praised by the people of her time for being a woman of virtue, which was lamentable. Lu Dalong's mother-in-law was now mostly shy like a woman and not bound by etiquette and morals. Sun Simiao frowned slightly. Madam Lu, if you don't do this, I'm afraid that today will be the day you die. That's a corpse and 2 lives. Have you thought it through? I and the county magistrate are both doctors. As the saying goes, doctors have the heart of parents. Do you need to avoid your parents like this? Sun Simiao's words made Lu Dalong's mother-in-law fall silent. In the end, she suppressed her shyness and closed her eyes. She nodded slightly to show that she agreed. Sun Simiao picked up the scissors and handed it to Li Wangyu, indicating that he should cut open Lu Dalong's mother-in-law's clothes. Old immortal son, why don't you go? Li Wangyu swallowed and asked anxiously. Sun Simiao's face turned red, but he pretended to be calm. I have to prepare for the surgery. I don't have time. Although he had persuaded Lu Dalong's wife, Sun Simiao had never had the experience of making a female patient take off her clothes completely. He was embarrassed. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao stared at each other. Neither of them knew what to do. Just as they were struggling, the door of the operating room was pushed open. Their beautiful boss rushed in with alcohol. Seeing their beautiful boss come in, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were secretly relieved. Chongqing, you came at the right time. Help Lu Dalong's wife cut open her clothes. Oh right, you also need to prepare the hair. You do it. Li Wangyu quickly handed over the scissors and signaled for his beautiful boss to help. Su Chongqing also knew that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao were inconvenienced, so he hurried over to help. Without saying anything, he took the scissors and started working. Li Wangyu quickly took the alcohol and sprayed it everywhere in the operating room. He also disinfected Sun Simiao's surgical instruments one by one and prepared for the surgery. At this time, Lu Dalong's wife on the operating table was in so much pain that she almost fainted. Her screams were getting louder and louder. Lu Dalong, his father and brother, who were outside the door, were all worried. Fortunately, there was no lack of all kinds of herbs in the microscopic world. Sun Simiao gave Lu Dalong's wife anesthetic powder and pierced the acupuncture points on her abdomen to stop the pain. After drinking the anesthetic powder, Lu Dalong's wife quickly fell asleep. However, when he heard that his wife's voice was no longer in the operating room, Lu Dalong's heart tightened again. He grabbed his father's arm and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Why is there no sound? My wife, she couldn't have." Bah, what are you talking about? With old immortal and Lang Jun helping your mother-in-law deliver the baby, There's no need to worry about that laborious surgery. Carpenter Lu comforted his son, as well as himself. However, they didn't know that there was an academic debate going on in the operating room. Madam Su, are you sure you should cut from here? When I was performing the surgery on the Crown Prince, I cut from here. Sun Simiao held the shining scalpel and kept gesturing on Lu Dalong's wife's big belly. It was very scary. The beautiful boss used her hand to gesture on Lu Dalong's wife's belly. It must be cut here, there's no mistake. My best friend had a cesarean section, and the scar on her belly was in this position. I remember very clearly that she complained that she didn't look good in a bikini. Before Su Chongqing could finish speaking, Li Wangyu covered her mouth with his hand. She then realized that she seemed to have let it slip. Madam Su, what do you mean by best friend? Is it the meaning of best friend? Has someone done a cesarean section? Who is so amazing? Why haven't I heard of it? Then what is a bikini? Sun Simiao frowned and asked. Li Wangyu quickly changed the topic. Cough, cough, old immortal son, now is not the time to ask about this. Saving the baby is more important. Lu Dalong's wife can't hold on for long. Sun Simiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He raised the lancet again. Then I'll cut it? Cut it. However, old immortal son, you must be careful. Don't hurt the baby inside. I know. After all, Sun Simiao was an expert who could live for more than 140 years. Although he was already 90 years old, his hands didn't tremble and his eyes didn't blur. He firmly held the lancet in his hand and gently cut open Lu Dalong's wife's belly. Chapter 422. Lu Dalong, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of the operating room, heard a woman scream from inside the room. He couldn't help but tremble in fear and almost fell to the ground. Father, what's going on? Carpenter Lu was also frightened. I don't know. Dalong, don't be afraid. The voice just now didn't sound like your wife's. It sounded like Mrs. Su's voice. That's right. It's Mrs. Su's voice, Carpenter Lu's other two sons quickly replied. Only then did Lu Dalong feel a little relieved. Then, he realized something. What's Mrs. Su's name? Could it be? Don't think too much. It's nothing. Old immortal son and Lang Jun are here. Carpenter Lu comforted himself. The four of them were confused. They couldn't understand what was going on in the operating room. As for Lu Dalong's mother, she was at a loss. She could only murmur, Tao ancestor bless, Tao ancestor bless. The one who screamed was their beautiful superior. When Sun Simiao used the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, blood immediately seeped out. Su Chongqing, who had never seen such a scene, was shocked and couldn't help but scream. Her scream scared Sun Simiao so much that his hand trembled and the incision was almost crooked. Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao both raised their heads and glared at their beautiful superior with dissatisfaction. She also realized that her performance just now was too embarrassing. She quickly covered her face with her hands and apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't react in time and was scared. Chongqing, go prepare some hot water so that we can wash the child later. Also, ask the Lu family to prepare some loose clothes so that we can change into them after the operation. The embarrassing preparations before the operation had already been completed by their beautiful superior. Li Wangyu saw that she was so afraid of seeing blood, so he simply sent her away. Li Wangyu was forced to go through 2 surgeries for no reason. He realized that he had also trained himself. At least when he saw Sun Simiao use the lancet to cut open Mrs. Lu's belly, he didn't feel nauseous to the point of vomiting. Li Wangyu didn't even feel that the Lu family's daughter-in-law was beautiful when he saw her lying naked on the operating table. After all, a woman with a big belly and a big bloody wound was not something a normal person would think of as erotic. The beautiful boss did not refuse. She obediently left the operating theater. As soon as she came out, she was immediately surrounded by Carpenter Lu's family. Lady Su, how's my mother-in-law? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Where's Eva? Has the baby been born yet? The beautiful boss couldn't help but feel a little nauseous when she thought of the bloody wound just now. She frowned and covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing her disgust as she replied. She hasn't given birth yet. Old immortal son just cut open your wife's abdomen. What? Cut open the abdomen? Lady Su, what do you mean by that? Oh my God, this person's stomach has been cut open. Can he still live? My poor son. The beautiful boss didn't know how to explain it to Carpenter Lu's family. She could only comfort them with Li Chengqian's matter. Have you forgotten how old Immortal Sun and the others saved the crown prince? Don't worry, it'll be fine. Although she said that, Carpenter Lu's family was still scared to death. No one would be able to remain calm after hearing such a thing. The whole family began to cry silently, thinking that their daughter-in-law would not be able to live. In the operating theater, Sun Simiao was still discussing with Li Wangyu how to proceed with the operation. Count who? This is the uterine palace. The fetus is inside. Where should we cut open the uterine palace? How long should we make the incision? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How would he know? It was better to leave it to fate. Sun Simiao was also skilled and daring. Although he had never done surgery before, he still dared to do it. Seeing that Li Wangyu couldn't give any suggestions, he decided to cut open the uterine palace based on his own feelings. When Sun Simiao took out a wet and wrinkled baby from the womb of the Lu family's daughter-in-law, Li Wangyu was completely dumbfounded. This old Taoist was really a god. As expected of the king of medicine. He could even succeed like this? He didn't care about the filth and quickly reached out to take the baby. He held the baby clumsily and carefully. Seeing that the baby didn't move, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a plot he had seen in a TV series. He reached out and slapped the baby's butt heavily. Suddenly, the baby in his arms cried loudly. The sound was so loud that Li Wangyu felt his ears ring. Outside the operating theater, Carpenter Lu's family, who were already in tears, was stunned when they heard the baby's cry. The next moment, expressions of wild joy appeared on the faces of Carpenter Lu's family. Lu Dalong grabbed his two brothers. My baby, it's my baby. Second brother, third brother, did you hear that? It's my baby crying. Ha ha ha, Lu Dalong, have a baby. He was ecstatic when Carpenter Lu slapped his head. What are you laughing about? We don't even know if your wife is dead or alive. When he heard his father's words, Lu Dalong's face fell again. However, when he heard the baby crying in the room, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, the beautiful boss also brought hot water. She was also surprised when she heard the baby crying. Wangyu, the baby is born? Is it a boy or a girl? Li Wangyu looked down at the baby in his arms and replied with disdain. A boy, a money-losing product. Construction bank. The beautiful boss couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. If Lu Dalong heard what you said, he would definitely fight you to the death. This is the Tang dynasty. They want to have a boy. Li Wangyu curled his lips. Humph, I like girls. It's so good to have a sweet little jacket. Hee, Chongqing, let's have a daughter in the future, okay? The beautiful boss blushed a little when she heard what he said. She glared at him and carefully reached out to wash the baby in the warm water. Neither of them had any experience in taking care of a baby. After a while, they finally cleaned the baby and wrapped it in the cloth they prepared. Li Wangyu couldn't help with the rest. He simply carried the baby out of the operating room with the beautiful boss. Sun Simiao was left to clean up the mess and suture the wound. Now that the unprecedented cesarean section was done, the baby was born safely. However, whether the Lu family's daughter-in-law could survive or not depended on whether she was lucky enough. Li Wangyu couldn't do anything about it. When the beautiful boss came out of the operating room with the baby in her arms, Carpenter Lu and his family all knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. Lang Jun, you are my reborn parent. I won't forget you saving my life. I'll repay you with everything I have. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Haha, congratulations. Dalong. You gave birth to a boy. Carpenter Lu. Congratulations on having a grandson. You don't have to worry that no one will inherit your family's good craftsmanship. When he heard that it was a boy, Carpenter Lu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. This baby was the eldest grandson of the Lu family. Lu Dalong's mother hurriedly took the baby and carefully held it in her arms. She even chased Lu Dalong away when he wanted to look at the baby. When the midwife said that the mother and child were in danger, Carpenter Lu and his family felt that the sky was falling. However, they didn't expect Li Wangyu to pull them out of the abyss. Carpenter Lu looked at the crying baby. Just as he got up from the ground, he knelt down again. Lang Jun, please give this baby a name. Without Long Jun's help, this little thing wouldn't have had the chance to be born. Lang Jun, Please give this baby a name. A name? Li Wangyu was a little confused. He was the least talented when it came to naming. Surname Lu. What name should he give a boy? Urgent. Waiting online. Chapter 423. Hearing Carpenter Lu's words, his beautiful superior couldn't help but laugh. Li Wangyu's bad naming skills were also well known in his original company. Many of his colleagues in the company had become parents, and they happily asked them how to name their children. It was fine if other people came up with names, but Li Wangyu's names were all difficult to pronounce and difficult to remember. Moreover, they were all rare words that were difficult to write. Everyone suspected that this guy's name was a random combination of words from a dictionary. Of course, Li Wangyu would never admit to this, even though he had indeed done so. In short, after experiencing this a few times, no one in the company asked Li Wangyu how to name his children. Now that Carpenter Lu actually asked Li Wangyu to name his grandson, his beautiful superior naturally thought of Li Wangyu's glorious achievements. How could she not laugh? Li Wangyu was also very depressed. He glanced at his beautiful superior who was laughing and replied awkwardly, "Well, the child's name can't be sloppy. Let me think about this for a while before I give an answer." He didn't plan to scratch his own head. If the master had something to do, the disciple would naturally do it for him. He would leave the matter of naming Carpenter Lu's grandson to Ma Zhou and Yan Liben. Seeing that Li Wangyu agreed to name his grandson, Carpenter Lu quickly thanked him and got up with a smile. He went to his wife's side to tease his grandson. The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's plan and whispered in his ear, "You want Ma Zhou and the others to name your grandson, right?" "Humph. Am I that kind of person?" Li Wangyu felt a little guilty and quickly changed the topic. "Have you brought the clothes of Lu family's wife? Quickly go in and see if old immortal sun has finished suturing her wound. Help her change her clothes later." The beautiful superior saw through Li Wangyu's thoughts, but she didn't expose him. She just winked at him and turned to walk into the operating room. After the operation, Lu Dalong's wife was left by Sun Simiao to recuperate. After all, the Lu family's old house was a thatched hut made of yellow mud. It was not hygienic at all. After experiencing Li Wangyu's surgery, Sun Simiao began to realize the danger of the bacteria that Li Wangyu mentioned. Naturally, he would not agree to Carpenter Lu's request to bring his daughter-in-law home. As Carpenter Lu's family carried the baby home, the news that Li Wangyu and the old immortal sun had saved Lu Dalong's wife spread like wildfire throughout Dingzhou village. Lu Dalong's mother carried her grandson in her arms and walked around the village as if she was advertising. She then vividly described how Count Huxian and old immortal sun had used a knife to cut open her daughter-in-law's belly and carried her grandson out. This naturally caused the surrounding aunts to cry out in surprise. Auntie Lu enjoyed these exclamations very much. She naturally wouldn't tell everyone that she didn't see it with her own eyes and only said these words based on her imagination. She also wouldn't tell these aunties that she was so frightened that she almost fainted from crying. "Auntie Lu, is your eldest son's wife still alive? This person's belly was cut open with a knife. I'm afraid she's dead, right?" "Humph, why don't you take a look at who did the knife? That's Count Huxian and old immortal Sunday. How could they harm my daughter-in-law's life? My daughter-in-law is currently recuperating in the Xianwei temple. Auntie Lu, your eldest son's wife is really lucky to have Lord Ju and old immortal sun save her. I heard from the midwife that she has never seen your daughter-in-law like this before. She can still be saved, let alone give birth to a child. It's really a blessing from the heavens." Auntie Lu spat at the woman. "Bah, what blessing from the heavens? It's Lord Ju's blessing." Yes, Auntie Lu is right. It's our Lord Ju's blessing. Desveske, our Lord Ju is indeed a heavenly immortal. Like old immortal sun, he's not immortal. When did our Dingzhou village burn incense? To be able to become Lord Ju's fief is really a great blessing. The surrounding aunts nodded in agreement. That's right. Nowadays, which village in this area doesn't want to marry their daughter into our village? Back then, my eldest son wanted to find a wife. How many private matchmakers did he hire and how much copper coins did he spend? If it wasn't for his father's craftsmanship, other young ladies wouldn't be willing to marry into our village. Now the private matchmakers who want to matchmake my second son and third son are almost stepping on our doorstep. Auntie Lu's face was full of pride when she spoke of this matter. I heard that the people who want to marry your second son are from the wealthy families in Huxian County. the topic of the ants quickly deviated. It was just as the 2 elements gave birth to the 4 divisions, and the 4 divisions gave birth to the 8 trigrams. A group of gossipy ants began to discuss family matters with relish. Lu Dalong's wife was indeed in good health. Without antibiotics, not only was Lu Dalong's wife's wound not infected, but it also healed very well. In just 3 to 4 days, she could get off the ground and walk normally. Sun Simiao couldn't stand Lu Dalong's wife's pleas and could only agree to let her return home to recuperate. Lu Dalong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth when his wife returned home alive and kicking. On the same day, he ran to Xianwei Temple and offered a large amount of money for incense to express his gratitude. When the villagers of Dingzhou village saw that Lu Dalong's wife had really returned home, they were even more in awe of Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao. They didn't think that this was the art of Qi Huang. Instead, they all saw it as Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's supernatural powers and the work of extraordinary people. Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly at this, but he couldn't be bothered to correct the villagers' thoughts and just let them be. The news that Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao had performed a cesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia quickly spread to Chang'an City through the mouths of the crowd. However, any matter would always lose its original meaning after being spread by the crowd. Just like the mouthpiece game that was the favorite in the variety shows of the future, the meaning of the original words that the few of them were transmitting had completely changed. When the news of Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao performing a cesarean section to save a pregnant woman with dystocia reached Chang'an City, it became that the pregnant woman had died from dystocia. Count Huxian had arrived in time and performed a ritual. After a series of changes, the pregnant woman came back from the dead and successfully gave birth to a Qilin child. At that time, there were even fresh flowers falling from the sky, heavenly music playing, and colorful clouds blooming. Everyone was shocked, but they firmly believed in this absurd rumor. Pai Lupi lived deep in Taiji Palace, but he was also well informed. After the 100 Horsemen Department reported this matter, Pai Lupi immediately summoned Li Wangyu to Taiji Palace. "Zio, have we treated you unfairly?" The moment Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he didn't even have time to bow to Pai Lupi before Pai Lupi began to make things difficult for him in an unfriendly tone. Li Wangyu couldn't help but be stunned. What was Pai Lupi up to this time? Chapter 424. Li Wangyu didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant, so he quickly flattered him. "Uncle, why do you say that?" "Uncle, of course you care about and love me. It's because of Uncle's teaching and encouragement that I didn't become a useless playboy. If Uncle has any orders, I'll do it without hesitation." Pai Lupi's expression eased a lot when he heard that. He nodded proudly and said, "In that case, why don't you perform the ritual for your aunt when you have the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman?" "What?" Li Wangyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Why did he understand every word Pai Lupi said? But he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. What did he mean by having the supernatural power to protect the pregnant woman? Why did he have to perform the ritual for Empress Zhang's son? Did he look like Yuan Tiangang, Sun Simiao, and other old Taoists? Li Wangyu really didn't understand what Pai Lupi meant. He could only brace himself and ask carefully, "Uncle, what do you mean?" "Nephew, why can't I understand?" "Uncle, do you need to pray for my aunt?" "I'll go to Taoist Yuan immediately and ask him to prepare the Luotian grand ritual to pray for my aunt." Pai Lupi glanced at him and said, "What's the use of me looking for Yuan Tiangang? I heard that you saved a dead pregnant woman in Dingzhou village and gave birth to a child. Is that true? Now your aunt is pregnant for 10 months and is about to give birth. As a nephew, don't you plan to do something for your aunt?" Li Wangyu was completely confused. It took him a long time to figure out that he and Sun Simiao had performed a cesarean section and saved Lu Dalong's wife. It was actually rumored to be like this. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, believed it. It was really nonsense. He quickly explained to Pai Lupi, "Uncle, who is talking nonsense? If I had the ability to bring the dead back to life, would I have been bullied by the Li clan of Huxian? I did save a pregnant woman, but I didn't perform any ritual. Instead, I performed a cesarean section for the pregnant woman with old immortal Sunday. Just like saving Qing Qian, we cut open the pregnant woman's abdomen and took out the fetus. That's all." Pai Lupi was skeptical. "Really? If I lie, may the heavens strike me with lightning." Seeing that Li Er didn't believe him, Li Wangyu even swore an oath. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi also knew that he made a blunder. He couldn't help but blush as he coughed lightly. Since that's the case, you and Minister Sun can stay in the palace for the time being. So's your and wife's you, right? Li Wangyu instinctively wanted to refuse Pai Lupi's words. Living in Dingzhou village was so comfortable, and he could whisper sweet nothings to his beautiful boss every day. Living in Taiji Palace was too stifling. How could it compare to living in his own manor? Moreover, Empress Zhong's son was pregnant with the future Emperor Gaozong of Tang, Li Ji. Li Wangyu knew that Li Ji had given birth smoothly without any hiccups. Asking him to come live in the palace to prevent Empress Zhong's son from giving birth was like taking off his pants to fart. Wasn't that superfluous? However, Li Wangyu swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He knew the history, but Pai Lupi didn't. He couldn't tell Pai Lupi that his wife would give birth smoothly on the 21st day of the 7th lunar month in the 2nd year of Zhengguan. She would give birth to a boy, and he would be named Li Ji. His nickname was Ji Nu, and he would inherit his throne in the future. It would be strange if Pai Lupi didn't think he was crazy. Li Wangyu counted the days. It was already the 16th day of the 7th lunar month. Li Ji would be born in 5 days. Since that was the case, he didn't want to talk nonsense. He would just come to Taiji Palace and stay for a few days. Understanding this point, Li Wangyu nodded happily and agreed. Uncle, don't worry. I won't be careless about Aunt's matter. I'll go back to Dingzhou village first and get ready. Tomorrow, I'll go to the palace with old immortal Sunday. Pai Lupi nodded. Okay. Li Wangyu chatted with Pai Lupi for a while and then left the palace. He didn't rush back to Dingzhou village. Instead, he planned to go to the Chou Manor first. Now that the Chou Manor had taken over the business of the beverage vending machine, it was doing well. In Chang'an City, the beverage vending machine could be seen everywhere. The ice-making workshop in Dingzhou village was also built. Every day, large amounts of ice were transported by 4-wheeled carriages to the boiled water shops in Chang'an City. Naturally, the machine, which could automatically produce iced boiled water with copper coins, attracted the curiosity of everyone in Chang'an City. The sales kept increasing. Now the copper coins that were transported back to Dingzhou village every day gave the old housekeeper Li Hang a headache. He didn't know where to store so many copper coins. Li Wangyu passed by a boiled water shop. He also took out his copper coins and bought 2 bamboo tubes of iced drinks. He drank with Niu Wu as they walked. It was very pleasant. He went to the Chou Manor not only to discuss the vending machine, but also to discuss the transportation of sorghum from the Chou Manor. The sorghum used by the brewery in the Qinling Mountains was provided by the Chou Manor. Now, the sorghum wine produced by the brewery was in short supply. If he wanted to increase the production, he needed more sorghum. The Chou Manor was located in Shenyang Lane. This was also where the county magistrate of Wanyan County was located. He and Niu Wu rode to the Chou Manor. Naturally, they had to pass by Wanyan County. When they passed by the county magistrate of Wanyan County, a few yamen runners on duty saw him from afar. They all showed a flattering smile and bowed. Greetings to the county magistrate. Some of the flatterers even immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Greetings to the county magistrate. Li Wangyu had just been granted the title of county magistrate when Wang Ziqiao colluded with the head of Wanyan County to frame him. He was almost taken to jail. Later, a group of wastrels caused a ruckus in the county magistrate's office. Only then did Wanyan County Magistrate Lu Dehang find out that the person who was arrested was the county magistrate. After that, the head of Wanyan County Magistrate was sentenced to 3,000 miles. Not long after, Wang Ziqiao and the others were forced to leave Chang'an City. Li Wangyu's title became higher and higher, and his reputation became more and more prominent. The yamen runners of Wanyan County naturally had a deep impression of Li Wangyu. Now that they saw him riding a horse, how could they not hurry to greet him? Li Wangyu smiled and cupped his hands at the yamen runners. It could be considered a greeting. Just as he was about to urge his horse forward, he saw a group of people not far away. They were extremely noisy as they headed towards the county magistrate of Wanyan County. In a moment of curiosity, Li Wangyu pulled on the reins and stopped to watch. He saw the group of people escorting a man over. They shouted, "Bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. This damned gambler. Disobedient son. He deserves to be killed. He will die a horrible death. Auntie Fong, don't worry. We will testify for you." The Ming house will definitely punish this disobedient son. In the crowd, there was a white-haired old woman. She was wiping her tears and crying. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Li Wangyu was in no hurry to leave. He wanted to see what was going on. The group of people quickly arrived in front of Wanyan County. Naturally, a yamen runner came forward to inquire. Stop. Why is it so noisy? What's going on? Greetings, Duke. We are here to bring this disobedient son to see the magistrate. Not only is this Fong Dalong a gambler, he is also disobedient and unfilial. Not only did he lose all his copper coins, he also wanted to steal his mother's coffin money to continue gambling. Auntie Fong didn't want to give it to him. This disobedient son actually dared to hit his mother. He is truly abominable. We are all Auntie Fong's neighbors. We can't stand this disobedient son, so we brought him to see the Ming house. We asked the Ming house to seek justice for Auntie Fong. When the yamen runners heard the purpose of their visit, they were also furious. Filial piety was the most important thing in the Tang dynasty. Naturally, everyone would want to beat this disobedient son. All right, wait a moment. I will go and inform the Ming house. This disobedient son, even if he is beaten to death, it won't be wrong. A yamen runner immediately walked quickly into the county magistrate's office. Seeing this, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to go to the Chiu residence. He stayed behind to watch the show. Chapter 425. After Wanyan County Magistrate Liu Dehang heard the report, he did not delay and immediately ordered the 3 groups of bailiffs to begin the trial. Pai Lupi himself had lost his filial piety due to the Xuanwu Gate incident, so he paid more attention to it. In the laws of the Tang dynasty, one of the 10 unpardonable crimes was disobedience, which had the same status as rebellion. Those who beat their parents were beheaded. In the Song dynasty, the punishment for disobedience was even harsher. Those who insulted their parents were beheaded and their bodies thrown out on the streets. The Ming and Qing dynasties were even worse. The reason why the ancient Chinese laws were so strict on disobedience was not only to respect filial piety, but also to protect the ruling position of the emperor. Even one's own father could not disobey, so it was naturally the same for the emperor's father. Therefore, in ancient China, disobedience was no different from suicide. If what these people said was true, then the man called Fong Dalong would be dead without a doubt. This was the first time Li Wangyu had seen such a disobedient son in the Tang dynasty, so he was naturally curious. He and Niu Wu dismounted from their horses and followed the commoners who reported to the officials. They entered the main hall of the county yamen to watch and listen to the trial. Liu Dehang sat in the hall and saw Li Wangyu in the crowd. He hurriedly sat down and bowed. Greetings, County Magistrate Liu. Li Wangyu returned the bow. Lu Ming house, I was passing by and saw someone reporting, so I came to watch out of curiosity. Sorry for disturbing you. County Magistrate Liu, what are you saying? Please take a seat. Although Liu Dehang knew that Li Wangyu had a worrisome relationship with the aristocratic families, he was only a branch of the Fanyang Liu family. How could he offend Li Wangyu because of this? Furthermore, after Li Wangyu was given the title of county magistrate, his official rank was higher than Liu Dehang's, so he naturally would not be rude. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand, indicating that he would just watch from the side. Liu Dehang could only bow again and return to the court to prepare for the trial. The case was very simple. Just as the people who had escorted Fong Dalong to see the officials had said, this unfilial son's father had died early, and it was his mother, Madame Fong, who had raised him. However, after Fong Dalong grew up, he hung around with the gangsters in Chong'an and got a bad habit. Usually, the neighbors did not like him. Fong Dalong was a gambling addict and often visited gambling dens. The Tang people loved gambling, so this was not a big deal. However, ordinary people only gambled a little for pleasure, while Fong Dalong gambled a lot. The copper coins that his mother had painstakingly saved were all sent to the gambling house by him. Not only that, but he also owed a lot of bad debts. Today, he lost another copper coin in the gambling house. In a fit of anger, he was eager to recoup his losses, so he ran home and rummaged through the cabinets in search of copper coins. After being stopped by his mother, he actually flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked his mother. When the neighbors found out about what had happened to the Fong family, they were furious. They clustered around Aunt Fong and escorted her unfilial son to the magistrate. Aunt Fong's heart ached for her son, but when she reached the main hall, she suddenly regretted it. This old woman kept saying that her son did not hit her, but that she accidentally fell down and was misunderstood by the neighbors. With Aunt Fong protecting her son, the crime of disobedience naturally could not be judged. Although Lu Dehang was angry, he understood Aunt Fong's feelings as a parent. In the end, he could only find an excuse to have the yamen runners beat Fong Dalong 20 times and chase him out of the county yamen. Li Wangyu also shook his head. He did not believe that this kind of gambling addict would repent after being beaten. However, Fong Dalong's mother did not want to watch her son be beheaded, and the bystanders could do nothing about it. The people in the main hall dispersed, and Li Wangyu and Lu Dehang greeted each other again. Ming House Lu, these gambling houses are abominable. The saints should ban these harmful gambling houses, Li Wangyu said angrily. Lu Dehang shook his head. You may not know, but these gambling houses are indeed filthy and often cause trouble. In the imperial court, there has long been debate on whether to ban gambling, but... He lowered his voice and continued. However, do you know who owns those gambling houses? Li Wangyu naturally did not know the secret, so he could only shake his head. In Chang'an, there are 72 gambling houses, big and small. They are all controlled by the various dukes, nobles, and wealthy families. Lu Dehang explained in a low voice. This was not a secret. Even the yamen runners of Wanyan County in Chang'an knew about it. Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, was also well aware. The Tangs loved gambling, so gambling houses naturally opened up everywhere in Chang'an. Even dukes like Chang Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda also owned gambling houses in Chang'an. Therefore, it was very difficult to ban gambling in Chang'an. Even if someone proposed it in the imperial court, it would be difficult to pass. This was the first time Li Wangyu had heard of such a thing, and he could not help but be speechless. These gambling houses were the source of income for the various families. It was easier said than done to ban gambling. If Li Wangyu dared to propose a ban on gambling, Chang Yaojin, that old man, would probably immediately come knocking on his door. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only bitterly smile and shake his head. In fact, he and Pai Lupi were openly gambling by selling lottery tickets. Even the large-scale polo field and polo league that Li Wangyu was planning would not be able to get rid of gambling. He really did not have the right to propose a ban on gambling. Understanding this, Li Wangyu could only awkwardly say goodbye to Lu Dehang. He left the Wanyan County Yamen, mounted his horse, and continued to the Chou mansion. He had not gone far when he saw a familiar figure enter a courtyard in Shenyang Lane. There was a sign hanging at the entrance of the courtyard with the words, Yongyi Gambling House, written on it. Li Wangyu was stunned. Wasn't this the Fong Dalong who had been punished 20 times in the imperial court? He had just left the county yamen and was already limping to gamble? What AF** king talent? Li Wangyu was too lazy to care about this kind of nonsense. This kind of gambler would sooner or later lose his life. He was not worthy of sympathy. Just as he was about to leave, he was stunned to notice that there was a sign in front of the gambling house. The content written on it made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He was really crazy. How could he gamble on such a thing? The owner of this Yongyi gambling house was so daring? Were they not afraid that Pai Lupi would fly into a rage out of humiliation and exterminate their 9 generations? Li Wangyu thought for a moment, turned his horse around, and headed back to the Wanyan County Yamen. Seeing Li Wangyu return, he hurriedly went forward to greet him. Greetings, County Earl. Do you still have something to discuss with the Ming House? Li Wangyu shook his head. No, I have something to ask you. Do you know the origin of this Yongyi gambling house? Which family is the owner behind it? The yamen runners looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before answering in a low voice. County Earl, it is the Taiyuan Wang clan. Li Wangyu suddenly understood. Indeed, only people with 5 surnames and 7 hopes would do such a thing. They had forced Pai Lupi to abdicate in Taiji Palace and asked him to return Li Yuan. Pai Lupi could not do anything to them. After figuring out the owner behind Yongyi gambling house, Li Wangyu did not go to the Chou mansion. He called Niu Wu and went straight back to Dingzhou village. Chapter 426. As soon as Li Wangyu returned to the residence, he summoned the old steward, Li Hang. Li Hang, how much money do we have in the residence? Do you need money, Lang Jun? The gold used to build the baseball field has already been handed over to the Ministry of Works. Now we have more than 8,000 taels of gold and 10,000 strings of copper coins. You and Lady Su have instructed us to exchange as much copper coins as possible for gold, so we don't have much copper coins. Li Heng was full of pride when he talked about the wealth in the residence. A few months ago, he thought that the sky had fallen. Especially when the little master's name was removed from the clan, and all the family assets were taken away. Moreover, he was burdened with a huge debt of 2 million gold coins, and all the servants in the family were released. All these blows caused Li Heng to even have the thought of committing suicide. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't bear to part with his Lang Jun, he would have followed the old master in the underworld. But he didn't expect that in just a few months, the young master seemed to have changed into a different person. Li Heng, who had watched Li Wangyu grow up, had a misconception that his Lang Jun had changed into a different person. Now, not only had the family's debt been paid off, but they also had so much wealth that even the old master had never seen before. Not to mention, not only had his Lang Jun been conferred a noble title, but he had also been promoted twice in a few months. He was now the county's founding county count. One had to know that although Li Zhou was trusted by Li Yuan, he had never been conferred a noble title. Li Wangyu's achievements today, in Li Heng's eyes, could be said to bring glory to his ancestors. For this, he had already gone to Li Zhou's grave several times to cry. Li Wangyu didn't know that Li Heng was so emotional. He only calculated that together with the copper coins, he could gather 10,000 taels of gold. For his plan, this amount of money was still too little. He had to think of other ways. Li Heng, have Niu Wu go to the Shun Feng Carriage Company in the Eastern Market and bring me 40 carriages. Lang Jun, why are you bringing back so many carriages? Are you transporting something? Li Heng didn't understand. Li Wangyu nodded. Yes, transport copper coins. I want to transport all the copper coins and gold to Chang'an. The 10,000 strings of copper coins in the Li family's old residence weighed 50 tons. Without 44-wheeled carriages, it would be impossible to transport so much gold and copper coins. Li Heng couldn't help but jump in fright. Lang Jun, are you going to take away all the gold and copper coins in the residence? Don't blame the old slave for being nosy. May I ask what Lang Jun intends to do? Place your bets. Hee, someone insisted on giving me money. I really can't stop my luck. Li Wangyu said it casually, but Li Heng was dumbfounded. He even wanted to touch his Longjuan's forehead to see if he had a fever. Using 10,000 taels of gold to bet with someone else, was he crazy? Even if he was a prodigal, he shouldn't be like this. Li Heng wanted to dissuade him, but Li Wangyu didn't give him a chance to speak. All right, I know what you want to say. Don't worry, I'm not crazy. Even if I lose, it's not a big deal. There are so many properties in the residence that make a lot of money every day. You old thing, are you afraid that your Lang Jun will starve to death? Go quickly and tell Niu Wu to hurry up. It's getting late. Li Wangyu added, all right, old immortal son and I will be staying in the palace for a few days tomorrow. If there's anything in the residence, let Niu Wu pass on the message to the palace. Li Heng was a bit confused by Li Wangyu's words. He didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and inform Niu Wu. After Niu Wu left for Chang'an, Li Wangyu went to the Xianwei temple and told Sun Simiao that Empress Zhang's son was about to give birth and that Pai Lupi had asked them to stay in the palace for a while to protect Empress Zhang's son. Although Sun Simiao was an outsider, it involved Empress Zhang's son after all. He couldn't refuse, so he nodded and agreed. He pulled Li Wangyu and discussed the matter of caesarean section for a long time. Those awkward medical terms made Li Wangyu's head hurt. With great difficulty, Sun Simiao finally let him go. Li Wangyu returned to the manor in a daze. Niu Wu had already returned with 44-wheeled carriages. He was currently transporting copper coins from the manor's treasury to the carriages. His beautiful superior also came back from the East Market. After seeing Li Wangyu, she curiously asked him the reason why he had transported all the money to Chang'an. Li Wangyu laughed, pulled his beautiful superior aside, and whispered a few words in her ear. Hearing this, the beautiful superior's eyes began to shine and she nodded repeatedly. Wangyu, are you sure that the gambling house will obediently honor the bet if you win? This is not a small amount. Be careful that they will do something desperate. The beautiful superior didn't stop Li Wangyu, but she was not sure that he could really get the gold back. Unless the Taiyuan Wang clan doesn't want their face, they won't go back on their words. It's not like they can't afford 10,000 taels of gold. Besides, I don't intend to eat it alone. I'm going to go to the gambling house to place my bet, and then I'll go to the mansions of Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi. Hee. I don't believe that the Taiyuan Wang clan dares to go back on their words. The beautiful superior tilted her head and thought for a while, then nodded. Okay, we'll do as you say. By the way, I heard from Li Hang that you're going to live in the palace for a few days tomorrow? Well, Empress Zhang's son is going to give birth on July 21st. Li Shimin is worried and insists that old immortal son and I live in the palace. It's really troublesome. Well, if there's anything, you can ask someone to send a message back. Be careful and don't cause so much trouble like last time. The beautiful superior instructed. The two of them whispered sweet nothings to each other for a while until all 40 carriages were loaded. Only then did Li Wangyu lead Niu Wu and escort the carriages to Chang'an City. After the carriages entered Chang'an City, Li Wangyu led them straight to Xianyang Lane. When the mighty carriages stopped in front of Yongyi Gambling House, the people in the gambling house were shocked. In Yongyi Gambling House, a shopkeeper immediately rushed out and bowed to Li Wangyu. Greetings, County Count Hu. May I ask, what are you doing? Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you know me? Are you the shopkeeper of this gambling house? What's your surname? The shopkeeper smiled and explained, I am the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House. My surname is Wang. Very good. Shopkeeper Wang, I'm here to place my bet today. I wonder if your Yongyi Gambling House will accept my bet? Shopkeeper Wang of the gambling house smiled indifferently. County Count Who must be joking. Since our gambling house is open for business, how can we not accept your bet? I wonder what County Count Who wants to bet? Li Wangyu pointed to the stakes in front of the gambling house. I'll bet on this. Didn't your Yongyi Gambling House open a bet on whether Empress Zhangxuan's property is a prince or a princess? I'll bet on this. Shopkeeper Wang thought that Li Wangyu was angry that the gambling house opened a bet on Empress Zhang's son and came to cause trouble. His tone was somewhat unfriendly. Yes, that's right. The saints also know about this, but they didn't stop my Yongyi Gambling House from opening a bet. Does County Count Who have any objections? Chapter 427. Manager Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was not lying. After the incident on the first day of the 7th month, the Wang clan of Taiyuan felt that they had lost face that day. Even their own imperial censor Wang Yuanzhong was beaten to death in front of the Taiji Palace by Pai Lupi. They had lost all face. These aristocratic families were very forgetful. They seemed to have forgotten who was the one who knelt in front of Pai Lupi and bowed his head to admit his mistake. They also forgot who was the one who insulted and beat up Wang Yuanzhong in the main hall. The aristocratic families who had forgotten the pain felt indignant. They were hot-headed and let their own gambling house open a bet on whether Empress Zhang's son would give birth to a boy or a girl. Not only Yongyi Gambling House, but also more than 40 gambling houses controlled by the aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Only Chang Yao Jin and the other dukes' gambling houses did not participate in this matter. When Pai Lupi learned of this matter, he was naturally very angry. However, it was not appropriate for him to fall out with the aristocratic families. After throwing a tantrum, he could only let them be. Pai Lupi's reaction was naturally clear to the aristocratic families through the news from the palace. That was why Manager Wang was so fearless. He was not afraid of Li Wangyu messing around. No, I have no objections. I am here to place a bet. The odds are 1 to 2. However, if I bet 1 tael of gold, your gambling house will pay me 2 taels of gold? Li Wangyu shook his head. He was not here to be angry. It was because he had noticed the gambling house by chance that he was surprised to find that the gambling house dared to bet with Empress Zhang's son. After asking the county bailiff for 10,000 years, he learned that Yongyi Gambling House was the property of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He naturally understood that the aristocratic families were deliberately embarrassing Pai Lupi. However, for Li Wangyu, the aristocratic families doing this was simply setting up a target for him to hit. Empress Zhang's son would give birth to the future Crown Prince Li Ji in 5 days. This was a matter of certainty. Since the aristocratic families wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Pai Lupi, then they shouldn't blame him, Li Wangyu, for being impolite. He had to use this opportunity to cut a piece of meat from the aristocratic families and make them feel distressed. Even for the Wang clan of Taiyuan, tens of thousands of taels of gold was not a small sum. Of course. In response to Li Wangyu's inquiry, Shopkeeper Wang nodded slightly. At the same time, he was very surprised. Could it be that this county earl was really here to place a bet? Wasn't he the nephew of the sage? How could he dare to bet on Her Highness giving birth? However, this matter had nothing to do with the gambling house. As long as Li Wangyu dared to place a bet, the gambling house would dare to accept the bet. If I want to bet with your casino on when Her Highness the Empress will give birth, whether it's a boy or a girl, do you dare to bet with me? Li Wangyu thought for a moment and then asked. The gambling houses of the Tang dynasty were not simple casinos. They were more similar to the gambling companies in Europe and America. Not only did they dare to open gambling bets on all kinds of things to attract gamblers to bet, but they also accepted special bets proposed by gamblers. As long as they thought it was profitable, the gambling house dared to bet with gamblers. Li Wangyu's words made shopkeeper Wang hesitate. Although he was the shopkeeper of Yongyi Gambling House, in fact, he was only a collateral member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He was only responsible for maintaining the operation of the gambling house. However, he was not qualified to agree to the bet proposed by Li Wangyu. While he was hesitating, he saw another person dressed as a steward run out of the gambling house and whisper a few words in his ear. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and turned his head to look inside the gambling house. Then, he looked back at Li Wangyu. If County Count who wants to bet on the exact date and time of Her Highness the Empress' birth, that is naturally possible. If you can guess the exact time and gender of Her Highness the Empress' child, you can bet 1 to 5. Is County Count who interested? Li Wangyu also smiled and looked at the entrance of the gambling house. He nodded at shopkeeper Wang and said, if that's the case, then write down the bet. I will bet with your gambling house. How many copper coins is County Count who going to bet? Li Wangyu jumped off the horse and walked to the side of a four-wheeled carriage. With a swish, he pulled open the cloth covering the carriage. Not much, just this. 40 carriages of gold and copper coins. A total of 10,000 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Wang. Let someone count it. Shopkeeper Wang of Yongyi Gambling House was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he could not speak for a long time. Looking at the carriage full of copper coins and gold that were shining under the sun, he could not help but swallow his saliva. He hesitantly looked at the entrance of the gambling house. After seeing that there was no movement in the gambling house for a long time, shopkeeper Wang calmed down and called the staff of the gambling house to count the copper coins. Fortunately, when the Tang dynasty dealt with so many copper coins, they did not count them one by one. Instead, they directly weighed them. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to count more than 10,000 copper coins? Even so, the staff of the gambling house counted for almost 2 hours before the 40 carriages of copper coins and gold were counted and moved into the gambling house. Shopkeeper Wang called the bookkeeper of the gambling house and asked him to write down the bet for Li Wangyu. County Count who? What are you going to bet with your 10,000 taels of gold? I will bet that Her Highness the Empress will give birth to a prince on July 21st, the second year of Zhenguan dynasty. Li Wangyu did not hesitate to say his bet. Shopkeeper Wang nodded and asked the bookkeeper to write down the bet, indicating the contents of the bet and the odds. After using the gambling house's special anti-counterfeiting seal, the bet between the two sides was officially established. Li Wangyu took the bet and carefully looked it over. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully put it in his pocket. He bet 10,000 taels of gold. According to the gambling house, the odds were 1 to 5. That was 50,000 taels of gold. Even though Li Wangyu was not short on money, such a large sum of gold was still worth treating with caution. Shopkeeper Wang, prepare the gold in 5 days. If I win the bet, I will come to collect the money. Shopkeeper Wang sneered in his heart, but the smile on his face remained. Of course. As long as County Count who wins the bet, our gambling house will pay the full amount without any objections. Our Yongyi Gambling House is a golden signboard in Chang'an City. Li Wangyu did not say much and turned to leave. He still had to rush to Chang Yaojin's residence. Seeing Li Wangyu leave, shopkeeper Wang, who had been polite just a moment ago, coldly snorted and turned to enter the gambling house. Clan head, the matter has been taken care of. The 10,000 taels of gold have been put into the treasury and the bet has been issued to him. I think that Li guy is crazy. He actually used 10,000 taels of gold to bet with us. He really has too much money to spend. Shopkeeper Wang said as he handed over a copy of the bet. A middle-aged man stood behind the gates of Yongyi Gambling House. He was the clan head of Tai Yuan Wang clan, Wang Renyu. Today, he had come to the gambling house to check the accounts. He had heard a servant report that County Count Hu Li Wang Yu had come to the gambling house and wanted to make a bet with the gambling house. Wang Renyu was curious and hid behind the gambling house's gates to eavesdrop. He wanted to see what Li Wang Yu wanted to do. When Li Wang Yu proposed that he not only wanted to bet on the gender of Empress Zhongxuan's child, but also the date of birth, Wang Renyu could not help but sneer in his heart. This kind of thing was difficult for even an immortal to decide. If someone dared to bet, then Wang Renyu dared to agree. Since Li Wang Yu wanted to give him gold, there was no reason to refuse. While shopkeeper Wang was hesitating, Wang Renyu immediately asked someone to pass a message to him, asking him to accept Li Wang Yu's bet and personally set the odds to 1 to 5. Wang Renyu took the copy of the bet. After reading it, he ordered, "Send someone to Chang'an City to spread the news of that little bastard surnamed Li's bet with the gambling house." Shopkeeper Wang did not understand. Clan head, why? It's not in line with the rules of our gambling house. As a gambling house, it was natural to keep secrets for their customers. This was also the reputation of the gambling house. Wang Renyu sneered. "Humph, I just want the saint to see how his good nephew used the empress to make a bet. Let the people of Chang'an City see how this little bastard surnamed Li is a wastrel." Shopkeeper Wang laughed sinisterly, as if they already had victory in their hands. At this time, outside Duke Lu's mansion, Li Wang Yu was struggling. Chapter 428. Li Wang Yu couldn't help but recall the fear of being dominated by the old hooligan when he saw the glittering words, Duke Lu's estate. To him, Duke Lu's estate was no less terrifying than a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. And he was actually walking right into the trap. It was truly infuriating. After some hesitation, Li Wang Yu finally mustered up the courage to walk into the estate under the astonished gazes of Duke Lu's subordinates. Naturally, Chu Tongbing had informed Chang Yaojin that County Count Li Wang Yu was pacing back and forth in front of the estate. As a result, Li Wang Yu had only just stepped through the threshold of Duke Lu's estate when he heard the familiar wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. "Wahahaha, Li family's brat. What wind blew you here today? You actually know to come see your Uncle Cheng. Not bad, not bad. Servants, prepare the wine and the banquet." Upon hearing this, Li Wang Yu subconsciously turned his head and wanted to run. But before he could turn around, that huge palm had already landed on his shoulder. "Li family's brat. Where are you going?" Li Wang Yu turned his head and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "Hee, Uncle Cheng, this nephew remembered that I still have a gift that I haven't brought yet, so I'm going to get it." "Don't talk nonsense. What gift? Come, accompany me for a few drinks." Chang Yaojin didn't waste any more words with Li Wang Yu. He grabbed him and strode into the estate. Cheng Chimo, Cheng Chuliang, and Ching Chubi also rushed out at this time. When they saw Li Wang Yu, they were all astonished. Cheng Chimo inwardly gave Li Wang Yu a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for his courage. Needless to say, this thumbs-up gesture was something that the wastrels had learned from Li Wang Yu. Cheng Chuliang's face was full of arrogance. He flung open the fan in his hand and shook his head. "Friends from afar, isn't it a pleasure?" Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked by Chang Yaojin. "Bastard, get the hell out of here, you my ass. Stop pretending to be a pedantic scholar here. Hurry up and get someone to send wine and food over." Li Wang Yu almost burst out laughing. Chang Yaojin scolded his son for being straight. Why did he feel that it was so funny? Translated into modern Chinese, the word direct was beep, beep, beep. It was a curse word that needed to be beeped in TV programs. Chang Yaojin was scolding Cheng Chuliang. Was he scolding himself or his wife? Li Wang Yu felt that this was a philosophical question. After Chang Yaojin scolded his son and released him, Li Wang Yu finally found a chance to speak. He hurriedly cupped his fist and bowed to Cheng Yaojin. "Uncle Cheng, I came to your residence today not only to visit Uncle Cheng, but also to discuss something with Uncle Cheng. If there's anything, we can talk about it later at the table." Chang Yaojin did not give Li Wang Yu a chance to continue speaking. He dragged him to the main hall of the House of High Duke. When Li Wang Yu thought of being forced to drink the high concentration of sorghum wine by this old hooligan, he felt his scalp tingle. Out of a strong desire to survive, he quickly raised his voice and shouted, "Uncle Cheng, What this nephew wants to talk about is something that can earn tens of thousands of taels of gold. His words made Chang Yaojin stop in his tracks. He turned to look at Li Wangyu in amazement. Li family's boy, what good news do you have? Let's hear it. Although the house of High Duke Lu had a lot of property, Chang Yaojin had also benefited from Li Wangyu's fame and won a lot of gold from gambling with the officials. But in such a big Duke Lu's mansion, the extravagance of people and horses was not low. Hearing Li Wangyu say that he could earn tens of thousands of taels of gold, the old hooligan was naturally interested. Even Cheng Chumo and his two brothers gathered around, intending to listen to Li Wangyu's ideas. Li Wangyu did not say much. He directly took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Casino and handed it to Chang Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, this is your nephew's opportunity to make money. What is this? Ha! A promissory note from the casino? Chang Yaojin took the promissory note and carefully looked at the contents. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hey! Boy, you have big guts. You actually dare to bet on Her Royal Highness giving birth. Are you not afraid that the saints will beat you? TSK, you actually bet 10,000 taels of gold. Are you crazy? Not only was Chang Yaojin surprised, even Cheng Chumo and his two brothers were also shocked by this promissory note. 10,000 taels of gold. Ziyu, what kind of stimulation did you receive? You actually dare to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the casino? Cheng Chumo bitterly lamented. If you really want to die, why don't you take the gold and gamble with my family's casino? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and directly raised his middle finger at Cheng Chumo. It seems that before today, he did not know that Duke Lu's mansion also ran a casino. Bah, this was not the point. The point was that he wanted to make money through this matter, not give the casino gold for free. Li Wangyu took back the promissory note from Cheng Yaojin and folded it back into the bai-en. Hey, Uncle Cheng, a few days ago, this nephew and son Simiao, old immortal son, saved a pregnant woman in Dingzhou village. Has Uncle Cheng heard about this? Chang Yaojin nodded. I know about this matter. It is said that it was you who opened the altar and saved the pregnant woman who was already buried? It is said that the pregnant woman's grave cracked open, and the pregnant woman walked out by herself and smoothly gave birth to a child? I was just about to ask you, what kind of immortal method is this? Regarding their father's words, Cheng Chumo and his brothers also nodded repeatedly and looked at Li Wangyu with curious expressions. The old hooligan's words made Li Wangyu speechless. He even wanted to look up and see if there would be a crow flying over his head at this time. Why is this rumor getting more and more exaggerated? When it came to Chang Yaojin, it had become the burial of Lu Dalong's wife after her death. Li Wangyu deeply admired the people of Chang'an's ability to gossip. It was comparable to the media of the future. He could only explain to Chang Yaojin and his brothers what a cesarean section was and how he and son Simiao saved the pregnant woman. Chang Yaojin's eyes widened. Damn it, this woman can cut open her belly and take out the fetus? This is indeed the magic of immortals. Li Wangyu was speechless. It was obviously a surgery. How did it become magic? However, magic was magic. He didn't want to correct Chang Yaojin's words, so he just continued with the old hooligan's words. Uncle Chang, old immortal son, can not only perform a cesarean section on a pregnant woman, he can also predict when the pregnant woman will give birth and give birth to a child. It is very magical. Her Highness the Empress is pregnant and has also asked old immortal son to diagnose her. The reason why I dared to bet 10,000 taels of gold with the Wang clan of Taiyuan is because I am sure that I can predict when the Empress will give birth and give birth to a child. Otherwise, I am not crazy. How could I bet all the gold in the residence with the Wang clan of Taiyuan's gambling house? Using Sun Simiao's name to persuade Chang Yaojin was also a helpless move by Li Wangyu. After all, he couldn't tell Chang Yaojin that he could see 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future, and that he could predict the future. If he really said that, it would be strange if Chang Yaojin didn't beat him up. Therefore, using Sun Simiao's reputation as a miracle doctor was the best choice. Hearing this, Chang Yaojin was stunned and also jumped up. Chapter 429. Chang Yaojin stared at Li Wangyu. Kid, you can't joke about this. Are you sure? Of course. Uncle Cheng, as you can see, I have already sent all the gold to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. I only have so much gold in my residence. Otherwise, I would have placed more bets. Actually, I came to Uncle Cheng's residence today to borrow some gold. I can use the four-wheeled carriage company and winery as collateral to borrow 10,000 taels of gold. I will return it in 5 days, and I will give Uncle Cheng interest according to the interest. Is that possible? Cheng Yaojin laughed loudly, and his large palm landed on his shoulder again. Wahahaha, kid. You are dreaming. I can win tens of thousands of taels of gold, and you want to give me 1,000 taels of gold? Since you dare to make this bet, I have nothing to be afraid of. Li Wangyu pretended to be regretful. Uncle Cheng, this is risky. Why don't you lend the gold to me, and I will bear the risk. I will give you 2,000 taels of gold as interest. Get lost. If you say one more word, I will throw you out. Cheng Yaojin scolded with a smile. You scoundrel. You are talking so much nonsense. Aren't you just trying to persuade me to place a bet? Don't try to fool me. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't know? Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through by Cheng Yaojin, Li Wangyu rubbed his nose awkwardly and said with an embarrassed smile. Hee hee, Uncle Cheng, isn't it because your nephew has a chance to get rich, and I'm thinking that you're old? Let's go and drink. Let's chat. Uncle Cheng, do you want to invite Uncle Yuchi and Uncle Chin to the residence? Hee hee, it is better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. What Li Wangyu wanted was not only to earn some gold from the aristocratic families, but also to let the aristocratic families bleed. This way, it would not be just him and Cheng Yaojin who would appear and pull the dukes together to place a bet. At that time, he would not be afraid that the aristocratic families would lose and turn against him. Cheng Yaojin's eyes flashed. He immediately understood what Li Wangyu was thinking. Heh, you bad boy, you really suit my taste. After he finished speaking, he slapped Cheng Chumo's head again. You 3 brothers should learn from your mother. Look at how bad this Li family brat is. You 3 idiots, even after being sold, you still have to help others count the money. His words made Li Wangyu and the 3 Cheng brothers' faces darken. F***ck, if it wasn't for the fact that he really couldn't beat this old man, Li Wangyu would have fought him to the death. Li Wangyu looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear Cheng Yaojin's words. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over this old hooligan. Men, send invitations to second brother, old thief Yuchi, Duke Bao, Duke Qiao. Invite them to drink at our residence. I'm holding a banquet today because I have something to discuss with them. Cheng Yaojin directly waved his hand to summon the steward of the residence and ordered him to immediately invite those Duke bigwigs. With Cheng Yaojin's invitation, although they didn't know what was going on, Qin Qiong, Chai Linggu, Yuchi Jingda, Lu Hongji, Duan Zhishuan, these Duke bigwigs still gladly attended the banquet and gathered at Duke Lu's residence. Cheng Jijia, you old killer, why did you think of inviting us to drink today? What's the matter? You're still being so mysterious and not explaining clearly. As soon as Yuchi Jingda entered the main hall, he started shouting in a hoarse voice. Cheng Yaojin wasn't polite. He first threw a jug of wine at Yuchi Jingda, then laughed and scolded. Scram, I'm kindly bringing you guys to get rich. You old man, if you don't want to earn gold, then take care and don't send me off. His words attracted the interest of these bigwigs. If they could earn gold, who would refuse? The last 2 times Cheng Yaojin made a bet with the officials, he won several tens of thousands of taels of gold. These Duke bigwigs were so envious that their eyes turned red. Cheng Jijia, tell me clearly, what's so good about it, and how much can we earn? Yuchi Jingda raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of wine. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth with his hand before asking. How much we can earn depends on how much you guys invest. 5 times the profit. Are you interested? Oh, 5 times is pretty good? How much time would it take to earn it back? If it takes too long, it won't be worth it. You're not freaking saying that you're organizing a caravan to sell goods to various countries in the western regions, right? That's 10 times the profit, but the time is too long, and the risk is also high. Moreover, in our residences, there are also people doing this business, so there's nothing strange about it. When Chai Lingwu heard that there was 5 times the profit, he was rather moved. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and laughed heartily. It doesn't need that long, 5 days is enough. It just depends on whether or not you guys dare to gamble. His words naturally aroused the interest of Qin Qiong and the others, who promptly asked what kind of business it was that could earn 5 times the profit in 5 days. Cheng Yaojin chuckled and had someone call Li Wangyu out. This matter was caused by this brat. You guys can ask him directly. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted the group of Duke bigwigs, then took out the promissory note issued by Yongyi Gambling House from the Bai-an at his waist and handed it over to the various Duke bigwigs for them to see. After everyone saw the promissory note, there was naturally an uproar. County Count Hu, you're quite generous. Qu'est-ce, you're betting 10,000 taels of gold. When I was your age, I wasn't this generous. Duan Jishuan raised his head and downed a bowl of wine, making fun of Li Wangyu. Yuqi Jingda glared at him. Scram to the side, when you were freaking 16 years old, did you see 10,000 taels of gold? Old man Yuqi, do you freaking want to compete with me? Come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The group of old killers, who hadn't even drunk 2 mouthfuls of wine, almost started fighting in the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. However, in the face of this scene, the maidservants of Duke Lu's residence didn't even bat an eyelid. They were very calm, which made Li Wangyu admire them. It could be assumed that the servants of Duke Lu's residence had long been accustomed to this kind of situation. When this group of old killers got together to drink, there was no time when they didn't make a ruckus. Li Wangyu suddenly reacted. No wonder he had been to Duke Lu's residence several times, but he always felt that the layout of the Cheng residence's main hall was too crude and simple. It didn't match Chang Yaojin's status as a Duke bigwig. Moreover, it wasn't just Chang Yaojin's residence that was like this. He had also been to the other Dukes' residences, and the main halls were also so simple and crude. Originally, he was very naive to think that this group of military bigwigs was diligent and thrifty. Now he finally understood that every time a banquet was held in the Duke's residence, the main halls would inevitably be smashed to pieces by this group of old hooligans. Just like this group of old men, when they were drunk in the main hall of his old residence in Dingzhou village. After being smashed so many times, the furnishings of the Duke's residence's main hall were naturally replaced with worthless but sturdy and durable utensils. After all, the Duke's money didn't grow on trees. Being smashed clean like this all the time, even Chang Yaojin and the others couldn't stand it. Li Wangyu secretly despised this group of no-quality old killers in his heart, but he had to speak up to interrupt Yuqi Jingda and Duan Jishuan's performance of fighting. Uncles, please listen to this nephew. Chapter 430. Li Wangyu bowed to the group of Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes and Grand Dukes. He repeated the words that he had used to fool Chang Yaojin. The group of Duke bigwigs was somewhat skeptical of his words. After all, what Li Wangyu said was too risky. Who could guarantee that Sun Simiao's medical skills could really determine when a pregnant woman would give birth, not to mention whether it would be a boy or a girl? This kind of thing was unheard of. For a moment, everyone in the hall was making their own plans, and no one spoke. Seeing this situation, Li Wangyu hurriedly said, "Uncles, if you trust this nephew, you can lend me your gold. I will use the Shun Feng four-wheeled carriage company and the winery of Shaodao wine as collateral to borrow your gold for 5 days. I will give you 10% of the interest. Uncles, are you willing to lend this nephew the money?" Nonsense. You dare to bet. Do you think I don't dare to bet? No need to say more, I will also bet 10,000 taels of gold. At most, my whole family will eat chaff and eat vegetables if I lose. What's there to be afraid of? Yuqi Jingda had a proud personality, so how could he hear Li Wangyu's words? He immediately decided to bet. For this group of Duke bigwigs, even if they lost 10,000 taels of gold, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, it would just be a heartache. Yuqi Jingda saying that they would eat chaff and eat vegetables was too exaggerated. Li Wangyu knew that even if these bigwigs couldn't compare to the 1,000 years of accumulation of aristocratic families, it wouldn't be a problem for them to casually take out a few 100,000 strings of copper coins. Not to mention that their families also had businesses like gambling houses, so they wouldn't lack money at all. With Yuqi Jingda's words, the other Duke bigwigs no longer hesitated and expressed their willingness to bet as well. After all, Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao's previous performance was too shocking. No one had heard of being able to determine when a pregnant woman would give birth and whether it would be a boy or a girl. But who had heard of being able to cut open a pregnant woman's belly to give birth? In comparison, wasn't the latter more inconceivable? Since Li Wangyu and Sun Simiao could have the woman give birth by caesarean section, then knowing when the empress would give birth was not something unacceptable. In the eyes of the Tang people, a caesarean section was more like a witchcraft or a spell than a traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, after confirming that Li Wangyu had really bet 10,000 taels of gold that the empress would give birth to a prince in 5 days, The group of Grand Dukes chose to believe him. They all nodded and decided to bet together. Li Wangyu calculated in his heart that if these big shots all went to the gambling house to place their bets, according to Yongyi Gambling House's odds of 1-5. 5 days later, these aristocratic families would have to pay at least 500,000 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 3 million strings of copper. That would be an astronomical figure. It should be noted that in today's Tang dynasty, the amount of copper coins collected in a year's rent transfer was no more than 1 million strings of cash. This was equivalent to the aristocratic families taking out 2 years' copper income in the Tang dynasty to pay. Even if they had thousands of years of accumulation, they would not be able to bear the consequences at that time. After all the people present decided to place their bets with the aristocratic families, the atmosphere in the hall of Duke Lu's mansion became more and more enthusiastic. Everyone began to discuss which gambling houses to place their bets. With so much gold, it was naturally impossible to take all of it to Taiyuan Wang clan's Yongyi gambling house. Not to mention whether Taiyuan Wang clan dared to accept it. Even if they accepted it, Taiyuan Wang clan alone would absolutely not be able to afford it. Therefore, the group of Grand Dukes didn't let go of any gambling house that opened a bet on whether Empress Zhang's son would give birth to a boy or a girl. Chang Yaojin simply asked his troops to take out the map of Chang'an City and mark the locations of more than 40 gambling houses on it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled with the map as if they were ready to lead troops to attack Chang'an City. This Changle gambling house is opened by Boling Chui clan. My wife is the legitimate daughter of Boling Chui clan. Naturally, this gambling house belongs to me. Chang Yaojin pointed at the map and roared. Chai Linggu curled his lips. Ching Jijia, you old man, aren't you afraid that you won't get the money? What if your wife cries to you later? Give this Changle gambling house to me. Bah! Get out of here. Don't even think about it. The group of Grand Dukes quarreled around the map until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They almost pulled out their weapons to fight. After the quarrel, they divided who to bet in which gambling house and how much gold to bet, as if they were dividing the booty. The clear-cut division of labor made Li Wangyu gasp in amazement. Uncles, I wish you all a great fortune and a great victory. Heh, but that, if you lose money, you can't settle the score with me. Li Wangyu raised his wine cup and toasted Chang Yaojin and the others. He also gave the group of Grand Dukes a heads up. He was worried that if something bad happened, the group of Grand Dukes would ask him to compensate with gold. Then he would cry to death. Li Ji's birth date was clearly recorded in the old Tang book, Taizong Ben Ji. On the 21st day of the 7th lunar month of the 2nd year of Zhengguan, Prince Ji was born in the Li Main Hall of the Eastern Palace of Chang'an City. This was definitely not wrong. However, after experiencing Li Chengqian's appendicitis, Li Wangyu felt a little uneasy in his heart. He was afraid that his actions would inadvertently stir up the wings of history and cause Li Ji to be born a few days earlier or later. That would be bad. Although he still dared to gamble, he had to make it clear to Cheng Yaojin and the others. Otherwise, if he lost the bet, he could not bear the responsibility. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and gulped down a bowl of wine. He threw the bowl on the table heavily and glared at Li Wangyu. Nonsense! Since we dared to gamble, if we lose, why would we go and find trouble with you, you scoundrel? As the saying goes, if you agree to gamble, you must accept to lose. Am I, your Uncle Cheng, someone who can't afford to lose? Li Wangyu thought about how Cheng Yaojin was playing mahjong in his residence and how he still refused to pay up. He really wanted to nod his head and say yes. However, when he thought about his own small arms and legs, he decided that it would be better not to find trouble. He could only firmly shake his head. Uncle Cheng is straightforward and upright. Every word you say is a nail. You are the person I admire the most. He did not say anything else and hurriedly flattered him. After he finished speaking, the other Grand Dukes were dissatisfied and looked at him. What? In the eyes of the Count of Huxian, are we people who can't afford to lose? If we really lose the bet, then we lose. Could it be that Li Jia Shaolang thinks that we will find trouble with you? What kind of people do you think we are? When Li Wangyu saw that he had provoked everyone's anger, cold sweat began to flow down his back. He did not dare to argue and obediently took the large wine bowls on the table. He gritted his teeth and poured 3 bowls full of high-grade sorghum wine. Uncles, I was wrong. I should not have measured the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. These 3 bowls of wine can be considered my apology to you, uncles. After he finished speaking, Li Wangyu closed his eyes and poured the wine into his mouth. Amidst the cheers of Cheng Yaojin and the others, Li Wangyu drank 3 large bowls of wine in one gulp. Then, he felt dizzy and his vision turned black. He fell drunk on the floor of the main hall of Duke Lu's residence. Before he was completely drunk, Li Wangyu only had one thought of regret. Damn it, why did I make sorghum wine in the first place?
Chapter 41. All of a sudden, a sacred light radiated out of Yi Qingyu's body and rapidly formed a milky halo around her body. Ah! Yi Rong shrieked painfully. The moment his hand touched the milky halo, it was sent flying backward by the mysterious strength contained in the halo. Meanwhile, the bones of his entire arm were broken. Bang! The huge sword made of Yi Jian's battle chi ferociously hacked the milky white halo. The violent collision of energies caused a violent explosion, causing a strong impact, which forced all the elders to take a step back. What? What's going on? What's this mysterious strength? Gosh, I seem to smell a wisp of God's strength. The huge change in the scene shocked the countless elders present. With their cultivation bases, it was very rare for them to encounter something that could cause their expressions to change. However, today, all of them were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. Hiss! The strips of cloth on Yi Qinghan's back were torn to shreds. Yi Qingyu slowly rose into the air within the milky white halo. She was originally pure and beautiful, but under the illumination of the milky white halo, her entire body emitted a pure and holy aura. She was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens, causing people to not dare to look at her directly. Brother! Promise me, you must live well. Yi Qingyu suddenly revealed a smile as if the tenderness in her eyes could melt the entire world. After throwing a deep glance at Yi Qinghan, she said softly. After saying that, she closed her eyes, and a surge of power began to burst forth from her body. Suddenly, her dress began to flutter without any wind, and her loose black hair began to dance in the wind. In the end, every strand of hair turned white. Soul sacrifice. With a roar, Yi Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes as she waved her hands. Closely after that, a milky halo directly entered Yi Qinghan's body. Closely after that, the halo around her slowly disappeared as her body slowly fell down. The moment she fell down, she tried her best to open her eyes. After throwing a glance at Yi Qinghan, she satisfactorily closed her eyes and fell into an eternal sleep. No, Yi Qinghan clenched his fists tightly and howled in pain. At this moment, his heart was filled with grief and indignation. The ball of milky white light entered his body and quickly healed his injuries. He didn't know, and he didn't want to know. He did not know how the milky white light had temporarily given him great power, nor did he want to know. He only knew that it was very likely that he would lose her forever. He would lose that delicate figure. Soul sacrifice. What is a soul sacrifice? I've never heard of it. How can this soul sacrifice be so powerful? I thought a god had descended. That aura was too terrifying. Does anyone know what soul sacrifice is? What use does it have? It's a good thing that this soul sacrifice doesn't seem to hurt anyone. That lass is dead. It was a false alarm. Yi Qinghan's painful howl did not arouse too much of the elders' attention. They were only concerned about the mysterious power that had just appeared for a moment. However, this kind of power, this kind of release of power, was beyond their understanding, so they hurriedly asked each other. I know. Yi Tianqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. His snow-white hair seemed even whiter at this moment. He looked a little regretful and helpless, but mostly regretful. That lass has one of the 2 saint physiques in the continent, the Jade Spirit physique. We are all sinners of the family. Because of our wrong decision, the family has lost a saint physique, and the opportunity to cultivate a saint realm expert. After this, I will personally ask for forgiveness from the clan leader. Wow! Jade spirit physique. They did not know about the soul sacrifice, but everyone present knew a little about the jade spirit physique. Their expressions changed again. Some were regretful, some were shocked, some were regretful. All kinds of expressions were mixed together. Yi Chang smiled coldly and looked at Yi Jian. If Yi Tianlong knew about this, Yi Jian and Yi Rong would probably end up badly. Yi Jian looked gloomy, but he felt a bit lucky. Fortunately, he acted early. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan had a few more years, the consequences would be unimaginable. After carefully pondering over Yi Tianqing's words, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of light. At the same time, he roared at Yi Rong, who was next to Yi Qinghan. No, Yi Rong, retreat. Yi Rong was treating his broken arm with his battle qi, while staring at Yi Qinghan fiercely. Hearing Yi Jian's roar, he looked back in confusion, wondering why Yi Jian roared. Seeing Yi Jian's changed face, Yi Rong still patted the ground with his left hand and retreated quickly, although he didn't understand what had happened. While retreating, he looked at Yi Qinghan with confusion, trying to figure out what had happened. However, he saw 2 beams of dazzling light. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly moved as he bounced off the ground and sprung up. Closely after that, he chased after Yi Rong like a sharp sword. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, the black dagger slightly cut across the neck of Yi Rong, who was in a daze. Yi Qinghan, how dare you! No! The speed at which Yi Jian shouted was very fast, and Yi Rong's reaction speed was also not bad. However, Yi Qinghan's speed was even faster. In a flash, Yi Rong had already fallen to the ground, clutching his neck in fear. At this moment, Yi Tianqing and Yi Chang shouted at the same time. However, they realized it too late. Yi Qinghan's speed was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react in time. They only saw a black shadow flash, and Yi Rong was already lying on the ground. When Yi Jian heard Tianqing talking about the jade spirit constitution, he knew that something bad was about to happen. He felt that soul sacrifice was very familiar, but he couldn't react immediately. When Tianqing mentioned the jade spirit constitution, he suddenly realized it. Perhaps many people on the continent knew about the jade spirit constitution. They knew that when a martial artist merged with the jade spirit constitution, they could instantly enter the imperial realm. However, many people didn't know that the jade spirit constitution had another special ability: soul sacrifice. Soul sacrifice was a technique that allowed the jade spirit constitution to burn the soul and offer all the mysterious power hidden in the body to someone else. This would allow the person to possess the combat strength of an imperial realm martial artist for a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had the heaven-defying body fusion technique. How could Yi Rong not be in danger? Looking at the young man standing proudly and the Yi Rong who had died with his eyes wide open while holding his neck, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What happened? What happened today? A clan's trash young master, a low-level disciple, had actually killed a clan elder in a matter of seconds. An imperial realm elder. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or did the world change overnight? Heavens, Elder Tianqing, what is going on? One of the elders sighed deeply and asked the question that everyone else didn't dare to ask. Tianqing lowered his head and sighed deeply. He said sadly, nothing much. Yi Qinghan received that girl's soul sacrifice and gained the strength of an imperial realm martial artist for a short period of time. Also, if I'm not wrong, he also has a body fusion technique that attacks the soul. If we get close to him, he has the ability to kill any one of us in a second. What? The elders' expressions changed again. They quickly circulated their battle aura and flew up into the sky. After they flew to a height that they thought was absolutely safe, they widened their eyes and looked at the young man in black in disbelief. A 15-year-old young man could actually threaten them and could even kill them in a second. However, they had to believe that Yi Rong was lying on the ground with his blood still warm. Thus, for the sake of their lives, they could only stay away from the young man. Only 4 people didn't move. Yi Jian felt that he couldn't move. Whether it was because of his status, reputation, or hatred, he couldn't fly into the sky. Yi Chang didn't move either. He felt that Yi Qinghan wouldn't hurt him. Tian Qing and Yi Tianqing didn't move either. They felt that the young man was the future hope of their family. They wanted to see if they could save him. Yi Qinghan didn't move either. Although he wanted to move and kill Yi Jian with his life, he really couldn't move. The mysterious power that his sister sacrificed was very strong. It gave him the combat power of an imperial realm martial artist and the ability to kill Yi Rong in a second. However, the mysterious power left as quickly as it came. It seemed as if he had used up all of his energy to instantly kill Yi Rong. At this moment, his battle force had been completely used up. If it weren't for the fact that he had forcefully held on to his last breath, he might have already collapsed to the ground. The reason why he didn't move and didn't fall was because of a secret transmission. This transmission came from one person, the white-bearded elder of the War Beast Hall, Tian Qing. The content was simple. Tell him to hold on. He had already notified the back of the mountain. Yi Tian Qing stood there motionlessly. He lowered his head in silence as if he had fallen asleep. Of course, he couldn't personally notify the back of the mountain. The only person who could notify the back of the mountain was a red figure standing not far away. It was Yi Qingguo. Yi Qingguo had actually arrived a long time ago. She had been silently observing the situation. However, Yi Jian had given a strict order not to come over. She could only watch from afar. She saw something that she would never forget for the rest of her life. That stubborn and arrogant figure, Yi Qingyu's holy halo, Yi Qinghan's 2 dazzling lights, and the shocking slash that killed Yi Rong. She had always admired Yi Dao. She believed that Yi Dao was a real man. Therefore, she sympathized and took care of Yi Qinghan. She also helped Yi Qinghan suppress Yi Qinghuang in the War Beast Academy. She didn't expect that in less than 2 months, the shy young man with a poor memory had grown to such an extent. She had always wanted to save Yi Qinghan. There were several times when she wanted to rush into the battlefield. However, her rationality won over her emotions in the end. She knew that Yi Qinghan had killed Yi Qingxie, killed Yi Bao, crippled Yi Qinghuang, and now killed Yi Rong. That delicate young man would probably not be able to escape today. Even if the clan's Grand Supreme Elder Yi Qingniu, her grandfather, came, things would probably not change. She sighed in her heart. She felt some pain and some indescribable emotions. Until she received a transmission. It was from Elder Whitebeard Tian Qing. He told her to immediately send a message to his grandfather. He would take charge of everything. She was wild with joy. She immediately crushed the life-saving transmission jade talisman that her grandfather had personally given her. At the same time, she ran toward the battlefield. As she ran, she said in her heart, Yi Qinghan, you must hold on. My grandfather will be here soon. There will definitely be a turn for the better. Hold on. Yi Qinghan also wanted to hold on, but he really couldn't. His body was too weak. His left leg trembled and went limp. He slowly knelt on one knee and hurriedly placed his left hand on the ground to support his body so that he wouldn't fall. Although his head was still held high, the sadness in his eyes couldn't hide his weakness and powerlessness. Yi Jian, don't do it. Big brother, wait. Yi Tianqing's drooping eyelids suddenly moved. A glimmer of light shone in them. He turned his head and shouted at Yi Jian, who was beside him. Yi Chang also shouted at the first instance. However, before they could shout, a huge golden sword had already left their bodies. With the whistling of the wind, it slashed down toward the half-kneeling Yi Qinghan with great momentum. Too late. Yi Jian smiled coldly, revealing his white teeth. Chapter 42. Boz. At that moment, just as the huge golden sword descended from the sky and slashed towards Yi Qinghan with unparalleled momentum and oppression, a ray of light shone from the back mountain of the west courtyard of the Yi family castle. A ray of green light quickly formed a huge shield of light that enveloped the entire west courtyard in an instant. It was as if a transparent green pot lid had fallen from the sky and covered the entire west courtyard. Then, an incomparably domineering roar rang out. "Who dares to hurt my precious granddaughter?" Hearing this voice, everyone in the Garden of Enchantment was shocked and looked towards the back mountain in fear. But what was even more frightening was that none of them could move, not even a finger or a neck. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment in the west courtyard. The sleeves of the elders who had flown into the sky had stopped moving. Elder Tianqing's white beard was still slightly raised. Yi Qingwu was still running. Yi Jian was still baring his white teeth. Yi Qinghan was still kneeling on one knee. The huge sword in the air was still carrying an incomparably ferocious momentum, but it had stopped right above Yi Qinghan's forehead. Everything seemed to have frozen along with the green light. Saint Domain. The same word came to the elders' minds at the same time. The unique, nature-defying ability of the Saint Realm, the Saint Domain. Although Yi Jian was still baring his white teeth and laughing coldly, he felt a wave of bitterness and regret in his heart. He had clearly sealed off the back mountain. As long as no one went to touch the restriction, no matter how many people died on the Yi family's side, no matter how fiercely they fought, the people in the back mountain would not know. But he had missed one point. He had missed out on Yi Qingnou's granddaughter, Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingnou doted on Yi Qingwu so much, how could he not have left something for her? Yi Chang and Yi Tianqing, but Yi Tianqing were delighted at the same time. Although he couldn't move his body, his brain was working quickly. Yi Chang was thinking about how to use this matter to deal a heavy blow to Yi Jian, while Tianqing and Yi Tianqing were thinking about how to plead with the clan leader to protect Yi Qinghan. Bang! Just as everyone was making their own plans, a green figure shot out from the back of the mountain like a meteor. At the same time, two figures, one yellow and one white, also rushed over. Humph! The green figure descended first. It was an old man in a green robe. The old man's face was ordinary, and his facial features were very regular. However, his eyes seemed to be a little bigger and bulging, which made him exude a brutal and domineering aura. The moment the green-robed old man landed on the ground, he let out a loud snort. He did not look at the crowd, but he nervously looked at Yi Qingwu. It was as if he was checking to see if his precious granddaughter was missing a hair or injured. Bang! The black and white figures also landed slowly. They looked at the chaotic enchanted garden, at Yi Rong, who was clutching his neck and dying with his eyes wide open, and at the huge golden sword in the air. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. With a casual wave of his hand, he gently dispersed the huge golden sword that Yi Jian had formed with all of his battle qi. He calmly said, "Qingniu, deactivate the domain." Ah! Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, Yi Qingniu relaxed. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the domain and began to look around curiously. There seemed to be a great battle here. Why was there an aura of divine power? Yi Qingniu seemed to feel that something very interesting must have happened today as he stared at the cold and arrogant youth with his head held high. He hurriedly began to converse with Yi Qingwu in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh. When the elders in the air saw Yi Qingniu deactivate the domain, they hurriedly descended and knelt on one knee with the four people in the field. They loudly said, "Greetings to the clan leader and the two grand elders." Yi Tianlong said calmly. Although he just stood there quietly without releasing any battle chi or pressure, the others still felt that the black figure was as heavy as a mountain, which made them feel a bit depressed unconsciously. Yi Tianlong indifferently glanced at the crowd. He looked at Yi Rong, who had died tragically, looked at Yi Qinghan, who remained calm under the huge sword, and finally looked at Yi Qingyu, who was dressed in white and had snow-white hair as if she was sleeping peacefully. Yi Tianlong's expression finally changed a little. He said with a little anger, "Who is that woman?" Everyone was silent. Ever since Yi Tianlong arrived, they had been thinking about how to explain what had just happened to the patriarch. They were all waiting to suffer the patriarch's anger, but they didn't expect that the first thing Yi Tianlong asked was who the woman was. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer. "Her name is Yi Qingyu. She is my younger sister. She is already dead." Right when the elders were about to give a proper explanation, a cold voice resounded. When Yi Tianlong heard the answer, he slowly turned around. Looking at this black-clothed, bloodied, and cold-looking young man, he felt that he looked quite familiar. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Qinghan seemed to have heard a very funny joke. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he slowly stood up with trembling legs. "My name is Yi Qinghan, Yi Dao's son. I used to be your grandson, but not anymore." Yi Dao's son. Hearing the name Yi Dao, Yi Tianlong frowned even more. He waved his hand, signaling the elders behind him to shut up. He continued to ask in a deep voice, "Why was he before, but not now? Also, why did they want to kill you?" Looking at Yi Tianlong's vaguely familiar yet foreign face, Yi Qinghan laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why not? Because I don't want to be your grandson anymore, because I don't want to be surnamed Yi. As for why they wanted to kill me, it's very simple. Today, I killed a lot of people. I killed Yi Bao, killed a core disciple, Yi Qingxie, crippled the clan's eldest young master, Yi Qingquang, who had cultivated for over 20 years, and killed elder Yi Rong. I even wanted to kill Yi Jian." Wow! Yi Qingyu and the white-clothed Grand Supreme Elder Yi Baihu revealed expressions of disbelief as they looked at the young man, who was trembling even as he stood. Had Yi Dao's son become so fierce? Last year, when they came out of closed-door training, they heard that this young man was a cultivation trash who could even summon a beast. Yi Qingxie and Yi Qingquang were both juniors. Although it was a little strange that Yi Qinghan could kill and cripple them, it was still acceptable. However, Yi Rong was an Emperor realm expert. How could he kill him so easily? However, when they looked at the white-clothed, white-haired girl behind Yi Qinghan, they seemed to have guessed something. The two of them remained silent, waiting for the young man to reveal the mystery. "I didn't expect Yi Dao's son to be even fiercer than him. His temper is also the same." Yi Qingyu sighed inwardly, as if thinking of that peerless genius from more than 10 years ago. "Why did you kill them? Don't you know that the clan has rules, a punishment hall, and an elder hall?" Although Yi Tianlong had guessed some of it, he was still shocked by Yi Qinghan's words. However, he still maintained an indifferent expression on his face. "Ha!" Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed out loud. After hearing 2 super jokes in a row, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. However, the desolation and mockery in his laughter were not concealed at all. He coldly swept his gaze over the elders behind Yi Tianlong. "Clan rules, *T clan rules. Punishment hall." The vice elder of the punishment hall was lying on the ground. As for the elder hall, it was a pile of dog shit. "Yi Tianlong, have you gone senile? If the elder hall of the punishment hall had a use for me, would I risk my life to kill them? Brat, how dare you? Yi Qinghan, how dare you be so rude to the clan leader? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Father, Yi Qinghan has gone crazy. Let me clean up this scum of the clan." Yi Qinghan's angry words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. In an instant, countless people trembled as they pointed at the arrogant young man and loudly cursed him. Yi Jian was even more agitated. He leaped into the air, his palm turned into a claw, and directly grabbed at Yi Qinghan's neck. Bang! Yi Tianlong waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force suddenly hit Yi Jian's chest, causing Yi Jian to fall back. Yi Tianlong turned around and coldly looked at Yi Jian, who was clutching his chest, and the countless elders who were cursing at Yi Qinghan. He said expressionlessly, "Beihu, before this matter is clear, whoever makes a sound or tries anything funny, arrest them all. All of you, shut up. If the clan leader doesn't ask, no one is allowed to speak." The eyes of the white-robed elder, Yi Baihu, flashed as he felt the complexity of the situation. Yi Tianlong nodded, turned around, and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly at the side, thinking about something. He said lightly, "Carry your sister and follow me to the punishment hole. I will give you an explanation." Of course, you need to give me an explanation as well. Chapter 43. Take your sister and follow me to the torture chamber. I'll give you an explanation. Of course, you need to give me one as well. Yi Tianlong's words had broken his image in front of the public. Yi Tianlong had always been serious, old-fashioned, and stubborn. Not to mention the Yi family's castle, it was also well known in the House of Aries. Yi Dao was a genius in the past. If it were any other family, they would definitely treat him like a treasure. In the past, Yi Dao had rebelled many times and disobeyed the orders of the family. It was all because of Yi Tianlong's old-fashioned and stubborn attitude. In the end, Yi Dao brought a prostitute back and knelt in Yi Tianlong's dormitory for 3 days. But Yi Tianlong didn't completely agree to it. He just tacitly agreed and refused to admit it. Now, Yi Qinghan's son was even more arrogant than his father. He had killed many members of the family and even scolded Yi Tianlong as an old fool. If it was Yi Tianlong's temper in the past, he would have slapped him to death or at least sent him flying. But now, not only did Yi Tianlong not get angry, but he even said that he would give him an explanation. Explanation. Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked at the ground. The white-haired woman in white was sleeping soundly and peacefully. His face revealed a hint of heartbreak and death aura. Then, he said lightly, "She's already dead. I don't need your explanation. If you can kill someone or do something for me, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Say it." Yi Tianlong looked at the faint death aura on the youth's forehead. His expression was a bit solemn as he quickly said, "Help me kill the young patriarch of the Xue family, Xue Wuhan. Also, go to the West Mountain and help move my mother's grave so that my parents can be buried together." Yi Qinghan raised his head and said. Yi Tianlong pondered for a while and said lightly, "I promise you the latter. As for the former, you have to tell me what happened." Yi Qinghan's eyes were a bit gloomy. Yi Tianlong's straightforward answer had allowed him to fulfill his mother's last wish, which made him feel a bit gratified. He didn't want to say anything else, but in the end, he said, "My sister Yi Qingyu has a jade spirit body. Xue Wuhan was born with a pair of eyes, so he must have seen my sister's physique. So, he joined hands with Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong to kidnap her. Finally, my sister committed suicide by hitting the wall. I'm sure you can guess what happened next. I killed Yi Qingxie, who went to kidnap my sister, and interrogated him. Then I came here, crippled Yi Qinghuang, and took him hostage. I wanted to lure you out, but the elders didn't agree. Then, I was ambushed by Yi Jian. My sister sacrificed her soul to save me. So, I got the combat power of an emperor for a short period of time. I killed Yi Rong and then you guys came. It's that simple." Yi Tianlong listened quietly with an expressionless face. However, the more he listened, the more he frowned. After listening, he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he tilted his head and sniffed. Tianqing, is what he said true? Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Why would Qingguang and Yi Rong help an outsider to deal with a family member? Father, it must be because Yi Qinghan doesn't get along with them. He's just making excuses. Before Tianqing could say anything, Yi Jian spoke first. Shut up. If you open your mouth again, I'll seal you. Yi Tianlong's expression finally became a little angry. It seemed that the family had become more and more chaotic because he had ignored the family's affairs for many years. He glanced at Yi Jian coldly with a gloomy expression and finally stopped at Yi Tianqing. Patriarch, I came to the scene after Yi Qinghan disabled Qingguang. It was as he said. I don't know what happened before, but Elder Yi Quan just sent Yi Qingguang back for treatment. I think he's fine now. Yi Tianqing nodded and answered honestly. He paused for a moment and looked at Yi Qinghan in front of him. Then, he solemnly said, Patriarch, I still have an important matter to report. It concerns the rise and fall of the clan. Yi Quan, go and bring Yi Qingguang here. Yi Tianlong waved his hand at one of the elders kneeling beside Yi Qingmiu. He sensed that Yi Tianqing's tone had clearly become more serious, and he could not help but feel somewhat surprised. He said, Tianqing, if you have something to say, just say it. It's about the rise and fall of the family. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingmiu were obviously attracted by Tianqing's words. Was the riddle about to be solved? They couldn't help but listen with great interest. I beg you, Patriarch, to pardon Yi Qinghan for all his crimes. Tianqing's first sentence caused an uproar. Yi Qinghan had killed 3 people and disabled one today. One of them was an elder of the family, an emperor realm expert. The one who was disabled was the young master of the family, a core disciple of the family, and the future heir of the family. He actually said that he wanted to pardon him. Even if the 3 people who were disabled were at fault, they didn't deserve to die. Reason? Yi Tianlong said faintly. He could vaguely guess many things. He wanted to do some things, but he needed a reason. The Yi family also needed a reason. Tianqing's eyes were slightly excited. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was still standing proudly and not moved by his words, and said, because Yi Qinghan might have an extremely powerful battle beast. It's at least a peak 8th rank beast, and it might even be a holy beast, or, even higher. What? What? Oh my God! Countless exclamations sounded. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingmiu, and Yi Baihu cried out at the same time. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan passionately. It was like a group of men who had been in the army for many years suddenly saw a naked beauty. Moreover, according to my deduction, Yi Qinghan also obtained a heaven-defying combination combat technique that can instantly kill opponents of the same rank as him. Yi Rong died under this technique. Tianqing continued, throwing out a bomb that made everyone's soul tremble. Silence, dead silence. The entire place was silent, a deathly stillness. They silently pondered over the deep meaning contained within these 2 sentences. Holy beast. It was even higher than a holy beast. Combination combat technique, a heaven-defying technique that could instantly kill opponents of the same rank as him. Everything was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's heart, making them palpitate and tremble. Is what he said true? Yi Tianlong's tone was still calm, but his hands hidden in his sleeves were faintly trembling, betraying his inner thoughts. Whether it's true or not has nothing to do with you. From the moment my sister's soul was sacrificed, I told myself that I'm no longer a member of the Yi family, and even in death, I won't be a ghost of the Yi family. Yi family. I no longer have any attachment to them. Yi Qinghan lowered his gaze and looked at Yi Qingyu on the ground. After a long time, when Yi Tianlong couldn't wait to ask again, he spoke indifferently. His voice was cold, without a trace of anger. Ah! Everyone in Yi Tianlong didn't expect to receive such an answer. They were all choked by Yi Qinghan's words and didn't know how to respond. There was another period of silence. After a while, Yi Tianlong sighed and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize this family. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me as your grandfather. I don't blame you. I just want to ask you, is what Tian Qing said true?" Hearing Yi Tianlong's slightly guilty tone and indirectly admitting his mistake, Yi Qinghan finally lifted his lowered gaze and said simply, "More or less." Wow! After receiving Yi Qinghan's confirmation, countless people's emotions surged with complicated emotions. That was a holy beast. How many holy beasts had appeared in the Yi family's thousands of years of history? None. Only one. Only Yi Ruoshui's ancestor had one. However, this holy beast had indeed brought the Yi family hundreds of years of glory and prosperity. Not only did this kid have a holy beast, but he also had a heaven-defying combination combat technique. Trash, you bunch of trash. Just as everyone was silently pondering, Yi Qingniu, who was standing to the side, had already bulged his big eyes and pointed at the elders as he scolded, "Did all of you War Beast Hall elders grow up eating shit? Why didn't you report such a big matter? Now that such a situation has occurred, how do you think we should clean it up?" After scolding the elders, Yi Qingniu didn't wait for them to explain. He waved his hand and quickly hid the anger on his face. He turned his head and smiled wretchedly. "Kid, you're Yi Qinghan, right? That Shua Wuhan you mentioned, I'll help you kill him. If you follow me in the future, I promise you that you can do whatever you want in the House of Aries. How about it? Also, you don't have to hide anything. Give me a definite answer. Don't say things like, 'Not much, I don't like it.'" Looking at Yi Qingniu, who was smiling wretchedly in front of him, and then at the worried expression on Yi Qingwu's face in the distance, Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but still said indifferently, "Holy beast, soul-devouring beast, combination combat technique, soul dizziness, instant kill of the same level. Also, thank you, Senior and Yi Qingwu, for your good intentions, but I don't think I need it." Ah! Yi Tianlong looked worriedly at Yi Qingniu, and Yi Baihu, who was beside him, also twitched the corner of his mouth. Yi Tianqing, Yi Tianqing, and Yi Chang stood up anxiously. They all understood the meaning of death in this youth's words and became terrified, their eyes filled with anxiety and regret. Everyone fell silent, but Yi Qingwu, who was beside Yi Qingniu, shouted excitedly, "Yi Qinghan, don't do anything stupid. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. You're so young, you still have a bigger stage, you still have, no." Yi Qinghan interrupted Yi Qingwu and looked at her pure and beautiful face. He shook his head and said indifferently, "No, I have nothing, nothing. My father is dead, my mother is dead, and now my little sister is also dead. What am I living for? Who else can I live for? Perhaps I shouldn't have come to this world, this place doesn't belong to me." The more Yi Qinghan spoke, the more desolate and heartbroken he became. He knelt weakly in front of Yi Qingyu and stared at his little sister's pale face, snow-white hair, and the bright red drops of blood at the edge of her white clothes. He stretched out his hands and caressed his little sister's face. He thought back to the words his little sister had said before she sacrificed herself and softly murmured, "Qingyu, in my next life, I will definitely marry you, I will definitely marry you. I said I would give you an explanation." Yi Qinghan took one last look at Yi Tianlong, then slowly pulled out the black dagger that was hanging from his calf. Everyone felt extremely complicated, but they did not stop him, nor did they have any way to stop him. If a person's heart was dead, who could save him? Chapter 44. I don't need your explanation. Yi Tianlong shook his head and moved. A yellow light immediately shone from his body, but it did not spread in all directions. Instead, it headed straight for Yi Qinghan and stopped Yi Qinghan from committing suicide. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding the dagger slowly fell. Then, his head tilted to the side and he fainted. What a joke. He was the second descendant of the Yi family to summon a sacred beast. He was the future hope of the Yi family. If he committed suicide in front of him, he would not have the face to face his ancestors after he died. So, he decisively released his sacred realm and knocked out Yi Qinghan. Qingniu, bring him and that girl to the back of the mountain. Carefully check that girl's soul. I feel that she's not dead yet. Only her soul has been severely injured. See if there's any way to save these two siblings. Yi Tianlong transmitted his voice to Yi Qingniu. Then, he turned his head and looked at the dozen or so elders in front of him with a dark expression. He said angrily, White Tiger, go and collect Yi Rong's body. Seal the Yi family castle and prevent any news from spreading. The rest of you, follow me to the torture chamber. Yes, father. Yes, clan leader. Looking at the gloomy expression on Yi Tianlong's face, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The torture chamber. It seemed that the clan leader was going to enforce the clan's laws. Yi family's torture chamber. Yi Tianlong sat silently on the main seat. His expression was somewhat complicated, as if he was deep in thought. Yi Jian and Yi Chang stood on his left and right respectively. The other elders stood on either side of him. Since Yi Tianlong did not speak, no one dared to speak. Their gazes shifted as they pondered. After a long while, Yi Tianlong suddenly said, Yi Jian. An indescribable emotion appeared in Yi Jian's eyes. He took a step forward and cupped his hands, saying in a low voice, Father. Do you admit to your crimes? Yi Tianlong continued, saying something that confused the other elders. Guilty. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Jian's eyes. He then said with a serious expression, I have been working hard for the Yi family's prosperity all these years. May I know what crime I have committed? That's right, Patriarch. City Lord Yi Jian has been working hard for the family all these years. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. What crime has he committed? Yes, we can all testify. Yi Tianlong's words caused countless elders to be bewildered. They hurriedly bowed and explained to Yi Jian. However, Yi Tianlong waved his hand tiredly, indicating for the elders to be quiet. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, Do you know why our Yi family, or even the 5 great families of the House of Aries, can stand tall for 1,000 years? Why did they bring glory to this era? Maybe you want to say that it's because the Yi family has beasts. Other families have their own secret techniques. Wrong. The reason why our 5 great clans have been able to monopolize the 5 great cities for several thousand years isn't because of these secret arts but because of our unity. You heard me right. It's unity. If a family wants to survive for thousands of years, they definitely don't rely on experts. Are the previous house masters strong? Let's not talk about the previous generations. Let's talk about our current house master, Dragon Man. Is he strong? At the peak of the Saint Realm, he can fight me and 2 grand elders alone. But where will he be after 100 years? Will his son continue to be the house master? A strong family doesn't need a single expert, but countless experts who are united. Our Yi family was fortunate enough to rise in the world extermination war thousands of years ago and survive until today. We relied on the struggles of countless seniors and their unparalleled battle power of unity. The easiest way to break a fortress is to break it from the inside. But today, you have disappointed me. For the sake of your own interests, you have forgotten the rules of the family and the teachings of your ancestors. You have actually started to fight among yourselves and even started to ally with outsiders to deal with the younger generation of the family. I think that if this continues, in less than 100 years, the Yi family will vanish into thin air. It will completely disappear from the long river of history of the Fire Dragon continent. After Yi Tianlong finished speaking, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He looked a little tired and sad as he leaned against the big bronze chair. "We are guilty." Yi Jian and Yi Chang hurriedly knelt down and said in a deep voice. Their faces were all gloomy. They didn't say a word as they carefully pondered over the deep meaning of Yi Tianlong's words. "Father, I know I was wrong. It was because I didn't discipline my son properly that led to such a huge mistake. I am willing to resign from the Tsang City Lord position and go behind closed doors to reflect." Yi Jian knew that Yi Tianlong was really angry today. His eyes flickered and he no longer defended Yi Qingguang. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. Bang! When Yi Tianlong heard Yi Jian's words, he didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, he was completely enraged. He waved his hand and an invisible force crashed into Yi Jian's chest, sending him flying and bouncing back after crashing into the wall. Still quibbling. 10 years ago, Yi Dao was ambushed and killed by 4 demon thearchs at the Luotian mountain. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who leaked the secret? Today, I still don't understand the matter with Yi Qinghan. But why did you order people to seal off the back mountain? Yi Qinghan wanted to see me. Why did you stop him? If it wasn't for your selfishness, would Yi Rong have died? If it wasn't for you, would that girl with the jade spirit physique choose to sacrifice her soul out of anger? If it wasn't for you, would Yi Qinghan be so cold to the family? If it wasn't for you, would the current situation be so tense? Because of a fool like you, the family lost an Emperor Realm martial artist, a jade spirit physique, and almost lost the hope of the family's prosperity. Father, cough. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Seeing Yi Tianlong's cold eyes filled with disappointment and regret, Yi Jian felt a chill in his heart when he heard the secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. He struggled to get up and knelt down heavily on the ground. His body slightly trembled. He knew that his father would definitely kill him if he was not careful today. Yi Chang stood beside Yi Tianlong and felt his father's faint killing intent. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Father, give big brother another chance. You also said that the family's interests are the most important." All the elders looked at each other and knelt down at the same time. "Clan head, please give Yi Jian another chance. We know we were wrong." Yi Tianlong fell into deep silence again. After a long time, he waved his hand helplessly. 10 years ago, I gave you a chance. Although my words were vague, I don't think you were that stupid. Now that so many people are pleading for you, I will give you another chance. Go to the Blame Cliff at the back of the mountain and don't come out until you reach the Sage Realm. If you can't break through in your lifetime, then stay there for the rest of your life. Let me give you a warning. The Emperor Realm cultivates the state of mind and comprehends the heavenly Tao. If you are still obsessed with hatred and selfishness, you are destined to die of old age in the mountain. Thank you, Father. Yi Jian understands. Yi Jian lowered his head and bowed. He turned around and left. His expression was a little dazed and he staggered as he walked. He seemed to be thinking about something and regretting something. Looking at Yi Jian's staggered footsteps, everyone was silent. They knew that Yi Tianlong called them to the discipline hall and they knew that Yi Tianlong was going to flip out. However, they didn't expect him to be so powerful. He actually imprisoned Yi Jian. Sage Realm. It wasn't that easy to break through to the Sage Realm. Yi Jian might die of old age in the mountain. Yi Tianlong's eyes were dim. He forced himself to pull himself together. Bring Yi Qingxie here. Yi Qingxie was carried up. His waist was wrapped in white cloth and his face was pale. Once he reached the discipline hall, he shouted, "Grandfather, you have to seek justice for me. Yi Qinghan's sneak attacked me and destroyed 20 years of my cultivation. You have to kill him for me. Although he was sent away to recuperate, he still managed to get some information through some channels. He found out that Yi Qinghan wasn't dead and had been taken away by Yi Qingniu. Therefore, he shouted at Yi Tianlong the moment he saw him. However, he didn't know that his father had just been sent flying by Yi Tianlong's palm and was imprisoned in the back of the mountain. He probably wouldn't be able to come out for the rest of his life. Slap. As expected, the reply he got was a fierce slap. Yi Tianlong didn't even want to listen to his excuses. He waved his hand and said, Yi Tianqing, you're in charge of the interrogation. If you find out everything, you'll be punished according to the clan's rules. Take him away. Yi Qinghuang looked at Yi Tianlong in horror. The grandfather in his memory wasn't like this. He struggled to break free from Tianqing's palm and cried out, Grandfather, how can you do this to me? I'm a cripple now, and you still want to punish me according to the clan's rules. You're so heartless, so heartless. Yi Tianlong didn't look at Yi Qinghuang again. Instead, he looked through the door of the torture chamber and gazed at the green mountain in the distance. Everyone has to be responsible for the mistakes they make. You can still cultivate if your cultivation is crippled, but if you're still like this, you'll forever be a cripple. If you don't regret it in the future, I won't recognize you as my grandson anymore. Yi Tianlong's ruthlessness and iron-blooded methods once again shocked everyone present. Although the dragon had been in a deep slumber for many years, once he woke up, everyone was faced with his towering fury and supreme dragon might. The mountain behind the Yi family was actually not a mountain, but a valley at the foot of the mountain. There was a lake in the valley, and there were a few simple lofts by the lake. In one of the lofts, Yi Qingniu placed a hand on Yi Qingniu's forehead. His expression was solemn and he was silent. Next to him was Yi Qinghan, who was lying quietly as if in a deep sleep, and Yi Qingwu, who was nervously watching from the side. Phew! After a long while, Yi Qingniu let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. Grandfather, how is it? Can Yi Qingyu still be saved? Yi Qingwu hadn't paid much attention to this delicate girl in the past and hadn't seen her many times. But this girl in the Garden of Enchantment had resolutely burned her soul for her brother's sake and offered it to Yi Qinghan. This scene had truly shocked her. Many people would probably say that they were willing to die for their loved ones, but how many people would dare to make such a decision when faced with such a scene? Would they dare to die with a smile on their face? That was why she had begun to like this girl and admired her from the depths of her heart. That was why she had followed Yi Qingniu to the back of the mountain with Yi Qinghan and his sister no matter what. Fortunately, this girl hasn't died yet because of her special physique. Yi Qingniu sighed faintly, his expression somewhat complicated. But unfortunately, her soul has almost been completely burned away, so she won't have long to live. So can she be saved or not? Yi Qingwu glared angrily and asked anxiously. Yi Qingniu was clearly a little afraid of his precious granddaughter and quickly said, She can be saved, but the Yi family can't save her. Chapter 45. Swish! A yellow figure pierced through the air and flew directly into the small loft. He glanced at the sleeping Yi Qinghan and quickly said, Qingniu, what's the situation? Greetings, clan leader. Yi Qingniu and Yi Qingwu were still talking when they saw Yi Tianlong fly in and hurriedly bowed. Clan leader's guess is correct. Yi Qingniu was injured before, so the final soul sacrifice was not completely successful. Therefore, a trace of her soul remained and fell into a deep sleep. In other words, she has become a vegetable. Yi Tianlong raised his eyebrows and was somewhat delighted. Oh. Your soul cultivation is higher than mine. Do you think she can still be saved? I can save her, but the price will be very high. Yi Qingniu frowned. At their level, the price they spoke of was no ordinary price. Fool, what price can be higher than losing an expert who possesses the sacred beast body fusion technique? Tell me, even if I have to sell half of the Yi family, I will still save her. Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingniu and said angrily. Qingniu is confused. To save Yi Qingniu, we must first ensure that the trace of her soul does not dissipate. We will need a large amount of soul-nourishing medicine. Secondly, to completely wake her up, we will need 2 spirit pills. Spirit pills. Although Yi Tianlong was already mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by Yi Qingniu's words. He frowned and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu was confused and asked doubtfully, I have heard of soul-nourishing medicine, but Grandpa, what is a spirit pill? A pill formed from the soul of a heavenly god after death. Yi Qingniu's indifferent words stunned Yi Qingwu. As Yi Qingniu's granddaughter, she was the focus of the family's nurturing. She vaguely knew some of the continent's top secrets. On the surface, the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of martial artists on the continent. However, Yi Qingwu knew that there was a higher and more terrifying realm above the Saint Realm, the Heavenly God Realm. Heavenly God Realm cultivators could actually be considered as cultivators. They had an endless lifespan and terrifying strength. They could split mountains and overturn seas with just a wave of their hands. They could kill a large group of Saint Realm experts with just a glance. They were true gods, omnipotent gods. But now, her grandfather actually said that to save Yi Qingniu, he needed a spiritual pill formed from the soul of a heavenly god realm expert, and 2 of them. Could a god be killed? Are there 2 living gods in this world? Even if there was, who could kill them? Tell me when that kid wakes up. Yi Tianlong let out a long sigh and walked out of the attic. Yi Qinghan had a lot of dreams. In his dreams, he seemed to have returned to Earth and returned to the familiar campus. He saw his senior sister whom he had a crush on for many years. However, when he excitedly ran over to her, the scene changed. The beautiful senior sister turned into the flirtatious lady boss. The scene also changed to the pink bed on that spring night. Then, the scene changed to the enchanted garden. It changed to the moment when his sister sacrificed her soul. It changed to the moment when his sister's hair slowly turned white, and the moment when he cried out in pain and helplessness, "No!" He screamed in fear and woke up with a head full of cold sweat. He saw an unfamiliar attic and a short, yellow figure. "You're awake." The yellow figure slowly turned his head. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a faint smile on his lips. It was Yi Tianlong. "Where's my sister? Why did you stop me? You can stop me once, but can you stop me for the rest of my life?" Yi Qinghan turned his eyes and thought back to everything that had happened before he fainted. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he licked his dry lips with a cold expression. Yi Tianlong looked at the stubborn youth and seemed to see someone from back then, Yi Dao. He said calmly, "After today, I won't stop you anymore. Come with me, if you want to save your sister." Seeing Yi Tianlong's short and skinny figure walk out of the room, Yi Qinghan couldn't understand why he wouldn't stop him after today. But after hearing the last sentence, his eyes suddenly widened and he instantly jumped up, chasing after Yi Tianlong. Clan leader. In another room, Yi Qingniu saw Yi Tianlong walk in with Yi Qinghan. He hurriedly bowed, then smiled and nodded at Yi Qinghan behind him. He left the room, leaving the grandfather and grandson alone. Qingniu. He gazed at the large bed in the room, where his sister lay quietly like a sleeping beauty. Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately blurred. He strode over, half knelt by the bed, and tightly held his sister's cold hand. The white bedsheets, white dress, pale face, and snow-white hair made this room seem so special, so dazzling. "Your sister is not dead, so you don't have to pee like a woman. If you're a man, you should think of a way to solve the problem, and not cry because you're sad." Yi Tianlong stood silently to the side and said coldly after a moment, "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan reached out and stood up. Although he knew that as the head of the clan, Yi Tianlong would not resort to such tricks, he still asked. Before your sister's soul was sacrificed, she was injured and did not fully recover. Thus, the sacrifice was not a complete success, and there is still a shred of her soul left. She is currently in a state of suspended animation. More accurately, she is in a vegetative state. Elder Yi Qingyo and I both confirmed that she still has a chance of coming back to life. The sacrifice was not a success. Yi Qinghan remembered that after he killed Yi Rong, his body had become extremely weak. He had originally thought that the mysterious power could only attack once. He did not expect that the sacrifice was not a complete success. There was still a chance. That meant that there was still a chance. As long as there was a chance. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at his sister, and made a decision. Staring at Yi Tianlong's deep eyes, he knelt down heavily, and said with an incomparably firm tone, "Please do your best to save my sister. I am willing to pay any price." Hearing Yi Qinghan call him "you" instead of grandfather, Yi Tianlong felt helpless. It seemed that this brat still had a deep conflict with his irresponsible grandfather and the huge Yi family. "Get up, I promise you, but you have to be mentally prepared. You will have to pay a lot. Come with me." Yi Tianlong turned around and walked out of the room. This time, he walked towards the lake in the middle of the valley. Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He turned around to look at his sister again, then silently followed him out. Standing by the lake, Yi Tianlong gazed into the distance, at the buildings of the Yi family's castle. He let out a long sigh and began to tell the story. "Before that, I'd like to say a few words, even though you might think these words are unpleasant and somewhat fake. But I still have to say, your father was extremely talented, and his temperament was very similar to mine in the past. I liked him very much since I was a child. Because your father was born by one of my concubines, Yi Jian, and the others always had some resistance towards him, and even some hostility. At that time, I had just taken over the family affairs, so I didn't ask too much about the affairs between the brothers. As a result, Yi Jian and the others became more and more hostile towards your father, and your father became more and more rebellious. Later, under everyone's opposition, I appointed your father as the successor of the clan head. As a result, it completely angered the first branch. Later, in order to treat your mother's illness, your father resolutely went to the god-slaying mountain. However, his whereabouts were betrayed by a cousin of Yi Jian from the first branch, which caused 4 demon emperors from the demon god residence to join forces to kill him. In the end, he was seriously injured and died. I was extremely angry about that matter and directly killed that descendant of the clan. After confirming that Yi Jian didn't know about it, I still heavily punished him. After your father's death, your biological grandmother was in too much pain and passed away. I was a little disheartened and a little disgusted with the world. There were also some other reasons, so I retired and didn't care about the affairs of the world. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian still held a grudge over what happened in the past and took revenge on you. Perhaps because of what happened in the past, the first branch has always been hostile towards the second branch, which led to the regretful incident a few days ago." Yi Tianlong paused and continued, "I'm saying all this not to redeem your hatred towards the Yi family. I want to say that everything is actually my fault. If you want to hate someone, hate me. And this time, you need the cooperation of the younger generation of the clan to save your sister. For the sake of your sister, I hope that you can temporarily put aside the hatred in your heart and work together with them to defeat the enemy and gain points." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and felt a little helpless. He was a little speechless at Yi Tianlong's eloquence. Even a pig could tell that Yi Tianlong was trying to persuade him after saying so much nonsense. However, in order to save his sister, he could only listen obediently. He curled his lips and said, "Let's make it simple. What do you need me to do? If your sister wants to wake up, she needs a large amount of herbs that nourish the soul. You don't need to worry about this. Secondly, she needs 2 spiritual pills. I know a place that has one, and I will do my best to exchange for it. As for the last one, I can't do anything about it. Only you can obtain it. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was a little impatient, Yi Tianlong knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He wasn't a good persuader, so he made it short. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Yi Qinghan's expression tightened and listened attentively. After listening, he thought for a while and said, "Spiritual pills. How do I obtain them? You should know a little about the mansion battle. The 3 moon queens are the mansion battle that happens once every 30 years. This time, the mansion battle is an elite mansion battle. Only young warriors under the age of 30 can participate. What you need to do is to lead the Yi family's elite team to participate in the mansion battle. On the premise that you survive, try your best to kill the elites of the monster race and the barbarian race, obtain a large number of points, and go to the divine city to exchange for a spiritual pill. This time, the mansion battle is not the ultimate mansion battle. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I would personally participate in it. This time, you can only rely on yourself. You need to pay attention in the mansion battle." Speaking of serious matters, Yi Tianlong's expression was also solemn as he slowly explained to Yi Qinghan. After a long time, Yi Qinghan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It seemed that this grandfather, Yi Tianlong, was really prepared to spend a lot of money to save his sister. Although he didn't understand what a spiritual pill was, he only knew that it was definitely a peerless treasure. Otherwise, why would he need to kill 10,000 low-level foreign soldiers to exchange for it? After a pause, he put forward his conditions. "I have a condition. This time, I don't want anyone from the first branch to lead the team. Moreover, I want absolute command of the elite team in the mansion battle." Yi Tianlong thought for a while and nodded. "I promise you. You have to promise that you will definitely come back alive." "I will definitely come back alive." Mansion battle. 3 clan battle. Try your best to kill. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He nodded heavily. Looking at the attic not far away, through the attic's window, he saw a delicate figure sleeping quietly. His face revealed a trace of a smile that hadn't bloomed for several days. Chapter 46. 5 days later, in Tsang City. The 8 door gods stood proudly in front of the gate of the Yi family castle. Their gazes were sharp as they scanned through the crowd. Suddenly, from the corner of their eyes, they saw the side gate open and a luxurious carriage slowly drive out. The 8 of them tensed up, but they didn't smile and flatter like they used to. They just straightened their backs and didn't say anything. There were too many carriages going in and out of the Yi family castle. They were nervous at the beginning, numb at the end, and now they didn't care. However, behind the luxurious carriage, there was another carriage, and after that, another, 4, 5, 9, 10. As the number of carriages increased, the 8 of them started to look serious. Their expressions were still dignified, but they were shocked inside. This luxurious carriage was the largest model of the Yi family castle. Each carriage could seat at least 20 people. 10. That was 200 people. Furthermore, this carriage was the most luxurious one of the Yi family castle. It wasn't something that just anyone could sit in. There were so many important figures of the Yi family. Where were they going? However, after an hour, the side gate of the Yi family castle opened again. Another 20 luxurious carriages drove out and disappeared into the wide streets of Tsang City. Another half an hour passed, and another 20 luxurious carriages arrived. "Big brother, what's going on?" The family sent out 500 to 600 experts. "Isn't this a big move?" Looking at the third wave of carriages slowly disappearing at the end of the street, one of the door gods couldn't help but ask the biggest door god at the center of the gate. The people beside him also glanced at him. Their sparkling eyes couldn't hide their bewilderment. What are you doing? Stand properly. Do you think you can pry into the family secrets? Hearing the question, the door god's expression became even more dignified. He reprimanded in a low voice. However, he was obviously satisfied with the gazes of the crowd. He scanned the street and made sure there was no one nearby. Then, he whispered, "Elite Prefecture Battle." Ugh! The crowd quickly retracted their bewildered gazes and continued to look ahead with stern expressions. However, the thick eyebrows on their foreheads revealed some of their thoughts. Didn't the Elite Prefecture Battle usually only send 200 to 300 people? Why did 500 or 600 go this time? It should be known that the young experts of the clan had come out in full force. What kind of secret was hidden in this Fu battle? In the mountains behind the Yi family, in front of the lake in the valley, two figures stood side by side. Patriarch, why did we send almost all of our young experts to the elite prefectural tournament? Also, that kid is going to the mansion battle at such a young age. Can you be at ease? Yi Baihu, who was dressed in white, looked at the yellow-robed man in confusion. The yellow-robed man turned around with a slight smile on his face. White Tiger, I thought you wouldn't ask. I didn't expect you to ask. I'm sure this is a question many people in the clan want to ask, but don't dare to. Emichim, Yi Baihu nodded slightly. 5 days ago, Yi Tianlong walked down from the back of the mountain. He imprisoned Yi Jian and banished Yi Qingguang. He once again displayed his ambitious and ruthless character. His dragon might shook the world, and everyone bowed down to him. Unexpectedly, when Yi Tianlong regained control of the clan, he issued a few orders that caused the entire Yi family castle to be filled with doubts. However, Yi Tianlong's unparalleled prestige in the Yi family caused these elders to silently carry out his orders. They didn't dare to ask any questions. Today, after 30 carriages drove out of the Yi family's side door, Yi Baihu couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Actually, my intention is very simple. I sent people out to buy soul-nourishing medicines. I don't think I need to explain this. You should know that it's for that little girl. Although this jade spirit body has been sacrificed, it's still very important to Yi Qinghan's life and strength. I also admire that little girl. There are 2 reasons why I sent all of the young experts of the clan to the Fu battle. First, only a real bloody battle can train true elites. As for the second reason, I want to give that brat Yi Qinghan a chance. A chance to win over the young elites of the clan. Of course, it's also equivalent to creating an opportunity for the clan to win back Yi Qinghan. After fighting with so many young disciples of the clan, going through life and death situations together, shouldn't there be some feelings? The third reason, about sending the brat Yi Qinghan to the elite Fu battle, is actually something that I can't do. That idiot Yi Jian's foolish actions caused Yi Qinghan to have a deep resistance towards the Yi family and me. If we want to win back his heart, we'll have to spend a long time and do many things to slowly influence him. Otherwise, even if that brat breaks through the sage realm and becomes a god, he won't have any feelings for the Yi family. He might not even be a member of the Yi family. So what if the Yi family does? I sent him to the elite Fu battle for 2 reasons. Firstly, I want to see if he can break through quickly under the pressure of saving his sister. Secondly, he has just been hurt by the Yi family. Letting him go out for a walk will make him feel better. Yi Tianlong spoke with fervor and assurance. His expression was calm, but his words revealed a faint self-confidence and strategizing. It made his originally small body seem tall and big. Yi Baihu nodded and pondered for a while. He then asked, "But, clan leader, aren't you worried that something will happen to that brat? After all, his strength is so low. Once the news that he has a holy beast is exposed, he will definitely become a must-kill target for the Goblin clan and Barbarian clan." Of course I'm worried, but I believe that nothing will happen to that brat. Moreover, based on his strength, I estimate that he will definitely break through again before he reaches Dragon City. Yi Tianlong laughed mischievously, as if he had thought of something. Bai Hu, there are some things that you don't know. Do you know what level that Yi Qinghan's strength was before he summoned his beast? First level elite realm. What? Yi Bai, who had lived at the back of the mountain all year round. This was the first time he had heard of Yi Qinghan's detailed information. After being stunned for a while, his eyes flashed and he frowned. Clan leader, this doesn't make sense. 2 days ago, I still remember that this brat broke through to Commander Realm Level 2 in the back of the mountain. A Level 1 Elite Realm Warrior broke through to Level 4 in 3 months. Could it be that he hid his strength before? Or did he not cultivate before? Yi Tianlong shook his head. There was a trace of curiosity and excitement in his eyes. No. According to my investigation, this brat was stuck at Elite Realm Level 1 before he summoned his beast. Then, his cultivation soared rapidly. After a trip to Barbarian City, he came back as a Commander Realm Level 1. This brat has too many secrets, and this time, I sent Yi San and Yi 17 to him for the Fu battle. His safety should not be a problem. Moreover, his 200-man team is the Death God team that Green Bull has trained for many years. I have already blocked the news of the Yi family. His information should not be leaked. Yi Bai, who was silent for a long time before he calmed down from the shock in his heart. That thin and stubborn brat really gave him too many surprises. Hearing Yi Tianlong's arrangements for Yi Qinghan's safety, he nodded and felt relieved. He seemed to have absolute confidence in Yi San, Yi 17, and the Death God team. He said lightly, well, Yi San and Yi 17's strength is not a problem. However, can Yi Qinghan control these 2 people? Also, clan leader, are you sure you can get the spirit pill this time? You should know that this time, the Divine City has thrown out a spirit pill as the first treasure to be exchanged. The other families will definitely covet it. After all, the spirit pill only appears once in 100 years. Moreover, 100 years ago, the Feng family paid a terrible price to get the spirit pill in the Divine City battle. This time, we need 2. Hearing Yi Baihu's question, Yi Tianlong's expression also became solemn. Whether he can control it or not depends on his luck and ability. As for the spirit pill, Yi Qingniu should be able to get the first place to exchange for it. Whether they can get so many points or not will depend on their performance in the Divine City battle. As for the other pill, in half a month, when you are in charge of Tsang City, I will go to the other side of the sea and ask for one. The other side of the sea. Hearing the words the other side of the sea, Yi Tianlong's expression became obviously respectful and even a little fearful. He nodded and said, since clan leader has arranged everything, there should be no problem. I hope everything goes smoothly. Yi Qinghan was not in a good mood. Although he was sitting in a super luxurious carriage, and although he had never enjoyed such high treatment, he still felt a little sad. The carriage was very big, enough to seat more than 10 or 20 people. However, he was the only one sitting quietly inside. The carriage was very luxurious. Not only was the exterior luxurious, but the interior was also very luxurious and comfortable. Pulling the carriage were 4 strong and beautiful black-winged horses from the Savage Mountains. It was said that they could travel 100 miles in a day without panting. In front of the carriage were 2 men in black. They were both guards and coachmen. The men in black were called Yi 13 and Yi 17. According to Yi Tianlong, they were the Yi family's secret death warriors. They were shockingly powerful and were at the 2nd and 3rd level of the noble realm. It could be said that he was currently enjoying the life of a crown prince. Not to mention Yi Qingxian, even Yi Qinghuang had not enjoyed such treatment before. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel honored or flattered. He had long experienced the cruelty of this world. What if he was still that good for nothing? Would the Yi family treat him like this? Would Yi Tianlong, his grandfather, treat him like this? or could it be said that he indulged him? Therefore, he did not feel any excitement or gratitude towards such treatment. Instead, he felt a faint sorrow of separation because he was leaving this place and the white-haired girl sleeping in the small pavilion at the back of the mountain. This journey would take more than a year. He would have to leave that soft and weak sister of his for more than a year. Although Yi Tianlong had promised that he would take good care of Yi Qingyu and do his best to protect her life, he was still very sad and unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he obviously needed to find something to do. He picked up the wine on the small table in the carriage and began to drink. The wine was good. A bottle of monkey wine cost dozens of purple crystal coins. However, the more he drank, the more unhappy he became. Looking at Sang City, which was getting further and further away from the carriage, the sweet monkey wine in his mouth seemed to become more and more bitter. Chapter 47. Yi 17 was also in a bad mood. Although he had been taught by his family since he was young and shouldn't be in the mood for such things, he was still unhappy. As an orphan, he wandered the streets and alleys, searching for food in the smelly gutters and garbage dumps behind taverns. He slept in a dilapidated abandoned house and a dirty pigsty. Of course, he was extremely loyal and fanatical to the Yi family that had rescued and nurtured him. He was adopted at the age of 7. The family had nurtured him for 20 years and he had also contributed to the family for 20 years. This time, he was ordered to participate in the elite prefectural battle. He was extremely happy about this mission. He could finally kill again. It had been a long time since he had tasted fresh blood. However, it seemed that the most important thing on the order wasn't to kill. Instead, it was to protect the frail little fellow in the carriage. He didn't dare to disobey the family's orders, nor would he disobey them. But the family didn't order him to be in a good mood, right? So naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. It wasn't that he hadn't received orders to protect the young master of the family. He had also secretly expressed his displeasure and ridicule towards the arrogant and unreasonable young masters of the family. However, he still didn't dare to show it on the surface. But this time, he was deeply suspicious of the family's orders. Was this little fellow, who was obviously only 15 or 16 years old, really going to participate in the prefectural battle? Second-level commander. He shook his head inwardly. Wouldn't the family know how many people would die if they brought such a young master to participate in the prefectural battle? 17. Seeing Yi 17's gloomy face, Yi 13 glanced at the carriage behind and reminded him in a low voice. Humph. Yi 13 glanced at the curtain behind him and let out a low snort that only the two of them could hear, expressing his displeasure. It seemed that the young master in the carriage was even more arrogant than the previous young masters. He had been sitting in the carriage for more than a month, yet he hadn't said a single word to the two Marquis realm experts. He hadn't even stepped out of the carriage. It seemed that this young master was even more arrogant than Yi Qinghuang. Yi Qinghan wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense. He didn't have the time either because he had been living a monotonous life of pain and happiness for more than a month. He was attacking the remaining two main meridians. In the Savage Mountain Range, he unexpectedly discovered a shortcut that could allow him to cultivate to the general realm at a terrifying speed. Using battle chi to attack the meridians and block the substance, he had done so. With the help of his strong mental fortitude and the miraculous bronze ring, he was already halfway there. In 1 month in the Savage Mountain Range, he had opened 6 small meridians and broken through to the Commander realm. However, he did not give up on cultivating diligently. When the night stick sent him back to the Yi family in a horse carriage, he worked hard every day. Finally, on the second day of his stay at the Yi family's back mountain, he successfully opened a major meridian, the Extraordinary Meridian. He had stepped into the second level of the Commander realm. Now that more than a month had passed, the melancholy of parting with his sister had completely transformed into motivation for his cultivation. Along the way, the boring journey had given him ample time. Thus, he began to train day and night. Other than sleeping, eating, and playing with his beast Xiao Hei for a while every day, he was basically training. With the experience of breaking through 6 small meridians and 1 main meridian, as well as the experience of being injured many times in the savage mountain range, Xiao Chen was able to recover quickly. Now, it seemed that his cultivation had become very simple. Breaking through the meridians and shattering them did not seem to be able to make him faint. Although it was still very painful every time, so painful that his facial features were distorted and cold sweat poured down like rain, he had not cried out for more than a month. It seemed that the repeated pain and injuries had made him resistant to these kinds of pain, and he was already numb to it. After finishing his last training session for the day, his whole body finally began to relax, and a happy smile appeared on his face, which had not smiled for many days. He lifted the curtain and walked out, saying to the gloomy Yi Shi-san and Yi 17 for the first time in a month, "Greetings, big brothers. I am Yi Qinghan, may I know your name?" Yi 17 was still sulking when he suddenly saw the curtain open and the delicate and thin young master walk out with a smile. He even spoke gently. For a moment, he felt a little baffled and was stunned. Young Master Han is too polite. This subordinate is Yi Shi-san, and this is Yi 17. Yi Shi-san, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was the first to react. He put away the whip in his hand, stood up, and cupped his fists respectfully. Then, he stretched out his arm and lightly touched Yi 17 beside him. 17 greets young Master Han. Yi 17 quickly reacted and cupped his fists in greeting. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, a little unused to it. He smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, and don't call me young Master Han. I'm not used to it, just call me Qinghan. Thank you for taking care of me for more than a month. I'm afraid I've neglected you 2 big brothers because I've been busy with cultivation. This subordinate doesn't dare. It's my duty to take care of young Master Han." Yi Shi-san sighed at the obvious difference in young Master Han, and replied respectfully. Then, he asked, "Young Master has never come out of the carriage before. Today, you came out for a walk. Did you have a breakthrough?" He. Yi Qinghan stretched his arms. They were a little rusty after not moving for a long time. He looked at the distant sun shining down on the wilderness, and then looked at the green mountains and clear waters receding as the carriage moved forward. His mood was a little better. I broke through to the first heaven of the commander tier. Yi Shi-san's expression froze. He felt a little suspicious. Breaking through 2 main meridians in more than a month. Although the governing meridian and conception meridian were connected, and could actually be considered as 1 meridian, wasn't this speed a little too fast? Or had this young master already broken through halfway before he boarded the carriage? Although he had a lot of questions in his heart, Yi Shi-san still smiled and said, "Congratulations, young Master Han. Congratulations, young Master Han." Yi 17 also opened his mouth, but the suspicion on his face was very obvious. He. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, not looking at the suspicion on Yi 17's face. That's right, breaking through 2 main meridians in more than a month. This was a little too unbelievable, and anyone would be suspicious. But he didn't care. He didn't want to explain, and he wouldn't explain. The 3rd level of the commander tier. He had finally reached the 3rd level of the commander tier. In the future, he would no longer have to endure the pain of his meridians bursting. He was very happy. The sadness of leaving his sister also disappeared in the whistling mountain wind. Strength. Only by continuously becoming stronger could he survive in the Elite Academy tournament. Only then could he kill more people, or more accurately, beastmen and barbarians. Only then could he obtain enough points to exchange for spirit pills. Only then could he wake up that white-haired, white-robed woman. In the evening, the convoy began to set up camp at the foot of a mountain. 10 large carriages formed a circle, and countless people began to emerge from the carriages and began to distribute tasks in an orderly manner. Those who made arrangements for the camp began to make arrangements for the camp, those who hunted began to hunt, those who cooked began to cook, and those who patrolled began to patrol. Countless people hurried in and out, and began to do their own things in an orderly manner, busying themselves with what they should be busy with. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the carriage. Beside him, Yi 17 stood coldly beside him, while Yi Shisan went to make arrangements for everyone. Yi Qinghan watched with interest as everyone bustled in and out. It had been more than a month since he sat in the carriage, and he hadn't taken a single step out of the carriage. He had always given orders to Yi Shisan, and this was the first time he had seen something so lively. "What's that? We don't need to go help." Yi Qinghan was a little embarrassed as he rubbed his hands. "If we go help, it will only make things worse. They wouldn't dare to let you, the commander of the team, and the young master of the family, do these chores." Yi 17 said coldly, but he snorted in his heart. "Now you want to help? What did you do before?" "Ah, that's true," Yi Qinghan said, a little embarrassed. Although Yi 17's tone seemed to be a little dissatisfied with him, he didn't care much. This was because he had never been a true young master since he was young. He also felt that it was a bit unfair for the two dukes to be sent to serve and protect him. As such, he should accommodate them, not the other way around. He looked at the busy people in front of him and the young master who had suddenly appeared today, and from time to time, looked at him with curiosity and awe. He knew that Yi 17 was right. He was afraid that if he went to help, he would become busier and busier, so he continued to rub his hands and continued to sit there and watch. After half an hour, Yi Shisan slowly walked over and said to Yi Qinghan, "Young Master Han, will you continue to eat in the carriage today, or?" "No need, let's eat together." Yi Qinghan smiled and nodded, then got off the carriage. Seeing Yi 13 and Yi 17 arrive, everyone sitting around the fire hurriedly stood up respectfully. When they saw Yi Qinghan behind Yi 13, everyone's expression stiffened, then they simultaneously knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." What did it sound like when 200 people, 200 men, shouted at the same time? Yi Qinghan didn't know before. Now he had a deep understanding. He rubbed his ears, turned his head, and said to Yi 13, "I seem to remember that I'm the commander of this team." Yi 13 was also a little shocked by this sudden roar. Although he didn't understand why Yi Qinghan said this, he still answered honestly, "That's right, young Master Han. Including the two of us, there are a total of 202 people, all of us must listen to your orders." "That's good." Yi Qinghan nodded, turned around, and said seriously to the 200 people kneeling on the ground, "Everyone, listen carefully. In the future, when you see me, you must not kneel or bow. As long as it's not a battle, you must not be too serious. I don't like it. This is an order." Chapter 48. The 200 people quietly looked at the handsome young man in front of them and listened to his strange words. They were a little confused. They were all men of sacrifice secretly trained by the Yi family. They were the Reaper squad. Like Yi Shisan and the others, they were orphans from all over the House of Aries. They had been adopted and trained by the Yi family since they were young. However, their talents were not as terrifying as Yi Shisan and the others. Therefore, they were arranged into a group of 200 people. After being adopted into the Yi family, they were very grateful to the Yi family and had been taught and trained by the Yi family for more than 10 years. Therefore, they had always taken the orders of the Yi family as the highest standard. Before they came, their chief instructor, Elder Yi Qingniu, had personally told them that Yi Qinghan would be their master from now on. He was the person they would protect with their lives. If Yi Qinghan wanted them to die, they would die. Therefore, they were very puzzled. Why was the first order given by this new master that they must never kneel in the future? Did they not need to respect their master? If they wanted to respect him, they had to kneel. However, when they glanced at their leader, Yishur-san, they suddenly realized something when they saw the coldness in Yishur-san's eyes. They quickly stood up and said respectfully in unison, "Yes." Yishur-san's cold eyes made them instantly understand one thing. The chief instructor had once said that no matter how ridiculous the master's orders were, an order was an order and must be carried out. However, they had actually hesitated just now, so as the leader, Yishur-san's eyes turned cold. "Okay, it's okay. You go about your business. Those who can eat, those who can drink, and those who can brag, just pretend that I'm not here." Feeling that the atmosphere in the field was a little heavy, and this heavy atmosphere was caused by him, Yi Qinghan felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and sat down next to the fire at the edge. After taking a yellow rabbit leg from Yishur-san, Yi Qinghan waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to sit down. Yishur-san hesitated for a moment before sitting down with Yi-17. Yi Qinghan nodded. He was very satisfied with the barbecue technique and turned to ask Yishur-san, "I feel like they respect me very much. Or should I say, they are very afraid of me. Because they are the Reaper Squad." The chief instructor, Elder Yi Qingmyo, bestowed this team to you, which means that the lives of these 200 people will be yours in the future. Furthermore, before the Elite Academy battle ends, both of our lives are yours. If you tell us to die, we don't even dare to live. How could they not respect you? Not afraid of you? Before Yishur-san could answer, Yi-17 interjected. He seemed to find Yi Qinghan's question a little strange. They had originally thought that Yi Qinghan was a very important young master of the family. This time, it was obvious that the clan wanted these 200 people to be his escorts for the prefecture battle. Then, before he left, the clan would definitely tell him of their existence and their role. Thus, when Yishur-san asked this question, Yi-17 easily misunderstood that Yi Qinghan was showing off his power as a young master. He was asking a question that he already knew the answer to, so his answer was obviously a little sarcastic. There's such a thing. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly, revealing the shock in his heart. He had never seen any of these people before. He had told Yi Tianlong that the first branch didn't want any of them, but in the end, Yi Tianlong had sent out the clan's secret suicide squad and directly bestowed a squad to him. Yishur-san and Yi-17 were obviously not over 30 years old, but they had actually reached the second and third level of the Duke realm. With such strength, they were more than enough to be sent out to be city lords. It was obvious that they were experts that the Yi family had secretly nurtured, but now they were only sent to protect him. Young Master Han really doesn't know about the Reaper Squad. You didn't know about our existence in the past. Yishur-san asked doubtfully when he saw that Yi Qinghan's expression was obviously not artificial. Any young master of the clan could shit on me in the past. My status in the clan was probably higher than any one of the 200 people. Why do you think the clan would let me know about your existence? Yi Qinghan said self-deprecatingly. Thinking of his past life, he smiled somewhat bitterly. 17 and I didn't know. We wrongly accused young Master Han. Please forgive us. Yishur-san and 17 quickly looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise and shame in each other's eyes. They had wrongly accused him. It seemed that this young master definitely didn't have a good life in the clan in the past. They were afraid that he had some fortuitous encounter recently and was valued by the clan leader. Thinking of what Yi Qinghan said on the carriage just now that he had just broken through to the third level of the commander realm, the two felt that it was really possible. Seeing this young man's somewhat bitter smile, Yishur-san and Yi-17 seemed to gradually feel that this young master had a trace of familiarity. It seemed that he had the same experience as them, that he had slowly been valued by the clan through his own efforts. This made the two feel that he had something in common. Thinking that this thin and weak young man hadn't gotten off the carriage for more than a month, it turned out that it wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was cultivating. The two felt that they had somewhat wrongly accused him, and the trace of disgust they had for him slowly faded away. Yishir-san paused and opened his mouth to explain to Yi-Ching Han, "Young Master Han, let me give you a brief introduction. These 200 people and us are all orphans adopted by the clan. We have been secretly trained by the clan since young. Under normal circumstances, we are all in the dark. We have never appeared together in the open like this time. We have a total of 1,000 people, but some are dead and some are crippled. In the end, there are only about 700 people left. This time, 605 people were sent out for the Elite Academy battle. I don't know how many of us will be able to return alive in the end. How can there be more than 600 people? Aren't there only 200 people?" Yi-Ching Han asked as he chewed on the delicate rabbit meat. The more he listened, the more puzzled he became. Other than our small team, there are 2 other small teams. It is likely that the clan has some secret mission. Otherwise, they would not have exposed almost all of us, Yishir-san said indifferently. There was a trace of confusion and doubt in his eyebrows. It seems that the old men have also arranged 2 hidden chess pieces. They are quite thoughtful. Yi-Ching Han naturally knew what the 2 small teams were secretly carrying out. He felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Looking at the 2 people in front of him and the 200 people in front of him, he said solemnly, "I cannot guarantee that these 200 people will not die in the Elite Academy battle. However, I can promise you that if it is possible, I will not let a single one of them die. I thank young Master Han on their behalf." When Yishir-san and Yishir-san heard this promise that was not really a guarantee, they finally felt a little happy. They stood up at the same time and said seriously. In fact, the 2 of them had always been a little unhappy. It was because the clan's action this time seemed very stupid, but it was an action that they could not resist. They were all orphans. After many years of training and living together, they had already developed a deep bond. If this young master, who was merely at the commander realm, died for no good reason, they would be very unhappy, and very pained. Yi-Ching Han nodded. After eating a big rabbit leg, he wiped his mouth and drank some water. Then, he seemed to think of something and suddenly turned around to ask, "Where are we going now? How much longer do we need?" "You family's Enchantment City. We will meet up with the disciples of the other 4 clans who are participating in the Elite Academy battle. Then, we will go to Dragon City together and enter the Academy Battle Island together. About half of the Moon Queen will arrive." Yishir-san replied respectfully, but in his heart, he rolled his eyes. "You are really a competent young master. You actually traveled for more than a month, and we don't know where you are going." "I'm going back to rest." Yi-Ching Han nodded and walked into the carriage. There was still half a month left. He decided to cultivate hard, condense his dantian as soon as possible, and break through to the general level. However, he didn't know if he could reach the terrifying martial level after he merged with his battle beast after breaking through to the general level. If he could reach the martial level, then his journey to the Academy battle should be easier. Chapter 49. The 10 carriages moved quickly and smoothly on the main road. Yishir-san and Yi-17 sat calmly in front of the 3rd carriage. Their expressions were very natural and relaxed. But their eyes that kept turning and ears that kept twitching betrayed their constant vigilance. The carriages had traveled more than half the distance and had long passed the Yi family's sphere of influence. They had arrived at the Yu family's territory. In order to better protect the young man in the carriage, they needed to be constantly vigilant of their surroundings and be ready to deal with sudden special situations. Thinking of the young man in the carriage, the 2 no longer had the usual feelings of disgust or even disgust. Instead, there was a kind of respect and intimacy that came from the bottom of their hearts. Ever since Yi Qing Han stepped out of the carriage that day, they increasingly found that this young master was obviously different from the young masters they had served in the past. Perhaps it was because this young master was not favored in the family when he was young, or because of his nature. Yi Qing Han did not put on any airs. He was very easygoing with the Death God squad and very respectful to the two of them. This made them feel very comfortable and honored. This made the two of them feel closer to their master, Yi Qing Han, and they were somewhat satisfied. What made them feel even more respect was the hard work of the young master in his cultivation. Apart from eating and sleeping, Yi Qing Han was holed up in the carriage every day to cultivate. Back then, he was able to stand out among the 1,000 orphans. Of course, he knew that if a martial artist wanted to become a strong martial artist, talent was absolutely indispensable. However, apart from talent, hard work was the most important thing. And this young Master Han, since he could break through to the 3rd level of the Commander realm in more than a month, his talent was definitely not bad, at least for now. Now, seeing how diligent he was in training, and hearing that he even had a pretty good beast, although they didn't know what level it was, they knew that if young Master Han continued to work hard, he would definitely become a strong warrior in the future, and strong warriors deserved respect. At this moment, Yi Qing Han certainly did not know that his position in the hearts of Yi Shisan and the others had changed from disgust to closeness and respect. He did not deliberately do anything to make them respect him. He only did certain things according to his nature. From Yi Shisan and 17, he learned that they were all deathsworn of the clan. They were people who silently contributed to the clan without asking for anything in return. Therefore, he was very respectful to these people. He did not feel superior to them because of their status and his current status. Because they had participated in the mansion battle to save his sister, he felt grateful and guilty towards them. Therefore, he was very easygoing with the Reaper squad and very respectful to Yi 13th and 17. He told himself to work hard and improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could save more people's lives in the mansion battle and complete the mission faster. Therefore, at this moment, he was still sitting in the carriage, closing his eyes and continuously cultivating. He needed to condense his dantian, break through the commander realm, and enter the general realm. Battle chi was like wine, and human meridians were like wine bottles. However, these bottles were very small. Warriors needed more power, so they had to have more battle chi and a bigger bottle. Therefore, the last stage of a martial artist's basic training was to condense a bigger bottle and condense the dantian. Once the dantian was successfully condensed, the warrior's battle chi would have a much larger storage space than before. Secondly, it could allow the battle chi to circulate faster in the meridians. The human body had 12 meridians and 9 minor meridians. The 3 major meridians had a common connection, which was the dantian acupoint in the lower abdomen. Therefore, the dantian was condensed in the dantian acupoint. Relatively speaking, the dantian acupoint was the closest to every part of the human body. If battle chi was needed, it could travel from the dantian acupoint to every part of the body faster. Unneeded battle chi would return to the dantian, and needed battle chi would be deployed from the dantian. The dantian was like a hub that could make battle chi play a greater role and faster. Therefore, the dantian was very important. Therefore, if a warrior without a dantian was a baby, a general realm warrior with a dantian was definitely a teenager. As for an emperor realm expert who could vaguely sense some of the rules of heaven and earth, he could be considered a teenager. Above the sage realm, he was definitely in his prime. Condensing the dantian sounded simple, but it was actually very complicated. It was simple because in theory, the dantian only needed to constantly push the junction of the 12 meridians in the dantian acupoint with battle chi so that the junction would expand. Finally, the junction would become an ellipse and the 2 sides of the ellipse would fuse with the dantian acupoint. Once it was stabilized, it would be considered a success. The reason it was complicated was because the process couldn't be too fierce. The control of battle chi had to be gentle. The balloon had to be blown up slowly and carefully. Moreover, it had to be blown up a little and nourished with battle chi for a period of time so that the meridians at the junction would slowly become thick and tough to prevent it from exploding. Then, it had to be blown up again. Moreover, it had to be completely focused on that point, the balloon, to sense its limit and control the speed of the battle chi. Because, this was related to one's cultivation and life. If the balloon exploded, one's cultivation might be crippled. If the explosion was too fierce, one might lose his life. However, this dantian condensation was extremely simple for Yi Qinghan. After watching the secret skill of condensing the dantian which Yi Tianlong prepared for him for a whole day, he burst into laughter. Blowing the balloon. Be careful. One careless move and it might explode. Was he afraid of exploding? Yi Qinghan looked at the bronze ring in his hand with a smile. He sighed with emotions inside. With this sacred object and bronze ring, even a pig could reach the general realm if it knew how to cultivate. Therefore, he started to blow the balloon. However, on the first afternoon of cultivation, the balloon exploded, causing his mind to shake. His limbs became numb and his mouth corner started to bleed. However, it seemed that he had been used to exploding this thing. He didn't even make a sound. After resting on the carriage for a whole afternoon and drinking a jar of liquor, he had recovered in the evening. In the evening, he continued to open the junction of the dantian acupoint with battle chi and continued to explode it. Then, after sitting with crossed legs for a while, he fell asleep. On the second day, the third day, the ninth day, he still exploded it. There was no other possibility besides exploding it. This was because he had intended to use battle chi to explode that meridian. He had done it on purpose. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of being abused, and it wasn't that there was something wrong with his nerves of pain. Rather, he had discovered a long time ago that after exploding meridians were repaired by a mysterious flow of chi, they would become even more resilient and thick. Thus, after careful consideration, he decided to create a peerless dantian. He wanted to create a dantian that would be even thicker and more resilient than other general realm cultivators, or even duke realm cultivators. Battle chi was something that cultivators could quickly obtain through cultivation. Thus, a cultivator's strength was determined by how much battle chi he could store in his body and how he used it. The most important part of storing battle chi was the dantian. After a cultivator condensed the dantian, they needed to constantly expand and nurture it so that they could accumulate even more battle chi. For example, a newly condensed dantian was like a pigeon's egg. After a cultivator continuously cultivated it, it would slowly grow larger. When a cultivator reached the martial realm, it would become the size of a chicken's egg. After cultivating to the duke realm, it would become the size of an ostrich's egg. Yi Qinghan's current goal wasn't to make his dantian the size of an ostrich's egg, but it should at least be the size of a chicken's egg, right? Thus, he slept in the carriage every day and continuously exploded the balloon. The bronze ring would then repair it, and the membrane on the surface of the balloon would become even more rigid. On the 15th day, Yi Qinghan was expressionless as he sat cross-legged in the carriage. Outside the carriage, he could hear the whistling of the wind and the slight noise. The whistling of the wind and the faint clamor outside the carriage didn't affect his state of mind. He could feel that the meridian in his dantian was no longer as strong as before. It had probably already reached its limit. He decided to completely condense his dantian today. He couldn't wait to find out just how powerful his dantian would be after it was condensed. He circulated his battle chi, and it wasn't as brutal and vicious as before. Instead, it flowed gently and slowly towards the intersection of the meridian. Then, he continued to gently and slowly expand the bulging meridian. His movements were gentle and careful, like a groom slowly undoing a bride's dress on the first night of marriage. The balloon slowly grew bigger and bulged. An hour later, the balloon stopped growing. The balloon wasn't like the description in Yi Tianlong's secret technique. It wasn't a long oval sphere with only 2 points on both sides that connected to the dantian acupoint. Instead, it was a rectangular oval. Instead of 2 points connecting to the dantian acupoint, the 2 sides were firmly attached to the acupoint. Damn! That's a little scary. Feeling that his dantian was much larger than the description in the secret technique, Yi Ching Han was overjoyed and increased his speed. After confirming the limits of his dantian's expansion, he quickly circulated his battle qi, allowing it to flow through the cells of his dantian to the walls of the acupoint. Then, using the secret technique's method, he firmly connected the dantian and the acupoint together and stabilized them. Another hour passed. Yi Ching Han slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his face fiercely. Then, he began to laugh loudly. Yi 13th and Yi 17th were a little confused. Looking at the nearby ecstasy city, Yi 17th frowned and whispered, "Although I'm a little excited to come to the holy land of men, ecstasy city, there's no need for young master to laugh so obviously, right? So slutty, right?" Chapter 50. The original name of Ecstasy City was not Ecstasy City, but Silvermoon City. Thousands of years ago, a peerless woman called the Moon Queen walked into the city. The city became the Yu family's city, and the city became Silvermoon City. The reason it was nicknamed Ecstasy City was because of a joke made by a house lord. After successfully challenging the previous manor head in the manor head challenge competition, the expert who had been cultivating in seclusion for several decades received invitations from the 5 great clans, inviting him to stay in their respective great clans for a few days. As for the mansion master, he did not refuse the invitations from the great clans. After settling the affairs of the mansion, he went on a tour of several major cities. However, after staying in Silvermoon City for 5 days, he resolutely refused the Yu family lord's invitation to stay. He was determined to return to Dragon City. After he left Silvermoon City, he looked at the plaque that read, Silvermoon City, for a long time. He said, "This city should not be called Silvermoon City. It should be called Ecstasy City. This city is ecstasy." Later on, the people of the House of Aries began to call this city Ecstasy City because it was truly ecstasy. If the divine city was the holy land of all the races on the continent, then Ecstasy City was definitely the holy land in the hearts of the men of the House of Aries. There was nothing famous in Ecstasy City. There were only women, beautiful women, and all kinds of beautiful women. So this is the famous Ecstasy City. There's nothing special about it. Yi Ching Han sat at the front of the carriage with a relaxed expression. He looked at the wide road in front of him, the sparse passers-by, and the shops on both sides of the street. He did not feel anything special. He smiled at Yi 17, who was sitting beside him. From the outside, there's nothing special about this city compared to other cities. Yi 17 chuckled. He seemed to remember something, and his eyes flashed. He licked his lips and continued, "The special things about this city are in the buildings in front of us, as well as the moon loft that we will be staying in." Yi Ching Han nodded. He didn't think much of it until the carriage continued forward. After 2 or 3 kilometers, they made 2 more turns and arrived at a street. Yi Ching Han finally understood what was so special about this city, and why it was called Ecstasy City. The street ahead was very wide, even twice as wide as Tsang City's Nyolan Street. It was enough for the 2 carriages to travel side by side. Logically speaking, there was no need for a city to build such a wide road, but it was obvious that the architect who designed this road was definitely a genius. That was because the road was densely packed with carriages and pedestrians. What is this place? Why is it so lively? After walking for a few miles and making 2 turns, Yi Ching Han suddenly felt as if the sky had changed. Looking at the densely packed carriages and crowds of people in front of him, he felt a trace of shock. Why didn't he see anyone on the streets just now? It turned out that they were all gathered here. This street is called the Street of Clouds and Rain. There are 13 streets like this in Enchanting City. And what you see isn't the most lively. You'll see what's really lively later. Yi 17 nodded. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's expression, because he had the same expression when he first came here. Those women, this place is actually a brothel. These people are all here to visit prostitutes. Before Yi 17 could finish, Yi Qinghan suddenly shouted. He suddenly discovered a very surprising phenomenon. He finally understood why the street was built so wide, why there were so many people on this street, and why this city was called Enchanting City. This was because he discovered that the street in front of him was filled with neatly arranged lofts, and in front of each loft was a row of beautifully dressed and flirtatious women. They were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at passers-by, their half-naked breasts and snow-white thighs swaying from time to time, displaying their powerful charm and passion. Whenever a guest stopped in front of the door of the loft, countless women would immediately surround them and use their coquettish voices and plump breasts to make the guest dizzy. In a daze, the guest would walk in unknowingly. Yi 13 smiled, nodded, and explained to Yi Qinghan, "Hee, young Master Han, it seems that you really don't know much about the Yu family and Enchanting City. The Yu family is most famous for their charm techniques, and Enchanting City is most famous for its brothels and beautiful women. There are more than 3,600 registered brothels in Enchanting City. Beautiful women of all races and styles are gathered here, and they are said to be 100,000 beauties. And their slogan is that there are only things that you can't imagine, and nothing that you can't get. Let's go. When we reach the Yu family, you'll know what it means to be in ecstasy." I know that the Yu family is most famous for their charm techniques, which are as famous as our family's beasts. But I didn't expect them to use their charm techniques to seduce men, and even make the city's sex industry so prosperous and powerful. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly, and said in confusion. "Wrong. Young Master Han, the Yu family's charm techniques are definitely not like what these prostitutes have shown. There is only one brothel in Enchanting City that belongs to the Yu family, and that is the Yu family's Yu family that we are going to now. Furthermore, the Yu family's charm techniques are definitely not on the same level as the low-level charms displayed by these prostitutes. You'll know when we reach the Yu family's Yu family." Yi 13's face showed a hint of nostalgia, and he said with certainty very seriously. "Oh. Is that so?" Yi Qinghan smiled with great interest. He was looking forward to the Yi family's charm techniques, which were as famous as the Yu family's beasts. 10 horse carriages moved forward majestically. On the horse carriage, Yi Qinghan was once again shocked by the brothels and the densely packed crowd on the street. This street was more than 10 miles long, and the entire street was filled with brothels and more brothels. Other than prostitutes, there were only customers. It was still dusk, and the sky had not really darkened yet. The nightlife had not started, and yet there was such a luxurious lineup. Furthermore, there were 12 such streets in the Ecstasy City. However, when the group of carriages turned a corner in front of them, they arrived at a plaza. Only then did Yi Qinghan understand what was called shock, and what was called a lineup. The plaza was very big. It was as big as 2 football fields in Yi Qinghan's previous life. There was a row of lofts in front of the plaza, but they were surrounded by a pink palace wall. There were 3 large doors in the middle, and 2 large words, "Yu families," were written on top of the doors. The super large plaza, the long pink palace wall, and the 3 large doors that were twice the size of the Yi family's main door did not shock Yi Qinghan at all. What shocked him was the countless luxurious horse carriages in the plaza, as well as the countless horse carriages that were rushing over from all directions. I'm afraid there are thousands of them." Yi Qinghan's mouth was wide open. He pointed at the neatly arranged luxurious horse carriages, and his heart was truly shocked. There will be more in the future. That. "Young Master Han, you are the young master of the Yi family," Yi 17 reminded him, a little embarrassed. Why did his young master feel like a country bumpkin entering the city? Did this young master really have a hard time when he was young? Of course, Yi Qing Han had a hard time when he was young. As the young master of the Yi family, it was his second time sitting in a luxurious horse carriage, not to mention visiting such a big place. Although his identity was different now, and he had changed from a chicken to a phoenix, he still thought of himself as the seventh son of the Yi family, and not the seventh young master of the Yi family. However, he had grown up in the Yi clan after all. Moreover, he had lived 2 lives and had experienced so many changes. After a short period of time, he regained his composure and nodded silently, indicating that he understood and understood. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the brightly lit moon tower. What made Yi Qing Han curious was that there weren't rows of half-naked beauties standing in front of the moon tower's entrance. Instead, there were rows of middle-aged men in gray robes, their backs hunched and their smiles sincere. Seeing the 10 luxurious carriages parked neatly in front of the moon pavilion, the gray-clothed men's smiles became even more sincere. And when they saw the flamboyant knight on the flag fluttering in the wind, their sincere smiles clearly became a bit more respectful. 3 people quickly walked out from the group of gray-clothed people and stood in front of the carriage. They smiled as they looked at the members of the Yi family getting off the carriage. Finally, their gazes stopped on Yi Qing Han, who was surrounded by Yi San and Yi 17. They cupped their fists together and bowed. The gray-clothed man in the middle smiled and said, "Yueping greets young Master Yi and sirs. Please come inside. Our steward has been waiting for young Master Yi for a long time." Yi Qing Han nodded, smiled slightly, and walked inside. Yi San, Yi 17, and Yueping followed closely behind him. As for the Reaper squad behind him, Yi Qing Han wasn't worried because he knew that since Yu Qiu knew that he was the young master of the Yi family and also knew why they were here, he would definitely make good arrangements for the 200 people. After entering the moon tower, Yi Qing Han didn't directly enter the hall under Yu Ping's lead. Instead, they turned into a luxurious passageway on the side. The passageway wasn't big, but it was very luxurious, even extravagant. From the 2 guards standing at the entrance, it was obvious that not everyone could enter this passageway. The passageway wasn't long. After exiting the passageway, the 4 of them came to a quiet pavilion. The pavilion had 2 floors, and the decoration wasn't as luxurious as the passageway. Instead, the 3 ancient words "Square Pavilion" in front of the door faintly revealed a trace of an ancient atmosphere. There were people in front of the pavilion, and they were all women. 4 women exuded a seductive aura. Moon Tower Manager, Yunyang greets young Master Yi and the 2 lords. The mature woman standing slightly in front of them spoke. Her voice was very pleasant and enchanting. She was very good-looking, like a ripe peach, red, and gave people the urge to take a bite out of her. Her figure was almost comparable to that of the beautiful lady boss of the barbarian city, but the charm on her face was a bit better than that of Dark Moon. It seemed that this woman was born with charm. She didn't need to do much. She just greeted them lightly and smiled slightly, and the space became charming. The Yu family's charm technique is really powerful. This mature woman definitely didn't use any charm technique, but she actually made my mind faintly waver. If she used charm technique, I would be dizzy for a few seconds. I wonder who will faint first if my body fusion combat technique and the Yu family's charm technique go up against each other. Yi Qing Han was slightly stunned. He thought a few words in his heart, and then he smiled slightly and said politely, "Lord Manager is too polite. My apologies for disturbing you. Yunyang, I haven't seen you for a year, but you are still so charming." Yi San only nodded lightly, while Yi 17 beamed with joy and tried to curry favor with her. Lord 17 is still so bad. Yunyang rolled her eyes, and her sweet smile dazzled the eyes of the others. "Young Master Yi, please come inside. The other 3 families have already arrived, and we are just waiting for you." N. Yi Qing Han took the lead and walked into the attic. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped through the door, but just as he stepped into the door, his smiling face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Endless killing intent burst out from those slits, causing Yi San, Yi 17, and Yunyang to feel a chill, as if a cold winter wind had blown past them. Yi San and Yi 17 tensed up, and instantly prepared for battle. Their sword-like gazes followed Yi Qinghan's gaze, and what they saw was an incomparably handsome face and a pair of eyes, one big and one small, exuding a demonic aura. Chapter 51. Shui Wuhan looked at the skinny young man at the door in surprise. He had mixed feelings. A few months ago, he had met this young man for the first time on Niulan Street in Sang City. This young man was like an enraged lion. He jumped up high and waved his hand at him. However, the young man casually slapped his hand away. In the Yi family's courtyard, he asked old Shi to investigate this young man. He found out that his name was Yi Qinghan. He was Yi Dao's son. He was a useless cultivator. He was the poor young master of the Yi family. He didn't care about him. He thought that the young man had Yi Dao's temper, but he didn't have Yi Dao's strength. He was just a useless person. He knew that in the Fire Dragon continent, in the House of Aries, and in the 5 noble families, those who didn't have strength were useless. Even though he was the direct descendant of the Yi family, they could only ensure that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He didn't have any power or influence. As a direct descendant of the 5 noble families, he knew that similar things happened in every family. Of course, his family was no exception. Therefore, after knowing that Yi Qingyu was a resolute person, he didn't think much. He ordered Shui Yi and the others to capture or kill Yi Qinghan. He knew that as long as he did it discreetly, even if the Yi family knew that he did it, they wouldn't make things difficult for him. Because he knew that the Yi family wouldn't make things difficult for him because of a useless person. Then, news came from the man's city. Shui Yi and the others were killed by Yi Qinghan. He started to pay more attention to this useless young master of the Yi family. He took the risk to kidnap Yi Qingyu. However, he didn't expect that Yi Qinghuang wouldn't succeed. He even crippled himself. He didn't know what had happened to the Yi family that day. He only knew that Yi Rong had been killed, Yi Jian had been imprisoned, and Yi Qinghuang had been crippled. As for the youth that he once thought was trash, he seemed to be valued by the Yi family. He had never thought about hiding what he had done in the Yi family castle from the Yi family. He had never thought that the elders of the Yi family would attack him, the young master of the Shui family. He also knew that the Shui family would give the Yi family a satisfactory price to resolve the hatred the Yi family had towards him. However, when he looked at the thin and weak young man in front of him and the endless killing intent in his squinted eyes, he understood that even if the Yi family did not do anything to him and no longer hated him, this young man would never let him go. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about meeting this youth again. He had also thought about what he should say and what he should do when he met this youth again. But he didn't expect that the two of them would meet again so quickly and so suddenly. He hadn't expected the killing intent in the youth's eyes to be so obvious and so arrogant. So much so that he couldn't say a single word of what he had prepared and wanted to say. Young Master Han, this is the Moon Pavilion. Yi San didn't understand what had happened, nor did he know what had happened to the Yi family not long ago. He only knew that this young master had been quiet, shy, and even a little uncouth for more than a month. Why was he acting so sharp and arrogant at this moment? But he also knew that the target that caused his young master to display such shocking killing intent was Shui Wuhan, the young master of the Shui family. And this was the Moon Pavilion of the Yu family, so he spoke in a low voice to remind his young master who was about to go berserk. I know this is the Moon Pavilion, so I didn't make a move. Yi Qinghan said in a low voice. His voice was cold and not loud, but he didn't deliberately suppress it. In the quiet 8-direction pavilion, his words were like a clap of thunder, exploding a group of people. There weren't many people in the pavilion, only about 7 or 8. But those who could enter this 4-direction pavilion and sit inside to drink tea were not ordinary people. This 4-direction pavilion didn't receive guests from anywhere, only distinguished guests. And there weren't many people in the House of Aries who could be called distinguished guests by the Yu family, one of the 5 big families. Of course, Shui Wuhan could be considered a distinguished guest. He was the young master of the Shui family, a young elite ranked 10th on the earth roll. Of course, he was a big figure, And this unfamiliar, immature youth in front of them released his killing intent the moment he entered, ruining the elegant atmosphere in the room. Of course, the people sitting inside weren't very happy. And now this youth was boasting shamelessly that he wanted to make a move on Shui Wuhan. This kid was a little too pretentious, and the people in the room were a little dissatisfied. A young man on the far left stood up, ready to help young Master Shui gain some face. The young man wasn't old, and his face was a little pale. He was quite handsome, and his curly hair was casually draped behind his head, giving him a very demonic air. He looked carefully at Yi Qinghan, and after confirming that he didn't know him, he said unconcernedly, "Yu Ji, which family is this kid from? Why are you so impudent?" "Young Master Long Shui Lu, this is the young master of the Yi family." "Young Master Yi, can you give me some face and come in to take a seat quietly?" Yunyang smiled sweetly and explained. Then, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan with an expression of hope. "I'm giving face to your family, that's why I didn't make a move," Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He didn't care about the people in the room at all, and walked straight in. He walked to the front of Shui Wuhan, squinted his eyes, and actually smiled. "Shui Wuhan, young Master Shui. You are very good, very good. Shui Yi asked me to pass a message to you. He said that you can go and meet up with them when you have time." Hua. Shui Wuhan didn't move, but his face became a little gloomy. Next to him, Old Shi and Old Mo stood up with a flop and fully activated their battle chi. They stared fiercely at Yi Qinghan, their eyes full of anger and a trace of surprise. Others didn't know, but the two of them and Shui Wuhan were very clear about the meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. Shui Yi and the others were already dead, killed by Yi Qinghan. And Yi Qinghan said that he wanted to meet up with Shui Yi, which was a naked threat and a declaration of war. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 stood nervously behind Yi Qinghan. They didn't know why Yi Qinghan said those words. The 2 guards of Shui Wuhan immediately looked like they were about to attack. They only knew that if the 2 old men in front of them wanted to attack, they could only attack at all costs. Hee. Shui Wuhan didn't say anything. Old Shi and Old Mo didn't say anything. But the curly-haired young man, young Master Long Shui Lu, who was standing beside them, smiled with a hint of anger at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that when Yi Qinghan walked over expressionlessly and didn't even look at him, he felt a little despised. Or perhaps Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. He twisted his neck and said, "Young master of the Yi family. Isn't the young master of the Yi family Yi Qinghuang? Since when can a kid who hasn't even grown his hair represent the Yi family in the elite prefectural tournament? Is there no one left in the Yi family?" This sentence was very hurtful and harsh to the ears. Even the 2 well-dressed young men sitting next to him, who were obviously young masters, narrowed their eyes. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 narrowed their eyes slightly. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 also looked a little gloomy after hearing this sentence. As for Yi Qinghan, he was still expressionless and indifferent. He just turned his head in surprise and looked at Yi Shisan. He said lightly, "Who is he?" "Young Master Long Shui Lu, the nephew of Chief Long." Yi Shisan's lips trembled as he said in a low voice. "Oh." Yi Qinghan nodded and twisted his neck. He asked with some doubt, "Isn't Chief Long's only daughter? Since when did you have a nephew?" could it be that he was arrested? Yi Qinghan's question caused Yi Shisan's face to darken even more. It also caused the expressions of the two young masters beside him to brighten. Of course, it also caused Long Shuelio's pale face to darken. Ah! Yi Qinghan didn't wait for Long Shuelu to speak. He turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Well, even if you are a relative of Chief Long, I don't think you are a relative of Xue Wuhan, right? The matter between me and Xue Wuhan. What right do you have to stand up for him? Or, I can think of it this way. Are you standing up for the Xue family on behalf of Chief Long? Are you standing up for the Yi family on behalf of Chief Long? Wow! Yi Qinghan's sharp words shocked everyone present. His words were too sharp. He had actually elevated a small dispute to the level of the chief and the 5 great families. Who would dare to say such things? Who would dare to answer? How could Long Shuelu dare to represent Chief Long? How could he represent Chief Long and make an enemy of the Yi family? Therefore, his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't say anything. However, his handsome face seemed to be slightly distorted. The 2 young masters sitting next to him also had very distinctive looks. One was a typical muscular man who exuded a fierce and barbaric aura and carried a long sword on his back. On the other hand, the other young master was the exact opposite. He was even more handsome than Long Shuelu. One could even say that he was quite beautiful. If it wasn't for his Adam's apple, people would definitely think that he was a beauty. At this moment, the expressions on their faces were even more distinctive than their looks. However, no matter who it was, if they wanted to laugh but tried hard not to, their expressions would be very special. Yunyang's expression was also very special. She was thinking, why is it that each member of the Yi family is more and more arrogant than the other? Her beautiful phoenix eyes winked at the maid behind her, revealing a special meaning. The maid nodded and quietly left the loft. Of course, young Master Long doesn't represent the chief now. However, I would like to know something. You are just a young master who has fallen from grace. Since when can you represent the Yi family? At this crucial moment, Xue Wuhan finally spoke. Previously, when he was facing Yi Qinghan, he felt that he was in the wrong. Therefore, he remained silent. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan's insolent and even direct hostile attitude had successfully aroused his arrogance. In the face of such a situation, if he didn't speak, others would definitely look down on him. Oh! You tortoise, you finally dare to speak. Also, since I can stand here today, I can represent the Yi family. Although I don't really care about this identity, Yi Qinghan looked at Xue Wuhan with interest. He raised his eyebrows and said provocatively. Xue Wuhan's pupils shrank. His expression changed a few times. Finally, he said, Yi Qinghan, sometimes, it's better to be friendly. Humph. I've always been friendly, but I don't think it's necessary to be friendly to people like you. Moreover, I'm not friendly. You. What's wrong with you? Yi Qinghan sneered and said arrogantly. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was looking for trouble, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone was silent. The place was quiet, but everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air. Chapter 52. You. Hearing Yi Qinghan's provocative words, Xue Wuhan almost went berserk. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Finally, he remembered what his father had told him before he left. He suppressed his anger and snorted, I don't want to talk to a lunatic like you. His father, the leader of the Xue clan, Xue Piaoru, had warned him before he left. This time, he came to Ecstasy City not only to meet up with the elites of the 4 clans, but also to resolve the conflict between him and the Yi family when he planned to kidnap Yi Qingyu and kill Yi Qinghan. After all, the Xue clan was in the wrong, so this time, the Xue clan sent a supreme elder to negotiate with the supreme elder of the Yi family. More importantly, the representative of the Yi family was said to be Yi Qinyo. Yi Qinyo's violent temper was well known in the house of Aries. Therefore, Xue Piaoru warned Xue Wuhan not to do anything out of line if he met the disciples of the Yi family in the Yu clan. Otherwise, Yi Qinyo would lose his temper again. Therefore, when faced with Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude, Xue Wuhan could only snort coldly. He did not dare to say or do anything. It was obvious that Xue Wuhan knew that Yi Qinghan was not someone to be trifled with. However, the people present did not know that, especially Long Shuailu, who had just been slapped in the face by Yi Qinghan. He was a little curious about Xue Wuhan's behavior today. However, after a while, he thought that perhaps Xue Wuhan did not want to ruin his gentle temperament. He did not want to quarrel with this kid or teach him a lesson. Just now, both of them had been slapped in the face by this young man. Since Xue Wuhan was embarrassed, then he felt that he should stand up and regain his face. Therefore, he stood to the side and said in a somewhat sinister tone, "I also think it's better to be kind." Usually, people who are not kind will basically be taught a lesson. They will all be slapped to the ground. The moment Long Shuailio's words left his mouth, the other two young masters sitting beside him smiled at each other, shook their heads, and remained silent. Idiot! Yunyang cursed inwardly. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan wanted to flip out, but Xue Wuhan didn't want to face this young man. Yi Qinghan couldn't find an opportunity to flip out. At this time, the idiot Long Shuailu actually came to the door. He didn't understand why Master Long, a hero of his generation, would have such a nephew. Moreover, this nephew of his didn't understand how much wealth he had. He often used his uncle's name to show off. She shook her head helplessly, not daring to get involved. After all, as a middle-level member of the Yu family, she didn't dare to interfere in matters between young masters, nor did she want to. A few months ago, a lot of people could slap me to the ground, and I was slapped a few times. And now, I think a lot of people want to slap me to the ground, but there are a lot of people who are slapped to the ground by me. If you want to have a taste of being patted, you can try. Although his words were a little awkward and sounded like a tongue twister, the arrogance and contempt in his words could be heard even by a deaf person. Humph. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders and let you know that the sky outside Tsang City is even vaster than the sky outside. Long Shuailu sneered and cracked his knuckles. It seemed that he was about to take action. The sky is indeed very vast, but I don't think the area above your head is very vast. Yi Qinghan shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at the two young masters who looked very special and said, What is that? I guess you two are the young masters of the Feng clan and the Hua clan. I have a question to ask you two young masters. Since young Master Long wants to teach me a lesson, why don't you come here? I have no choice but to accept the lesson. It's just that he failed to teach me a lesson and got slapped. You won't be so ungentlemanly as to find the adults of your clan to continue teaching me a lesson, right? The two young masters were obviously stunned by Yi Qinghan's words. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. They didn't provoke anyone, but this young master was obviously trying to drag them down with him. However, since he had been asked, it would be embarrassing not to answer. Thus, the muscular man flexed the muscles on his chest and chuckled. He said, "Well, under normal circumstances, when I fight with young people, I won't find my clan even if I win or lose. That's very embarrassing. I've never found my clan because I've never lost." The beautiful young master's words were very simple and his voice was also very feminine. However, the confidence and disdain in his tone were very obvious. You don't have to provoke me. I don't have the habit of doing that. Talk is not real. Go out, it's not good to break things. Long Shuailu snorted and walked out with a black face, expressing his extreme displeasure. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon, let alone by a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Yi Qingyo was in a very good mood at the moment, even though his face was even darker than Long Shuelio's. At the moment, he was sitting in the three-way tower, not far from the four-way tower, and was slamming the table with force. He didn't know that Yi Qinghan was about to slap someone. He only knew that if he didn't slam the table, no one would know that he was about to flip out. As expected, when he slammed the table, the few people in the room all reacted. Sitting opposite him was an old man dressed in snow-white clothes and with a white beard that looked like a living immortal. The old man's face darkened first, and his fair and clean face was even darker than Yi Qinghan's. There were also two old men sitting on the left. However, their eyes were originally closed as if they were asleep. At this moment, they also opened their eyes. The two of them sighed at the same time and shook their heads. On the right was a beautiful middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. Although the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes showed that age was unforgiving and that she was a butcher's knife. However, the ripples in his eyes and his well-maintained figure still gave people a familiar feeling. At this moment, seeing that Yi Qingyo had slammed the table loudly but did not break, she knew that Yi Qingyo was about to explode. He smiled helplessly and stood up to mediate. "Brother Nyo, don't be angry. You're already so old, why can't you change your temper? You're here to solve the problem, aren't you?" Yi Qingyo's bulging eyes bulged even more, as if they were about to pop out. Hearing the middle-aged woman's persuasion, he snorted and turned his head. "Sister Yuji, if I'm not here to solve the problem, would I be slamming the table?" Jade spirit body. How long does it take for a jade spirit body to appear on the continent? But now, he was crippled by that black-hearted wolf, Shui Wuhan. Also, because of this, our Yi family's elder, Yi Rong, died. He was a martial artist who had a 100% chance of entering the Saint Realm. Also, Yi Qinghuang's cultivation was crippled. You all know Yi Qinghuang's aptitude. He had a high chance of entering the Saint Realm, and he also had a jade spirit body to create a Saint Realm. Our family lost 3 Saint Realm martial artists in one go, and that's not even including the dead core disciples. Look at old Shui. Does he think he can settle this matter with something that's used to dismiss beggars? Let me tell you, there's no way. As they listened to Yi Qingyo's bulging eyes and roaring angrily, black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. It was said that Yi Qingyo used to be in the underworld when he was young. It was not groundless after all. Look at this smack. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qinghuang, a general realm martial artist, could enter the Emperor realm or not. As far as they knew, Yi Rong had been stuck at the first level of the Emperor realm for more than a decade. It was unknown whether he could advance 1 or 2 levels in this lifetime, but he had the cheek to say that he had a 100% chance. As for the compensation that the Shui family was offering, even the higher-ups of the various families who had seen the treasures were tempted. How dare Yi Qingyo say that he was a beggar? You! Yi Qingyo, don't go overboard. I also said that Shui Wuhan was young and ignorant. Our family head also taught him a harsh lesson. Now, I have come with sincerity. We almost emptied out our family's treasury to gather these items. The Shui family's grand elder was so angry that his white beard actually fluttered. He stood up with a thump and said in a low voice. Yi Qingyo snorted disdainfully and said coldly, "Young and ignorant. 26 years old is considered young. Ignorant? How would an ignorant person know about the jade spirit body? Taught a lesson. I know that he is still sitting in the square tower drinking tea, safe and sound. Almost emptied out, but not emptied out, right? Why don't the Yi family secretly send someone to kidnap him the next time someone with a divine body appears in your family? Do you still want the rules? Do you still want the blood oath of the 5 great families? Forget it. Brother Shuifei, Brother Nyo, the 2 of you should talk less. Give me some face and take a step back." The middle-aged beautiful woman, Yuji, smiled slightly, and the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes slightly curled up, but she looked a little charming. As the host, she had no choice but to persuade them. She did not want the two of them to tear down her building. "All right, Yuji, I will give you some face. The Shui family will give you another 5,000 6,000 bottles of snow panacea, 3 divine-level secret skills, and 1 condition from the Yi family. Then, we will let this matter go." Yi Qingyo nodded, indicating that he would accept Yuji's mediation. When Shui Fei heard this, he jumped up in anger. His originally dark face turned even darker. His lips trembled slightly as he said, 5,000 bottles and 3 divine-level secret skills. Why don't you just rob them? If you don't have them, I can at most give you another 500 bottles of snow panacea. Anything more than that is nothing. Pa! When Yi Qingyo heard this, he could not take it anymore. He waved his hand and slapped the table again. This time, he clearly did not control his strength, and the table was instantly shattered. Following Yi Qingnyo's slap, the 2 old men at the side simply closed their eyes again, looking as if they were none of their business. Yuji also sighed and did not want to care anymore. The scene suddenly became serious and solemn. Shaw. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked in from outside. When the woman saw the extremely tense atmosphere, she stuttered while trembling, "Supreme Elder, they have started fighting. The young master of the Yi family and young master Long Shui Lu are fighting." Chapter 53. The young master of the Yi family. He fought with young master Long. Yuji laughed bitterly and thought to herself. The members of the Yi family were all carved from the same mold. The younger ones had already started fighting before the older ones had even started fighting. Yuji glanced at the servant girl, who didn't dare to breathe loudly under the pressure of Yi Qingnyo's aura, then said to the servant girl, "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Yi Qingnyo saw the look Yuji was giving him and didn't want to make things difficult for a little girl. He withdrew his aura and said, "Tell me in detail. The members of the Yi family are not people who look for trouble." When the servant girl saw that Yi Qingnyo had relaxed, she hurriedly explained, "It's like this. The young master of the Yi family had just arrived, and when he saw young master Shui Wuhan, it was as if he had seen an enemy. Then young master Shui Wuhan stopped talking, and young master Long Shui Lu wanted to teach the young master of the Yi family a lesson, so the 2 of them prepared to fight outside the square restaurant. Look, the members of the Yi family are reasonable. That jade spirit body is the younger sister of that brat, Yi Qinghan. When I came, I told him that the family would take responsibility for his sister's matter, and told him not to touch Shui Wuhan, but look, he didn't. That idiot Long Shui Lu was looking for trouble, so he couldn't do anything. I think that if we can't come to an agreement, let him handle it himself." Everyone was speechless again. Did Yi Qingnyo really think that his Yi Qinghan was the same Yi Dao from back then? What kind of strength did Shui Wuhan have? Ranked 10th on the earth roll. Could any Tom, Dick, or Harry touch him? Besides, even though Long Shui Lu was a bit of a spoiled brat, he had painstakingly cultivated his strength to the 2nd tier of the general realm. It was hard to say who would be the one to be hit. He wasn't worried that Long Shui Lu would be hit. Even if he was hit, Chief Long wouldn't care. He was just worried that if Yi Qinghan was hit, Yi Qingnyo would take the opportunity to flip out and make her square restaurant a mess. Hee, let's go out and take a look. Yi Qingnyo chuckled, but thought to himself, this brat can even cripple Yi Qingquang, who is in the 3rd tier of the general realm, not to mention Long Shui Lu, a good-for-nothing. And I heard that this brat has broken through again. Make your move. Seeing that you're young, I'll let you have 3 moves. Long Shui Lu stood calmly outside the square tower, a sword in his left hand. The sword was not unsheathed and his right hand was behind his back. He held his head high, giving off the aura of an expert. What an idiot. There's no beauty by his side, so what's the point of showing off? Why are you putting on airs? The muscular young master was the strongest among the younger generation of the Feng clan. His name was Feng Zi. His name was a bit feminine, but he was a very pure man. At this time, he was standing next to the beautiful young master with a feminine temperament and whispered, "I reckon it'll be settled in 3 moves." The feminine and delicate young master was the young master of the Hua family, Hua Ji. He shook his head and said, but it was unclear whether he meant that he could defeat Long Shuailu in 3 moves, or that Yi Qinghan could defeat Long Shuailu in 3 moves. Ah! Feng Zi obviously understood that Hua Ji was referring to the latter, or the former, or both. He knew very well that this friend of his, who was like a transvestite, had grown up in the midst of slaughter. His foresight and battle experience could be said to be the strongest, and Feng Zi had never doubted his foresight. However, when he looked at Yi Qinghan again, his gaze was a bit different. It was a bit scorching. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Before coming here, Yi Qingnu had instructed him, and his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi clan, had all made him apprehensive. That was why he didn't kill Xue Wuhan the moment he saw him. That was why he had a fire burning in his heart. At this time, this fire was being fanned even more fiercely by Long Shuailu. Looking at the arrogant Long Shuailu before him, he felt as if he was looking at the old Yi Qingguang. So he narrowed his eyes and considered whether he should seriously injure this idiot with 1 move. "Little Han, don't cripple him. Don't expose your body fusion technique. You can do whatever you want." At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked to the left with a smile. He could tell that this was Yi Qingnu's telepathic message. Since the old fellow was here and had spoken, he no longer had any scruples and shouted, "Battle Beast Fusion." A black shadow faintly appeared in front of his chest and quickly entered his body. When a faint black tattoo appeared at the corner of his eye, a huge aura instantly enveloped the entire area in front of the square tower. It was as if the air had frozen. Ah! Long Shuailu looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. How did this young man's aura become so strong after the Battle Beast fusion? He didn't dare to be careless and quickly released his battle aura, forming a yellow battle aura shield around his body. 8th grade Battle Beast. Feng Zi and Hua looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The Yi family had really hidden their strength well. Looking at the aura of the body fusion technique, it was very likely to be an 8th grade Battle Beast. As for the Holy Beast, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the Yi family had only produced 1 holy beast in a few thousand years. The Yi family was probably going to have another strong warrior. Old Nyo. Your family has really hidden their strength well. When did you have a talented young man with an 8th grade battle beast? Furthermore, he's already at the 1st level of the general realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. At the entrance of the square tower not far away, one of the 2 elders from the Feng and Hua families who had been silent all this time finally spoke up. His eyes were filled with surprise and envy. An 8th grade battle beast and this young man's great talent could be foreseen that the Yi family would have another terrifying expert in the future. Hee hee. Yi Qingnu laughed foolishly, but in his heart, he thought to himself, we're the ones who hid it. It's this brat who has been hiding it well recently, and very well at that. It's only been a month, and he's actually broken through to the general realm. It seems like the clan leader was right. This brat really has a lot of secrets. Xue Fei, on the other hand, stood silently at the side. His face darkened even more as he thought about how to settle the matter today. Looking at the posture of the old and the young, they would probably bleed a lot. However, Yi Qinghan didn't know that 4 old fellows were secretly watching him from afar. He only knew that this young Master Long in front of him had to be ruthlessly slapped to the ground in order to completely extinguish the fire in his heart. Therefore, he made his move. Feeling the surging power in his body that he had never felt before, he was full of confidence as he swung his fist and smashed it directly at Long Shuailio's battle aura shield that was emitting a faint yellow light. He didn't use any fancy moves, nor did he use his battle aura to transform into various weapons like the other General Realm warriors. Because he had just entered the General Realm, he didn't know how to do it. He simply circulated all the battle aura in his body, turned into a horned rhinoceros, and smashed it down savagely. With Yi Qinghan's wind-like speed and the surging aura condensed from the vast battle aura on his left fist, the temperature in the air suddenly became scorching hot. When the golden fist smashed onto the yellow battle aura shield, it caused a violent explosion that almost set the air on fire. Bang! As was expected, the yellow battle chi cover was broken in a split second. Like a cannonball, Long Shuailu was ferociously sent flying backward and hit the solid wall behind him. After bouncing back and rolling on the ground for a few times, he directly passed out. On the surface, Yi Qinghan was only a level 1 General Realm warrior. However, because of his incomparably special Dantian, the battle aura in his body was almost more than that of a level 2 General Realm warrior. After merging with his battle beast, his strength had reached the terrifying martial realm. The battle aura shield of Long Shuailu, a level 2 General Realm warrior, instantly shattered upon contact with Yi Qinghan's fist. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan seeing this and withdrawing most of his battle aura, Long Shuailu would probably have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. Ugh! Ah! Ha! After the 3 exclamations, the entire place fell into dead silence. Feng Zi, who was as strong as a mountain, opened his mouth wide. His expression was a little exaggerated, but the battle intent instantly ignited in his eyes was exceptionally fiery. The beautiful transvestite lowered his head timidly. Under his long eyelashes, a pair of blinking eyes concealed his shock and bewilderment. Xue Wuhan's face was still very gloomy, but his black and gray eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. He didn't seem to understand how the little guy he could casually slap away a few months ago could grow to such an extent. Yunyang, on the other hand, slightly frowned. She looked at the young master of the Yi family who was silently standing in front of her and the bald guard who was walking towards Long Shuailu. She was a little worried. Long Shuailu didn't bring many guards with him. He was a bald, middle-aged man with a slightly dark complexion who had been silent the whole time. The bald, middle-aged man hadn't said a word since Yi Qinghan came in. He didn't even make a sound when Yi Qinghan almost killed Long Shuailu, nor did he stop him. Only now that Long Shuailu had fainted on the ground, he walked out and silently picked up Long Shuailu. Then, he turned to look at Yi Qinghan and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for showing mercy. Long Fifth will take his leave first." Yunyang let out a sigh of relief. She knew that since Long Fifth said this, he definitely wouldn't cause any more trouble. She also knew that this dark, bald man was a level 2 Imperial Realm expert. Once he caused trouble, it would definitely be very troublesome. Therefore, she smiled and arranged for someone to bring Long Fifth away to treat Long Shuailio's injuries. "Damn, old Nyo, this kid from your family is so fierce. That power just now was at least the strength of a martial. Your family has found a treasure. This is another Yi Dao." The great elder of the Feng family nodded and looked at Yi Qinghan enviously. They were all experts and could easily tell that Yi Qinghan had left something up his sleeves. "Old Nyo's family is not bad. My family Xiao Chao is no match for him." Old man Hua also nodded and said seriously. Yu Ji was also beaming with joy. She smiled charmingly and said, "Brother Nyo, congratulations." "Not at all, not at all. This kid is still a lot weaker than those 2 freaks, Feng Zihua and Hua Hua." Yi Qinghan shook his head and said very modestly. However, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xue Fei and said, "But I think it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate Xue Wuhan. How about, old Xue, let them fight to the death." After the fight, I don't want that stupid thing of yours. What do you think? Chapter 54. Air. Shui Fei looked at Yi Qinghan's smiling face, but his heart was pounding. This old black bull was smiling so obscenely. Could it be that Yi Qinghan still had a trump card that defied the natural order? One had to know that Shui Wuhan was extraordinarily talented and was currently at the 3rd level of the general realm. Coupled with the 12 golden-shelled insects that he was raising, even a 1st or 2nd level marshal would not dare to say that they could defeat him for sure. Old bull, why are you so confident in that kid of yours? You have to know that Shui Wuhan is a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the House of Aries. Even my little madman admits that he is no match for him. The Feng family's grand elder revealed a shocked expression and said with great astonishment. Old Fei, bet with him. I don't believe that a 15 or 16-year-old kid can fly in the sky. The Hua family's grand elder also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Yu Ji, on the other hand, was silent at the side. However, the expression on her face also showed that she did not believe it. The 3 of them echoed each other in silence. They cooperated very well. Of course, they hoped that Shui Fei would bet with them. After all, these 2 youngsters were very talented. No matter who died in the end, it would be more beneficial than detrimental to their family. Shui Fei's heart was pounding even harder. These 3 were obviously adding fuel to the fire. Shui Wuhan was the only son of the patriarch and the future successor of the family. Anyone could think of exchanging some external objects for a powerhouse that had a high chance of becoming a sage in the future. Hence, he was silent. I say, old man Shui, what do you want? Why don't you say something? Let's have a fight to the death. I don't want your things after we're done. Yi Qinghan was a little impatient. He bulged his bull eyes and looked provocatively at Shui Fei. You. Shui Fei was speechless again. How was this Yi Qinghan a green bull? It was clearly a wild bull. The Green Knight Bull's battle beast was of the 8th grade, and its body was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. There were not many in the House of Aries who could defeat it after merging. At the very least, Shui Fei knew that if he were to fight this wild bull to the death, he would definitely die if he couldn't escape. Shui Fei, I still think that Shui Wuhan has a higher chance of fighting against the boy from the Yi family. The Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder started to encourage Shui Fei again. Yu Ji flew away from the Grand Supreme Elder of the Hua family. She was a little angry at him for wanting the world to fall into chaos. She sighed and said, All right, Brother Nyo, let me say something. Shui family will add 2,000 bottles of the best grade snow panacea and this saint-level secret skill on top of the original offer. How about we let this matter go? The prefecture battle is just around the corner, and our common enemy is the other 2 prefectures. Don't make a fool of yourself. Shui Fei was silent for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, Sigh, this is also Shui Wuhan's fault. Forget it, we'll do as Yu Ji says. Brother Nyo. Yu Ji was a little dissatisfied after seeing Yi Qingnyo's silence. After all, the Shui family was bleeding a lot this time. If Yi Qingnyo still didn't agree, then he wouldn't be giving her face. I have one more condition. Yi Qingnyo was silent for a while before he spoke again. However, before Shui Fei and Yu Ji could answer, he continued, Don't panic, I don't want anything else. I want the right to exchange for the first prize. The right to exchange for the first prize. Everyone pondered. After a moment of silence, the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder was the first to speak. You want the spirit pill? As long as your family's disciple can get enough points, I don't mind. 10,000 points is not easy to get. I don't have any objection since that boy from your family is so fierce. The Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder also expressed his opinion. I agree. Shui Fei and Yu Ji expressed their opinions at the same time. Even though the spirit pill was very tempting, it could only be exchanged with 10,000 points. They heard that the Demon God Mansion and Barbarian God Mansion had sent out many elites to obtain the spirit pill. They didn't want to sacrifice a large number of their family's elites for a single treasure. The gains would not make up for the losses. Alright, since everyone has agreed, Brother Fei and Brother Nyo, come and sign this agreement. In the future, don't use this matter to destroy the unity of the 5 clans. Yu Ji sighed in relief and led the group into the tripartite pavilion again. After the agreement was signed, the atmosphere in the pavilion clearly relaxed. Yi Qingniu no longer wore a sour expression and began to chat with the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder. The Shui family's Grand Supreme Elder no longer wore a dark expression and continued to chat with Yu Ji and the Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder. After a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion became harmonious. It was as if they had become old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time and began to chat about their parents. What is that? Yu Ji. The Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned to Yu Ji and said, "Isn't it your family's Summer Flame Festival in 3 days? I heard that your family has a peerless saintess who will appear for the first time." "That's right, my family's Xiao Chao is here for this peerless beauty of yours. Your family is also very mysterious. Every time the saintess appears, she will only appear during the coming-of-age ceremony, the Summer Flame Festival. Who knows how many young geniuses fall for her?" Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder Yi nodded and said, How many young geniuses fall for her? Was it my family's Yen, dumped by Yi Dao last time? In the end, she died of depression." Yu Ji sighed deeply and turned to look at Yi Qingniu with some hidden bitterness. She began to talk about the past. Yi Qingniu was startled. Seeing Yu Ji's bitter expression, he bulged his bull eyes and said bashfully, "Don't look at me, I didn't dump you. Wasn't Yi Dao almost driven out by my family's patriarch because of this? After that, Yi Dao died. Your family's Yu Yan missed him so much that she fell ill. In the end, she died of depression. I was also very sad. Sigh, this is probably their fate. Alright, Yu Ji, don't bring up the past. Why don't you ask your family's Qingqing to choose my family's Fingzi this time? I guarantee that my son will definitely treat Qingqing like a treasure. Moreover, my family's Fingzi is quite good-looking and is quite strong." The Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder chuckled and said. When the Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder saw that the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder was acting as a matchmaker, he was displeased. "Good-looking? How can your family's big guy be as good-looking as my family's Xiao Chao? My family's Xiao Chao is a flower of our Luohua city. There's no doubt about her strength. As long as she successfully ambushes a marshal, she will definitely kill her opponent in one move. F***CK. You call that good-looking? He looks neither human nor demonic. If thrown into the demon god residence, he will definitely be a member of the royal family. Even if he can kill a marshal with a sneak attack, he has to succeed first." When the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. He widened his eyes and roared in anger. "Your family is the real transvestite. If you throw that lunatic of yours into the barbarian god residence, he will still be the barbarian god's successor." Yu Ji let out a deep sigh. She looked at these 2 clowns and shook her head. "All right. Brothers, please spare this little sister. It's not like you don't know about this Summer Flame Festival. In the end, the one who will choose the protector is that girl, Yi Qingqing. I don't have this right, do I? What's the point of you arguing? Summer Flame Festival. What Summer Flame Festival?" Yi Qinghan was sitting in the square tower. He originally wanted to ask Feng Zi when he could depart for Dragon City, but Feng Zi said that he would only depart after the Summer Flame Festival 3 days later. Hence, he asked in confusion. "Ah. Hearing Yi Qinghan's question, Feng Zi and the flowers and plants looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Even Xue Wuhan, who was sitting quietly at the side, twitched his nose. You don't know about the Summer Flame Festival? Feng Zi asked in astonishment as he puffed up his iron-like chest muscles. You don't know? Is the Summer Flame Festival very famous? Yi Qinghan was a little baffled. He knew about the summer festival. Let me put it this way. The Summer Flame Festival is actually the most important festival of the Yu clan. Feng Zi chuckled, and his eyes revealed an indescribable feeling. He continued, what is the Yu clan most famous for? Beauties, peerless beauties. Every year during the Summer Flame Festival, they will send a peerless beauty to the Moon Tower to be an artist for a year. Under normal circumstances, that beauty will be the goddess of the Moon Tower's guests. She is definitely a super red card. After a year, the beauties will be auctioned off, and the 3 with the highest bid will have the chance to win the beauty. 3. Not the one with the highest bid. Yi Qinghan's curiosity was piqued by Feng Zi's description, and he asked with interest. Nope. Feng Zi shook his head and sighed. This is also the most brilliant part of the Yu clan. In the end, it's all up to the lady to choose the one she likes among the 3. This way, the Yu clan will receive great benefits, and their lady will marry happily. Don't you think it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Indeed clever. Then, will the Yu clan have a new beauty in 3 days? Yi Qinghan nodded and sighed. Beauty, a peerless beauty that can topple cities and countries. Let me tell you, you're in luck. Today is the Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival that the Yu clan holds once every 15 years. That's a grand ceremony for the younger generation of the House of Aries. I, your young master, have been waiting for years. Feng Zi flicked his bangs, and his eyes emitted a fiery glow as if he wanted to burn the entire square tower. Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival. Didn't you just say the Moon Tower Summer Flame Festival? Isn't the Calm Lake the place where the Yu clan's descendants live? Yi Qinghan was getting more and more confused as he listened. If the Yu clan sends a peerless beauty out of the Moon Tower every year, then the Summer Flame Festival wouldn't be that famous. Let me tell you, the Summer Flame Festival is famous because of the Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival that happens once every 15 years, which is 3 days from now. Every 15 years, the Yu clan selects a saintess from hundreds of female disciples. Then, they invite all the descendants of the great clans to gather at the Calm Lake to watch the saintess coming of age ceremony. And their saintess will choose 2 guardians from dozens of youthful talents. They will observe her for 3 years, and the last person will return with the beauty. Furthermore, the talent who is fortunate enough to marry the saintess will receive the position of a lifetime guest elder of the Yu clan, and will receive the full support of the Yu clan. A peerless beauty and an unparalleled status are within reach. Tell me, which talent in the world wouldn't go crazy for it? Who wouldn't want it? The more Feng Zi spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he had already succeeded, and the corners of his mouth curled into an intoxicated and wanton smile. Didn't Yi Dao not want it back then? Just as Feng Zi finished speaking, the transvestite flower and plant suddenly spoke after a long silence. Yi Qinghan looked at the flower and plant in surprise. This matter actually involved his father. His father, who was so awesome back then, was actually so awesome that he didn't even want the Yu clan saintess. Pfft. How many Yi Daos do you think there are in the world? He doesn't love the saintess, but he loves the red card of the Moon Tower back then. Feng Zi snorted and said with dissatisfaction. However, he still admired Yi Dao back then, and his tone was still very respectful. He doesn't love the saintess. Only loves the red card. Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. It seemed like it was related to his mother's background. Looking at Yi Qinghan's very interested expression, Feng Zi was completely speechless. You don't even know about the Yi family. Have you been locked up for secret training since you were young? That's too hard. Let me tell you, 15 years ago, Yi Dao was also invited to the Quiet Lake Summer Fire Festival. Back then, he was peerless and had unparalleled martial arts. In the end, he wasn't charmed by that generation's saintess. Instead, he charmed that generation's saintess, Yu Yen. However, this guy didn't like Yu Yen. He only loved the red card of the moon tower, Yu Shuwei. In the end, he rejected Yu Yen and brought Yu Shuwei back to the Yi family. In the end, Yu Yen, who was bewitching, died of depression. When she died, she wasn't even 30 years old. Don't you think it's sad? Humph. Your life is destined to be sad because I'm determined to get you Qingqing this time. Suddenly, the unique sharp voice of the flower and plant was heard. Hearing this, Feng Zi jumped up and shouted, "Humph, you damn transvestite, don't even think about it. I'll fight whoever dares to snatch you Qingqing." So that's what happened. The Summer Fire Festival seems to be a little interesting. Feng Zi and the flower and plant started to curse at each other. However, Yi Qinghan ignored them and thought to himself, so my father and mother have such a tragic story. It seems like the Summer Fire Festival in 3 days will be very lively. Also, he was a little interested in the legendary beauty Yu Qingqing, but of course, it was just a little. Chapter 55. The tranquil lake was, of course, a lake. It was originally located outside the eastern city wall of the Ecstasy City, but after many years of renovation by the Yu clan, it was surrounded. The eastern city wall was expanded several times, and now, the entire tranquil lake was included in the Ecstasy City. The tranquil lake wasn't big. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be called a lake. It was just a big reservoir. However, since the Yu clan called it a lake, others would naturally call it the tranquil lake. The tranquil lake wasn't as quiet as a stagnant pool. Not only was it not quiet, but it was also windy all year round, so the lake water never calmed down. There would always be waves, waves, and waves. This is the tranquil lake. Nothing special. Yi Qinghan and the other young masters followed behind Yunyang and arrived at the side of the blue lake. Although this place could be considered as having verdant hills and clear waters, and the scenery was pleasing to the eye, it was still just an ordinary small lake. It was far from the tranquil lake's image as a holy land in the eyes of the world's geniuses. They couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. There's nothing special about this lake. What's special is the small island in the middle of the lake. That's where the core disciples of the Yu clan live. There are peerless beauties there. Usually, it's a forbidden and holy land for men unless it's the Summer Fire Festival. We're the first batch of people to enter the Holy Land in 15 years. Don't you think it's special? Feng Zi was still carrying his long sword. He chuckled and whispered into Yi Qinghan's ear. A forbidden place for men. Yi Qinghan was indeed stunned by this news. Looking at the hazy little island in the distant lake, she nodded her head. She couldn't help but be even more puzzled as she softly asked, "There isn't a single man inside?" "Absolutely not." Feng Zi nodded seriously. Yi Qinghan was a little speechless. He shut his mouth in embarrassment, but his heart felt like it was being blown by a cold wind. He shuddered. If they were to encounter a group of resentful women pouncing on them like wolves and tigers, would they be able to hold them off? "Young masters, this way please." Just as Yi Qinghan was letting his imagination run wild, a small boat approached from afar. Yunyang smiled and gestured for them to board the boat. "Young Master Han, after you." Feng Zi flexed his chest muscles to show his elegance. "Ha! You're already in bed." "Oh, no, get on the boat." Yi Qinghan felt a lingering fear in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother Fengzi, you go first. My body is weak, I can't take it." "Humph, since the two of you are so polite, I will go first." Shui Wuhan waved his folding fan, smiled and got into the boat. The beautiful flowers and plants flicked the edge of their clothes and followed. Seeing this, Fengzi and Yi Qinghan also followed. The boat wasn't big, but the decorations were very elegant. It was like a small living room. The front and back of the boat were separated by a thin silk curtain, and the scenery outside could be vaguely seen. They went in and took their seats. Yunyang also came in and served them a few cups of tea. Then, she bowed and walked out of the boat, standing at the front of the boat. The Yu clan is indeed the Yu clan. Even the person rowing the boat is an exceptional beauty. Fengzi looked around once she came in, and finally, her eyes fixed on the woman on the bed at the back of the boat. Through the blurry curtain, a graceful woman with one hand on the oar at the back of the boat could be seen. Only the side of her body could be seen. The woman was wearing a cyan palace dress, but her face was covered by a white silk scarf. Although the curtain was a bit blurry and her face was covered, just her graceful and curvaceous figure, as well as her elegant temperament, were enough to make one's heart sway. Fengzi's words awakened the people on the ship, and they all turned their heads to look at her. Hua Chao and Fengzi were the most direct. They stared unblinkingly at the masked woman, and they couldn't stop praising her. Shui Wuhan's black and gray eyes were flashing. He waved the fan in his hand, and he looked like he was admiring her. However, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and it betrayed his true feelings. Yi Qinghan only took a glance before looking away. It was mainly because Shui Wuhan's pretentious expression made him lose his appetite, and he wasn't in the mood. Moreover, Fengzi said that there were a bunch of women who had never seen a man living on the island, so he was a little afraid. Squinting at Shui Wuhan, Yi Qinghan silently pinched his fingers. Thinking of what Yi Qingniu said 3 days ago, he let go of his fingers again, and picked up the tea on the table to drink. That day, after slapping Long Shui Lu, he wanted to find something to do and use the opportunity to destroy Shui Wuhan. However, Yi Qingniu directly transmitted a message to him, telling him to bear with it. That night, Yi Qingniu came to the place where he was sleeping and had a secret talk with him. He told him that because of Yi Qingniu, the Shui family had lost a lot of treasures, which could be exchanged for a spiritual pill. Yi Qingniu told him darkly that he shouldn't do anything now, and that once he got the Shui family's treasures, he could find an opportunity to kill Shui Wuhan. Of course, he had to do it secretly, and he had to do it cleanly, without leaving any evidence. Once the Yu family's matter was settled, they would go to the prefecture battle, and it would be a 3-way battle. At that time, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Shui Wuhan. Therefore, Yi Qinghan could only bear with it for now. Fortunately, he had vented a little of the anger he had been holding back that day on Long Shui Lu, so he wasn't as angry now. Moreover, he knew that Shui Wuhan was someone he had to kill, and that he had to die, so there was no need to be too calculative with a dead person. Yunyang, why haven't you set sail yet? Everyone admired the graceful figure of the woman rowing the boat, and they couldn't help but be more interested in entering the tranquil lake island, and they couldn't wait any longer. If the woman rowing the boat could be so outstanding, wouldn't all the women inside be sky immortals? Gentlemen, please wait a moment. There is still one more person. Ah. Coming. Yunyang answered respectfully. Everyone looked at the front of the boat in surprise. Who else was qualified to sit on the same boat as them? However, when they saw a handsome face and slightly curled hair through the blurry curtain, they all smiled slightly. Gentlemen, you are so early. Shui Lu is late, please excuse me. Long Shui Lu walked in with a smile and greeted them politely. His face was still radiant, and there was no difference from the first time they met 3 days ago. Hello, Brother Shui Lu. The people on the boat all smiled naturally, and they seemed to have forgotten what happened a few days ago. They smiled and greeted him. Xue Wuhan folded his folding fan and pointed to the seat beside him. He even personally poured a cup of tea for Long Shuilu. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. He silently drank his tea, but he admired Long Shuilu's shamelessness and prostrated himself in front of him. Long Shuilu took a sip of his tea and said with a smile, "What are you all chatting about?" "Nothing much. I'm just sighing at the peerless beauty of the Yu clan's women. Young Master Long, even the Yu clan's woman rowing the boat is so beautiful. It is hard to imagine how beautiful the women of the Tranquil Lake Island are." Although Feng Zi looked well-developed, his mind wasn't simple. Although he was rumored to have a fiery temper, he seemed to be very tactful today. He didn't offend anyone, and he befriended everyone. He was a smooth and slick person. Oh. Long Shuilu looked at the back of the boat seriously and revealed an intoxicated expression. He sighed and said, "Such a woman is truly enchanting. Unfortunately, she is masked, and I can't see her true appearance. What a pity." Of course. A woman masked also has a kind of hazy beauty. What's the saying? What you can't get is the best. This woman in front of me has the essence of it. What you can't see is more beautiful. Xue Wuhan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to care about the cold eyes that Yi Qinghan was shooting at him. He waved his folding fan elegantly. "Brother Wuhan, you should be a poet. You can recite a good poem." Hua Hua smiled gently and said with a sigh. Feng Zi also nodded and sighed. Brother Wuhan is right. The ancients said that a woman's most beautiful is when she takes off her clothes and when she comes out of the bath. I think we can add that to the list. A woman with a mask is also very beautiful. Absolutely right, absolutely right. All of your words are well thought out, and each of your words has a profound meaning. You can all be called scholars. In my opinion, a woman with a mask is either extremely ugly or extremely beautiful. I can foresee that this woman is definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Long Shuilu nodded and moved closer. Yi Qinghan shook his head, but he sighed deeply in his heart. These perverts actually called themselves scholars. It was true that each generation was more unruly than the previous one. What? Young Master Han, do you have any other opinion? Feng Zi asked curiously when she saw Yi Qinghan shaking his head silently. I don't have any opinion. I think we should ask Yunyang to start the boat, or we won't be able to make it for lunch. Yi Qinghan said lightly. He didn't want to express any opinion. Xue Wuhan's flirtatious performance made him want to vomit, and Long Shuilu's shameless participation made the trip to the calm lake that he was originally interested in become boring. He stared blankly through the window at the rippling lake in the distance. He thought of his sister in Songqing, and his mood became gloomy. Darling, let's start the boat. Yunyang had followed Yi Qinghan into the boat. She had been quietly standing to the side, not saying anything, nor showing any expression. When she saw Yi Qinghan speak, she smiled and said to the woman at the back of the boat. The woman behind the boat responded in a low voice. Although her voice was soft, it was very clear and moving, like the chirping of an oriole. Everyone who heard it felt numb and sore. Everyone present was at least at the general realm, so they all heard it clearly. They couldn't help but look at the woman behind the boat with even more interest. They slowly glided through the window, breaking through the water, and gradually moved towards the small island in the middle of the lake. Yunyang looked thoughtfully at the woman behind the boat and suddenly said, Darling, why don't you sing a song for the young masters on the boat to relieve their tiredness? What do you think? Long Shuilu heard her and immediately said with a smile. We couldn't ask for more. I'm all ears. Feng Zi and Hua Hua smiled as well, while Yi Qinghan nodded his head. Thank you, Xue Wuhan said with a smile. The veiled woman behind the boat still didn't say anything or turn around. She silently rowed the boat. After a long time, she sighed and sang softly, "The shadow of the vermilion building is at noon, the jade tree is low in the shade, the moon is already 3. Greasy powder secretly sells silver carvings, the wrong knife leisurely cuts the mud golden robe, the embroidered bed is afraid of attracting the black dragon's bark, the embroidered word worries teach the blue bird's beak, 100 flavors refined to take pity on the mother, 1,000 flowers bloom, half suitable for a man, who can envy the company of a mandarin duck, the parrot is speechless, the waves like to swim bees, the magpies pretend to guess, the magpies murmur. But I love the number of palms, every time I remember the light of the hawksbill hairpin. The years of sorrow in the smoke cave are still there, the night of disappointment on the star bridge is empty, the season in front of the window is shameful, the romantic world smiles bitterly. Only the incense burner steals the wages, secretly hangs down the sandalwood sleeves to learn the ginseng. One must know that it is difficult to calm the heart, but one is willing to part with the clouds. Seeing the scenery fall, the sound of the strings still drifting, looking toward the south. The song was a poem, without the accompaniment of drums, music, or lights to add color to the beautiful scenery, it was just a simple singing. The voice of the person singing did not have any special emotions, and there was no dancing to add color, but everyone felt intoxicated, as if they had flown to the heavenly palace and listened to the peerless celestial song sung by a fairy. Good song, good melody, good poem, such a beautiful song can only be found in the heavens, how many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Lady Nan Nan, this song really makes my heart surge, I am afraid that I will not be able to taste meat for 3 months. After a long time, Long Shui Lu loudly clapped his hands and stood up, looking at the graceful figure behind the boat with tender affection, he laughed loudly and said, "Paw." Shui Wuhan waved his folding fan, stood up, and said with a slight smile, "It is indeed a good poem, who can envy the company of a mandarin duck, the parrot is speechless, I am ashamed, Lady Nan Nan, why do you envy others, why do you feel ashamed? You must know, with Lady's charm and talent, I am afraid that all the geniuses in the world will be attracted to Lady, right? At the very least, the 5 of us will be charmed by you, right? Extremely right, extremely right. You sang it really well. Even though I don't know much about music, I think even a pig would be able to tell that this is a peerless song." Feng Zi laughed heartily and sincerely used a lame joke to flatter the old man. Hua Chao also nodded, and very seriously said, "It is indeed a celestial song." Yet Yi Qin Han sat there alone, continuing to remain silent. He half raised his cup of tea, and looked at the cup in front of him in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Yunyang could not hold back the curiosity in her heart, and turned sideways to ask, "Young Master Han, do you feel that the song is not good?" The 4 turned around, and looked at Yi Qin Han, also a little puzzled. Such a beautiful song, it was also the first time they had heard it, so why did Yi Qin Han appear so silent? Or even somewhat disdainful? Under the gazes of the others, Yi Qin Han remained silent for a while, then slowly drank his tea, and leisurely said, "The song is a good song, the poem is a good poem, and the singing is also very good, but, this poem, this song, and this scene, the beautiful artistic conception created by it, have been ruined by some idiots. How sad, how lamentable." What did these words mean? Feng Zi and Hua Chao felt a little strange, while Long Shui Lu and Shui Wuhan's expressions were a little gloomy. They could hear the idiots in Yi Qinghan's words, and a glimmer of light appeared in Yunyang's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. And at the back of the boat, the veiled woman, who had never turned around, suddenly turned around. Behind the white silk scarf that covered her face, a pair of beautiful black eyes that shone brightly, showed some faint interest. Chapter 56. What do you mean? Young Master Han. Feng Zi saw that Shui Wuhan and Long Shui Lu were about to go berserk, so she hurriedly tried to smooth things over and asked in confusion. "Yeah. I don't think they're wrong," Hua Hua said in confusion. "They're not wrong, but what they're saying is bullsh*t. What's so exciting about singing and not knowing the taste of meat? What's the point of being envious? What's the point of being ashamed?" Yi Qing Han sighed deeply, shook his head, and continued, "You don't even know the meaning of this song, or this poem, and you dare to talk nonsense. It's a good poem about the scenery in front of you, and the helplessness of the passing of time. How can it make people excited? Isn't it funny?" "Oh. We're all ears to young Master Han's opinion." Shui Wuhan's face darkened. He quickly waved the fan in his hand, as if he wanted to get rid of the unhappiness in his heart. "I'd like to hear the details." Long Shui Lu said coldly. "Young Master Han, you know poems. Tell us, tell us." Feng Zi's eyes lit up. She was very interested. In the Fire Dragon continent, martial prowess was the most important thing. Few people would understand the poems of literati. Although I don't understand, I feel that what Yi Qing Han said is meaningful. I also heard this poem, and there's a sense of loneliness and helplessness. I just can't describe it, Hua Hua said with a frown as he touched his beautiful face. Yun Yang and the woman at the back of the boat didn't say anything. However, when Yi Qing Han described the poem, their eyes seemed to simultaneously emit a ray of light. Then, a sense of loneliness and nostalgia appeared in their eyes at the same time. "Little darling, I have a question to ask." Yi Qing Han didn't say anything. He just turned his body to look at the woman behind the boat. He looked at her black and shiny eyes and said calmly. The woman behind the boat bowed and said softly, "Young Master Yi, please speak. If I'm not mistaken, this poem was composed by Senior Yu Yan, right?" Yi Qing Han's words shocked everyone. Yun Yang and the woman at the back of the ship looked at Yi Qing Han in astonishment, not knowing how he knew about it. After all, this was the first time he had sung this poem to outsiders. The woman at the back of the ship frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "It's indeed written by the previous saintess, Yu Yan, Have you heard it before, young master?" "Never heard of it before," Yi Qing Han said faintly. He seemed to have thought of something as he turned around and looked at the island in the distance through the curtains. He sighed and said, "This poem can be divided into 4 stanzas. The first stanza is the scenery in March outside the window, and the needlework in the room. It is difficult to teach the bluebird to deliver the letter. It contains the unspeakable worries of the young girls. They are a little nervous, a little confused, and a little resistant. The second stanza is about the mandarin ducks having company, the parrots are silent, the bees are flying, and the foxes are murmuring. It reveals the young girls' feelings of loneliness in life. They are not lamenting or envying anything, nor are they yearning for love or a man." Yi Qing Han spoke leisurely as if he had turned into a wandering poet, a romantic who was dissatisfied with the reality. The last sentence was a serious criticism of Shui Wuhan for acting coquettishly. Then, without waiting for Shui Wuhan to explain, he continued, "The third stanza is about a few years in the smoke cave and a night on the Star Bridge. It expresses melancholy about the legendary love affair between a man and a woman. It contains a kind of calling for a fulfilling life and disappointment in love. I suppose that at that time, Senior Yu Yan was very disappointed in the love affair that had just started and ended so quickly. She was a little painful and heartbroken. She longed for a different kind of life." The fourth stanza continues the theme of the previous stanza. It expresses the fear of the desolation of the scenery, the pursuit of the joy of life, the understanding of life, and the pursuit of love. The meaning is especially open and persistent. This poem tells the story of Senior Yu Yan. When she was a young girl in the Yu family, she was a little perturbed and ignorant about the arrangement of the family and her own life. She even had some resistance. Then, during the summer fire festival, she met Yi Dao and fell in love with him. However, Yi Dao fell in love with another woman. She was a little disappointed and heartbroken in love. Then, Yi Dao died. She couldn't stand the passage of time and gradually grew old. She sighed with emotion about the desolation of the scenery and the deep memory of Yi Dao. Miss Yu Qingqing, am I right? The four childs were a little confused. It seemed that what he said was a little meaningful. Xue Wuhan and Long Shuailu wanted to refute, but they didn't know how to do so. They were not good at these literary things. They were only used to solving problems with force. However, it seemed that they couldn't deal with this guy in front of them with force. Therefore, they felt a little aggrieved, very aggrieved. However, after hearing the last sentence of Yi Qinghan, they were shocked and surprised. Yu Qingqing. Wasn't Yu Qingqing the saintess of this summer fire festival? Was the graceful woman who was rowing the boat for them Yu Qingqing? Therefore, they were a little shocked. They fixed their eyes on the woman at the back of the boat. The long and slightly curved eyelashes of the woman at the back of the boat trembled. There was a trace of surprise in her dark eyes. After a moment of silence, she put down the joystick in her hand, lifted the curtain, and walked in slowly. She bowed in a low voice and said in a soft voice, Yu Qingqing pays her respects to the childs. The childs in the boat felt as if they were struck by lightning. What was going on? Why didn't Yu Qingqing play her cards according to common sense? They thought of their ugly behavior and naked greedy eyes just now. They thought that they still had a lot of beautiful things that they hadn't shown yet. They thought that they were going to show off in the evening at the summer fire festival. In the end, Yu Qingqing played her cards carelessly and appeared in advance. All their hopes might be in vain. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Only Yi Qinghan and Yunyang were calm. Yunyang smiled, walked to the back of the boat, and started rowing the boat. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. He cupped his hands and said, Yi Qinghan pays his respects to Miss Qingqing. Greetings to Miss Qingqing. When the rest of the people heard Yi Qinghan's words, they immediately reacted. The thick skin they had cultivated for many years came into play. In an instant, everyone recovered their cultured and elegant demeanor of the childs of famous families. Everyone, please take a seat. Yu Qingqing faintly nodded her head and sat on the only empty chair at the front. She looked at Yi Qinghan with interest and said, Young Master Han is very talented. Each of your words is like a gem and your tongue is like a lotus flower. Your explanation is very good and correct. Qingqing admires you. Young Master Han is Senior Nightblade's only son, right? Feng Zihua and Long Shuailu looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. They didn't expect Yu Qingqing to have such a high evaluation of Yi Qinghan. And the first thing she said was actually to ask about Yi Qinghan's background. Hearing that Yi Qinghan was actually Yi Dao's son, they couldn't help but feel a little strange. Wasn't Yi Dao's son a good-for-nothing? With Yi Qinghan's talent and terrifying beast, if he was a good-for-nothing, then they could only go to the mines and work as laborers. Yi Qinghan's reputation was not very well known in the family. In addition, the information from their respective families was not in place yet. So they thought that Yi Qinghan was a genius that was secretly trained by the Yi family. They didn't expect him to be Yi Dao's son. Good for nothing. Only Xue Wuhan smiled bitterly. A few months ago, he also thought so. That's right. On behalf of my father, Yi Qinghan expresses his gratitude to Senior Yu Yan, for her infatuation and his sorrow for the loss of her beauty. Although I don't know much about my father's life, I feel that he always felt a trace of guilt and sorrow for Senior Yu Yan. Qinghan also deeply admires Senior Yu Yan. Yi Qinghan bowed slightly, but he felt very helpless in his heart. Father, you have a romantic debt, yet you want me to apologize and clean up your mess. It's okay. Aunt Yu Yen didn't regret falling in love with you even before she died. She once said, "In this world, only Yi Dao is a real man." I don't regret my choice that year. Yu Qingqing sighed slightly. Her eyes were a little blurred as if she was recalling some past events. Young Master Han, you're in the wrong. I only found out now that you're the son of Senior Yi Dao, whom I admire the most. You're not a good friend. Feng Zi was unhappy when he heard that. He looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness. A man with bulging muscles like a giant from the god of barbarians was looking at a man with hidden bitterness. No man could stand it. Yi Qinghan didn't look at him. He said embarrassedly, "You didn't ask me. Do you expect me to tell everyone I meet that I'm Yi Dao's son?" "That's right. Do you, Feng Zi, also tell everyone you meet that I'm a lunatic and that I'm a lunatic?" Flowers and grasses quickly chimed in with a smile on their pretty faces. They looked very pretty. Everyone laughed heartily, and the awkward atmosphere was swept away. It didn't matter if they lost face just now. What was important was to get it back as soon as possible. Therefore, everyone began to present their treasures. They performed the performance and speech that they were going to perform at night in advance, hoping to get back some impression in front of the beautiful woman. However, the performance was about to end before it even started. The small boat had arrived at its destination, Tranquil Lake Island. Looking at the beautiful woman drifting away, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them, everyone's emotions were complicated for a moment. Chapter 57. As they watched Yu Qingqing's figure gradually disappear on the small path of the island, they reluctantly withdrew their gazes and stood rooted to the ground. When they didn't know that she was Yu Qingqing, they only felt that this woman's figure was really graceful, and her every movement had an otherworldly aura. When Yi Qinghan revealed her identity, she threw down the armrest and walked over leisurely. Everyone saw the pair of black pearl-like eyes above the white silk scarf and smelled the delicate fragrance that was naturally emitted from her body. Only then did everyone realize that Yu Qingqing was actually so enchanting, even a little enchanting. There was no need for words. As long as she sat there quietly and looked at you with her clear, black pearl-like eyes, you would feel especially enraptured and overwhelmed. Alright, stop looking. We've already walked so far. Won't we be able to see her true appearance at night? Yi Qinghan said softly with a faint smile. Everyone withdrew their thoughts and their souls that had floated far away and smiled embarrassedly. Young Master Han, not bad. You've taken the initiative. I didn't know that you were so powerful. You're actually skilled in both the pen and the sword. How did you know that she's Yu Qingqing? Feng Zi said with a laugh as he returned to his senses and hugged Yi Qinghan. That's right. Young Master Han, Yu Qingqing is a holy maiden. Before the Summer Fire Festival, she definitely can't leave the Tranquil Lake. How could you know her? Could it be that you've snuck in before? Hua Ji also came over curiously. As a descendant of the assassin god, his concealment skills were top-notch. However, he probably didn't have the ability to sneak into the Tranquil Lake Island. Long Shui Lu and Shui Wuhan, who were at the side, were too embarrassed to come over. However, they pricked up their ears and listened curiously. It's very simple. You guys just didn't notice. Yi Qinghan wasn't used to Feng Zi's enthusiasm. He shrugged and said calmly, "First, there are many beauties in the Yu clan. However, if there are beauties of this level among the boatmen, then all the beauties in the world are too common. Secondly, temperament. How could a woman rowing a boat have such an otherworldly temperament? Third, that scarf of hers was the biggest flaw. Young Master Long had said before, a masked woman was either extremely ugly or extremely beautiful. The Yu family naturally wouldn't have an extremely ugly woman, so she would definitely be an extremely beautiful person. Even if a boat servant was extremely beautiful, I don't think there was a need for her to cover her face. That would be akin to burying one's head in the sand. Fourth, that little song. When Yu Qingqing sang that song, her tone was a little sorrowful and a little melancholy. From the poem, I could tell that it was written by Senior Yu Yen, Since she felt sad about Senior Yu Yen's deeds, it was very likely that she felt sad because of what happened to Yu Yen, in the past. Therefore, I made a decisive guess, and it turned out that I was right. Respect. Young Master Han indeed has a discerning eye, to be able to observe these small details in such detail. Your words have awakened me from my dreams. Fengzi thought about it carefully and nodded. However, he suddenly thought of a problem and shouted, "What's that?" "Young Master Han, you're still so young. You won't fight with me over Yu Qingqing, right? Let me tell you, although we're familiar with each other, your father is also someone I respect. If you dare to fight with Yu Qingqing, I'll still fight with you." Just now on the boat, Yi Qinghan obviously had the upper hand and left a deep impression in Yu Qingchang's heart. Moreover, this brat had a rather delicate appearance, and his strength and the forces behind him were not much different from theirs. If Yi Qinghan really took the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have any chance at all. That's right, young Master Han. You're not even 16 yet. Yu Qingcheng is already 16. Don't tell me you're fated to fall in love with an older sister? Once Fengzi said this, the beautiful man Hua Shu also became anxious. His family had given him a strict order to fight for this opportunity. Moreover, he had also seen Yu Qingcheng. She was indeed a devastatingly beautiful woman, so he also said this anxiously. Long Shuailu and Xue Wuhan also tensed up. One had to know that in the entire House of Aries, the 5 most powerful and promising youths were all gathered here, so it could be said that they had the greatest chance. However, if Yi Qinghan took the initiative to fight for it, then their chances were really not high. Long Shuailu had been slapped by Yi Qinghan before, so he already felt a little inferior in front of Yi Qinghan and couldn't raise his head. As for Xue Wuhan, because Yi Qinghan was here, he didn't dare to go against Yi Qinghan openly for fear that Yi Qinghan would flip out, so he lowered his stance. So the two of them leaned to the side nervously, silently paying attention to Yi Qinghan's words. Why not? A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Moreover, isn't it just a few months? I don't mind. Yi Qinghan chuckled and looked at the 4 nervous people in front of him, teasing them. As expected, when he finished speaking, their faces darkened. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, "However, if the 4 of you agree to one condition of mine, I can promise you that I won't take the initiative to woo Yu Qingqing." There's something good. Say it. As long as it's not asking me to kill my father, I'll agree. When Fengzi heard this, he immediately beamed and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder heavily. Although he was a little surprised that Yi Qinghan would say such a thing, if there was such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Say it, I won't hesitate if I can do it. Fengzi expressed his attitude, a hopeful look on his face. As long as it's within my ability, no problem, Xue Wuhan said calmly. However, he was a little surprised, so he was a little reserved in his words. Long Shuailu patted his chest and smiled slightly. Young Master Han, just say it. Ha! Yi Qinghan laughed. To be honest, he admired Yu Qingqing. But he felt that a holy maiden raised in such a way by such a clan was a little arrogant and a little cold. Moreover, he was a little male chauvinist. If he had to circle around such a girl all day like a dog around its master, he would be very uncomfortable and displeased. Moreover, he thought that because of the incident with his father, Yi Dao, Yu Qingqing probably didn't like him, so he used this groundless attitude in exchange for a condition from everyone. Of course, the most important thing was that his younger sister was lying unconscious in the mountains behind the Yi family. Her life was hanging by a thread, so he really didn't have the mood to woo girls. Thus, he said very seriously, in the Elite Academy tournament, I want the few of you to help me get as many points as possible. Of course, you can't drag me down. Just this. Fengzi asked in disbelief after waiting for a long time for Yi Qinghan to propose such a condition. Just this. Why don't you agree? Yi Qinghan said with certainty. This world was really not as important as saving his younger sister, and if the few people in front of him agreed, his journey to the Elite Academy tournament would be much smoother. Agree, 200% agree. Fengzi answered quickly. Agree. No problem. Agree. The other three nodded quickly and agreed unanimously. Of course. They would be fools not to take such a great advantage. This condition was equivalent to no condition, and they would lose a strong opponent for nothing. Why not? Let's go, let's go. Yunyang is waiting anxiously in front. Today, I want to drink a few barrels of good wine with young Master Han. You're such a good brother. Fengzi laughed loudly and walked forward with his arm around Yi Qinghan. Hua Hua's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits as he followed them and said seriously, Young Master Han, you're my brother. Xue Wuhan and Long Shuailu looked at each other and felt the doubt in each other's eyes. What was Yi Qinghan up to? He actually gave up such an opportunity that all the men in the world dreamed of so easily. Could it be that there was something else going on? However, the two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it, so they could only follow him embarrassedly. After they left, a green figure slowly walked out from the small forest at the side. Above the white silk scarf, there was a slight frown on her exquisite eyebrows. That pair of black pearl-like eyes also shone with an inexplicable meaning. It was a little playful, and a little curious. Chapter 58. There were many wonderful things in this world, such as friendship. Yi Qinghan promised not to pursue Yu Qingqing. As expected, Hua Xia and Fengzi let go of their grudges and became brothers with Yi Qinghan. Long Shuailu and Xue Wuhan didn't seem to be too intimate, but for the bonfire party tonight, Yi Qinghan wouldn't play tricks and ruin their plan. They could only pretend to be friendly and get cold feet from Yi Qinghan. Tranquil Lake Island wasn't big, but the scenery was beautiful and the air was fragrant. Most importantly, the buildings here were very unique. There weren't many houses on Tranquil Lake Island. They were divided into East Yard, West Yard, and North Yard. There weren't many houses in the East Yard. It was mainly used to receive guests, so it was usually empty. The West Yard was where the young disciples of the Yu family lived, so there were more houses. The North Yard was where the higher-ups of the Yu family lived. Ordinary people couldn't even get close. They could only look at it from afar. It was said that there were only 800 houses on Tranquil Lake Island. Compared to Yi family's castle or other families' residences, which had thousands of houses, it was pitifully small. However, these 800 houses were all made of bamboo, which was unique. On the island in the middle of the lake, there were dense trees and bamboo houses among the trees. It gave them a very special feeling. Some were elegant, some were fresh, and most of them were comfortable. No wonder all the beauties from the Yu family had such a special temperament. On such a small island, in such an environment, it would be strange if they weren't special. They were arranged to stay in a small yard in the East Yard. The yard was called Emerald Pavilion. There were 6 to 7 houses in the whole. Young masters, please rest here first. I will bring you to the bonfire party tonight. Yunyang said respectfully after she brought Yi Qinghan and the others into the Emerald Pavilion and served them tea, wine, and cakes. Then, she smiled mysteriously and clapped her hands. After a while, a few beautiful women in red entered the Emerald Pavilion. The women in red stood in front of the Emerald Pavilion and bowed, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Yunyang smiled and said, "The bonfire party will only begin at night." Yunyang was afraid that young masters would be bored, so she called a few outstanding disciples of the family to accompany you. You can do as you please. Yunyang will take her leave first. See you at night. Ah. Can you do as you please? Yunyang had already left, but her words were still echoing in their ears. This sentence was very good, very powerful. Of course, the meaning was clear. These women were sent by the Yu clan to entertain the young masters. You can do as you please, use them as you please, play with them as you please. She was a beauty, a top-grade beauty. She was a product of the Yu clan, and she was even used to entertain important guests. Of course, she was a fine product, a peerless beauty. Although these women were just standing there indifferently, their clothes were not particularly open. They wore red palace dresses, and on their exquisite facial features, there was a hint of shyness mixed with a hint of charm. The combination of innocence and charm was so perfect that it could practically make an honest person take off his pants and commit a crime. These were not the outer disciples of the Yu clan in the Moon Tower. They were the inner disciples that the Yu clan had cultivated for many years. The art of charm had been cultivated to the bone. There was no need to deliberately show it. As long as they stood there quietly, the charm emitted from their bones could stimulate the male hormones of any normal man to a limitless rise, and the evil fire in their lower abdomen would be ignited. Ah! Long Shuailu was the first to react. His Adam's apple moved by accident. However, as if he had done something wrong, he quickly coughed softly and picked up the tea to cover it up. He was a regular customer of the Moon Tower. Of course, he knew the unlimited charm of the Yu clan's women. He also very much wanted to have fun with the women in front of him. Even under his white robe, the dragon root had already raised its head slightly. However, he could not move, and did not dare to move. Not only him, everyone in the room did not dare to move, and could not move. They could only suppress it and try not to look at the 5 enchanting women in front of them. What were they here for? They came to the Yu clan, of course, to play with women. They came to taste the Yu clan's enchanting women that all men in the world dreamed of. However, what they wanted to do now was to play with the Yu clan's most beautiful and most honorable saintess. Before they got it, they did not dare to move recklessly, and could not move recklessly. The only natural person in the room was Yi Qinghan. He was firm without desire. He was not afraid of anything, and did not ask for anything. Therefore, he very naturally admired the 5 peerless beauties. He squinted his eyes, had a smile on his face, and constantly made clicking sounds. 5 beauties, don't just stand there. Each of you find a young master to sit with. Yi Qinghan looked at the 4 young masters who were trying their best to suppress themselves. A trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and he very naturally instructed. Since you want to move but do not dare to move, then this young master will help you fulfill your wishes. The scene at this moment was very familiar to him. He thought of the nightclubs in his previous life. In the private room, rows of ladies stood respectfully and coquettishly, waiting for the customers to order. However, the beauties here did not greet them. The ladies in the nightclubs would greet them as soon as they entered. Of course, the ladies here were of a much higher class than the ladies in the nightclubs, and definitely could not be compared. No need. Almost at the same time, 4 voices sounded in the hall. The voices were very determined, very suppressed, and also had a tinge of regret and bitterness. Young Master Han, you enjoy yourself. I'm a little tired, so there's no need. Fengzi chuckled and winked at Yi Qinghan, as if he understood. Hua Xia also blinked her beautiful eyes, and said a little shyly, young Master Han, you enjoy yourself. I'm not used to it. Yes, yes. Long Shuailu nodded like a chick pecking rice, and said very seriously. Shui Wuhan did not speak, and lowered his head. Ah. Is that so? Yi Qinghan chuckled and pretended not to see their expressions. He slowly drank a cup of tea and enthusiastically said, "Since everyone is tired, let's take a good rest. Ladies, I'll have to trouble you to perform a sexy dance. Do something explosive so that the young masters can rest well." Ah. The four of them glared at Yi Qinghan angrily, as if they wanted him to eat them, but were too embarrassed to say no. If they did that, they would really be deceiving themselves, and it would be too pretentious. However, seeing that Yi Qinghan had his head down and was fiddling with the tea leaves, completely ignoring their burning gazes, the few of them could only helplessly remain silent. Seeing that the few of them did not object, the few bewitching beauties responded softly, bowed, and retreated. Not long after, they came in again. Their clothes were still red, but they were a lot less. Only a thin tube top, a very short muslin skirt, and an almost transparent muslin were left on the outside. They nodded faintly and waved the muslin in a leisurely manner in the hall. The dance was beautiful, but the people were even more beautiful. Beauties who wore less could dance even more beautifully. The air in the hall heated up under the swaying of the white, tender flesh and the red, sexy little skirt. The sound of swallowing saliva, trembling of the Adam's apple, and coarse breathing mixed with the sound of Yi Qinghan's clicking of the tongue could be heard frequently. The air in the hall was unconsciously mixed with a scorching heat, a surging wave, and a ripple. Enough, enough. All right, ladies, thank you for your hard work. You may leave first. Shui Wuhan drank 4 cups of tea in a row, but the more he drank, the hotter his body became. When he was about to drink the 5th cup of tea, he finally suppressed the fire in his heart and said loudly, "Yes. All right, why do I feel that the more I dance, the more tired I am?" Fengzi drank a cup of tea in one gulp, and felt that it was not enough, so she gulped down another cup and said while panting, "Yes, yes." Long Shuailu nodded again like a chick pecking rice, and his expression was even more serious than before. Hua Hua did not speak, but only nodded and lowered his head. It was as if the 5 beauties in the room were poisonous scorpions, and he did not dare to look at them again. "Don't." Yi Qinghan plucked a grape from under the table and threw it into his mouth. As he chewed, he said, "They dance very well. It's rare to have a chance to enjoy the super treatment of the Yu family, so we should cherish it." "Why? Do you think that these beauties dance badly?" "They dance very well, that young Master Han." Fengzi looked at Yi Qinghan angrily, as if he was blaming him for his prank. He deliberately emphasized the words, "young Master Han," to show his anger, and continued, "But we are not used to this. If young Master Han likes it, I can give the one who serves me to young Master Han." "Yes. Young Master Han, that's enough. I'm tired too, so I'll give them to you too." Hua Hua raised his head and said sincerely. Long Shuailu and Shui Wuhan looked at each other and said in unison, "Us too. Young Master Han, you can enjoy it slowly, we are not used to it." "Oh. I see." Yi Qinghan smiled mischievously, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. These animals, if they were not here, at this time, they would probably rob them. After a moment of silence, he said embarrassedly, "How can I accept it?" It's okay. There are plenty of rooms next door." Fengzi stood up and waved his thick hands, indicating that he could do as he pleased. He. Then, it would be impolite of me to refuse." Yi Qinghan laughed lewdly and stretched lazily. He looked at the 5 beauties of the Yu family and said sincerely, "Since they are not used to it, why don't we go into the room together, and study the art of the human body?" The beauties did not speak and only smiled shyly. They nodded slightly and surrounded Yi Qinghan as they walked out of the room. "What's that?" "Young masters, I'm going to rest for a while. You guys rest well too and perform well tonight." I have high hopes for you guys. Yi Qinghan did not forget to look back as he walked out of the hall and continued to tease them. Then, he laughed loudly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Animals, animals. Yi Qinghan, this animal, he really dared to do it, he actually did it. Feng Zi said angrily as he clenched his fists as he watched Yi Qinghan's figure disappear from the room. Hua Xia also looked at the bamboo door of the room reluctantly and said angrily, I hate animals like him who don't care about brotherhood and value sex over friendship the most. When you go out with him in the future, don't tell anyone that I know him, Yi Qinghan is really lewd and unruly. Xue Wuhan waved the fan in his hand quickly, as if he could blow away the restlessness and injustice in his heart. Long Xuelu didn't say anything. He just kept pinching and pinching the grapes on the table. Chapter 59. Tranquil Lake Island, North Court. In an independent small bamboo building, a masked woman in a green palace dress was standing quietly in front of the window. She looked at the dense bamboo forest in the distance and said nothing. Miss. After a while, a woman in white walked in softly. She bowed and called out respectfully. Then, she stood aside silently. What's the situation at the Emerald Pavilion? After a long time, Yu Qingqing sighed deeply and turned her head. Her black pearl-like eyes flickered as she whispered. Miss, as you expected, after Yu Qi and the others went in, the young masters behaved themselves very well. They didn't do anything excessive, but, later, young master Yi Qinghan asked Yu Qi and the others to dance, an erotic dance. Then, young master Xue Wuhan asked them not to dance. Young master Yi Qinghan then he brought Yu Qi and the others into the room. The woman in red said carefully. This was related to the life of the Mississippi. She didn't dare to say anything that would affect the misjudgment. Yu Qingqing didn't have any expression and still stood there quietly. However, after she heard that Yi Qinghan brought Yu Qi and the others into the room, her black pearl-like eyes flashed a trace of inexplicable meaning. She asked curiously, what did Yi Qinghan and Yu Qi do after they went in? Do what? The woman in red was a little puzzled by the question. What else could a man and a woman do in a room? So, as she was a little shy and said shyly, of course, they did that. The family scout said that they could hear moaning coming from that room. Humph. Yi Dao's son isn't that lustful. Call the scout team and activate the family mechanism. Peep, peep and report back quickly. A trace of shyness and anger appeared on Yu Qingqing's face. She didn't think that the young man on the boat with eyes like lightning, intelligence like the sea, and special temperament would be so unbearable. How could Yi Dao, who even the saintess didn't care about, give birth to such an unbearable son? She also didn't believe that with her charm, she wouldn't have a trace of attraction and love for Yi Qinghan. The Yu clan scout team moved very quickly. In less than a moment, news came back. The woman in red looked at the information in front of her inexplicably. She said in puzzlement, Miss, there is no such thing happening in the room. Yu Qi is moaning loudly there. Yu Ba is massaging Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qinghan seems to be asleep. Yu Qingqing didn't show the slightest bit of happiness when she heard the answer that she was hoping for. The black pearl's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. She looked outside the window and said angrily, Yi Dao's son is actually the same as Yi Dao. He doesn't even care about me, the saintess. At noon, the early summer sun was a little warm and made people sleepy. However, it seemed that the sunlight of the tranquil lake did not make people sleepy at all. Instead, it made people more and more energetic. Inside the green pavilion, the four young masters drank a few pots of tea, a few jars of wine, and countless plates of fruits and pastries. After sitting there awkwardly for more than 2 hours, the deafening moans in the room outside the hall finally stopped. Creak. A few minutes later, the room door was pushed open and Yi Qinghan walked out feeling refreshed. He reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body. Then, he took small steps and walked into the hall. As soon as he walked into the hall, he smelled a very sour smell. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He ignored the complicated gazes of the others and sat down casually. He picked up a bunch of grapes and ate them. As he ate, he nodded and praised, "The grapes of the Yu clan are indeed different from those of other places. They seem to be sweeter. What are you guys looking at? Eat them." Pooh! Feng Zi, who had just drunk a mouthful of wine, spat out the wine in her mouth when she heard this. She said somewhat angrily, "Young Master Han, don't attack people like this. If you do this again, I'm going to fall out with you." Everyone's eyes bulged, as if they wanted to use their gazes to despise him. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. He enjoyed 5 exquisite bewitching beauties by himself, and the moment he came out, he still didn't hide his arrogance at all. They had listened to the erotic songs for more than 2 hours, and there was already a fire in their hearts. But this brat was showing off so openly. "Don't be angry, lunatic. Don't be angry. Didn't I just say that the grapes were delicious? Is there a need to be so angry? Why don't I ask Yunyang to arrange something else for you?" Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile. "Don't. You're ruthless, brat. I'm afraid of you, all right." Feng Zi had a bitter expression on her face. She cupped her hands and ignored him. The others at the side didn't dare to say anything. After witnessing this brat's viciousness, who would dare to pick a fight? If this brat did something else tonight, they would be completely finished. "Young masters, have you rested well?" At this moment, Yunyang walked in and said with a beaming smile. When she looked at Yi Qinghan, her charming eyes slightly narrowed, with a smile that was not a smile, causing Yi Qinghan's hair to stand on end. Feng Zi's bitter expression immediately blossomed when Yunyang walked in. She smiled and said, "It's all right. It's mainly because young Master Han rested well." "Yes. Young Master Han rested the best." Long Shuilu also stood up. There weren't many opportunities to add insult to injury, so of course he wouldn't let it go. "Thank you, Yunyang. Young Master Han likes it very much." Hua Hua blinked her beautiful eyes and said calmly. Shui Wuhan also smiled and waved the folding fan in his hand as if he would never get tired. "Thank you, Yunyang. Of course young Master Han likes it. It's all right, it's all right. Yunyang's arrangements are definitely not wrong. Why don't we arrange it again in the afternoon, young masters?" Yi Qinghan stood up slowly and glanced at the young masters. He scratched his head and immediately retorted. The 4 of you said that young Master Han rested well, and young Master Han also said that he rested well. Then Yunyang's efforts were not in vain. Why don't we arrange a few more in the afternoon?" Yunyang's whole body was glowing with a smile, reflecting the faint refraction of the sun behind her. She seemed to have become much younger and more charming. "No need." Other than Yi Qinghan, the 4 of them said in unison, their attitude very firm. If they had to listen to the erotic songs for the entire afternoon, who knew if they would go crazy? Seeing Yunyang look at him, Yi Qinghan licked his lips and looked at the 4 of them. However, he saw the silent pleading in their eyes. He said a little embarrassedly, "Since they are so insistent, I can only give them some face." "Forget it." "Hee hee. Then forget it. How about this, Yunyang will take you to lunch first. After lunch, I will take you to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the tranquil lake." Yunyang smiled and nodded. "That's great." Feng Zi was the first to respond and followed Yunyang out of the Emerald Pavilion. Shui Wuhan and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief and followed. Yi Qinghan chuckled, touched his chin, and followed them. They had lunch in a private room near the Emerald Pavilion. During the meal, they did not have much appetite, so they only ate a little. However, Yi Qin Han ate heartily, as if he had never eaten such delicious food before. He was completely like a country bumpkin. However, he really did not have the opportunity to enjoy such high-class food. When he was young, he was very unpopular in his family. It was good enough that he could eat his fill. After that, he went to Man's City because he was short of money, so he did not dare to go to a good restaurant. When he came back from Man's City and had money, he did not have the time to eat good food. He killed people and set fires. It was very lively, but in the end, he did not have a full meal and was thrown to the back of the mountain. In the back of the mountain, Yi Tianlong and the two old men had a light meal. In addition, he was worried about his sister, so he did not eat well. Now that they had finally arrived at the Yu family and had the first feast in this world, Yi Qin Han ate with excitement and ferocity. He did not know how to describe it. Even Feng Zi and the others' plan to get him drunk was ruined. They all looked at Yi Qin Han in a daze, wondering why the Yi family was so poor that they did not even have a good meal. Yu Nyang, who was at the side, also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Yi Qingyo was so ruthless. It turned out that the Yi family was about to run out of food. After eating and drinking, the few of them began to tour the mountains and rivers. Although there were no mountains, there was a lake. The scenery of the calm lake was not bad, but Yu Nyang did not bring them to the West Court or the North Court. They only looked at the ordinary scenery. The few of them began to feel bored, so they apologized to Yu Nyang and went back to rest. Yi Qin Han, on the other hand, had slept for more than 2 hours. He wouldn't be able to fall back asleep even if he went back. He also didn't lack this bit of time to cultivate, so he simply rejected Yu Nyang's company and quietly walked along the lakeside. Xiao Hei, come out and play. Yi Qin Han felt that there was no one around. It was a good time to walk the dog, so he summoned Xiao Hei. Although he had been chatting with Xiao Hei in his heart, it had been a while since he had accompanied Xiao Hei for a walk. Yi Qin Han kind of wanted to see this silly dog. Boss. You finally remembered me. As soon as Xiao Hei came out, he jumped happily. He was currently in the growth stage and did not need to be fed with magic crystals every day. Every day, he would absorb battle chi from Yi Qin Han's war beast space. When he slept, he would absorb battle chi. His body had long been rusty. Now that he came out, he was like a runaway horse, running around everywhere. Xiao Hei, don't run around. Ha! You can swim. Yi Qin Han looked at Xiao Hei dotingly. When he saw Xiao Hei suddenly jump into the lake, he said worriedly. However, he saw Xiao Hei's 4 small melon seeds gliding through the lake. He said in surprise. Humph. You're looking down on me, aren't you? No matter what, I'm at least a holy beast. This little thing can't stump me. I'll go catch some fish to eat. Xiao Hei sent a message through his soul. A trace of pride flashed through his black eyes, and he dived into the water with a splash. Ah! This soul-devouring beast can actually speak so well. Yi Qin Han laughed and thought to himself. This little guy was indeed worthy of being a holy beast. It was full of intelligence. Pu. After a while, fish flew straight towards Yi Qin Han as if they could fly. Yi Qin Han looked at the black silhouettes that were as slippery as loaches in the water. He could not help but shake his head and smile. Ha! Yi Qin Han, what secret technique is this? It can actually make the fish jump out by themselves? The strange scene here shocked others. A gentle voice sounded from behind him. It was a little surprised and a little puzzled. Yi Qin Han turned his head in astonishment. He saw a graceful woman wearing a green palace dress and a white silk scarf slowly walking over. Her pearl-like eyes looked at Yi Qin Han in amazement. Tonight is Miss Qingqing's big day. How do you have the time to play a coincidental meeting with me? Yi Qinghan chuckled and lowered his head slightly as he spoke. It's not a coincidental meeting. I purposely came to meet you. Yi Qinghan's black pearl-like eyes flashed. There was a trace of a smile and agility. Chapter 60. Oh. You specially came to meet me. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, Miss Qingqing, this seems to be the second time we've met, right? I don't think there's anything special that requires you to specially come for me, right? Yi Qingqing didn't say anything. She just turned her body and looked at the quiet lake quietly. The light eyebrows on her forehead frowned slightly and said with some resentment, since it's the second time we've met, I wonder what Qingqing did wrong. What made young Master Han hate Qingqing so much? Hate? This? Where did this come from? Yi Qinghan was slightly surprised and didn't understand. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Xiao He and asked him to go play at the side. He didn't want his trump card to be seen by Yi Qingqing. The reason why a trump card was because others didn't know about it. Yi Qingqing rolled her black pearl-like eyes. She was a little blaming and a little annoyed. This rolling of her eyes didn't look ugly at all. Instead, it made her originally pure temperament more mischievous and clever, which made Yi Qinghan excited. Yi Qingqing was a little hesitant. Actually, with her identity, she shouldn't have come here and said such shameful words. However, Yi Qinghan's words of not taking the initiative to woo her and his unusual behavior in the Emerald Pavilion had successfully aroused the competitive spirit of a little girl in Yi Qingqing's heart. The Yu clan's holy maiden, Li Dai, had bewitched all the men in the world. However, the previous generation's holy maiden had fallen under Yi Dao's robe, which made the Yu clan's holy maiden feel an unprecedented humiliation. And now, Yi Dao's son was the same. How could she endure this? Therefore, when she heard that Yi Qinghan was taking a walk alone, Yi Qingqing didn't hesitate and hurried over. It was just a conversation. Facing Yi Qinghan's direct question, Yi Qingqing didn't know what to say. Looking at Yi Qinghan's expression, it was hard to tell if he really didn't understand, or if he was pretending not to. Yi Qingqing bit her lips and said angrily, Qingqing heard what young Master Han said when he first came to the island. And young Master Han's unconventional performance in the Emerald Pavilion, Qingqing also heard about it. Isn't that young Master Han hates Qingqing? Ah! Sure enough, Yi Qinghan thought to himself, so this little girl came here in a fit of pique. It seems that father dumped their saintess back then, which made them lose a lot of face. Does she want to regain face from me? No way. After figuring out the cause of the matter, Yi Qinghan smiled brightly and innocently, it's this thing. Miss Qingqing, I'm willing to explain. I'd like to hear the details. Yi Qingqing turned her head and a trace of happiness flashed through her eyes. She listened attentively. Hee. Miss Qingqing, actually you've misunderstood. Actually, this is a conspiracy. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said with a somewhat complacent smile. His words were like a clap of thunder, which successfully aroused Yi Qingqing's interest. He continued, actually, my love for Miss Qingqing is like the bright moon in the sky, like an endless torrential river. To put it simply, I love you so much that you want to die. The seas dry up and the rocks crumble, the earth tremble, the sky fall and the earth crack. But Miss Qingqing has so many pursuers. I'm not as beautiful as that transvestite Hua Hua, not as handsome as that idiot Long Shui Lu. My demeanor is not as outstanding as that hypocrite Shui Wuhan, and my muscles are not as stylish as that lunatic. My strength and influence are also slightly weaker than theirs. So I thought. How can I stand out among so many pursuers of yours? So I thought of a shocking move, loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Look, didn't he successfully lure Miss Qingqing out? Beautiful Miss Qingqing, you must believe in my sincere love for you all. At the beginning, Yi Qingqing listened with interest. But the more she listened, the darker her black pearl-like eyes became. Even an idiot could tell that he was making fun of her. Finally, after Yi Qinghan finished speaking, she did not speak for a long time. She sighed deeply and said with some resentment, "If Mr. Han doesn't like Qingqing, you can say it clearly. There's no need to make fun of Qingqing. Sorry for disturbing you, Qingqing will take her leave." Yi Qinghan's sincere speech would definitely make an ordinary woman smile until her eyes turned into crescent moons. But what kind of person was Yu Qingqing? She was the holy maiden who stood out among the hundreds of women of the Yu clan. Whether it was intelligence, or appearance, she was the best. How could she not hear the sincerity in Yi Qinghan's words? Looking at Yu Qingchang's lonely and desolate figure gradually disappearing in the emerald green bamboo forest, Yi Qinghan touched his chin embarrassedly. He was wondering if he had gone too far. To attack a little girl like this, without any enmity between them, it seemed that he felt a little guilty. Night gradually approached. A full moon, like a shining silver plate, was slowly lifted up from the west. The gentle moonlight began to sprinkle down, illuminating the entire Fire Dragon continent and the entire Tranquil Lake Island. The Yu clan was already busy at dusk. Countless people came out from the West Court and the North Court, decorating the wide lawn in front of the three courts. Today was the Yu clan's big day. It was a big day that happened once every 15 years. Of course, they had to be cautious and grand. The turf had been trimmed neatly a long time ago, through the efforts of countless people in the Yu clan. A huge open-air camp was set up on the wide lawn. In the center was a row of roaring bonfires, and on both sides of the bonfires were rows of satin spread on the ground. On top of the satin were rows of short square tables made of ancient wood. The square tables were filled with fruits and wine. On top of the bonfires, golden yellow suckling pigs and suckling lambs were being roasted, making crackling sounds. The 5 young masters arrived neither too early nor too late. Apart from Yi Qinghan, who was still dressed in black, the other 4 young masters were dressed extremely dazzlingly. They wore all kinds of tailor-made banquet robes. Their long black hair was combed neatly, and their faces were always rippling with charming smiles. They had been taught since they were young to have a noble temperament in their every movement. It made the 4 of them look like fighting chickens in a flock of chickens. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens, dazzling and eye-catching. It made Yi Qinghan, who was following behind, look like a bodyguard, pale in comparison. A group of young masters were already sitting in the open space. They were the elite children of the famous families in the House of Aries. However, there was still a gap between their families and the 5 major families, so they did not receive the treatment of Yi Qinghan and the others. It was not until the evening that they were received by the Yu clan into the Tranquil Lake Island and directly brought to the bonfire party. There were countless beautiful girls scattered around the open space. These were the Tranquil Lake disciples of the Yu clan. They had been nurtured for many years. They were also the main targets of this group of young masters. Most of these young masters were nominally subordinates of the 5 great clans and the manor lord. Thus, when they saw Yi Qinghan and the others walk in, they immediately stood up and rushed forward to greet them. Lu Xiao greets young Master Shui. Young Master Shui looks radiant today. You will definitely be the top courtesan. Brother Z, I'm Chao Pei. Do your best, Brother Z. Take Yu Qingqing back to West Wind City. Young Master Hua, I'm the cousin of your uncle's nephew. It's an honor to meet you. Young Master Long. Ha, I've long heard of your name. Today, I can finally meet you. I'm extremely excited. The 4 young masters smiled faintly and casually responded to the young masters who came to greet them. They were somewhat proud and somewhat arrogant. They looked askance at Yi Qinghan, as if showing off their fame and status. Why should they be proud? Why should they be arrogant? Because the people who came to greet them were all heading towards the four of them. No one paid attention to Yi Qinghan, who was following behind them. After arriving at the Yu family, they had always been suppressed by Yi Qinghan. So today, they finally had the opportunity to suppress him. So they were very excited, very excited. Normally, they would not care about such a scene, but they were very enthusiastic. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He ignored them and walked to a square table alone. He poured himself a cup of tea and lowered his head to drink. Excuse me. At this moment, 5 young masters suddenly walked straight to Yi Qinghan and bowed respectfully. They seemed a little excited and a little scared as they asked politely. Ha! Yi Qinghan raised his head in astonishment and looked strangely at the unfamiliar young masters in front of him. He frowned. And the 4 people who had been chatting with the crowd were also slightly shocked. They looked over with interest and seemed to find it strange that there was someone who knew this country bumpkin. And when the young masters saw that Yi Qinghan was frowning, they bowed even lower, and their tone became more respectful. They said in a slightly trembling voice, "Excuse me, are you the one who crippled Yi Qinghuang, killed Yi Rong, and imprisoned Yi Jian, young master Yi Qinghan?" Ha! As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into a dead silence. The 4 young masters opened their mouths wide, and their bodies trembled slightly. But they recovered their calmness immediately, but their hearts were in turmoil. They had received news from the Yi family some time ago. The Yi family had undergone a great change. Yi Jian was imprisoned, Yi Qinghuang was crippled, and the elder of the Yi family, Yi Rong, was dead. But the reason was unknown in the news. Now that they heard that all these things were done by Yi Qinghan, their first feeling wasn't shock, but funny. But at the same time, they started to think about the truth of these words carefully. And the young masters at the side were also half doubtful and half shocked. They thought this young man was just a follower or something. They didn't expect him to have such a powerful background and such a fierce story. So their eyes changed at the same time, and they looked at Yi Qinghan respectfully. No matter whether he did it or not, the fact that he could sit here today and represent the Yi family, it itself represented a certain attitude of the Yi family. And the attitude of the Yi family was one that must be respected. Countless beauties of the Yi family standing at the side also looked at Yi Qinghan with slight surprise. Although they already knew that this skinny young man dressed in black, who didn't look particularly outstanding, was the popular young master of the Yi family. And they also heard some rumors indirectly, that this young master actually didn't even care about the saint of the Yi family, Yu Qingqing. But this was the first time they heard that Yi Qinghan had actually done such a big thing. Yi Jian, Yi Rong, and Yi Qinghuang were all famous people in the House of Aries. Of course, they had heard about it. But now, all of them were actually crippled and destroyed by this ordinary young man. For a moment, the ripples in their eyes started to turn, and they all used their charming eyes to look at Yi Qinghan. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am Yi Qinghan. What's the matter?" Yi Qinghan was a little angry. He looked at the 5 idiots in front of him with some reproach. How could these things be spoken carelessly here? Dongfang Dao, Nangong Chang, Sima Fu, Xiahou Gong, Duge Jian, greet young master. The 5 of them didn't say much, but they all knelt down in front of everyone. Their eyes were actually filled with hot tears, and they put on a good show of searching for their master. "What are you all doing? Get up, can you give me an explanation?" Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He frowned and stood up. Ah! The 4 young masters were dumbfounded. This Yi Qinghan actually did something like this. Wasn't he stealing their limelight? However, it seemed like Yi Qinghan wasn't acting, so they continued to watch seriously from the side. On the other hand, the young masters at the side were in an uproar. They all knew these people, and they had some dealings with them. They were the top 5 young masters among the young masters of their level. Regardless of whether it was martial strength, talent, or intelligence, they were all top-notch. Now, they actually recognized him as their master in front of everyone. One had to know that this recognition was no joke. This was a master that they would follow for life. Chapter 61. At Yi Qinghan's words, the 5 people quickly stood up. The young master in the middle, who called himself Dongfang Dao, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young master, have you heard of masters dripping blood guards? We are the descendants of the 5 guards. When master died, our clans were suppressed by Yi Jian. In recent years, the patriarch has gone into seclusion and the young master is still young, so our 5 clans did not dare to act rashly and could only live in seclusion. Now that young master's power has been extinguished, the old patriarch has come out of seclusion again, of course our 5 clans will come out again. After obtaining the consent of the patriarch, we will come to serve young master." The dripping blood guards. Yi Qinghan suddenly understood. His father, Yi Dao, had used his unparalleled charm and peerless strength to subdue 5 strong men. They were known as the dripping blood guards. But when his father died on the god-slaying mountain, the 5 experts also died, so Yi Qinghan did not know how to react for a while. Now, the 5 people who suddenly appeared were the descendants of the 5 masters. At this time, Yi Tianlong must have played a part in the show of searching for his master. It seemed that Yi Tianlong had spared no effort in order to win back his heart. After figuring out the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded, pointed to a row of square tables behind him, and said, "Well, you sit behind me, we'll talk in detail later." The 5 people nodded, sat respectfully at the back, and remained silent. Yi Qinghan did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He sat down alone and began to drink tea. He was not overly intimate with the 5 people behind him. On the one hand, the identity of these 5 people had yet to be confirmed. On the other hand, even if there was no doubt about their identity, he still had to examine their strength and character. He did not intend to take 5 wastes or 5 villains to participate in the sect battle. After watching the excitement, getting to know each other and flattering each other, everyone lost interest and took their seats. There were 3 rows of square tables in the Yu clan, forming the word door. The seats above the door were obviously for the Yu clan or the older generation. Yi Qinghan and the other 4 sat in the first row on both sides of the door. The rest of the young masters knew that their statuses were different, so they consciously sat behind them. "Congratulations, young Master Han, you've gained another 5 strong generals." Feng Zi sat next to Yi Qinghan and raised her wine glass. Hua Chao, Long Shuilu, and the rest quickly raised their glasses too. Although Yi Qinghan had promised not to take the initiative to attack, it didn't mean that he couldn't cause trouble, right? Therefore, the 4 of them would try to curry favor with him whenever they had the chance, even though Yi Qinghan didn't really like it. "Same to you." Yi Qinghan nodded and raised his glass. As everyone chatted and chatted, the doors of the north court of the Yu clan finally opened under everyone's hopeful gazes. The first to come out was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her age couldn't be determined, and her figure was still graceful. Her skin was rosy like a young girl's, but there were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which made her look a little old. Behind the beautiful middle-aged woman was a tall man dressed in green. The man's eyes were like a bull's, bulging as if they were about to jump out. Behind him were 3 old men. They walked to the front with a smile and naturally sat down at the top row of square tables. "Greetings, 5 grand elders." Everyone hurriedly stood up. The rules of the Yu clan's summer fire festival were held and judged by the 5 grand elders of the 5 clans. They all knew this, so they weren't surprised. However, Yi Qinghan casually cupped his hands, but his eyes were staring at Yi Qingyo, as if he was blaming and questioning him. What was up with the 5 people behind him? "Brat, don't glare at me." They were arranged by your grandfather, and they are indeed the descendants of your father's dripping blood guards. There are no problems with their character and strength, so make good use of them. Yichino squinted his eyes, smiled, and transmitted his voice. Ah! Yichin Han rolled his eyes, but didn't say anything. These people were his father's descendants, so they were truly his people. Since Yichinyo said that there were no problems with their character and strength, then there shouldn't be any problems. He would observe them in the future and make good use of them. Young masters, you are the elites of the new generation of the House of Aries. Today, I am honored to represent the Yu clan and welcoming you to the Summer Fire Festival. Your presence brings light to the tranquil Lake Island. Now, I announce the official start of the Summer Fire Festival. Yuji smiled and stood up. She said a few simple pleasantries, then announced the official start of the Summer Fire Festival. In the beginning, the young masters thought that there would be a very long and complicated speech. Now that they saw that Yuji was so understanding and immediately entered the main topic, they couldn't help but smile very sincerely. Their smiles were very bright and happy. Yuji was also very happy to see everyone laughing so happily. She gently raised her hand. However, after a moment, she seemed to have discovered something. Her expression was somewhat solemn, and she didn't lower her hand in midair. She only stared blankly at the northern sky. Yichinyo, Shuefei, and the others also stopped whispering and looked at the northern sky with some solemnity. Yichin Han and the others were also puzzled. They also looked toward the northern sky, but they didn't discover anything. However, after a moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in the northern sky. Then, a black dot rapidly grew larger in everyone's eyes. A dragon roar. It's a level 7 demonic beast, the winged dragon. Only then did everyone realize what the Grand Elders were looking at. They were shocked, but they calmed down in the blink of an eye. However, the excitement in their eyes were obvious. In all these years in the House of Aries, there had never been a case of a magical beast running into the 3 prefectures to cause trouble. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for a wild magical beast to come here. Since it wasn't wild, then it was very simple. This 7th level magical beast, the winged dragon, was reared by someone. As a powerful existence, the winged dragon wasn't something that ordinary people or clans could rear. There was only one place on the continent that could rear a winged dragon, and that was the Divine City. This winged dragon was clearly flying toward the tranquil Lake Island. That meant that someone from the Divine City had come. The Divine City. What did the Divine City represent? If the tranquil lake was said to be the holy land in the hearts of the men in the House of Aries, then the Divine City was the holy land in the hearts of the people in the world. 5,000 years ago, the 3 prefectures often fought because of the differences in races and civilizations. Every time the 3 prefectures fought, a large number of warriors would die. Countless civilians, demons, and barbarians would be affected. Until 5,000 years ago, a mysterious man named Tu was born out of thin air. He single-handedly defeated all the experts of the 3 prefectures on the sacred mountain where the 3 prefectures fought. He forced the 3 prefectures to stop fighting and established the Divine City on the sacred mountain where the 3 prefectures fought. After that war, the Divine City became the most powerful existence on the continent. Its brilliance was like the stars in the sky. It was so dazzling and unsurpassable. It also brought 5,000 years of peace to the continent. At least the civilians wouldn't die for no reason. Those who liked fighting. Sure, go to the prefecture battles and kill to your heart's content. The more you kill, the more you'll be rewarded. Those who liked peace. Sure. Live a peaceful life without having to worry about the mutated races coming to your doorstep in the middle of the night. Afterward, other than a few loose rules, the Divine City had never interfered with the affairs of the prefectures. It stood quietly on the Divine Mountain, like an otherworldly master, smiling at the clouds in the sky and calmly watching the storms in the world. It was because of the divine city's indifferent attitude that the people of the three prefectures began to accept the sacred mountain and the divine city represented by the powerful man. However, there were talented people in every generation. Countless experts and heroes appeared in the past few thousand years. They seemed to care a little about the tall divine city, which was pressing down on their sky and blocking their way. Therefore, they picked up the swords in their hands, walked up the mountain, and walked into the city. However, the ending was always the same. No one had ever walked into the divine city with a sword and walked out again. Never. Therefore, the divine city became a sacred place in the hearts of the people on the continent. The divine city became a taboo existence. But today, during the summer fire festival, the tranquil lake welcomed a special guest for the first time. A guest from the divine city. How could the people here not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? They looked at the approaching winged dragon, as well as the young man dressed in fluttering white robes on it. Yi Qin Han narrowed his eyes. He didn't have a good impression of the divine city. He had always been resisting that tall sacred mountain in his heart. It was as if that mountain was too high, so high that the people on the continent couldn't even lift their heads. And now, the divine city actually sent a young man to the tranquil lake. What was the meaning of this? Yuji finally put down her hand, but her expression was not as solemn as before. She smiled at the young man in the sky. Since the divine city didn't send those old fellows, but a young man. Today was the summer fire festival, the day the Yu clan chose a son-in-law. The young man's purpose for coming here in such a grand manner was already very clear. Although it might not be a good thing, it would at least not be a bad thing. Therefore, he was slightly relieved. Yi Qingyo and the others, on the other hand, had solemn expressions. With their status, they had the right to talk to the old fellows of the divine city. However, the young man who came to the divine city today was someone they had never seen before. Moreover, he was so ostentatious and brazenly coming to steal women. How could they not be worried? How could they not be angry? Feng Zi, Hua Hua, and Long Shui Lu looked a little gloomy. Another strong opponent had come. And from the looks of it, he looked pretty good. Most importantly, he had a mountain behind him. Meanwhile, Shui Wuhan wasn't as cultured and refined as he used to be. His expression wasn't gloomy either. Instead, there was some inexplicable joy and excitement. Yi Qin Han didn't care. He continued to drink his wine with a lazy look. After a short while, he regained his desire to be strong again. I'm not asking for anything, and I don't want anything. The more you guys fight, the more exciting it will be for me. It'll be a waste if I don't watch a free monkey show. Boom! The winged dragon landed heavily on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. The moment the winged dragon landed, a white figure lightly tapped his feet. His entire body emitted a golden light. Like an ancient god, he glided and floated towards the crowd. Landing steadily on the ground, the golden light instantly retracted. The young man in white smiled and cupped his fists towards the few grand supreme elders at the head of the table. Tu Qianjun greets the seniors. I've long heard of Lady Qingqing's unparalleled beauty. Today, I, too, have specially come to pay my respects. Furthermore, I heard that the young elites of the House of Aries are all here. I, too, also hope to be friends with the Martial Arts Association. Chapter 62. Tu Qianjun greets seniors. I've long heard of Miss Qingqing's unparalleled beauty. Today, I, too, specially came to pay my respects. Also, I heard that the elites of the younger generation of the Battle Gods Manor are all here. I, too, also hope to make friends with them. Pay my respects. They're probably here to snatch her. Make friends with Wu. Make friends. They probably want to give her some pointers. The few elders on the seats sneered secretly. When this brat descended, the golden light emitted from his body was the unique aura of the Duke realm, also known as the pseudo-saint realm. Furthermore, his golden aura actually reached a radius of around 1 meter. It seemed that he had the cultivation of the first level of the Duke realm. He actually released his aura unscrupulously in front of them, who were all in the saint realm. Furthermore, he relied on it to glide for such a long distance, making people feel as if he was flying over. Wasn't this clearly showing off his strength? It was also clearly slapping the faces of the young masters present. It was also to build momentum for him to snatch her. It seemed that the chances of those young masters and their clan were slim. However, Yu-ji beamed with joy. This brat was rather tactful and respectful to these old fellows. Moreover, he had made it clear that he was here to pursue his daughter, not to cause trouble. She also knew that this generation's saintess was more outstanding than the previous generations of saintesses in all aspects. However, she didn't expect that even the divine city, which rarely appeared, would send people to snatch her. What was this? This was glory. This was also strength. Hence, she smiled brilliantly. Young Master 2 must be the young master of the dragon-slaying divine guard of the divine city's 4 guards. You're indeed as graceful and elegant as your father. Servants, give him a seat. Elder Yu-ji, my father asked me to send his regards to you. There's no need to give me a seat. I have an old friend here, so I'll sit with him. Tu Qianjun smiled faintly. He turned his head and swept his gaze across the young masters. Finally, his gaze landed on Xue Wuhan. Young master, please take a seat. Xue Wuhan had been smiling all along. When he saw Tu Qianjun looking over, his smile became even more amiable. He hurriedly stood up and lowered his head slightly, indicating for Tu Qianjun to take his seat. Ah! Tu Qianjun nodded indifferently. It seemed as if he didn't care about everyone's gazes. He walked straight to Xue Wuhan's seat, and sat down peacefully. He lowered his head and smoothed his sleeves. He saw that the people in the vicinity were looking at him cautiously. He raised his head in astonishment and said, "What's wrong? Do as you wish. Don't worry about me, just pretend that I don't exist." Yes, yes. The people around him hurriedly lowered their heads and continued to drink, sip tea, and eat fruits. Their hands and feet were slightly trembling, and they accidentally spilled some of the wine in their hands. Those who were eating the fruits panicked and even ate the vines. Their expressions betrayed their panic and nervousness. Feng Zi and Hua Hua looked at each other. They could see the worry and shock in each other's eyes. This Tu Qianjun was only 27 or 28 years old, yet he already possessed the strength of a duke. This was a little too terrifying. It should be known that the two of them could be considered first-rate geniuses. At the age of 24, they were already at the 3rd level of the general realm. Coupled with their family's secret arts, their combined strength was only at the 1st or 2nd level of the martial realm. It was fine if they couldn't match up to him in terms of power. After all, the divine city's glory was built through generations of battles. If they couldn't match up to him in terms of strength, then it would be a little embarrassing. Long Shuailu was also silently drinking his strong wine at the side. He occasionally glanced at Xue Wuhan, who was whispering beside Tu Qianjun, and a trace of mockery and loneliness flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he was a little envious that Xue Wuhan had actually made friends with a young master of the divine city. However, he also looked down on Xue Wuhan's flattering behavior. Of course, it was mostly because he couldn't eat the grapes, so he said that the grapes were sour. Tu Qianjun's appearance suppressed the entire crowd. Relying on the tall mountain behind him and his astonishing strength, he descended like a deity, instantly enveloping the entire lake's light on his body. In a battle between two armies, the most important thing was momentum. Without momentum, this battle would only end in defeat. Yi Qinghan didn't show any expression, even though he was a little displeased with Tu Qianjuan's attitude, which was even more arrogant than Yi Qingguang. However, he didn't intend to carry Yu Qingqing to bed today, so he didn't feel like he was facing a love rival. However, he hated Xue Wuhan's flattering attitude even more than Long Xuelu. This brat usually looked like a dog, but deep down, he was really a dog. Clap clap. When Yu Ji saw that everyone's mood had somewhat calmed down, she clapped her hands twice, and began to serve the pastries in front of the main course. Along with the clap of her hands, the door of the west courtyard opened, and 12 red-clothed women walked out. It just so happened that this red dress was very similar to the dress that they wore when they entertained Yi Qinghan and the others in the Jadeite pavilion in the morning. The upper body was a thin tube top, and only the lower half of the white and tender beautiful breasts were covered, revealing a plump snow-white semicircle. The lower body was a gauze skirt, and under the uneven hem was a pair of perfectly straight and slender white legs. On their feet were pairs of long leather boots that covered more than half of their calves. The only difference was that today, on their smooth abdomen, which didn't have any extra fat, hung a small purple bell. Snow-white skin, captivating red dress, and the purple ring around their waists, these three colors actually fused and intersected, evolving into a strange charm. The dance was somewhat similar to the belly dance of Yi Qinghan's previous life, but it was clear that no one would appreciate such a beautiful and artistic dance. They only stared with bulging eyes at the group of women, who were constantly swaying because of their twisting bodies, as well as the limitless scenery under the gauze skirt that was blown up by the wind from time to time. Yi Qinghan and the others, as well as the few old fellows above, were still fine. Their identity and status didn't allow them to be too out of line, but the other young masters didn't have so many misgivings. All of their eyes were bulging so much that they were actually bigger than Yi Qinghan's. Under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, the 12 women silently retreated, while the young masters were silently thinking of ways to snatch one from the Yu clan. Although the Yu clan's summer fire festival was mainly for the saintess to choose a man, almost every time after the matter of the saintess was settled, the Yu clan would choose a portion of the young masters with relatively higher aptitudes, strength, and influence, and gift them the 12 tranquil lake women of the Yu clan. Although it was called gifting, it was actually no different from selling them. Every Yu clan woman would be exchanged for a large amount of resources and treasures. However, these young masters who managed to snatch the Yu clan women wouldn't hesitate at all. Moreover, their clans would also be willing to use a large amount of treasures to exchange for the Yu clan woman. Of course, this wasn't just because the Tranquil Lake women of the Yu clan were unparalleled in the world. Any man who married a Tranquil Lake woman would obtain the most pleasure and satisfaction in the body. It was also because if the young masters of these clans could marry a Tranquil Lake woman, then their clans would automatically obtain the friendship of the Yu clan. They would receive a large share of the Yu clan's intelligence, martial power, and resources, until the woman died. It could be said that the reason the Yu clan women could stand tall in the House of Aries for 1,000 years was also because of this marriage alliance policy. Oh. So that's how it is. This marriage alliance policy was thought up by the genius of the Yu clan. How brilliant! Yi Qinghan exclaimed in admiration as he understood many things he didn't know before from Feng Zi's soft explanation. Feng Zi nodded as well. Her eyes were filled with admiration. The founder of the Yu clan, the Moon Queen. A miraculous woman who made the ancestors of the 4 great clans, the Wind Lord, the Flower Empress, the Snow Marshal, and the Night Emperor fall head over heels for her. Back then, her martial power and cultivation reached the peak of the Sage realm, half a step into the Divine realm. According to the clan's records, this woman naturally rejected the 4 great ancestors. She walked into Silver Moon City alone and created the Yu clan. Stop talking. The dishes are about to be served. You have to perform well later. I'll cheer for you. Yi Qinghan saw Yu Ji raise her hands and clap her hands again. He knew that Yu Qingqing was about to go on stage. He quickly nudged Feng Zi and looked behind Yu Ji. Hearing this, Feng Zi immediately straightened her body and sat up straight. She looked forward very seriously. As Yu Ji clapped her hands lightly, the sound of a guzheng rang out from West Court. She was playing an unknown song. Not many people present understood this. They only felt that the sound of the guzheng was like the whispering of young girls at first. It was pleasant to listen to. Then, the tune changed rapidly like the torrential rain in summer. Water droplets fell onto a jade plate. It was very crisp. Then, it changed to the sound of an ancient spring in the mountains flowing between the cracks of a rock. It was very pleasing to the ear. Finally, it changed to the sound of an armored horse's blade. It made people's blood boil. Even though everyone present was uncouth, they were gradually moved by the pleasant sound. For a moment, their hearts felt very ethereal and very peaceful. In the end, when the sound of the guzheng turned into the sound of a blade, everyone felt like they were in a battlefield of 10,000 people. Their blood boiled. Buzz, just as everyone's blood was boiling, the sound of the guzheng suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of West Court in surprise. They saw a peach-colored figure floating out from West Court. The peach-colored figure was a woman. She wore a peach-colored palace dress, and her face was covered with a peach-colored silk scarf. There was even a bright peach blossom on her head. The woman had a sword in her hand. Her left hand was held diagonally below, and her right hand was in front of her. She held a small and exquisite guzheng in her hand. She leaped down from the sky. Her palace dress flapped in the wind, making her look like a fairy from beyond the heavens. It was unknown whether it was because of the strong wind or the woman's own will, but when the woman landed on the ground, the peach-colored silk scarf on her face actually fluttered with the wind, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face. Her black pearl-like eyes contained a smile that was both charming and seductive. Her delicate nose was tall and straight, and the corners of her small mouth were slightly raised. Her red lips were slightly parted, inviting people to kiss them. Below her slender white neck, there was a piece of white jade that was half covered and half covered. When it contrasted with the peach-colored palace dress, it was so soul-locking. Her white waist was actually so small that it couldn't be grasped. Her entire person was like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. She made people feel that she couldn't be profaned, that she couldn't be violated. However, she was also invisibly attracting people, making them want to profane her, to go on top of her. This kind of feeling was extremely contradictory. Normally, no one would wear a peach-colored dress that was unique, and no one dared to wear it because peach-colored clothes gave people a very tacky feeling. But today, Yu Qingqing dared to wear it, and she wore it. Moreover, she even wore an even more tacky peach blossom. It was just that, after today, presumably, no one present would dare to say that peach-colored clothes were tacky. At least Yu Qingqing was not ordinary. Not only was she not ordinary, but that faint peach-colored color on her graceful figure, coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, gave people a feeling that she was so attractive, so ecstatic, so fatal. Peach blossoms were poisonous. They could topple cities, could topple countries, and could even poison people to death.